I'm clicking the button.
Are you clicking the button?
No, I didn't click.
I don't think you're clicking it. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I hate this. I click the button and it erases like all the people that gifted and joined before the stream started. So I can't see it anymore. YouTube, why does YouTube want to punish our loyal, amazing viewers and donators? Come on, YouTube. What are you doing?
They hate us.
They do. Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast and forever young, who's never stared
COVID.
at
Don't forget COVID getter, super spreader event attender. Don't
potential
forget
COVID getter, never seen his own portrait hidden in the attic seer.
Oh yeah!
And,
holy shit!
Dorian
Gray reference. Woo!
Yes. And vehement, repetitive use of arm moisturizer.
Has it been a minute yet? Because I have a Dorian Gray. The portrait of Dorian Gray is this awesome painting. And I saw it at the Met in New York City when I was high as fuck on LSD. Which is I mean, that painting's pretty crazy, but when you're on some psychedelics, it's even better. Look it up, guys. Why don't we get into this crazy video here?
Okay, I just want to say before, there are like 3 people that joined and I can't see who it was anymore.
Yeah.
Because YouTube sucks. So I do apologize.
Right.
I do still see thank you so much. Our dad, our surrogate father, J-Mac, gave us 50 more subs. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes, and then 2 other members just joined. Gallius Janus.
For 5 months.
Yes, look at that.
Says
Holy
S-Class
cow.
is the best class.
That's the dark purple eye. Very jealous of that. Yes.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah.
I'm still at first level.
They added extra levels. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, did they really? Oh,
like 36 months and 48 months. So you can get even crazier with your eye colors.
We'll have to go like diamond.
Yes. And thanks so much, Spooky Pen, for joining the Free Will Seekers. So there you go.
Yes.
Anyways, today we'll be watching 3 videos, maybe, if we can get through all of them. We'll be watching first this PragerU video on how do you deal with painful truths, left versus the right.
Yeah. Yes. I think we're going to be talking about morality today.
I think we're going to be talking about...
Are we going to be talking about Adam's morality, or are we going to be talking about Destiny's morality today?
Did you see...
Which one are we going to be talking about?
I love that when Destiny clipped... First of all, shame on Destiny.
Yes.
He didn't clip the Star Wars conversation and put it on his channel.
Of course he didn't, because 90% of the comments are like, I can't believe Destiny's Star Wars take is unbelievably bad.
He clipped
of
2
course
parts
he's not going to clip that.
He clipped 2 parts of the 200 stream, and every comment in it is like, why didn't you clip the Star Wars conversation? Why didn't you clip the Star Wars conversation?
Well, I've already spoken to Mauler, and Mauler is ready to finish that debate, to finish off Destiny.
Okay.
In that debate. So
just so are we gonna have that here, Mauler versus Destiny 1-on-1?
Well, I mean, we might be able to swing it on Tuesday. I'm not sure. So
okay, that'd be awesome. We won't interrupt. It will just be Mauler and Destiny.
Yes, yeah.
1v1.
It will be world's best moderators. Yes.
Right.
And we get to see Mauler bludgeon Destiny.
I always hate when someone gets bludgeoned. Yes.
Yeah. Metaphorically, of course, with your words in a video game. So
bludgeon.
Let's get into this video. What's taking so long, Sitch? Why
I don't know
blabbering?
what is taking. But no. So Destiny clipped your morality thing, your weird morality conversation, and he titled it like "Even Sargon says I destroy Adam Fenton's morality."
Yes, I saw it. Yeah. Yes. I'm willing to be a good sport about it. So.
Okay.
But we will be talking. We will be having a real conversation about morality. We're not going to use Destiny's, I'm going to check my gut and see how I personally feel about the situation here. We're going to be Yeah, we're gonna be going in a little deeper than that.
Right. So anyway, so we're gonna be watching this PragerU video about how the left and the right view painful truths of reality. And the reason we're gonna watch that is because after that, we're gonna be watching a video by a YouTuber who I've never seen before till Adam brought this to my attention. And we've never covered on the channel, called Zoe Bee, who I believe is a leftist. And she basically lays out why the right is evil and bad because they like pain and they're masochists, and the left is good because they want to get rid of pain for everyone.
Right. Yeah.
Now that's a gross simplification of her argument, but we'll get into it when we get into it. And then after that, if you guys were watching on Tuesday, we covered an amazing atheist video that was really, really, really bad, like colossally bad. And apparently TJ watched our coverage, or at least some part of our coverage.
About 30 seconds of our coverage.
Really? It's like a 40-minute video.
I'm being hyperbolic here, but it was it was not much at all. Yeah.
So yeah, TJ like watched some part of our video. He did a 40-minute response video to it, but I'm told that he watched barely any of our video.
Yeah.
And he just yells and cringes and cries and rants. And people have been sending, I haven't seen it yet. I want to watch it fresh on stream, but I have seen clips and it looks really awful. So
yeah, it's pretty fun.
Check that out.
Yes. This leftist, I think, she has a channel with 300,000 subscribers, I believe. So, I mean, she's pretty popular. I don't know how she slipped under the radar.
192. So she's like almost 200.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Bigger than us. That's all that matters, right?
Of course.
We can just punch. We're punching up.
We're punching up. Yeah, exactly. Why? I mean, it appears that she's trying to have sort of a good faith thing going on here. So I think really her bad takes are just out of ignorance more than anything. Bad stereotypes of conservatives.
Yes. Anyway, let's jump into so she's responding to this PragerU video, so I figure we'll watch this first because she only plays like a tiny clip of it.
Yes.
So let's get into the video.
At the core of left-wing thought is a denial of painful realities, the denial of what the French call les faits de la vie, facts of life. Conservatives, on the other hand, are all too aware of the painful realities of life and base many of their positions on them.
Okay. Is this true? Do you think this is true?
Somewhat, yes. Yes, I think it is a little bit true.
I think, continue.
Well, I mean, in certain places, there is kind of they're the tough love type morality. And I do think there is a time and a place for tough love. So I agree with that.
Right. Well, here's the issue I think I have with this whole video. It's like parts of it are true, like you said, but it's all just, and it's like kind of the mirror image of the video we're going to watch from Zoe, which is basically like, my side is correct and good about everything, and the other side is wrong and stupid and evil about everything.
Right. And this is the mirror image of that.
Yes, this is exactly. And so when you talk about like, if we say like, oh, the left ignores painful truths and the right acknowledges them, it's like, well, that's true for some painful truths, but there are painful truths that the right ignores and that the left embraces.
Donald Trump lost the election.
Well, I wasn't even going for that. I was going for more like general truths, like.
That's a pretty painful truth that I see a lot of people ignoring.
That's true. That's a good point. But I was thinking more like, Jordan Peterson's always saying all systems and hierarchy will tend towards corruption and like the rich sucking up all the resources.
Totally, yeah.
Is that the Pareto distribution?
There's a painful truth that not everyone has bootstraps to pull themselves up by.
Right. Is it?
Yes. They're a little bit Pollyanna about the.
Yeah, it's the Pareto distribution. Yes, and that because the more you have, it's easier. Once you have more things, it's easier for you to acquire more and more and more.
Right.
Basically, essentially. And so, like, Prager he's gonna put forward a bunch of hard, like, painful truths that the left ignores, and he's completely right about that. But he's just gonna ignore all the painful truths that the right ignores, essentially.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I don't think, and it's the same thing with Zoe. I don't think you can make these universal declarative statements about, like, the left, does X and the right does Y in the way that they make them. But we'll get into that.
Right.
One example of this left-right difference is the differing attitudes toward human nature and responsibility for evil. When liberals blame violent crime on poverty, one reason they do is that ever since the Enlightenment, the left has posited that human nature is good. So then, when people do bad things to other people, the left argues that some outside forces, usually poverty, and in the case of non-white criminals, racism, are responsible.
See, I agree with this portion because really on the question of crime, the left does look at the individuals as good being corrupted by a broken system, and the right does look at it as bad individuals corrupting a ostensibly good system. And if you pull out the bad individuals, you will save the system. But the left doesn't believe that system is even salvageable. So, I mean, the right's understanding of crime and society, I think, is far better than the left's. So this is a place where I do agree with PragerU. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree mostly. I mean, we've talked about this a bunch. I think one of the biggest flaws in lefty thinking is that people on the left generally assume that humans are born good and that society corrupts them.
Yes.
And the right views basically people are born, evil, or at least like wild, and society tames them.
Right.
Or pro-socializes them.
But there is a small percentage of people that can't be tamed, that they don't take the programming. And if you don't take them out of society, you'll get a crime problem.
Right. And the right is completely correct on that view. People are not born innocent. People are not born, good. People are born wild animals, generally.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
You do have to tame them. You do have to socialize people. So the left's completely wrong about that. I don't know. It's weird that he jumps into crime to make that point. And I think it's going to cause... Zoe doesn't talk about it in her video, but Prager opens himself up to be called a big racist by kind of going down this route later in the video.
Oh, of course. So, yeah. This is the thing that they always jump on the left. They're like, look at all this dog whistling in this video here.
He opens himself up for the dog whistle claim in a very dumb way, because I don't think he makes his point very clear, but.
All right.
Not human nature. Why? Because people on the left find it too painful to look reality in the eye and acknowledge that human nature is deeply flawed.
So, okay. People on the left find it too painful to look reality in the eye. I don't think this is true.
Bunch of pansies.
Because
you can't handle the truth.
If you have a very broad, widespread thought pattern or way of thinking that like cuts across, millions of people, so much so that you can make somewhat, even though I said you shouldn't make these broad generalizations about like the left tending to view people as born innocent and then society corrupts them, and the right the opposite of that. That's not if something that broadly exists among that many people, it's not a conscious process then. It's got to be something that's deeply ingrained in people, either socially or more likely that they're born with it. There's some propensity towards that thought process. And this kind of goes along what we've talked about a million times before this too, which is that on the left, they tend to view corruption as coming from within the society, and that you have to find answers outside of society to deal with it. And on the right, they tend to view corruption as coming from somewhere outside of society. And in order to fight corruption, you have to expel it and look inward. You have to build borders around what, and protect what already exists. And maybe this is, a post hoc, ad hoc, juicy rationalization, some evolutionary sci-pop theory here, but it makes way too much sense to me that humans basically evolved to have these kind of two balancing forces of social thought, because you need, as you always said, you need the offense and defense. Otherwise, your culture is either going to change too rapidly if there's no defense, and it's going to throw away everything that works and it's going to die, or if you can't change at all, your culture is going to stagnate and be too slow to react to environmental changes and then die.
Well, you'll be susceptible to foreign conquest.
Or that too, of course.
Yeah.
Right. And so you need to have both this like offense and defensive strategies of dealing with culture and dealing with problems. And it seems like it's been so ingrained in humans through all of human history that I strongly believe this is an evolved thought process in humans.
In the sense of crime here, the progressives in general believe that society is a corrupting force on the individual, correct? The individual's the good person, and society comes in and corrupts that individual.
The left, yes.
Right. A lot of people on the right in general now push back on the fact that the left is individualistic at all. Like they think the left is just collectivist. And I don't think that's a good reading of the left. And this is a point in favor of that. Like how can you like a fundamental belief system of yours is that society, this outside force, is corrupting you as an individual, and it's your job to let your authentic self come out from within to avoid the societal pressures, the societal norms pushing in on you, telling you to be a manly man or to get rid of your tomboy abs or whatever society is pressuring you. That's a totally individualistic outlook.
Yeah.
That's completely individualistic. That's not collectivist at all.
Well, it seems like both extremes on the left and the right are collectivists. Well, and it seems like in America anyway, the moderates are kind of more individualistically focused.
Conceptually, I think of collectivism as putting the needs of the collective above the needs of the individual. Now, that's detestable in my eyes as a red-blooded individualist American.
Yes.
In America, we put the needs of the individual above the needs of the collective. We do have institutions where people do put the needs of the collective over the individuals, and thank goodness those are all opt-in institutions. Obviously, the draft is a leftover vestigial part of that of the military, but I don't think today it's an all-volunteer military, correct? So
well, yeah, I don't think you can just simply say that in America we put the individual over the collective, because I mean it's obviously not 100% true. When we talk about voting, it's whoever the majority vote wins, right?
We don't force people to vote though.
No, but I'm saying the policies that are implemented are via the voting, democratic process.
Right, but the whole idea of the Bill of Rights is to...
I know we provide extra protections for the individual from the majority.
Correct.
Right. But obviously there are situations in all cultures, and even in our culture, where the majority rule outweighs the minority. I think, so I'm just saying, I don't think you should make a blanket statement like that. It's more just that in our society, we acknowledge that the individual needs protections from the group.
Right, but in any society, you're going to have situations where the collective takes precedent over the individual, and situations where the individual takes precedent over the collective.
Right.
In American society, we try to maximize individual freedom. So we try,
right.
So we do push as much as we can. Even situations where law enforcement and police, obviously you're risking your life for America, right? I mean, an America, the collective of America, the group of America, whatever you want to call it. So you are placing the needs of America over your own individual needs. If you're in a military, the classic example is the soldier that jumps on the hand grenade, right, to save his platoon. Obviously, that's not good for him, but it's definitely good for the platoon. And it's definitely good for America because a lot of people on the right say, you know, freedom isn't free. Without people willing to sacrifice for themselves, then America wouldn't even be a thing. So, but those institutions are opt-in. So, I mean, you can't really say, like in a fascist society, they wouldn't be opt-in. They'd be like, military service would be mandatory.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think a better way of saying what you said originally would be that in America, we try to maximize, as you said, individual freedoms. We try to maximize the individual not being subjugated by the group as much as possible.
Right. Yeah.
Because it still obviously happens to some degree. I don't think you can have a society with that. I mean, I don't think you can literally have a society without that to some extent. But,
I mean, aside from criminal behavior where you're breaking the law and being incarcerated, where does that happen?
Well, what do you mean? Every law, every regulation, you can disagree with it on an individual level. It doesn't matter.
I guess like speed limit you're talking about.
Anything.
Yeah.
Speed limit, taxes, taxation, theft arguments, all that stuff.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But
flawed. Another fact of life that the left finds too painful to acknowledge is the existence of profound differences between men and women. There is no other explanation for the denial of what has been obvious to every previous generation in history, that men and women are inherently different. This denial is certainly not the result of scientific inquiry. The more science learns about the male brain and the female brain, not to mention male and female hormones, the more it confirms important built-in differences between the sexes. Yet men...
So, I mean, I agree with all this. I don't know how that's a painful truth.
Yeah, I don't, yeah. I guess, I mean, does the left see it as a painful truth? Some people, I think, do.
I guess, yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, I would think people on the right and the average person doesn't see it as a painful truth.
Well, female hierarchies and male hierarchies are so different. I could see somebody being in one hierarchy and understanding how the other hierarchy works and being like, oh God, I wish I was in the other hierarchy. This hierarchy, in the male machismo hierarchy where you're competing on, sports or athletics or I could see people being like, oh man, I just want to be in the catty female hierarchy where everybody just snipes at each other. I guess both hierarchies have their difficulties, their challenges. Of course.
They all have their challenges and their pros and cons. Yeah.
But the left is generally in denial that these hierarchies even exist.
Yeah.
People influenced by left-wing thought believe that girls are as happy to play with trucks as are boys, and boys are as happy to play with dolls and tea sets as are girls. Why do they believe such silliness? Because acknowledging many of those differences is painful. For example, feminists and others on the left.
This imports too much conscious thought into any of this. I think that's a problem.
Right.
None of this is conscious at all. It's all intuitive based.
Well, they want to believe in a world that's innately fair, and there is some unfairness in biological sex differences.
Yeah, no, I think that's the primary thing. People on the left generally want to believe that they can construct a world that is innately fair. And so obviously then they're going to be sort of they're going to pre-assume certain things, and they're going to be drawn to conclusions that could be wrong. Conclusions like people are born as blank slates. Because if people are born as blank slates, then yes, then you can make a perfectly fair and just world, through social conditioning.
Yeah.
Do not want to acknowledge that men are far more capable of having emotionally meaningless sex than women. Therefore,
Well, that's 100% true.
That is true.
Nailed it.
Is that a painful truth? Maybe if you're a woman.
I mean, it is a painful truth if you're a woman. It really is. Oh, and they're so good at pretending they're having emotionally meaningful sex.
Yes, yes.
Remember back in the day when people, let women in on the fact that men were pigs?
I know.
They just told them straight out. Nowadays, they're like, oh, yes. They don't give them a heads up anymore, do they?
Well, no, nowadays they're like, listen, you can be a pig too, okay? Why
you're right. You're right.
Why do men get a monopoly on pig behavior?
You're right. You're right. So sad.
feminism has taught generations of young women that they are just as capable of enjoying emotionless sex with many partners as are men. The fact is that the great majority of women are deeply dissatisfied with the hookup culture and yearn to bond with a man, even more than they yearn for professional success. But feminism...
Mm-hmm. A moment of silence?
Well, who says like women are deeply dissatisfied with hookup culture?
Right.
If they are, it's a dissatisfaction that is produced much later in their life. I don't think women are really that dissatisfied with hookup culture.
I think they are dissatisfied in the sense that I don't think our culture adequately warns them about the premium men place on female female, I don't want to say virginity, but that's basically the thing. What is it? Anti-promiscuity? What's the opposite of promiscuity?
Chastity.
Chastity, that's the word I'm looking for. I don't think our society adequately prepares women for the premium many men place on female chastity.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, maybe that's true, but I'm thinking more along the lines of, when you talk about hookup culture and dating apps and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Now, maybe I'm just not seeing it because I'm a piggish, brutish male. But whenever I see people complaining about that, it's never women complaining about that. It's always men complaining about that.
Complaining about what?
About hookup culture and dating apps. Because, and this has been said to death a million times, most women are able to pick from like the top 10 or 20% of males on the dating apps.
Yes.
Where a lot of guys just get left out.
Yes, yeah.
So it seems like women are totally fine with this. As I'm saying, it seems like men are far more aggrieved, or at least have a feeling of aggrievement towards sort of the current hookup culture than women do.
Right, because they place a high premium on female chastity that is nowhere to be found.
It's not because of that. It's because they just are basically shut out of the dating market, or at least they feel like they're shut out of the dating or the fucking market, I guess, really, because not dating. They feel like they're shut out of the hookup market. Because, since men are pigs and have much lower standards.
But they also are shut out of the marriage market too, because if women are taking advantage of the hookup culture and then, they want to settle down, a lot that offends a lot of men, that they're like hooking up with someone who's already, enjoyed the dating market more than they have.
Yeah, exactly.
There is an unfairness there.
Right. So I'm only just contending that, to me, it seems like, from my experience, I could be wrong, I hear men complaining way more about the hookup culture than I ever hear women complaining about it.
Right.
When I hear women complain about it, it's always like, oh, I just meet losers on these apps. Like, I don't hear about them like complaining about not being able to get anyone.
Right.
They're just dissatisfied with sort of the population or the crop of men that they interact with. So.
Yes. Yeah.
Came up with the false phrase, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle, to counter the painful reality that most women feel incomplete without a man in their life, just as, I might add, Most men feel incomplete without a woman. Ironically, however, most men have no trouble acknowledging this. This is what the notion of political incorrectness is all about. The very definition of politically incorrect is a truth that people on the left find too painful to acknowledge and therefore do not want expressed. To cite yet another...
What the hell? That's political incorrect. That's political incorrectness?
No, I've never heard that definition.
That's wild. I feel like a complete non sequitur just took place.
Well,
this
really
is a definition of political incorrectness?
He's really trying to just hit everything under the same brush. I mean, my understanding of political incorrectness has always just been to say something that is deemed, you know, offensive to a group of people.
Sure. Yeah. But
but something that doesn't necessarily rise to the level of like bigotry.
The fact,
you know, standard level of bigotry. But.
The fact that some men and women want to be in a monogamous relationship, like, I don't think stating that is politically incorrect.
Right.
I think it's pretty common that people understand. The majority of people want to be in a monogamous relationship.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Another example, why are many young black males in prison?
Okay, Sitch. What just happened here? What just happened? Okay, so... Okay. What is this? Because sometimes I wonder if this really is like dog whistling to a certain portion of PragerU's audience.
I listen. I don't think this is dog whistling. I don't think Dennis Prager is racist or anything.
Well, I don't think he's racist, but look,
right? Well, okay. Here's the problem. This is what I was talking about earlier. So they talk about earlier. They bring like that example of that people are born crappy.
Yes.
Basically, which I agree with.
But now it looks like he means, and by crappy I mean being born, you know, black. That's what it sounds like he means.
First of all, it was weird that when you talked about people being born not innocent, he immediately brings up the example of crime.
Right.
Okay.
I know.
So that would imply, right. So that's implying that that criminality is like born into people to some extent. And then a couple minutes later, he brings up black people commit more crimes. And I'm just like, Dennis, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
No, stop.
Yeah.
Dennis, what are you doing? Stop.
Not a good look. Good look.
I'm completely shocked that Zoe, when she covered this video, didn't talk about. She missed this. She completely missed this.
Did she miss it, or is she trying to be good faith here?
She could be trying to be good faith. I mean, that's definitely possible. She would be trying to be good faith. But I don't know. I think she would have brought it up if she realized, if she noticed. But
I'm sure Vosh covers this video in a much different way. 90% of Vosh's videos are responding to PragerU and Ben Shapiro.
There you go.
That's like his bread and butter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were like the big right-wing videos for a while. I feel like, I don't know what happened. I feel like PragerU sort of fallen out of favor.
Yeah. Yeah, they have.
I wonder, is that just that, you know, fads, things wax and wane? Or is there some algorithmic screwy going around with it? Because I feel like I didn't generally watch PragerU videos very often, except when we cover them occasionally. But I feel like I would see them very often in my recommendations, and I don't really see them in my recommendations anymore.
Yeah.
So
maybe they have a case going against YouTube for algorithmic monkey business.
PragerU does?
Yeah.
Oh, well, interesting.
Yeah. They think YouTube has been messing with them.
Maybe they're right. I mean, if they weren't already, maybe they are now.
After this video.
Oh, wait. It says Google defeats conservative nonprofits YouTube censorship appeal.
What do you think the description for that graphic was that they gave to the animator of the black guy in jail? What do you think they like?
What do you mean? They put,
Well,
put
I
black
mean,
guy behind bars.
it just the slamming behind bars. Oh, it's
Yes.
just so like, what are they going for here?
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad. It's so bad. They fall. There's a caricature that the left makes of conservatives that I think a lot of smart conservatives try to avoid falling into that caricature.
Mm-hmm.
But Dennis Prager just like stepped right into it here.
He opened the door.
He did.
Very, very confidently and strutted right into that.
He did.
Yes.
He did. Look, I'm here to talk. I'm waiting for him to bring up 1350 in this video.
Yeah.
I'm ready. He's going to go full 1350, isn't he?
So they unfortunately PragerU lost its lawsuit against YouTube 2 years ago. So that's not
it's
a thing
over
anymore. But
okay.
yeah, I'm not. And it wasn't really about the
Ouch.
algorithm. It was about they had put some of PragerU's videos in restricted mode or something.
Right. Probably this one.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we
The
found
reason
it.
is too painful for the left to acknowledge, and therefore it is politically incorrect to say it. Young black males commit a disproportionate amount of violent crime.
See, this is so bad.
Well, but see, he's not even living up to his quote unquote truth because
Yes, I know.
I mean, people on the left don't not acknowledge that young black males commit a disproportionate amount of crime, especially violent crime. The question is why does that occur?
Yeah. And we know why, correct?
Do we?
Well, it's funny that the conservatives always find this argument when they're talking about wealth disparity. They say, listen, it's a demographic problem. You don't understand. Blacks are a much younger demographic.
Right, that is a good point.
As soon as they get to be an older demographic, the wealth disparity will disappear, right? Well, if they're a younger demographic and more young males commit more crime, and there's more young black males and young white males, what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. That's definitely a big part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think a lot of this also is, the woke agenda shooting themselves in the foot. They're the ones that are out there producing all of this content saying how society is against you and there's no way you're going to get ahead, and there's a white supremacist culture surrounding you that doesn't want to see you succeed.
Yep.
If that was the message I was getting every single day, I mean, a life of crime sounds pretty awesome to me.
Right. Why should I engage in society? Why should I study or why should I try to play by the rules if I'm told that the society will A, try to screw me over every chance I get, and then B, even if I am not screwed over by participating in the society, I'm actually participating in whiteness. And I'm actually renouncing my own race and oppression and participating in a white supremacist system.
Yeah. Yes. I'm
totally
validating
insane.
My oppressors.
Right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. So I mean, that's one of the things that we're constantly fighting against. I mean, it's innate in the woke ideology. So that's a huge part of the problem.
Yep.
And why are there speech codes on virtually all college campuses? Because the left doesn't want to hear facts or opinions that cause them pain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Something like woke speech codes. Okay. I understand. Well, is it pain? I mean, it's offense. I guess you're sort of. I guess we're kind of getting at Sitch's law.
Pain.
How are we defining pain? I guess it is pain.
Emotional distress. Yeah.
Right.
Their argument now is causing emotional distress. There's enough scientific literature that actually is a harm that they can go as far as calling violence. I
don't think. And Zoe brings up something in her video that I think is very interesting and far more interesting than what Dennis lands on. And we'll talk about it when we get there. It's the what's it called? The regulatory focus theory thing.
Right.
And because I mean, like if someone's burning an American flag and someone on the right wants to make that illegal, and part of the speech code, what's happening there? Are they trying to avoid pain by seeing the American flag being burned?
Yes.
This was a very big deal in the 60s with, there was so much protest against the war in Vietnam, and a lot of colleges and a lot of conservatives wanted to make it illegal, essentially, to protest the war in Vietnam. And is that an avoidance of pain, or is there something else going on there? I don't think it's so simple to just say like one side wants to avoid pain and the other side doesn't.
The other side's down with pain.
Right. It's like, really? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
That's why the left developed what it calls trigger warnings. A trigger warning, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary, is
when you're about to talk about January 6th in front of your conservative audience. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let's hear what his definition is.
Quote, a statement at the start of a piece of writing, video, etc., alerting the reader or viewer to the fact that it contains potentially distressing material, unquote. That's why the left constantly speaks about being made uncomfortable and about feeling offended.
Though definitely, I will say the left has definitely taken that to a new... Well, have they taken it to a new level, or just a new level in modern terms?
Well, I mean, the conservative right during the 80s, how was that any different?
Mm-hmm. The religious right.
Yeah, the religious right. Remember the piss Christ? The Mapplethorpe nudes.
Blasphemy. Well, that's what this is.
Tax money paid for this pornography.
Right.
I'm offended.
Well, and I think that's really what's going on here when we talk about wokeness is a religion and it's a cult, because that's essentially what's going on. It's just people have these blasphemy laws in effect, and blasphemy laws can exist on either the left or the right. And the left right now, I would say, is definitely dominating the space of creating blasphemy laws 100%. But it doesn't mean, and I guess that's where people fall in the trap with, especially people who have just entered politics in the last 10 years. It doesn't mean that blasphemy laws are inherent to left-wing thought, because I don't think they are. I think it's just inherent to ideologues, essentially. And whoever has the power to enact blasphemy laws will attempt to do so.
Our talk with Carefree Wandering, Dr. Mauler, he said something that made a big impression on me about America being America is unable to avoid its religious foundation, and that wokeism is just another religious revival, just a secular one instead of a religious one. That makes a lot of sense to me. We still all have those that really, old-timey religion in our society in ways that just, it needs a social outlet. And if there isn't the context of Christianity left, then it's going to find another way to manifest. And that's exactly what wokeism is.
Well, he says that that's an American thing. I think that's just a human thing. I don't think that's an American. I don't think that's unique to America.
Well, America's founding, though, was people fleeing religious persecution. So, I mean, that is kind of our heritage. So if you have generations and generations of people coming who are fleeing religious persecution, they're the people who, want to be religious in a way that is feverish, right?
Right. I understand that. I'm just saying, when the Pilgrims came here, the 1600s or whatever, I don't think that feeling has survived for 400 years in our country. And that's what's fueling this now.
You think people are coming here now because it's not necessarily, it's like economic freedom more than...
I'm saying, no, what I'm saying...
Religious freedom.
Well, obviously that is the case for most people. But what I'm saying is that this sort of human propensity towards creating religions around concepts. That just seems to be a very completely human thing that exists in every country and every culture. I don't think it's an American thing.
I think religiosity, though.
Like, but look at, okay, China's like the perfect example. Like you look at the communist regime in China, especially
Right.
20, 30, 40 years ago, it was totally, deifying. They totally, the state and the communist and Mao and all this stuff, they were definitely raised up almost in a godlike level, even though they were supposed to be so virulently anti-religion. But they were definitely worshipped. They had their whole host of blasphemy laws. The whole thing was just like a giant religious cult.
Okay, bringing up China, it does make an interesting point, and it's something I hadn't really considered, but there is an aspect to religions that proselytize versus religions that don't. And in America, we do, like, the Christianity is a religion that proselytizes, and most of the sects are based around proselytizing, most of the religious sects. So if it creates kind of these different competing moral universes that are competing for, members and status in a way that you don't have in China. You really don't have competing. I mean, it's really just like the communist. Are they even? I mean, I think China's secular, and I think the problem of the Uyghurs is that they're too religious, right?
Yeah, but it's just like with wokeness. Wokeness isn't.
But it's a competing religion, and it is a proselytizing religion. You can't argue that.
Right, but so is the state religion of China.
Is it like a proselytizing, or is it just a, like, you're in this? Is it like the Church of England? You're just there.
Of course, it's well. I guess what do you mean by proselyte? Like it's enforced.
I mean competing for members in a way that. China's not competing for members based
right. It's
on,
not.
Yeah.
They're not proselytizing outside of China, I guess.
Wokeness is competing
maybe they are.
for
I don't know.
members.
Maybe that's what they're doing in Africa. Who knows?
Catholicism is competing for members. Mormonism is competing for members.
I don't understand what your broader point is.
My broader point is that if you have this kind of marketplace of religions that are competing for members, then you're going to get a kind of almost like an economy of different product formations that you're not going to get in a place that has just one religion that everybody subscribes to.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
But you're going to also get some kind of moral innovation going on as well that you're not going to necessarily get. I mean, this seems, this is why wokeness is like a new religion that is competing for members. I mean, it's out competing. I mean, I would argue like it's bizarre. And I've listened to some talks with Robert Putnam where he's talked about this. Like the downfall of Christianity was really back in the 80s. He postulates, and he's done some surveys on this, that the hard anti-gay movement of the religious right in the 80s drove a lot of young people out of the church. And those people obviously didn't drive the religiosity out of them. Well, wokeness is an entire religion built on the basis of...
I agree with everything you're saying. But the only thing I was contending, and it sounds like you agree with me, was just that this shouldn't be, if Mauler was classifying this as a uniquely American thing, that's the only thing I'm contending. I'm saying this is a human behavior. This isn't an American behavior.
Well, I'm contending that there are societies that don't have separation of church and state, where they have competing religious systems.
But that's kind
and
of
I don't know about
China.
China. I don't think China has separation of church and state in a way where they have competing.
I'm not sure if they ever did, because if they had a culture that was based around the emperor being appointed by God, then there is obviously no separation of church and state. But that doesn't. But that's not like but what does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Well, what is the purpose of proselytizing in a place like China where everybody is just all in the same religion anyway.
Okay, proselytizing has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Well, what do you think? What do you think the religiosity is based around? Like the idea of having a revival. Mm-hmm. I get maybe the separation here is just I was raised Christian and you were raised Jewish. So like Judaism, there is no proselytizing.
I don't know I don't understand why you keep coming back to proselytizing. That has nothing to do with what I said.
Okay.
I just said, the point of religion from an evolutionary perspective is obviously something based around like the same point as morality. It's unifying groups of people,
right,
according to so they can work together.
Right. And there's two
ways to be
successful. Right. And there's two ways to grow your group.
Yeah, either through having more children or by conquering people.
Or proselytizing.
Well, that would, you could proselytize through religion, right?
You can, I guess that's like the nice way of, I mean, it doesn't,
right.
Persuading people to join your religion, it doesn't sound like conquering them, but I mean, it's not like you're pulling them into the van
ideological
and
conquering
them.
As opposed to, physical, sure, whatever. But anyway, but my point is that religion and religiosity and people, the tendency for humans to sort of organize around religion in an organized way definitely seems to be an evolved tendency within humans. And I'm just saying it's not a uniquely American experience. And
well, I think
Mauler is incorrect in that assessment.
Well, it's uniquely American in the sense that we have separation of church and state, because before there were no competing religions within the state before that adaptation.
Okay.
So you don't have proselytizing in that situation.
Okay. I don't understand, but whatever, we can move on.
Made uncomfortable or feeling offended is, after all, painful. Take the left-wing bumper sticker idea. War is not the answer. The painful truth is that war is often the only answer to great evil. Nazi death camps were liberated by soldiers fighting a war, not by peace activists or by peaceful dialogue with the German regime, but having to acknowledge the moral necessity of war.
That's right, and that's why we should be in favor of giving arms to Ukraine, right? Because peace isn't the answer.
Oh, such a contradiction.
Well, to be fair, I don't know what Dennis Prager's position. I wouldn't be surprised if Dennis Prager is very pro-Ukraine. I don't know about that.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm just saying it's not a left-right divide. It's so funny because the right has become very isolationist on the war front recently. So
that's the direction we're ultimately going to go. But
yeah, probably.
Is too painful a truth for many on the left. One might say that leftism appeals to those who wish to remain innocent, growing up and facing the fact that life is messy, difficult, and painful is increasingly a conservative point of view. I'm Dennis Prager.
Okay, wow.
Okay, it's kind of it's kind of a whatever video.
Yeah.
Things I agree, things I don't.
Left
it's very
versus
overly.
right.
I mean, it's 5 minutes, so it's a very overly simplified video. But right wing good, left wing bad. Kind of what we expect from a typical PragerU video.
There is a sense that self-sacrifice is.
The other day,
is self-sacrifice both something on the left and the right? I feel like the right is more down with self-sacrifice.
So okay, this is the problem. Was it who were we talking to on last Tuesday? Was last Tuesday
Christian
or Tuesday?
Riley,
or maybe it was the Tuesday before last Tuesday? When do we have the Colin stream?
Before last Tuesday.
Okay,
yeah.
Who were we talking about that kept wanting to label conservatism as libertarian?
I can't remember, but I do remember that.
Yeah, we've talked to him twice, so I apologize that I've forgotten.
Right.
But but this is my big problem with labeling conservatism as libertarian, because it's so not. It's so completely not. If you look at like more far right conservatism and far left leftism, they're both about collectivism. They're both about collectivism, and they're both about group orientation and the individual basically sacrificing for the group and the collective.
Fascism and communism.
Right, exactly. Fascism and communism both are about sacrificing for the group.
Yeah.
Completely. And so that's what I'm just saying. It's not like there's not a simple left-right dichotomy on this question, at least in how we conceptualize left-right in today's standards. So.
Yes. Yeah.
In our amazing liberalism society. I was actually thinking about this when watching this video and watching Zoe's video throughout the week. I kind of think, and I say this as someone who's not a libertarian, I think libertarian ideology is what made America the greatest country on the planet Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think more so than sort of the religious aspect, it seems like baked into American culture from the beginning, which I think makes it more unique than other countries, was a strong libertarian attitude. And I think that's what promoted success in America for 400 years.
It takes the will to power, something Francis Fukuyama calls Caesarism, in a positive direction, where that will to power normally would have been aimed at subjugating people. It aims it at positive society forming outlets. I'm reading the book now, Gunfight, the battle over the right to bear arms in America, and it's about a Supreme Court case on the Second Amendment, and the guy who started, the guy that wanted to take the case to the Supreme Court. They basically lay out how Supreme Court cases form. And his impetus was, this is going to be historical. I'm going to go down in the history books, right? That's aiming that will to power down to the level of the individual, and just inspires this guy to do something amazing. There's so many different aspects to that in American society, so many different outlets for people to struggle to be amazing, that I just think, it unleashes that spirit in everybody. Something amazing. Sitch. All right, Sitch is left.
The other day, I was browsing YouTube on my phone, and I ran across this community post from PragerU. This post contained a poll with a single sentence.
I didn't leave. I heard everything you were saying, okay?
Sure.
You're just going on and on about some book you read, so I was like, I'm going to go take a nap. I'm just kidding. Let me read some super chats. Jack of Spades for $20. Thank you so much, Jack. Says, happy 200th episode. Figured in the spirit of the show, this super chat would be late and gay to also get a new job, so I can't listen to the shows at work anymore. So could you cut the length of shows in half or talk twice as fast? Okay, thanks. Well, I hope your new job is a better job, at least financially, to compensate for the loss of being able to listen to me and Adam White.
There is a 2x speed on the video. You could just speed it up.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Bruns, thanks so much for joining Free Will Seeker for 2 months. Says, okay, I re-upped J-Max gift like Adam asked. But it's a little morbid for Adam to also say our family must keep payments going in case we die prematurely.
Well, okay.
There you go. But thank you so much. I think Bruns is the first person, at least, to publicly say that they are re-upping J-Max gifts. So thank you, Bruns.
Yes, that's great.
CT. Why CT is a member, I don't know, for 5 months. Says, happy anniversary. What did you get me? What do we get? We need to get CT a gift, Adam.
For her 5-month anniversary of the channel?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Thank you, CT.
What is 5 months? Isn't it a potato theme?
I'm not sure.
Gift at
Usually
5 months?
It goes in years, but
okay.
Yeah, starts getting good at 5 years, I think.
Speaking of Potato, thank you so much, Potato. Oh my God, fighting for the role of now our surrogate stepfather. Potato has gifted another 50 subs. Thank you, Potato.
Wow, Potato's going crazy.
Potato's been going crazy with memberships.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lazy Annihilator, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Majin, thank you so much for 2 months. Free Will Seeker says, hey, my sweet snow peas, take my membership every bit. Wanting a reminder to make about 5 gross tentacle-based images involving CT. No, bad Majin. We will show only, listen, Majin, I will show only sexual images that make Adam feel uncomfortable, okay? No one else.
I mean, we did show some that made CT feel uncomfortable, which was fun.
But going forward, okay, I only want Adam to feel uncomfortable.
Right.
That's the only thing that's allowed.
Just me. Okay. Thanks.
Just Adam. That's the joke. Caravan 502 for $20. Thank you so much. Says the right's view can be summed up by Erudite's quote, every generation is invaded by barbarians. We call them children. That's hilarious. I like that. The right values institutions such as family, school, etc., as forming individuals for society. Well, that's what's weird, because the right used to value those institutions, and then now that sort of the left has consumed a lot of these institutions, the right has basically said fuck all these institutions.
Right. Well, they're trying to rebuild new institutions.
I guess we'll see. I'm curious as to how that will play out.
School choice, I mean, it's one
School
direction.
Choice,
yeah.
But that's a good quote. Every generation is invaded by barbarians. We call them children. That's a great quote.
It is, yeah.
Daniel the Bruce, thanks so much for the $20, says this is apropos of nothing, but there's a fight on the thank you. But a fight on the Centrist Militia Discord server. Do you use the fly in your underwear to pee, the front door method, or do you pull the waistband down, the up and over method?
I mean, it's depends upon the situation, really. I mean,
that's true. Well, it depends on what pants you're wearing, doesn't it?
Of course, yeah. If sometimes you don't have a fly, so it's not an option.
Like if you are wearing a belt, okay.
Normally, I just pull my pants down around my ankles and pee that way, but
yeah. Normally, Adam, when he goes to the bathroom, when I met Adam at VidCon, we went to the bathroom, and I was very shocked to see that Adam, he just dropped his pants on the ground. He lifted up his shirt, and he just.
Yeah. No. I mean,
he went full butters on me. I'm like, Adam,
why not take the opportunity, to breathe a little?
But to answer the question, first of all, I don't even know why you're arguing about this animal. It's a stupid argument because it depends entirely on what's going on. If you're wearing a belt, you use the zipper, use the fly, and then obviously you use the fly hole in your underwear, assuming your underwear has one. Like, what kind of mad, insane person is going to pull their zipper down and then reach into their underwear and pull that, try to pull that down below their dick and then try to pee through that? That's insane. Yeah. But if you don't have a belt, say you're jogging, you're wearing,
oh yeah,
got home from jogging, you're wearing your little mesh elastic shorts, right? You just pull it all down, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to pull. Who's going to pull down the top of their pants and then stick their dick through the little hole in their underwear? That's insane.
Yeah.
You got to do the same thing for both. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I'm very glad you brought this up, Daniel. This is very important for our morality.
I hope this is helpful. Yeah. For you kids out there that don't know how to properly pee.
Oh no. See, I hope that this was insightful for all the women in our
audience,
who are wondering
the other day
how exactly is it that a guy pees. Okay,
what the fuck? Oh, sorry.
So
go ahead.
There you go. I really hope the women have learned some useful knowledge here.
Yes, for all of you and all of you trans men out there who want want to know how to do it right, do it authentically.
Lord McTheobald, the real question is, do women use the fly or do they pull it down? That's the real question. Lord McTheobald, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Bruh Moment, thank you so much for being 2 months Free Will Seeker. Said, happy 200 guys. Sorry I'm a bit late, lol, but I'll like you hear you guys dive down the Andrew Tate hole. Personally, I find him hilarious and A-team for life.
Well, thank you for the A-team.
I don't think I've seen any Andrew Tate content.
Yeah, I haven't either. So
who's that? Oh, is that the?
Oh, I think I have seen some
guy.
Andrew Tate stuff. Yeah.
Okay, it's that guy.
Yes.
Doomer sent some super chats, but I'm gonna ignore them because it's Doomer. Guy for $20 says obviously the cause of crime is multifactorial, but if age was the overriding factor in crime and wealth, Hispanics would the poorest and most crime-prone demographic, Asians wouldn't be one of the richest, etc. No, yeah. Well, the thing is, that's why I said it's definitely part of it. Crime is obviously multifactorial.
Of course.
But I don't want to go into like the whole breakdown of everything.
Sure. Yeah.
Zach Lewis for $20 says, saw you guys on EFAP a while back and have loved watching you since. Well, thank you, Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200. Knock Knock says the opposite of the far left is libertarian. Ipso facto, far right is libertarian. Anyone arguing, you forgot some ad hom, ad proxim, vis-a-vis, ergo. Anyway, anyone arguing otherwise is a socialist, distancing themselves from the nationalistic socialists. Well, there you go. There you go. Satoshi laying it all out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Satoshi. Dagon High Tide for $20 says, would you say conservatives believe humans have a nature to some degree, while leftists believe that humans are entirely malleable? That definitely is the current situation we are in, yes. That the right believes humans, not just to some degree, but to a large degree, have nature that kind of dictates them. And the leftists believe that humans don't. Now, this isn't, and I want to be clear, this isn't an inherent quality. I think leftism and rightism, or defense and offense, cultural defense and cultural offense, I think cultural defense and cultural offense is an inherent evolved tendency. The idea that the right believes more in nature and the left believes more in blank slate is not an inherent evolved tendency. That is an ideological cultural precept created by communism and socialism, because it was the left not so long ago, well, I guess a long time ago, in the 1920s, it was the progressives who were very big in favor of eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the left in the 1920s was very big on board of nature having large influence on people and trying to change results via nature. So,
well, even in the context of the PragerU video that we just watched, PragerU is saying humans have a nature that is malleable, because he's conceding that, you know, people are born evil and that they need to be socialized into. Yes, that's a malleable change.
Yeah, no, that's true. But the right definitely seems to think humans are less malleable than the left. Yes, but still malleable, obviously, to some degree.
Yeah,
to even a large degree. So, Equishadox, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers for 3 months. Says Adam, how's the Postmates diet working? Your work wife Sitch needs you in top form. Thanks for supplying us with buckets and buckets of free will.
Sweet. Postmates diet. I'm not on a Postmates diet.
Okay.
But
first of all, we all learned last stream that Adam is my work wife. Okay.
I thought we learned that you were my work wife and I was your work husband.
No. One of us was very open with saying what they believed, and one of us was like...
One of us was pretending to listen, but not listening.
One of us was like, listen, Adam, if you remember last stream, Adam was like, Sitch, where do you want to eat? And I'm like...
One of us was remembering incorrectly, and one of us
and I'm
is
like, well, I want to
correctly.
eat here. And you're like, no, I don't want to eat there. So I said, well, Adam, where do you want to eat? And you're like, I don't know, you decide. And then I had to go through the list of every restaurant that ever exists within a 20-mile radius of our house just to find the one that I knew Adam wanted to go to in the beginning. Okay.
Which is weird. So the fight was really over what video we should watch. And you picked the Amazing Atheist video, which I, was like, this guy? You don't watch this guy? This fucking boring guy?
Mm-hmm.
And then he got all butthurt that we watched his video.
And it was great.
So it actually turned out great. So, yeah, no. I mean, he signal boosted us a little bit there.
Daniel the Bruce wants to clarify for $5. He said, I said underwear. Guys on centrist militia are saying they unzip the fly in their pants and then pull down the underwear waistband to go pee.
That's ridiculous.
That is insane. That's completely insane.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Unless you had to. Like that's totally crazy.
That's nuts.
I think I've like been in that situation a couple times when I'm somewhere like cold, like because listen, I'm a Florida guy and I go like somewhere snowing, it's like freezing and I'm wearing like multiple layers of pants and I'm like, oh no. Like I have to like unzip and then pull like the pants down underneath. It's like a big hassle. But yeah, that's insane. Why would anyone choose to do that? I don't know. That's totally crazy to me. That's totally crazy. I don't know who does that, but they need to stop. Those people need to be stopped. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Those people we need laws against this kind of behavior. This is degenerate behavior destroying our society.
It's immoral, but should it be illegal?
Yes. Yes. Both.
Oh, both? I wasn't aware that was an option.
It should be both immoral and illegal. God.
But that means you believe in slavery or something.
Mm-hmm. Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. Thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 5 months. Says, not sure how many months since this is inaccurate. Regardless, your favorite TMT supervillain will be here for the long haul to my favorite centrist S-Class is Biscosta. And AJ reigns supreme. Thank you.
J-Mac for $10 says, real men don't have this dilemma because we go commando.
Listen, Jay.
Uh-huh.
My surrogate father, I love you with all my heart and soul. Commando is a bad idea.
Commando.
Commando's a bad... You don't want to get certain things stuck in zippers that don't belong to be stuck in zippers, okay?
Normally when you're going commando, you don't go with a zipper. That's dangerous, but...
Oh, unless you're like a porn star and you have like the pants that has like the buttons on it instead of the zipper. Which I've never seen like in a normal clothing shop. So I don't even know where they get those fucking things.
Button fly's like a thing.
Yeah, the weird button fly thing. That's so bizarre to me. But
really?
You have button fly
button fly jeans, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, a bunch of them.
I've never even seen those. Like every time I go to a store, I've never in my life seen a button fly jean.
Levi's 501 button fly jeans.
Why would you? Why?
That's like the norm.
Why would you want that?
Because it's like the norm.
Wait, the norm where?
I guess in California. I guess
oh my God, you guys are degenerates. Everyone's wearing porn pants in California.
It seems like everyone that visits from Europe or whatever, like their ultimate goal is to stock up on Levi jeans. It's so weird. It's like, oh, I got to get Levi's while I'm here.
Oh my God.
Like they don't have Levi's in Europe or something.
Maybe they don't. I don't know. I have. This isn't. I don't know where you guys live. Okay, I've worn Levi jeans my entire life. Here in Florida, they're all zippers. I've never seen button fly Levi jeans anywhere.
I mean,
I don't know what magical Levi jean store you guys are going.
Normally, the nerds get the zipper fly jeans.
What?
It's the cool kids that get the button fly.
Okay, that's this is the exact thing I want. I want when I go to the bathroom to have to spend like the extra seconds to unbutton the 3 buttons instead of just spending like a quarter of a second going zip.
Well, okay. I mean,
what's even the point? The only point is if you're going commando. There's no other point to have them.
I work most of the time, like 90% of the time, my fly's down anyway. It's just faster.
Adam just walks around with just hanging out.
I actually do.
So he's just prepared to go to the bathroom at any moment.
Occasionally, I leave the house so rarely that it's like, occasionally I'll find myself at the grocery store and I'll be like, my fly is down.
He's like, I've been walking around this grocery store with my dick out this entire time and no one pointed it out.
I'll catch like my reflection in the dairy case and I'll be like, how do I casually button my fly here?
I don't understand what the point is. Safety is the point. Okay. I've never been in the something about Mary situation. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe I guess if some people have had bad experiences, you could go to the buttons, but
everyone's saying button flies are women's pants. It's so okay.
That's true. I have seen them on women's pants. I've never seen them on guy pants. I've seen them on women's jeans.
Nerd Patrol.
Maybe Adam, you've been shopping in the women's jeans aisle this whole time.
Oh yeah. It's the women's jeans. You're right. That's what I've been doing accidentally.
I see. Okay, it all makes sense now. I got you. Old school for 3 months. Thank you so much. Says right-wing liberal here or a conservative defending America's liberal traditions. Love both you guys, A team and S class. Well, thank you, old school.
Yeah,
it's truly the old school position. Hurl, hey, thanks so much for being 5-month member of Discipline Equals Freedom. Says here for the monthly frill units and use them to say that A team reigns supreme.
Why?
Unless when they have GBPDS.
Great Britain
derangement syndrome.
Police Department syndrome. I don't know. Yeah.
What is GBPDS?
I don't know.
What is that?
Thank you for the A team reigns supreme. One day, Sitch will say it energetically, wholeheartedly.
Next, Adam, you'll be telling me that people wear Velcro flies. Okay, instead of buttons.
Velcro fly.
It goes.
I think that would be harder than the buttons.
Why would that be harder? What do you mean? You literally just pull it apart and then put it back together.
Yeah, but you'd have to do the top too.
Jordan Peterson? Oh, maybe he meant J instead of G.
Oh, Jordan Peterson. Oh.
Gordon B. Peterson. The Gordon B. Peterson derangement.
That's what it is. That's what
well, thank you, Hurlhead. Gross breast product?
I mean, I'm trying to go with my Zen Jordan Peterson take, but so frustrating.
Now see, this is the thing. See, you have the virgin GDP, the gross domestic product, and you have the Chad GBP, gross breast product. Okay. How much breast does your society produce a year?
Domestic breast.
The gross breast domestic product.
Come on. Listen,
it's a comedy show.
Look, B might watch this video. We can't be total sexist pigs. B.
Who might watch? V.
B.
B radio?
No, B as in a bee in your bonnet.
Oh.
Isn't that the name of this YouTuber?
This is
Zoe Bee.
Zoe Bee. Oh, yes, yeah. Zoe Bee. Right.
Zoe Bee.
Listen, Zoe, if you're watching, I'm sure she's enthused to learn all about male zipper habits. Okay?
Right, yeah.
Where else would she learn this useful information? Mithram 6, thank you so much for the 500 Kazarks. Says the Chad Adam undoing the buttons while Virgin Sitch fumbles with his zipper is the ultimate reason why A team is better than S class.
That's right. Look at that.
That's right.
Coming out solid for button fly jeans.
With the zipper. It's just so difficult to pull something down and up. It's so complicated.
I mean, they're not that difficult.
Anyway, so let's get into enough talk about zippers and peeing.
Right.
Let's get into the video.
The other day, I was browsing YouTube on my phone and I ran across this community post from PragerU. This post contained a poll with a single sentence. Most of leftism is an avoidance of pain. Agree or disagree? Now, my gut instinct, because it's PragerU, was to go, no, of course not, obviously. But the more that I sat and thought about it, the more I wasn't sure that I was right. I wanted to genuinely really engage with this and think about what this statement meant.
This is so perfect. Because she gets a gut instinct, right? An instant disgust response to PragerU. She articulates it. She's like, because it's my political enemy, my gut reaction was, hell no, fuck you.
Right.
Yeah, to completely be against it. But she fights through it. She's like, I feel there's some free will in here somewhere.
That's good. I mean, I don't agree with her answer, but at least she fought through the elephant, I guess, to some degree.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good thing, right?
Good,
yeah.
But see, look, here's the real problem with this video. You know it's manipulation because she has an adorable cat sleeping behind her.
Oh, it is. That's manipulation?
Yeah, you got Wormy. Adam's got Wormy sleeping behind him.
Is this manipulation here?
It is.
Oh, look at Wormy, so cute.
Look at this manipulation.
So that's what this video is for. In this video, I want to figure out 3 things about this post. What does it mean? Is it true? And is it good or bad?
So good or bad? What does that mean, Sitch? What does she mean by that? Is it good or bad?
Is it good that leftism or left is about avoiding pain, or is that bad? Because obviously PragerU's positing it as a bad thing.
Right. But I mean, good or bad is kind of subjective depending upon what moral system you're opting into, correct? I mean, aren't there prescriptions in one?
Of course.
Like if you're polyamorous, you would say it's good to have 3 girlfriends, right? But if you're monogamous, you'd say it's bad to have 3 girlfriends, right?
Right. Yeah, of course.
So it's dependent upon her subjective moral system, right?
Yep.
When she's saying, is it good or bad? So she's kind of sneaking in a premise here. She's saying, does this agree to my moral ethic and my audience's moral ethic?
I think if you say, if you're having a conversation with somebody, especially about a moral system or about morals, and you say, is it good or bad? That's assumed. You don't have to say, is that good or bad according to my moral framework, right? Like you don't have to say that.
Are you sure?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is. I would think that it is confusing. I mean, you can't just say categorically this is universally good or bad. I mean, it could be, but good or bad is kind of. I mean, it would be better to say, do I agree with that?
Well, no, because that's not what she's saying. She's saying, is it a good thing if it's true that leftism is just about avoiding pain? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Right.
It's not whether I agree with it or not. It's whether she thinks it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, since I've seen this video, I already know that she's going to go down the
it's
path.
A good thing. Yeah, right.
Right, but a good thing in the context of building a thriving society, right?
Right, but again, this came up in their conversation with Destiny, which I know why you're fixating on it. Just to me, this is like, okay, but you don't have to say that. Like, unless she has...
Well, the whole culture war is based over a disagreement on how to build a thriving society.
I understand that, but unless she has I mean, now it's possible that Zoe here has a radically different view about what the end goal for society should look like. Maybe it is that we're all living on hippie communes, as farmers, and then in which case that she should lay that out before she talks about whether something is good or bad or not.
Right.
Okay, but I'm assuming that that's not the point. That's not the case here. But you're right. I don't know.
It's even more because if her end goal for society is that she wants us all to be anarchists murdering one another in the forest, then she should tell us that, because her presupposition that whatever this is good, like she might think pain is good then because that's what she's headed for. All this hiding.
So if your
end goal,
if your end goal, Zoe, is that you want to construct a society of cannibals engaged in cannibalistic warfare, eating each other for dominance, let us know.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that's not your goal, but Adam's unsure.
We need to know for reals.
That's right. We need clarification.
Since this is a destination for most communist utopias, we're just going to assume that it is your goal.
Okay. There you go. That's a very charitable of you.
You like that? You like that?
Very good faith. Yeah.
I'm trying my best. Good faith Gary's on his best behavior today.
So let's get to it.
We'll say adequate faith, Adam.
Adequate faith? I don't even know if you can categorize that as adequate, to be honest with you. I mean,
The cannibal future? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
It seemed kind of like I might have been straw manning her position a bit.
Maybe.
But,
Maybe.
It's easier to defeat that position.
That's true.
Yeah. I just want to win.
Before we can even...
All I do is win.
Is it true? And is it good or bad? So let's get to it.
Yeah.
Before we can even answer the question that they've posed, we need to figure out what they mean by avoidance of pain. Because this is such a weird way to phrase this idea, right? So I did a little bit of digging, and I came across this PragerU video about the differences between the left and the right, and how that difference comes down to the left's fear of pain.
I do like that. I didn't see the thumbnail before. You have the left is covering its eyes, hiding, and the right is like, I've got the magnifying glass with the all-seeing eye behind it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well done, PragerU. Well done.
But listen to how they define pain.
At the core of left-wing thought is a denial of painful realities, the denial of what the French call les faits de la vie, facts of life, because people on the left find it too painful to look reality in the eye and acknowledge that human nature is deeply flawed. One might say that leftism appeals to those who wish to remain innocent. Growing up and facing the fact that life is messy, difficult, and painful is increasingly a conservative point of view.
To PragerU, pain is basically the acknowledgement of the tough fact of life. Reality sucks, and people are inherently bad, and leftists are just afraid of believing that's the case. And they're avoiding pain by being hopeful and optimistic, by believing that the world can get better and that people are good.
See, I almost said this, that the left is inherently optimistic and the right is a bit pessimistic. Like, you don't come to the fear of unintended consequences if you're an optimist. Like, you kind of have to be optimistic to overcome that.
Well,
but she lays it out. She's basically saying, yeah, the left is totally optimistic.
but here's the problem. It's kind of like there's elements of that that's true, but there's elements of that that are false, because the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps position is a completely optimistic
it is optimistic
position.
You're right. Yeah.
And the whole...
Yeah, you're right.
And maybe there's some issue here too, because we have to differentiate like liberal from leftist.
That's an interesting point that you make, but I think it's being driven by different moral intuitions than optimism. But go ahead, I interrupted you.
Well, no, yeah, because leftists are completely pessimistic about they're optimistic about some things. They're optimistic about being able to create a perfect society or a better society. That's true, but they're completely pessimistic about current society fixing any problems. I mean, this is the whole, we had that whole conversation about CRT the other day, and it's all that there's these systems that are so ingrained in racism and subjugation that people literally can't break free of them. I mean, it's an incredibly pessimistic view. Or that there's a Nazi hiding behind every rock and every tree waiting to, pounce on you. So I don't think, and on the other hand, the right is optimistic in terms of if you follow traditions and customs and, traditional social norms, you'll be happy and you'll have a better life outcome. And then they're completely pessimistic if you want to change anything. Oh, if you want to change, you're going to ruin everything. That's the way towards, anarchy and the downfall of society and degradation. So I don't think it's that the left is optimistic and the right's pessimistic. They're both optimistic and pessimistic about their own processes, essentially.
The left is optimistic about change and pessimistic about stagnation, and pessimistic about tradition. Yeah.
Right, and the right is the opposite.
Right. So maybe optimism and pessimism are a bad thing. In the case of the bootstraps, I think it's not optimism driving their signing off on the bootstraps argument. I think it's the intuition is, pay your own dues, reciprocity. I think is a moral intuition.
Well, that's true, but
Fairness.
it's optimism. It's optimism that if you act in that way, it will produce good results for you and for society.
Right.
And that society will fairly reward you for working hard.
Which is often not the case.
Which is often not the case, right?
Yeah.
It can be, but it often is not the case.
Talk about ignoring painful realities.
Or look at, when it comes to like free market solutions, the right is, I would say, often way too optimistic in believing if you just leave markets alone, if you just leave businesses alone and get rid of regulations, then, the market will just solve every problem, right?
Yeah.
So on the question of human nature, I think you can say the left is definitely more optimistic, at least currently. As I said, I don't think that's necessarily historic. But on the question of human nature, right now, the left is more optimistic and the right is more pessimistic. But I don't think that applies to like everything. I don't think the left is generally more optimistic and the right is generally more pessimistic. I don't think that's true.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
They are afraid of the facts of life that are too painful to acknowledge. But I think that pain is more than that, too. If we look at a lot of their other videos, we can see that pain to them is also hard work and failure and not getting your way. Pain is any amount of discomfort or conflict. And this is something that we could apply to any...
to that. I want to see those thumbnails.
Failure and not getting your...
The war on work, trophies are for winning. Why are so many good things being destroyed?
All of this is Fairness Cheating Foundation. All of it is reciprocity is the moral intuition that they're leaning on here. But I don't think Zoe understands. I mean, in the context of pain,
mm-hmm.
I mean, she doesn't even really take reciprocity into account. Like if you're going to work, there is like work is not fun. Like a job is defined as something someone doesn't want to do. So obviously that's going to be painful. I mean, pain is such a weird way to contextualize it, but.
Well, I mean, there's a more conservative mindset, obviously. That's the classic spare the rod, spoil the child idea. And that's definitely what's PragerU is alluding to when they talk about like trophies are for winning. Everyone should get a participation trophy because they're basically saying, you need to condition children and people to compete and to cope with the fact that they will lose unless they work hard. And this is all in order to basically create stronger people who will work harder.
Right. Yeah. You understand what I mean by reciprocity, though, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, there's this thing that the left, like, they often want to throw proportionality away. Like, the whole idea behind a trophy is that, we have people who work proportionally harder and therefore get a larger share of the rewards, as in the first place trophy. Right?
Right. Well, it's like, okay, so using the trophy example, it'd be like, imagine that there's a kid who spends, 10 hours a week practicing basketball.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And then there's another, we'll say Jimmy practices basketball for 10 hours a week for a month. And Tommy practices basketball for 5 hours a week a month. But Tommy is just a better natural athlete. And Jimmy maybe is a shitty natural athlete. So Tommy just blows Jimmy away when it comes to basketball. And so they feel like, well, it's not fair because, Jimmy worked harder. So therefore, that the working harder should be acknowledged, essentially.
Well, I think the example Zoe's setting up is, there's Jimmy and Tommy, but then there's Larry who sleeps all day and smokes weed and plays video games. And then he shows up and he can't even play basketball. But he gets a trophy too.
Right. Okay. So it's important that, so who was what was the guy's name that you just used?
Larry.
Larry. Okay. So the example I put forward with Jimmy and Tommy, that's like the left's version. Like that's like their version of events, right?
Right. Yes.
But then you have, the right-wing person, Dennis Prager, says, but wait a minute.
What about Larry?
What about Larry? Larry is just sitting on his ass doing nothing.
Right.
Why does he get a participation? So obviously that's the right-wing response.
This is the conflict here, because the right wing really thinks left wingers want to destroy the law of karma. Like, they're thinking Larry doesn't get a fucking trophy. Larry gets kicked off the team. Larry gets kicked. Larry never gets to play basketball again, right? They want some karma here.
Well, so there are some people on the left that would say, fuck Larry, but they want to construct a system that helps, the Jimmys of the world. And they'll say, well, unfortunately, it'll help the Larrys of the world, and there's nothing you can do about it. But there's also some people on the left that say, no, because Larry, he has some deep
society has destroyed him.
Yeah, systemic reasons for why he wants to smoke pot and play video games, and it's not his fault. It's because, his
society,
his parents, raised him poorly, and why should he be penalized for that? Blah, 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 blah.
His dad's in jail.
Exactly.
Poor Larry.
In jail. Yeah, he started to do drugs at a young age.
Right, yeah. He never got to have a cat.
The thing is that that's all true, but I don't think giving a participate. This is a problem, and that's why, there's neither side has the correct answer to this. The right is correct to point out the Larrys. I apologize to any Larrys in our audience that we're besmirching. The right in our audience is correct to point out the Larrys, and that the Larrys shouldn't get participation trophies. And then the left is correct to point out that the Larrys exist for some reason that's not their fault necessarily, but then no one can ever figure out what's the correct thing to do about it.
Well, at some point you got to blame somebody. You can't just let Larry off the hook because...
Well, ultimately, at the end of the day, it is Larry's fault. If you believe in free will, that is. Which is a contentious topic here at the Sitch show.
This is very contentious. I'm just saying that, give Larry some tough love.
Right, but maybe that's the solution. I don't know. Maybe that is the solution.
That is the solution.
Send them all off to military school. There you go. That's the solution.
Yeah. Larry doesn't get a trophy.
Right. Unfortunately, that costs money, though, so the right's not going to be on board with that.
Your way. Pain is any amount of discomfort or conflict. And this is something that we could apply to any partisan issue. Like welfare programs. The left wants to give stuff to people who didn't earn it, and if those people want money or food or housing, they should work for it. You can't just have things for free. You need to suck it up and work hard.
Yeah, Larry, what the fuck?
Or trans rights. The left doesn't want to acknowledge that there are only two genders and that gender doesn't change, and instead they want to pander to the feelings of trans people and tell them it's okay to feel that way, instead of telling them the hard truths of basic biology. Or even
I don't know what to think of that.
What did she say? I was distracted by
I
was distracted by a Danimal meme that he sent me.
Why are you letting Danimal? There's a very important show going on here.
Okay.
You need to pay attention.
I apologize.
Don't get distracted by Danimal's
It was very
nasty
funny.
memes.
It was a very funny Danimal meme.
So occasionally he has a funny meme. Okay, I'm going to give it to him. Well, she used the trans issue.
Mm-hmm.
But she categorized all of the right in the Ben Shapiro. Well, I guess Dennis Prager technically has that position. Is it the entire right thinks transgenderism is not really a thing?
Let me just go back.
They want to pay for free. You need to suck it up and work hard. Or trans rights.
See, okay, that's where she
Right.
articulates the Larry position.
Here's
the trans rights one stuff.
Right, but with just on the welfare position, the problem is, again, I hate to be the enlightened centrist here, but it's like there does need to be a safety net to some degree, but the safety net should be constructed in a way that helps. Like, it shouldn't be a safety net. Maybe it should be a safety ladder. That's a better way of conceptualizing it. It should be a ladder that helps people climb out of a hole. And I think, unfortunately, it's kind of constructed as
a hammock.
A hammock. Yeah, I think a hammock's a good way, because it's a hammock. You get in and it's comfortable, but then it's like very difficult to get out of the hammock. Because
have you ever tried to get out of a hammock?
You try to get out of the hammock, but there's nothing hard to like push your body against, and you just kind of sink into it. So it becomes a struggle just to twist yourself out of the hammock.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. No one's really interested in constructing the ladder. You know, the left wants to construct the hammock, and then the right doesn't want anything. So it's just like...
They want a spiky pit.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, exactly.
And then the trans stuff is the entire right against trans people?
Well, let's see.
Right. The left doesn't want to acknowledge that there are only two genders and that gender doesn't change, and instead they want to pander to the feelings of trans people and tell them it's okay to feel that way, instead of telling them the hard truths of basic biology.
So, I don't even think she's conceptualizing the issue correctly.
Yeah, she mixed up sex and gender.
Well, I don't think she did according to her belief system, but gender or gender identity can't change. That's part of the issue.
Well, there's gender fluid. What are you talking about?
That's gender fluid's bullshit. That's not a thing.
Well, okay. According to them, it is.
Okay. The gender, first of all, I said gender identity doesn't change. Okay. I don't think someone can change their gender identity. People are born with more feminine, quote, feminine or quote, more masculine personality types. And I don't think that's something that you can change in your lifetime, really.
Really? I mean,
yeah.
Sitch coming out.
Do you think so? I don't think
conservative
at all.
Here.
Do you think people can change their gender identity? I don't.
I think people can become more masculine or feminine, sure. Maybe not.
No,
I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's like...
I think people can become stronger people. I think people can become healthier people. Mm. I think people can get over...
And by stronger, you mean more masculine, right?
Well, no, so I'm not conceptualizing that way. I'm saying I think people can overcome personality flaws that maybe they were born with, or maybe a better way.
Interesting choice of words.
Or maybe a better way to conceptualize it is not that you're born with a personality flaw, but with a propensity towards, personality flaws, or things we would conceptualize as personality flaws in a, social society. And I think you can overcome those things, but I don't think that has anything to do with your gender and your gender identity.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't believe that either, which is why it's weird that she's kind of making this argument. Because if you believe that people can change their gender or their gender identity, I don't know, maybe she means gender, not gender identity or something. But if you believe people can change their gender or even their gender identity, why wouldn't you be in favor of conversion therapy for trans people? You'd say, well, just, make it so they don't have gender dysphoria, make it so they're not trans anymore.
Overcome that neuroticism?
Well, if you want to classify it as that, I wouldn't classify it as that. But
I'm only kidding. Just joking around, guys. Don't hate me.
So yeah, I don't think she's conceptual. I understand what she's saying. I don't think that's the correct way to frame the argument, really.
Well, she's framing it as this is a way the conservatives think. That's the whole point of that little section there.
Well, the conservatives generally, I would say, the average conservative believes there's only two sexes, there's only two genders. And I would assume that the average conservative doesn't really understand or acknowledge, gender dysphoria, or doesn't think it's real. I would probably assume that's true. I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen polling on it. But
well, if that's true, why are all these conservatives voting for female Congress women?
What does that have to do with transgender issues?
Well, she's framing the conservatives as being for traditional gender roles.
Well, she hasn't said anything about that yet. She was talking about transgender issues in terms of people changing their gender, not traditional gender roles for men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's something deeper there.
Is Matt Walsh in favor of Congress women, or see?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think Matt Walsh's views are the average conservative's views. I think he's much further right than the average conservative is.
Well, why? If the average conservative is for is she making an argument that there are traditional gender roles? I'm not sure she is, but
I don't think she's making any argument about gender roles at all.
Gotcha. She's just talking about trans people.
Right.
Okay.
Even COVID responses. The left is generally pro-vaccine, mask mandates, and social distancing measures, but people on the right are more in favor of the, well, we're all gonna get it eventually, so let's just let it happen and let herd immunity do its thing method.
That would be completely inversed if Trump had ended up winning the election.
Well, that's I was literally about to say something very similar to that, which is, this is why I think there's a danger. We're sort of looking at the issues that the left right have taken up and assuming that it's inherent to left right thinking.
Right.
Because at first it was, go back and look at old Tim Pool videos. At first it was Tim Pool and people on the right who were trying to raise the alarm about COVID far before the mainstream, far before the left saying, they were kind of quote unquote doomsaying, that turned out to be true-ish, I guess. That COVID's this thing's in China, it's going to spread here, it's going to create a big hot problem, blah 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 blah. It was only people on the right that were kind of raising the alarm on that.
Right.
And it was people on the right who were generally talking about lockdowns and things of that nature.
Sealing the border.
Right. Now, I think, and I don't think it has much to do with care or harm so much on the right-wing perspective. And this video is very interesting because Zoe would benefit greatly from reading our boy Jonathan Haidt here.
Of course. Because
she's only seeing things through the classic Haidtian left care harm foundation, where she's ignoring that with the right being against some elements of the lockdown and some elements of the vaccine mandate. Though if Trump had come out in favor of those things, I think a lot of people on the right would have been in favor of them too. So it's hard to lay it down and just say it's a left-right thing. However, I think there's a strong argument that people on the right would be a little bit more naturally against those things just because it would be a violation of their freedom, of you telling them what they have to do.
Yeah. Liberty.
At least let me be clear. At least the libertarians on the right. There's a lot of people on the right that are not libertarian at all. And if Trump or whoever is a Republican president came out and said, for the good of society, the good of America, you have to, lock down and wear a mask, they would be on board with that.
Yeah.
I think I think that's actually a big problem for Americans and for Zoe in general when we try to conceptualize the left-right divide, is that we lump libertarians in on the right, and libertarians are like their own thing, really.
Yeah, I've been saying that forever.
A painful that we're all gonna have to deal with eventually, so why not just rip the band-aid off all at once? But this brings us to our next question. Is this all true? I mean, this is what the right thinks the left believes. It's what they think drives the decision-making and policies of left-leaning people, but is this actually accurate to reality? Well, to answer that, I want to take you on a little social psychology tangent. So there's this thing called regulatory focus theory, and
so before we get into the tangent, and this is another Jonathan Haidt point, he always says the right is able to more accurately understand the left's position because the right is activated by care harm foundation stuff. They're just also activated by other things as well.
Right.
Where the left the left is only primarily activated by care, harm, moral foundations, and they're basically blind to all other moral foundations, so they don't understand the right's argument whatsoever.
Yeah, so everything I'm saying about reciprocity, they don't necessarily get. They're not picking up that moral foundation.
Right. I also think...
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I also think part of the reason the right understands... Well, sometimes. There's lots of people on the right that don't understand the left's arguments or whatever. But when the right is able to understand the left's arguments or positions better, I think it's also because the left currently has such control over the mainstream that, like, it's impossible to not hear the left's position on something.
Yeah, because it's in mainstream media.
Right, where I think it's far easier for people on the left to not hear the right's position on a certain topic.
To completely avoid it, yes.
Right.
And they often do. Jonathan Haidt did a study on this where he gave out questionnaires and asked people to self-identify as progressive or conservative, and then to fill it out as themselves, and then to fill out another questionnaire as they thought a typical conservative if they were progressive, or progressive if they were conservative, to fill it out how their ideological opposites would fill the survey out.
That's a really good...
Yeah, so you've got actual surveys, same exact questions filled out by progressives and filled out by conservatives pretending to be progressives. And the conservatives just aced this. And the progressives failed abysmally. So, I mean, that seems like a pretty fair assessment of the fact that progressives in general just do not understand how conservatives will even answer questions on a questionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a great, very interesting study. But
and that's exactly what's going on here, right? She's basically saying, this is how conservatives think. Let me conservative explain you what's going on here. This is why I wanted to cover the video, because I think it's it's entertaining.
Yeah, no, this definitely hits a lot of the moral things that you're very interested in, and I think are very interesting to talk about.
Yeah.
I can't find it in the previous super chats. I could have swore it was last stream or the stream before. Someone super chatted. I can't find it. I don't know why. They said, this is kind of reference to the right not understanding left's arguments on certain things. One of the things that, maybe it's not a question of not understanding arguments, maybe it's a question of willfully strawmanning the other side's arguments in order for tribal purposes.
Yeah, to win an argument.
To win the argument.
That's called strawmanning.
Right. And because someone super chatted, they said, Sitch, of course, Democrats want to have no restrictions for abortions. That was the law they tried to pass in Congress. Someone super chatted this. And I said, okay, I'll go look this up, for next stream. And I did look it up. And I don't know what that person was talking about, because when I looked up the law that the Democrats voted on, all it did was turn it back to Roe v. Wade 24 weeks.
Oh, it did?
Viability. Yeah, it didn't. I don't know what that person was talking about.
First trimester, yeah.
Well, no, 24 weeks is second trimester. But...
Oh, second trimester, yeah.
Right. It's like the end of second trimester, or towards the end of second trimester. But so I don't know what that person was talking about. But abortion is definitely one where both sides strawman the fuck out of each other, with the left saying the right just wants to control women's bodies.
Right, they're not even willing to acknowledge that it's like a human life.
Right. That was a conversation we had with Christian, on Tuesday. Was just, you live in a far right country because of abortion, because the right just wants to control women's bodies.
Yeah.
And then the right won't even acknowledge that, the left doesn't just want to kill babies. Like they're not getting off on murdering children, even or potential children.
One of the things, because we were going back and forth a little bit on Twitter with TJ.
Yeah.
One of the things he was saying was bodily autonomy is the most important thing. And I was thinking, okay, well, when does bodily autonomy begin because it has to begin at some point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I was right. I think I was in an argument with some stupid person and I got like, I never responded to some dumb point they made and I forgot that we were having an argument.
Right.
That's usually how I stop arguing with people on Twitter. I get distracted by something else and I forget that I was arguing with some dumb person on Twitter and then my life is better for it. So
It is, yeah.
maybe I should keep that up. Because, yeah, we were arguing with someone about abortion. I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't TJ. It was some idiot in TJ's mentions.
Yeah.
So.
Better off just ignoring it.
Anyway.
Come on, Zozo.
Regulatory
so
focus
close.
theory posits that people tend to pursue pleasure and avoid pain. That's just
Have you heard of this thing? I mean, as someone who reads a lot of social psychology, I never heard of this.
I had
thing
not
before.
heard of this before. I mean, I might have heard this before. I should have probably learned about this at some point in my psychology education, but I had forgotten it.
Well, I always wonder because if you read a lot of these social psychology books, they all pull from the same thing. So you're hearing the same kind of big ideas over and over again. So when I hear, and it always happens when I'm listening to someone on the left's video, when I hear something like brand new that I've never heard of, I think this must not be one of the big ideas. This must be one of the, like you'll hear the big five over and over and over again, right? Big five is everywhere. Openness.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, here it
tangent.
is. Someone said,
Oh, you finally
someone
found
said,
the super chat?
No. This is the Twitter argument. Someone said, Sitch claimed that revoking the right to abortion isn't fascism. LOL.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fun.
This is funny. So this is actually really hilarious. So Amazing Atheist post his response video that we're gonna watch to us. Okay. It only got 40 likes. This guy says, oh, Sitch is the type of dude who pretends other people are too woke, but his attention span is so short he can't formulate a thought that isn't entirely brain rot meme speak.
Well, that's
So
true.
Thank you. Did Sitch literally claim that revoking the right to abortion isn't fascism? LOL. So I just said, how is it fascism?
Right, yeah.
94 likes on that. Everyone's like, wow. How is revoking how is having the states decide, abortion conversation fascism?
It's the opposite of fascism because you have more of a say on the local level. Exactly.
Yeah, right, I know. And then he said, how is the state forcing you to incubate a fetus inside your body for 9 months fascism? Gee, I don't know. It's almost like the answer is in the fucking question. So obviously this guy doesn't know what fascism even means. He just means, a lot of people correctly reply to this saying, Sitch, fascism is when things I don't like, which is essentially
of course,
happened.
yeah.
But I said,
forcing people to do things.
Right. So I said, that's a non-answer. The only thing I can derive from what you said is that a lack of bodily autonomy equals fascism, which isn't even an element of fascism. Are vaccine mandates fascism? Also, the abortion topic goes beyond just bodily autonomy, as the argument depends on when and if the fetus has rights too. Of course, the person did not respond to that because they're an idiot.
Fascism doesn't have any respect for bodily autonomy, though, obviously.
It doesn't, but it doesn't have anything to do with bodily autonomy. It's not like an element of fascism.
Right. Fascism is collectivism.
Yes.
Yeah. Fascism is the state is more important than the individual.
Anyway.
So there's this thing called regulatory focus theory.
Regulatory focus theory. Tell me that screen grab is not epic. Oh, God, it's so good. Let's just savor it for a moment here.
You're terrible.
What's going on in this screen grab?
You're so bad at it.
Why?
You're a bad person.
Why?
You're a bad person.
So I'm peering into the inner soul. All right. That was
I don't know if you want to put it up. Here's a good chart for what she's talking about.
Sure.
I'll send it to you.
DM it to me.
Yeah.
regulatory focus theory posits that people tend to pursue pleasure and avoid pain. That's just naturally what drives our decision making. For instance, you might buy a car that's cool and sporty, which would be pursuing pleasure, or what regulatory focus theory calls a promotion goal. Or you might get a car that's safe and reliable, which would be avoiding pain, or what regulatory focus theory calls a prevention goal. While we all use this paradigm to make our decisions, different kinds of people tend to prioritize one or the other more often. Studies have shown that individuals with an independent self-view tend toward promotion goals, whereas those with an interdependent self-view tend toward prevention goals. In other words, people who are focused on themselves as individuals prioritize pursuing pleasure, but people who see themselves as part of a community prioritize avoiding pain.
Interesting. So, selfish people focus on hedonistic behaviors, and community people focus on avoiding catastrophe for the community, or pain for themselves, or pain for the community. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't think you should classify it as like hedonism. That's not really what is being talked about. It's is someone motivated by a potential positive outcome, or are they more motivated by avoiding a potential negative outcome?
I feel compelled to bring up my chart on moral systems.
But this is interesting because this is the complete opposite of the pessimistic optimism, left-right dichotomy that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, it is?
Because if you're individually oriented and you're pursuing a positive outcome, that's going to mean that you're optimistic. And if you're prevention oriented and you're trying to prevent a negative outcome, then you're pessimistic.
I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to DM you the chart. Say it one more time.
Well, let her finish, and then I'll bring it up.
Well, no, I brought up the chart first. I want to talk about this for a second.
No, I just want her to finish her left-right, because she's gonna classify one as left and one as right. So.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the moral thing because it's important. Look, while she's separated in. Look, she's got it separated into community versus individual, right?
And she's gonna say that the avoid pain community people are on the left, and she's gonna say that the independent promotion goal people are on the right. That's what she's gonna say.
Right. Okay. Well, we can go back if you want. If you're desperate to finish it, we can finish.
I just wanted her to lay out the full position.
Okay. Here.
Different kinds of people tend to prioritize one or the other more often. Studies have shown that individuals with an independent self-view tend toward promotion goals, whereas those with an interdependent self-view tend toward prevention goals. In other words, people who are focused on themselves as individuals prioritize pursuing pleasure, but people who see themselves as part of a community prioritize avoiding pain. I once read that the fundamental difference...
Oh, okay.
So she's using this as some sort of evidence that avoiding pain is a left-wing trait and good because it's communitarian.
Yes.
And self-sacrificing.
Yes, and that the right wing is selfish because it's independent, it doesn't care about the group, and it's just pleasure seeking.
Never mind that most people in the military and in the police who tangibly put their lives on the line to keep society together are on the right. Never mind that they actually risk their fucking lives every day to make society possible for you in your bedroom with your comfy cat.
Right.
It's so it's so selfish.
Well, and it's also weird to if you walked up to the average person and says, who do you think is more motivated by pursuing pleasure, the left or the right? Who's going to say the right is more motivated by pursuing pleasure?
Yeah.
That seems completely contradictory to and this is why, and now I'm not an expert on regulatory focus theory, so maybe the person uses the term pleasure. That's why he's saying it. Pleasure doesn't really make sense. It's not really about pursuing pleasure. It's It's about what's motivating your behavior, pursuing a positive outcome or avoiding a negative outcome. That's really what's going on in this dichotomy here.
Right.
And that makes more sense. That makes more sense. But what did you want to talk about with the chart?
Well, I got this from David Sloan Wilson, who categorizes, 4 different outcomes for any moral behavior. And he says that all moral systems are designed to create a stylized world that makes difficult decisions easier for people, right? So in any moral action, you've got one where, it's good for me and it's good for us. So it's good for me and it's good for the community. That's an easy decision, right? Good for me, good for the community. I'm going to do it, right?
Right.
No difficulty there, right? Bad for me, bad for the community. Well, there's no difficulty there either, right? Let's not do that. Where it gets tricky is number 3, good for me, bad for us. Well, okay, that's a little bit more, a little bit more tough, a little bit more, you got to delve into the nuance why I shouldn't do that stuff. But the moralized system creates a stylized world where it makes that decision easier, right? Obviously, you shouldn't do things that are bad for the community, right? Even if they are good for you. That's selfishness. And then bad for me, good for us. That's even harder because that's self-sacrifice. That is considered the ultimate moral action, right? When the soldier dives on the hand grenade to save his platoon. We idolize those people.
Right.
So, yeah. So you obviously, you build a moral system to facilitate that kind of behavior. That's even more difficult to do. But all of morality is really dealing with mitigating the behaviors of individuals in relation to a community. So the thing that she's talking about here totally plays into that. But she's using this to try to make an example where people on the right are the ones that are, doing the selfish things. And she's basically trying to use this academic research to make the claim that people on the right are more predisposed to doing some things that are good for them and bad for the community. And people on the left are more predisposed to doing things that are good for the community and maybe bad for them, which totally fits into the chart. She wants to say, if you're on the right, you're doing number 3. And if you're on the left, you're doing number 4.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because this comes up a lot with America and Western media and stories, because, superheroes are really big right now. And every superhero story is essentially the same story. You have 2 people that have superpowers, okay? The villain is the person in the fraud category on your chart. It's the person who uses their powers for the benefit. Oh, you don't have the chart up?
I brought it back up again.
Okay. It's the person that uses their powers for the benefit of themselves at the detriment to everyone else. That's always the villain in the story.
You're right. Great point. Yes.
And the superhero is the person who uses their powers for the benefit of society, even if it's at the detriment of their own well-being. And the best example of this, of course, is Spider-Man, who is always shit on for doing the right thing constantly. Right.
Yes.
And yet he still does it. And the interesting thing is, you say, well, okay, how does that mesh with the libertarian attitude of American society? Because you'd say, well, wait a minute, if we have such an idea in American society about libertarianism and that the individual should not be sacrificed for the group, how does that manifest in these stories? And the way it manifests is very interesting. It always manifests in that, especially in a lot of Marvel movies, you always see that the military or the organization is generally corrupt or incompetent. And it always relies on an individual person to make the right decision. The superhero is an individual superhero who has to make the right moral decision. So it's almost like it's like the libertarian individualism kind of coalescing with this modern, or with this standard moral system of sacrificing yourself from the group's perspective. It's like you have to make the individual choice to be the good actor. You can't be necessarily part of a system that kind of forces that upon you, because that system will just kind of fall into corruption and decay eventually.
I think the libertarian, and this is part of the problem with libertarianism, is they see the world as never venturing out of the one quadrant where good for me, like the good for me, good for us. They think all markets operate in that space, that whatever is good for me is good for us. Like they don't, and you get this when you start talking to them about, privatizing everything. Like they can't imagine, a police force becoming corrupt, because they just say, well, then everyone would just not use that police force, right?
Right.
So you have those conversations, and it's very hard to push them into admitting that a large part of the world operates in the third quadrant. Good.
Yeah, you
for
get the
me,
RoboCop
bad for us.
future.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but when I say libertarian, I just meant in terms of like the sort of, because you were talking about earlier about how in American society we definitely, maybe more so than any other country, or at least at some point in our history, maybe more, especially back when our country was founded, we definitely put much greater emphasis on protecting the individual from society. More so, I think, than any other country did, at least when this country was founded.
Right.
And yet at the same time, we still have in our culture this same heroic paradigm that's all about sacrificing yourself for the good of everyone else, essentially, for the good of society.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting so we kind of have these two opposite ideas that are kind of forming together in a sort of what's his name? I forget that synthesis antithesis guy, sort of kind of coalescing together to create
Hegel?
like the hero mythology. So yeah, the Hegel. So it's kind of an interesting idea.
You're trying to create a society where self-sacrifice is idolized, because you need that in order to make society possible.
But that's what's interesting about kind of America, because on one hand, that is, you want to create a society where self-sacrifice is idolized, but on the other hand, you want to promote, individual actors to be able to go out there and to succeed. And no one's going to want to succeed if they view everything as for someone else, for the society, for the group. They need to reap the benefits themselves, because people are selfish.
Yeah, to some extent. But that's where the proportionality thing comes in.
Mm-hmm.
If you work harder, you have the promise of outside rewards. And the left totally wants to short circuit that whole reward system.
Right.
Which is bad, obviously. All right, is that clear?
No, I think we made it far more complicated.
I think maybe we did, but
yeah.
All of this is the subtext to what's going on here, though. I mean, she basically wants to force conservatives and anyone on the right into quadrant 3, into the selfish fucking piece of shit that cares more about themselves than they do about society. And she wants to force everyone into the left, into the self-sacrificing, I'm going to jump on the hand grenade for you. We're the best, go team.
So this is the same thing that Christian was doing.
Yes.
And
this is the same thing everybody does.
Right. Not everybody, but a lot of people on the left are very slow to understand, like people in general, are very slow to understand what's going on with the other side. And a lot of people on the left still think that the right is occupying the neoconservative, neoliberal space of the 80s through the 2000s, where all arguments were basically formatted through the libertarian view, of let business do whatever the fuck they want to do. Even though I would argue that wasn't from an ideological that wasn't done for ideological reasons. That was done for sort of cynical reasons. The Conservative Party for that 20-year period was basically using libertarian ideology as like a shield and hammer because they're kind of trying to fight back against, using the government for left or liberal purposes, kind of in a cynical fashion.
Right.
But we're not in that world.
They teamed up with the libertarians. The progressives started using the state in ways that they found objectionable, specifically on welfare and like all these social programs.
The divide really starts, the main divide started with slavery, but the divide really started in recent history with the civil rights movement.
Right.
This is where you get the whole, federal government is sort of big daddy, left liberalism.
Leviathan.
Right. Coming in and telling the states what to do. And then it kind of broke through there into sort of economics in the 20 years later. But we don't live in that world anymore. And this is where Trump kind of ushered in the Tea Party and like the right populist movement. And the right populist movement isn't motivated by this sort of libertarian social economic policy that the party was at least pretending to be motivated by for the last 20 years. And I don't think she understands or addresses that. And I don't think Christian understands that either.
Right. Yeah. What was his stereotype of conservatives, that everything is for sale?
Yeah, that's literally what he said. Yes. Conservatives, when you said, can you define conservatism? And he said, everything is for sale.
Right.
Which is, to me, so far removed from what's currently existing right now in the conservative movement. But,
it's bonkers. Yeah.
Right. But we'll come back to this because she goes into it a little further.
As part of a community, prioritize avoiding pain. I once read that the fundamental difference between the right and the left comes down to thinking of things in terms of individuals versus thinking of things in terms of systems. People on the right...
Scott Adams right now is just completely freaking out because she gets the Scott Adams thing opposite, backwards. Yeah.
Right.
I tried to tell Scott Adams this. I'm like, Scott, the left sees it exactly opposite as you. Like, yeah, they think they're the systems people.
Right, usually focus on personal responsibility and individual choices, whereas people on the left focus on systems and structures and hierarchies. For instance, think about conversations about police brutality.
She's really, and this is where, I mean, she says something about capitalism, so I'm assuming she's a leftist.
I think she's a socialist, yeah.
Yeah. She's not conceptualizing the difference between the left and the right. She's conceptualizing the difference between liberalism and socialism.
Right. Yes.
And it's weird that she's positing liberalism as right-wing oriented, so.
Yeah.
Where folks on the left see systemic racism, people on the right see individual bad apples. If we combine this with regulatory focus theory, then the conclusion is that people who see issues as individual tend toward pursuing pleasure. People who see things as systems tend toward avoiding pain.
And so, well, before we even get to why this is, I think, completely foolish to kind of label this as like left-right the way she's doing, the whole bad apples argument is not a left-right wing thing. That's a who's attacking whose side thing. So, for example, she used the example of police brutality. So the right is generally more in favor of police. Well, the conservatives, not the libertarians, but the conservatives are generally more in favor of the police. And so they're more willing to defend police and institutions that are enforcing order in our society. And so they're more predisposed to believe that if there's a police officer who's doing something bad, then it's an individual actor. They're not part of a system. It's an individual actor. And then the left is going to have the exact opposite approach because they don't generally like the police, or that they view the police as basically the enforcement of, stagnation in our society, the enforcement of all the horrible norms that have kept people down. They view it as the system. That's
right.
The fault. However, let's look at another example. Okay. Let's look at, Drag Queen Story Hour or the transgender issue. Well, let's talk about kids at drag shows. That's the classic example. So, or we'll make it the classic example. So you have someone on the right will bring forward a video of kids at drag shows. I'm bringing this example up just to annoy CT and Daniel, by the way. If someone on the right will bring up a video of kids at drag shows that are sexualized, you know, the drag queen is getting dollar bills in their G-string, or they have the fake boobs and they're kind of, you know, tossing them around or whatever. And the right says, look at this. This is a system of, you know, leftist trans degeneration that is trying to, you know, groom our children into being trans or being leftist or, you know, whatever.
It's
like this whole system, right?
Yeah.
And this, you know, and if you follow James Lindsay, I mean, James Lindsay's entire position is that all these, you know, everything that the left is doing right now with wokeism, with CRT, it's all an intricate system designed to, you know, bring about socialism or leftism or whatever. And yet when the left looks at these examples, what do they say? They say, oh,
it's just bad apples.
Just a bad apple. Yes, exactly.
Drag isn't sexualized. This one is just sexualized. This is a bad apple right here.
Right. That's just
the system is fine.
Picking. Yeah, exactly. The system is fine. You're just cherry picking.
Okay. They do. This is the same thing they do with CRT. Like, oh, it's systemically, it's not anti-white. You just picked a bad quote right here. This is just a bad apple.
Exactly. Yeah, you're so right. They'll be like, oh, you have some example of some horrible CRT or woke teaching, and they say, oh, well, listen, there are some people that teach it very incorrectly, but that's not indicative of
the system is fine. Yeah, the system is great.
So
I'm so glad you brought this up.
So the idea that like the left is focused only on systems and the rights on individuals, this is completely not true. It's both sides fixates on the individuals when they want to protect something, and they focus on the system when they want to destroy something.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Perfect example here. Yeah. So this is just kind of a red herring. This systemic individual differentiation that she's making here.
I'm assuming that when the person created regulatory focus theory, which I think has merit to it, and we can bring up the little chart I sent you.
Yeah,
I don't think they meant it in any political sense whatsoever. And I think that's the problem, is that there are both, you know, in regulatory focus theory, there are promotion focused, which she is saying is pleasure seeking. There are promotion focused / pleasure seeking people on both the left and right, and there are prevention focused / avoiding pain focused people on both the left and the right.
Right.
There's not, you know, one side or the other is not dominated by one type of thought or the other.
Right. Yeah. So she's just looking at politics through this lens, which is really apolitical.
Right. So look at this chart really quick, because I think it's interesting. You have the promotion focused. Okay. So it says 2 ways to achieve a goal. The goal is make an A in a college course. Okay. That's the goal. The promotion focused, or as she put it, the pleasure focused person, they envision success more eager and they read extra material. And they envision failure because they did not do enough extra work. So this is a person that says, my success or my failure is going to be because of, you know,
how much effort I put in.
Right. If I fail, it's because I didn't put in enough work, essentially.
Right.
Okay. And if I succeed, it's because I did put in, you know, I did do the extra work.
Yeah.
Now, the prevention focus, this is the avoiding pain focused person, they view it, if they fail, it's not because they didn't do enough work. It's because they didn't follow enough guidelines for success. They didn't follow the rules well enough.
Right.
They didn't follow the system, the structure good enough. But if they succeed, it's because they were more vigilant. They adhered to what the course, you know, required of them specifically. They followed the rules a little bit better. And the thing is, and this is why, and when you look at it that way, her breaking this down to left, right doesn't make sense at all. Because if you think of it like the social conservative, like far right religious person, you know, the Bible thumper. Bible thumping is 100% a prevention-focused strategy. It's saying you have to follow the rules in this fucking book or you're going to burn in hell.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. And you have to
Religion,
be vigilant and adhere to the rules.
yes, yes, exactly. And success is completely dictated by whether you follow the rules well enough or not. And so, like, that's why I'm saying the way that she's breaking this down to this left-right dichotomy makes absolutely no sense at all. That's not
Yeah.
the way any of this works.
It's totally backwards.
Yeah. Well, it's not backwards. It exists on both the left and right. Because on the, like, I would imagine that libertarian people are generally more promotion focused. And so are people who like are bootstraps people are definitely more promotion focused. But then you have the Bible thumpers who are definitely more prevention focused. So both strategies exist on the left and the right. I don't think the left and right has a monopoly on either of these things.
I have never heard of this system, and I'm very skeptical of it.
Well,
Just because I haven't encountered it. And I mean, I read so much, and I feel like I would have stumbled across it.
I mean, people generally, it could be, it's probably too simplistic to put people in only one of two camps. They're probably more than just two camps.
Yeah.
But these attitudes definitely exist. We know people who are definitely more motivated by positive outcomes and people that are definitely more motivated by avoiding negative outcomes. We definitely know people like this.
Right. Yeah.
So I think this does exist to some degree. There's another element too about this that I find kind of interesting. You learn so much about the world, so much about human psychology playing World of Warcraft. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've said this a million times.
Nerd speech.
No, you'll like this. Is interesting, Adam. So in World of Warcraft, it's a game where there are various classes that you can play. You played D&D with us once, so you understand what I'm talking about. You know, you could be a paladin, a mage, a warrior.
Yeah,
warlock. Yes. There's all these various classes.
I know how the classes work.
Right. Okay. So you can imagine that from a game developing perspective, it can be quite difficult to balance, the 7, 8, 9 different unique classes so that none of them are like significantly better than the other class. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And yet have them all do very different things. Like it's a nightmare to try to balance all this stuff. And so this led to a situation in World of Warcraft where basically there was like they're constantly updating the classes to try to achieve balance, but they can never reach that equilibrium. So there's always going to be one class that's better than the other. And there's always going to be some aspect of the game that people don't like, even outside of classes. And so when I would go on the forums back in the day, I would notice that there's two modes of behavior. And maybe this is more dominated by left-right thinking. Maybe it's not, I'm not sure. And there were people who would complain because they wanted a change to occur. They wanted the developers to change something about the game. And then there was the attitude of the people who said, I don't want you to change. You just have to suck it up and deal with it.
Right.
And it seemed like these were like very dominant thoughts in like personality types that people, fit into one or the other. I want you to change this, or, well, this thing cannot be changed, or if you change, it's going to be worse. So you just have to work around it. And it seemed like these were the two very dominant thought processes that were kind of motivating people's behavior. And I think that kind of plays into this to some extent, the regulatory focus theory.
Well, isn't this a question of really adapting the world to me or me adapting to the world? It seems like
that is exactly what it is.
So there are some people that are like, change the fucking world. I don't want to adapt to it. And there are some people that are like, no, the world is hard and you have to adapt. So suck it up, bitch.
And I think a lot of politics and a lot of disagreement is because you have these very two different personality types clashing with each other.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're not really understanding, like, there's not a correct answer for one of those or the other. You kind of need a balance between, the two positions. Sometimes you need to adapt to the world, and sometimes you need to adapt the world to you.
But which side is the change the world side, and which side is the adapt to the world, suck it up side?
I don't think it's 100% clear if you're talking about left-right divide.
Yeah.
I think there's more people on the right who are generally adapt to the world.
Yeah, of course. The
But it's not
famous
100%.
Marx quote is, the point is to change the world. I mean, he comes right out and says it.
Sure, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think she says it in this video. That the point is to change the world. Why can't we change? Why can't we do away with all the pain in the world?
Yeah.
Fuck you, PragerU. I think she says it in the video.
Right, right.
So, yeah, okay. She's
Well,
definitely
there you
away
go.
from the suck it up camp.
Yeah, no, she's nowhere near the suck it up camp. But oh, and I just want to say one last thing too. That's funny. So Carl had a conversation with Distributus recently.
Really?
Look at this. Adam's like, really?
What do you mean? Really?
And someone sent me a clip of it.
Who sent you a clip?
I don't know who. Some mysterious stranger on the internet.com. I didn't watch the whole conversation, but I've
Well,
only
if
watched
someone
one
sent you a
clip.
36-second clip, I'm sure you
Yeah.
could have watched that because that's pretty short.
Someone sent me a 36. How did you know the exact length of the clip that was sent to me? How'd you know that? Adam?
I just, for some reason, an intuition told me.
Okay. So, some nameless individual on the internet sent me a 36-second clip of the conversation, and it's funny because they literally say the exact opposite of what Zoe here is saying. They say that the left is all about being independent and destroying community.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And I just thought it was so funny to see that clip and then to see this clip with her saying the exact opposite. So,
But this is why I wanted to bring up the morality chart so badly, because you see the immoral people are the ones that, put the individual above the group. So they're trying to say you're a selfish individual and that you want to destroy society. That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of making these declarations. And Dave in the clip, he says this is an inherent difference between the left and the right. He says that the right wants to become a part of something bigger than themselves. They want to join something bigger than themselves. And the left, thinks joining something bigger than themselves is evil or wrong.
right.
Which the left has been on a crusade for the next big civil rights movement for as long as I can remember. That's the whole point of wokeism.
Well,
Like they're
it's
dying to
funny.
join a movement.
It's funny because basically what's happening in or at least that part of the conversation with Distributus and Carl, and in this video, Zoe, they're both doing the exact same thing.
Yes.
They're both positing liberalism as the opposite of them. And they're kind of hyperbolizing liberalism as like this evil, like just individual, no groups allowed kind of philosophy. And they're both positing it as the enemy that's on the opposite end of the spectrum. So we have Dave, who's on, I guess, the far right, is positing liberalism as the left, the evil individualistic left. And then we have Zoe over here, who's on the far left, positing liberalism as the evil far right.
Right.
It's just, to me, it's so funny. It's so funny that you have literally this perfect spectrum of Zoe, liberalism, and then Dave.
But this is a thing too, because I think it's a misconception of liberalism, because liberalism doesn't.
It is.
Liberalism's innovation of individualism isn't saying that you have to be an individual and join no tribe, no groups. You can't join any communities or be a part of any communities. That's the straw man version of liberalism.
Right.
Liberalism basically says, humans will want to join groups, right? Freedom of association, but you get to choose the groups that you join.
Right.
Where in the old times, the way we used to do it is your family picked the group you were going to be a part of, or your nation picked the group that you were going to be a part of, or your church picked the group that you were going to be a part of, right? It was forced upon you.
Yeah.
So this is a giant innovation. But to say that just because the individual has so much freedom to join whatever, institution or organization, or build their own organization that they want to say that that's like the downfall of society because I have chosen to join this institution that this other person hasn't chosen to join. I mean, that's just it's ridiculous. So she's basically saying, society is falling apart because I've joined the church of woke and no one else is joining my church. And Dave is saying, well, the society's falling apart because I've joined the church of Catholicism and you have all these woke people running around who won't join my church. This is why I brought up the proselytizing thing, because that's exactly what's going on here. Both of them are out there proselytizing their religion and getting all down in the dumps because no one wants to join.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the conceptualizing liberalism as like this, everything is the individual groups are evil. That's the straw man, because it's really, that's not what it's about. It's just about the freedom to make the choice of what group or what path you want to follow on your own without having that shoved down your throat by society or family or the state.
Yeah.
And I mean, and even that's when, I didn't finish it, but even that's kind of that's like the whole point of John Locke's, treatise of governance that Sargon was supposedly responding to, is just this, saying that humans are born with this sort of divine natural right imbued by God to make these decisions on their own. It doesn't say humans are born with a natural right to, exist as independent entities, devoid of human contact. It's just that they have this choice that's given to them by God.
This is straight Thomas Sowell too. Thomas Sowell says people organize themselves better than institutions can organize them.
Yeah. Well, Thomas Sowell is very, I mean, he's a libertarian. He seems pretty libertarian. He's not really like conservative. He's libertarian.
He studied under Milton Friedman. Yeah. Total libertarian. So. Yeah. Yes. People should be able to organize themselves. But this is, and as religions tend to do, they tend to denigrate the opposition and elevate themselves to the glory of God, obviously. So we in our woke religion are the selfless ones, and they are the selfish, pleasure-seeking individuals. And it's funny that both sides are doing the exact same thing.
Well, it's funny, and I guess it should be disturbing to me that both sides are positing freedom as the enemy. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
If both political extremes or more extreme elements of the political spectrum are positing freedom as the enemy, what does that tell you?
They're the authoritarians. The authoritarians are the ones that are going to slap you and say, shut up, get in your tribe.
Right.
The authoritarians are the ones that are like, I want to pick for you.
Yeah.
I know what's best for you. Let me pick for you. It's funny that they'll wave around Milton Friedman at the same time that they're saying this. Like Milton Friedman did a television series called Freedom to Choose. How can how can you be a Milton Friedman fan and be one of these like?
Because the issue, and this is what I was kind of saying earlier, like conservatives and especially social conservatives have for many years in America been using libertarian economic policy as a shield, even though they don't really believe in libertarianism, really.
Right.
If the federal government was enacting socially conservative policies that they agreed with, all that libertarian stuff would go right out the fucking window.
Of course. Yeah. They want to take the apparatus of the state to enact their own policies. Yeah.
Right.
Everyone becomes a libertarian as soon as the state is enacting policies they don't like. Then all of a sudden everyone's a libertarian.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. If the government, became especially socially, very socially conservative, then the left would suddenly become rampantly libertarian all of a sudden. So
yeah.
No, it's very true.
Why are we doing this?
Now, I am extrapolating from marketing research and working with generalizations and applying the conclusions to a bigger, broader point. But if we are thinking in terms of generalizations, then it turns out PragerU is right. Generally speaking, leftists prioritize avoiding pain. Sort of. The pain they're avoiding isn't necessarily an acknowledgement of life's hard truths. It's usually literally pain. It's physical, psychological, economic pain. People on the left care about their communities, and they want to help the people in their communities to be as pain-free as possible. In that sense, yes, leftists want to avoid pain. But let's take this back to PragerU's definition of pain.
Hear that? Hear that, guys?
Well, it's annoying
Sitch is
because
activated.
Well, it's annoying because, I mean, she's not saying it, but the implication here is that the right doesn't care about community, which is kind of insane.
Yeah.
To say that, but that the right doesn't care about like people in the community being in pain. And it's like the entire argument of social conservatism is based around avoiding communal pain. It's saying if you're allowed to do whatever you want in your bedroom, okay, or you're allowed to talk about sexual issues, gay issues, trans issues with children, you're going to basically influence a bunch of people in the community to go down a pathway that's going to create pain for them in the future. That's the entire social conservative argument.
Right. Yeah.
Actually.
False positives in the trans stuff is avoiding pain.
Right. So it's so weird to me that she's kind of framing the argument this way. Like she's a very big blind spot for anything that's not libertarian, I guess.
This is the way I see it. Conservatives, they want pain to be proportional to your delinquency. They see pain as like the outcome of slacking off.
Right.
And
yeah, there's a karma thing going on.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And progressives they don't see that. They think society is at fault and that anybody that experiences any pain, they're not responsible for. So if you come, like if you happen upon someone that's doing something insane, okay, and they end up hurting themselves, you're like, well, what the hell did you think was going to happen, right? You lit yourself on fire in the street here next to a can of gasoline, right? How did you think this was going to play out? But, the left will come up and say, oh, well, he couldn't help himself. This is, society made him want to do this crazy thing. So they want to, make it right because it's society's fault. And conservatives are like, you have to suffer some downside for your own inequity. Yeah. So I think conservatives are closer to the truth if we're talking about the truth, because there is a moral hazard to there are places in society where things need to be fixed. There are systemic problems, and welfare is probably one of them, because welfare is kind of self-sustaining. We haven't figured that out yet.
It's a hammock and on a ladder.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Right. But there are places that I think are fully functional. I think there are places that we have figured out. I think we have enough research to know that there are people who are just fucking psychopaths that will prey upon people until you incarcerate them until they're old enough that they can't do it anymore. And the idea that we can let these people out of jail and they're not going to just go right back to preying upon people is just ridiculous. But the people on the left will see that as kind of they'll see that as a systemic issue that I don't think you can get away from that.
I don't think majority of people in jail are like perma-locked into that character. So I don't know if I agree with that.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't think the majority, I don't know what a number is. I don't know what the breakdown is, but I don't think like 90% of people in jail are just permanently stuck as that person.
As psychopaths?
Yeah. I don't think that's...
Well, I do think, there. I mean, and...
Maybe for violent crimes or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking specifically for violent crime.
Well, actually, then I don't... I think a lot of it is...
I think I think Actual Justice Warrior has some good videos on this. I think the reason why there was a giant crime drop in the 90s was because of a new crime policy where we were just going to get the violent offenders off the streets. And I think that worked. Yeah. Do you think there are people that are beyond rehabilitation? Because
of course I mean,
I think
I'm
there
just
are,
saying,
yeah.
Yeah, of course I do. You're kind of making it sound like you think the majority of people in jail are beyond rehabilitation. I don't think that's the case at all.
Well, I mean, you're asking a completely different question. I'm saying,
Okay.
and this is where we're talking about whether or not the system is working. I'm saying a perfect system would take all the people who are beyond rehabilitation and incarcerate them until they're too old to continue to.
Well, the perfect system would just kill those people. What's the point of having them be alive?
Oh, okay. I mean,
well, seriously, what's the point? Like, why why waste resources on those people?
Well, there is compelling evidence that once they become older, they grow out of it. That they're just
okay. Well, then so they are changing,
right? But age is what changes them, not anything else,
right?
That status-seeking behavior that happens in your 20s and 30s subsides in their 40s, and then they could potentially become a productive member of society, and they could also teach other people that that's not the path to go down. So
here's the problem. Here's the problem with what you're kind of saying. I don't. There are some people that are psychopaths that are wired for antisocial behavior.
There are psychopaths that are productive people too.
I understand that, but they're still wired for antisocial behavior. They're just better at getting away with it, essentially. But this comes down to the turning wolves into watchdogs situation.
Sure.
That, I think this is where the social and cultural conditioning enters into the equation. That, there are people who, especially when they're younger, they're going to be wired to engage in specific risk-taking behaviors, specific more aggressive behaviors, status-seeking behaviors, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But you can culturally shape how that behavior manifests and whether that behavior manifests in a pro-social or antisocial way. And that's why I'm cautious of kind of saying like, oh, well, criminality is basically like people are just stuck as criminals. That's why I'm hesitant to adapt that position.
What position are you hesitant to adapt? I mean, I just think
it's like people are just stuck as criminals position.
Some people are. You have already accepted that some people are just.
I understand. I'm just saying I don't think it's the majority. That's all I said. I don't think it's the majority of people.
The majority. Well, obviously, it's not the majority of criminals.
Okay. Well, do you agree with me then?
Well, wait a second.
Well, I mean, people in jail.
Maybe.
People in jail.
I think the studies that they've shown, and Actual Justice Warrior will know this stuff better than me, is that most of the crime is committed by very few people, and if you take those very few people that are predisposed to violent crime off the streets, crime drops dramatically.
Okay, listen, you're falling into the Dennis Prager trap. Okay. If you want to go down that road, that's fine. But
okay,
I don't. I'm not.
Hold on. What is the Dennis Prager trap?
Because you're laying out an argument that's saying that black people are just basically
hold on,
genetically to be more criminal or something.
You're the one that introduced race here. Why are you introducing race?
Because you're making the same pathway that Prager is making. That's
why are you introducing race? Because are you saying
you can't? Because it's going to come up. You can't pretend like it's not going to come up.
But this would be the same pattern of behavior. Like there's a certain percentage, and it's males. It's not like females aren't predisposed to violent crime. It's males that are predisposed to violent crime.
Well, some females are, but it's significantly less.
Right.
It's obviously testosterone driven. Well, not obviously, but some aspects of it, yes.
I was very disappointed that you brought race into this. So, no, I mean, that's a total lefty move right there. Like, let's bring race into this.
Do you think the majority of people who are in jail are stuck as criminals and nothing that ever could happen to them in their life would make them have not, gone down a criminal path?
There are, first of all,
it's a yes or no question. It's
no.
a yes or no question.
No, and I never said that.
Okay, then why are we arguing? Then you agree with me.
Look, I'm talking about systemically how to solve the crime problem. Okay.
Oh my God.
Is crime not a
shoot
problem?
Myself in the face. I'm gonna commit crime on myself. If you agree with me, then why are we having this argument? I don't understand.
You are the one. First of all, you are the one making extrapolations from my argument. Like I'm saying,
I literally the first thing I said to you, Adam, was I don't agree that that's the majority of people in prison. And you should have just said, I agree with you, Sitch. I don't think it's the majority of people in prison. And then we could have moved on. It would have been a 2-second conversation.
Do you remember my response when you said that?
Yeah, you went on a whole fucking thing, which implied that you thought it was a majority of people in prison. And that's why we kept continuing.
You obviously don't remember my response because I said...
What was your response?
I said, that's a completely different question.
I understand that, but then you seem to double down on that.
No, I never said that. I never said I thought the majority of people were in jail.
Just say that. Okay, fine.
I'm assuming so you think the majority of people in prison are black is what you're saying. Like you're the one that brought race into it. So
no, that's not. The majority of people in prison are not black. There's a disproportionate amount of black people in prison.
So the majority of people in prison are white.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting. Are those people psychopaths, or is it just
some of them are? Some percentage of them.
Are you saying that only? Are you saying that only the black people in prison are psychopaths and the white people in prison are not psychopaths? That is what I'm saying,
yes.
Are you the one that's separating them out that way?
That is exactly what I said, Adam. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what? Like, why even bring up the race thing?
Because I'm trying to protect you from walking down the fucking...
I'm not walking down that path.
You are. You were on it. You didn't understand. Okay. By not whether you realize it or not, by not addressing
do you not agree that we have to get violent criminals off the streets? Like,
stop changing the subject. Okay?
Well, that's all I said.
You listen. I'm your friend here. I'm trying to protect you. I'm looking out for you. Okay. Whether you realize it or not, by not answering my question directly, you are opening yourself up to be called a big racist.
Explain to me how.
Because you seem to be implying, whether you understand it or not, you seem to have been implying that the majority of people that were in prison would be in prison.
The majority of people in prison are white. Okay, continue.
No, yes. You seem to have been implying that the majority of people that are in prison were predestined to go to prison biologically. That seemed to be what you were implying. What you were saying.
So white, black, yellow, red, whatever color they are, are predisposed to go to jail because they're psychopaths. How is that a race issue? Who brought race into it?
You're jumping ahead. We have to do this one step at a time.
Okay.
Step one, you seem to have been implying that the majority of people in prison, the majority, 51% or more, are predisposed to be in prison. They're predestined to be in prison. They're predestined, for that fate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you said you don't agree with that, right? Or do you agree with that?
Well, people can go to prison for different reasons. I'm certain that there are people who are just psychopaths, like they're going to be predisposed to violent crime.
I understand.
Why? Look, we have to. For some reason, you're not understanding this. So I mean,
you're not understanding. You just it's a yes.
You're the one jumping. You're the one jumping to the 51% of the black people. Is that what you're saying?
Remove race from it. Remove race from it completely.
Okay. So there are two populations in prison. Okay.
We live in
let me finish. Okay. There are two populations that are in prison, right? There are the psychopaths that cannot be changed, which there may or may not be a biological component to. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. And there are the people who, they're not psychopaths. They got caught up with the wrong people and they could possibly change. Right.
Of course.
You tell me which ones are the black ones. Okay.
Okay, we're not talking. Let's remove race.
Well, then why did you bring race into this?
I should have brought race because I should have brought it more carefully. Answer me one. I've triggered the elephant. Okay, this is the problem. You're not thinking clearly here.
Okay. First of all, I'm so not triggered. Okay. I don't understand. I'm just trying to understand your argument here. Okay.
Then let me fucking explain it. You keep interrupting me like every 2 seconds.
Well, no, I want to understand why you brought race into it. Okay?
I will explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. As I said, we'll take this step by step.
Okay.
Step 1. And this is why I said, I don't think the majority of people.
You keep going back to the majority. What?
I'm going to kill myself if you don't let me finish live on stream.
What does the majority of people have to do with it?
Oh my God. Okay, let's imagine a hypothetical all-white prison. Okay, will this make you feel better? We have a hypothetical. We'll call it a Whitey's penitentiary. Okay, only white people allowed in this fucking jail.
All you were saying is, out of the two groups, the psychopaths and the other non-psychopaths, you're saying that the non-psychopaths are the majority. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you agree? Okay. So do you agree?
But in the psychopath and the non-psychopath group, what does race have to do with it?
Okay. If you like actually go down this journey with me, as opposed to interrupting, you can find out.
Okay.
Okay. So we have our all-white prison for the sake of conversation. And I'm saying, I don't think the majority of people in that prison are psychopaths. Right. Now, there's obviously going to be a higher percentage of psychopaths compared to the average population, obviously, but I don't think 51% of the people are psychopaths in that prison. Okay.
Right.
And you seem to agree with that, right?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
How do you know? So you just consult your gut, or what?
I'm consulting my gut.
Okay. I like to use this thing called evidence.
Okay.
Okay. Where are you getting your idea that maybe it's 95% psychopaths?
Uh-huh. Okay.
How do you know that it's what does your gut say about the percentages? How much is psychopaths and how much are just regular people that got incarcerated?
Let me bring up a study. Let's see, what year was this?
You don't have to bring up a study, but
2011. It said of approximately and this is in 2011, of approximately the 6,720,000 adult males that are in prison, jail, or parole or probation, 16% of them are psychopaths.
Okay. Really?
Thus, approximately 93% of adult male psychopaths in the United States are in prison, jail, parole, or probation.
Okay, so they're actually making an effort to get the psychopaths into prison.
Right. So they're saying 16%. Now this isn't this is everything. It's not just jail.
Right.
I'm sure probation kind of changes the thing, but they're saying 16%.
So 84% are capable of rehabilitation.
Right. So what's the average? How many?
Now,
psychopaths.
Before we move on, I got to know, like, how am I going to be painted as a racist for having this conversation when you're the one that brought racism?
Well, I'll tell you in a second. So
okay.
So the thought is that 1% of the population is psychopathic.
Right. I agree.
And so 16% of people stuck in the criminal system are psychopathic. So there's a huge, obviously, very overrepresented, which is what you would expect.
Of course. Yes.
Okay. So what does it have to do with race? Well, if you are going to posit the idea that 51% or more of people in jail are predisposed to be in jail, or, as you were saying, are psychopaths, if there's a disproportionate racial breakdown of any group of people, then you would be, by definition, race essentializing psychopaths. You'd be saying that blacks, for whatever reason, are genetically predisposed to being psychopaths higher than whites, while Asians are, for whatever reason, not predisposed to being psychopaths compared to whites. And so to me, that doesn't make, I don't think there's any evidence that being a psychopath is inherently tied to some racial breakdown or not.
I don't either, bro. I don't either.
Okay. But do you
And
want,
I would never make that claim in a million
I understand
jillion years. Yeah.
But you understand by saying that the majority of people in jail are psychopaths, that's essentially the argument that you would be making.
I'm not, but I never made that argument.
I understand that. So you just agreed with me from the fucking beginning. So I don't understand why we had to go on this side quest for 20 minutes.
Well, I don't understand why you had to. I guess I do understand why you had to racialize it, because you had to say, listen, Adam, what they're going to do is they're going to pull this sneaky move on you. And they're going to say, because something you didn't actually say, most people in prison are psychopaths.
Because you, instead of just agreeing with me, which you seem to agree with me, so I don't know why you didn't. Unless you just understand what I was saying.
No, first of all, I said that's a completely different question. If you would have looked up the survey immediately, we would have just had the answer to that question.
But you could have just said, Sitch, I don't know the answer to that. Go look it up.
I did say that.
You said that now, like 20 seconds ago.
I did say that.
Okay, whatever. We can move on.
No, I think it's an interesting question, but we never. I mean, in the context of left and right, we never got to the answer on whether or not you agree, because this is a fundamental disagreement with the left and the right about dealing with crime. Like the left can't even imagine that there are people that are like career criminals that just need to be taken out of society. Like the left won't accept that. They think these people are corrupted by society.
Okay, I understand. We can move on.
Well, do you accept the conservative framing for criminal justice?
Of course.
Okay, so you're saying that those people need to, that it's not the system corrupting those people. You're saying that those people are.
Listen, I accept part of it. The part of that I accept is that the soft on crime is fucking dumb.
Right.
Doesn't work. So the left's attitude to being soft on crime doesn't work. The right's attitude to being hard on crime does work. However, there's one element that is completely failed, where the right completely fails on crime, and this is where the left should be. If the left actually wanted to follow the science or do what was correct for society, instead of being soft on crime, the left's emphasis should be, once people are imprisoned, how do you prevent them from reoffending? That should be the left's goal. How to actually make jail a rehabilitation service as opposed to just a place to segregate, bad actors from society. And that's where America seems to be failing with our prison system.
Yeah, I don't know that rehabilitation is really a possibility. I think the jury's out on that.
I don't know, but yeah. I don't know if I don't think we've tried in any meaningful sense.
Right. So. Well, I don't necessarily know that we haven't tried. The question is whether or not it's a possibility, and if it's not a possibility, you can try, and this is the idea of the left, that we could devise a system that will overcome the fact that there are just bad people in the world that are just set on foisting mayhem on innocent people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, we can move on.
Okay.
This was a very interesting dialogue, though. I don't know why you just always have to bring race into things. It's so
okay.
It's so weird. I understand why you did it, though, because that's exactly what the left would do. They'd completely twist the argument around and be like,
PragerU thinks that leftists are afraid of reality. Reality is hard, it's painful, it's full of unfortunate truths that leftists don't want to believe. Is that true?
Hell yeah, it's true.
I don't think so. I think that the issue here is that PragerU and their viewers have a fundamentally different view of the world than people on the left have. People on the right see things as immutable. Facts are facts, and no new data can change things. The world is one thing, and it's up to us to learn to exist to the best of our ability in that world.
See, I hate this part, because I mean, there are things that you cannot change, right? And there are things that you can change. You really got to separate the two.
Mm-hmm.
Things might suck, but it's a dog-eat-dog world where only the best survive. Whereas people on the left see things as more fluid. There is constantly new information to be learned. Things change, and it's up to us to roll with those changes and alter our mindsets accordingly. But this fluidity also means that we have the power to change things. If we see something that sucks, we can work to change it. Nothing is static. If we take these different worldviews into account, we can see where this disconnect.
She's conflated. Here's part of the issue. I understand why she's mistaken here. You can understand, or I can understand, why the conservative perception is you can't change things, which isn't really necessarily true. It's because if the conservative perception is defense, it's saying we need to conserve these systems and ideas that have proven successful in the past.
Yes.
They're not saying that you can't change the world in a positive way. They're just saying someone has changed the world in a positive way, and we're going to continue doing what they did, essentially.
Right. Yeah, they realize change comes at a risk.
Yes.
Right.
But she's kind of conceptualizing it deeper than that. She's conceptualizing it like conservatives view there's some sort of inherent nature or fabric to reality that will never even be changeable,
right,
or worth attempting to change, which I don't think is, I mean, maybe it's some of it, but I don't think that's the main conservative drive here.
Right. I mean, I think of modern conservatism accepts Enlightenment philosophy that things can change for the better.
Right.
Right.
And as you have brought up many times, this is always the question, how long does something have to be in effect for it to suddenly be the conservative position to defend it as tradition?
Right.
And liberalism is the perfect example.
Right.
I mean, most conservatives in America, not all, but most, defend the liberalism, defend the Enlightenment.
They're defending color blindness right now.
Right. And these are all, I mean, that was the argument that John Locke was having. John Locke was the pro-change guy. He was the conservatives were arguing in favor of monarchy,
right,
and divine right of kings and all that shit. So
I think it's interesting that Locke has a deity component to it.
Well, they all did. I mean, that was the only way to really frame the argument back then, was through God. So
yeah.
Cool. Happens. It's not that leftists are ignoring harsh realities. It's that they're showing that those things aren't reality at all. Mm-hmm. And conversely, it's not that...
See, this is where having a conversation about that 16% of psychopaths in prison would be interesting.
Right.
It's like, okay, do you want to accept that that's a reality? I mean, also, do you want to accept, even in the abortion thing, it's like at some point you got to say, okay, well, the bodily autonomy belongs to the baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when third trimester rolls around, you're like, it's pretty much a baby. So, I mean, that's the reality. But yet they want to sit in congressional hearings and they don't want to, I mean, it does seem like they're kind of ignoring that. Even in the what is a woman debate, it seems like there's a lot of ignoring reality going on.
Well,
I guess what she's saying is that they're trying to change reality. They're trying to basically change the definition of a woman. So
the whole ignoring versus accepting reality thing, this is not, again, it's going to be a broken record for this video. This is not a left-right divide. Each, whatever side, both sides argue that reality is the thing that makes their argument stronger. Okay. So the left will, with the what is a woman argument, they say, oh, well, reality, science. That's what, when someone says science shows us, that's what they're saying. They're saying reality shows us. Science shows us that, there's not two genders. There's not even two sexes, because you look at intersex people, you look at all these various conditions, blah 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 blah. That's what they're arguing. And then people on the right say, well, no, reality shows us, science shows us. Now, often they don't phrase it in science, but that's essentially what they're arguing. Reality shows us, no, there only is two sexes. There only is two genders. So it's not like one side has a monopoly on appealing to reality. That's what both sides constantly do. This is why our conversations in the modern political discourse right now, they're not really dictated mostly by people arguing how to, like, who is right or how to do something. The arguments are dominated by what set of facts are true or not.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. What set of facts are we going to accept?
Right. And that's how most, and this is why this is weird. That's how most every argument plays out. If you look at every argument on the left and the right, they have if they both, there's very few arguments that I can think of politically right now where both sides agree to the same set of facts and then come to a different conclusion. It's almost always like they just completely disagree on what the facts show. The Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example.
And the facts create the conclusion.
Right. Because, well, it's more like the conclusion creates the facts.
It is, yeah, in reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The Kyle Rittenhouse is the perfect example, because they wanted to create, people on the left wanted to create alternate facts to Kyle Rittenhouse to say, oh, he was racist, or, oh, he, was, he just wanted to kill, as Sam Cedar said, he just wanted to kill leftists and black people. Oh, he was chasing after people. Oh, he went there with the intention of shooting people, blah, 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 blah. The people that attacked Kyle Rittenhouse were just scared for their life. They want to create new facts to justify their intuition about not liking seeing a kid holding a gun at that age.
Right. That was the destination.
Just, right. And it's the same thing with the election fraud stuff. And in the other direction, the right, people who are in favor of the election fraud stuff want to create facts to justify, the outcome they already want. And so it's not a question of one side accepting reality and the other not. It's a question of no one accepts reality. No one cares about reality. They warp reality to fit the conclusion they want.
Right.
Period.
Gotcha.
That people on the right are accepting those harsh realities. It's that they're holding on to inaccurate beliefs because it's easier than confronting the idea that they might be wrong.
Yeah, this is very, very left-wing bubble.
Yeah.
Super, super left-wing bubble. So.
Talk down to me, mommy.
Well, I got in a long argument, actually, with my dad about this not long ago. Because, he's still, he made me proud the other day.
Oh my God, your dad made you proud?
He made me proud. He unprompted, he brought up, the dangers and problems of wokeness.
No way. Holy cow.
I was like, wow.
You're making massive
progress.
headway.
I'm making progress here. Started tearing up. Okay. But then after that, he said, I think it might have been the same conversation. We were talking about the January 6th stuff because it was, after the last January 6th hearing.
Right.
And he basically, my position was that the people that were like there and like rioting, they honestly believed that the election was stolen. Like they thought the election was stolen.
Of course they did.
So, right. And so in their minds, what they were doing was justified or even rational.
Of course.
To some extent. And he doesn't want to accept that, or he thinks that by me stating that position that I'm like giving them a pass for their behavior, which I'm not. And he wants to say, no, these people are willfully deluding themselves. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Everyone's willfully deluding themselves of everything. I don't know what you're talking about. And so, and this is very common, for both sides really, is to just, everyone wants to believe that the other side like really knows that they're wrong, but they just can't accept it. And I think there's like no one in reality, there's like very few people that deep down know they're wrong and just, refuse to accept it. Everyone thinks they're right.
They have a completely different view of reality. Like obviously the left You know, they have the whole racist cop thing. And you
Right.
look, you're like, well, let's look at the evidence here. And the evidence just doesn't measure up. But they're obviously deluding themselves into that position in the same way the January 6 people. But they believe it. I don't think they don't believe it.
No, right. And to be, now you can get to a point where people are deluding themselves. Like, I think when it comes to content creators and political pundits, those people are more likely to be deluding themselves because they're actually confronted with
the evidence,
alternative information that contradicts what they think.
Right.
The average person who's in the left or right-wing bubble, I don't think is really confronted with some information that would cast doubt into their belief at all.
Right. You and I are always, we're always contemplating that evidence that would force doubt on any position that we hold. And that's what makes us more timid, I think, about taking positions, especially when we don't have the facts.
Right.
Yeah. But once we start building a fact set, it's much easier to take a position. But I always keep in mind, here is the thing that would be devastating to this position. And it's funny when it comes along, and other people, and you're like, oh, well, obvious, this is completely devastating to your position, dude. Like, you need to accept this. They don't accept it. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, okay. I still think policing is innately racist.
Sure.
Yeah.
Destiny had a really good conversation. I don't know if he's clipped it yet.
Peter Boghossian?
With Peter Boghossian, yeah. And in it, Peter Boghossian was kind of going through like questions to ask people to get them to sort of lower their defenses.
Yeah.
And one of the good questions that it seems so obvious, but it's very rarely asked is, what information would have to could come out that could change your mind?
Yeah. I'm always thinking about that.
Right.
All right, Zoe.
So, in that sense, no, leftism is not about avoiding pain. So, all told, PragerU is kind of right, just not for the reasons they think they are. And they're also wrong, but they're wrong in ways that are way too big to get into right now. So, let's assume that PragerU is right. Leftists want to avoid pain by helping people and offering safety nets, etc. And let's take that idea and ask the final question. Is this good or is this bad? How can avoiding pain be a bad thing? On its surface, avoiding pain sounds like a really logical, natural thing, right? But a lot of our policies, especially economic policies, are built on the idea that pain isn't just unavoidable, but necessary for a functional society. In a nutshell, conservative politics...
How would you deny that?
Well, I know. I can think of a ton of ways how avoiding pain is bad. Like studying, like getting ready for the bar exam, right? Putting off doing your taxes. Like, there's all kinds of things that avoiding pain could be bad for you, right? Avoiding going to the gym.
Wait, let me back up.
Turning into a big fat slob because you're too lazy to get your ass to the gym.
I feel like she just reversed her previous argument.
Oh, I know. That's what I thought. Like,
okay. Wait, let me go
I thought
back.
she kind of reversed her argument too. Wasn't she?
She was saying the left was in favor of avoiding pain.
Avoiding pain be a bad thing. On its surface, avoiding pain sounds like a really logical, natural thing, right?
Okay.
But a lot of our policies, especially economic policy,
No, you got to back it up a little more.
No. Okay, I think I understand.
In ways that are way too big to get into right now.
Right
so
here at the beginning.
Let's assume that PragerU is right. Leftists want to avoid pain by helping people and offering safety nets, etc. And
maybe she's just talking in the context of offering help to people.
Let's take that idea and ask the final question. Is this good or is this bad?
So there's the context of avoiding pain, like I'm saying, avoiding going to the gym when that could be disastrous, and there's the context of helping people, which it's kind of unclear which one she means.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't think she's reversed her position. What she's saying is the left wants to avoid pain, and the right is saying pain is necessary to promote
a functional society. Yeah,
functional society. But to me, I don't. How could you even conceptualize that as not being true? Of course, that's true.
Yeah. Pain. The whole purpose of pain is to make you avoid certain behaviors, which makes you a functional organism. Like
that's literally why pain even exists.
I know the whole now scale that up from the level of the organism to the level of society. Of course, you have to have punishment for bad behavior. Otherwise, you're just going to get more bad. How do you get people into quadrant 4 and not just living in quadrant 3?
Right. And maybe I think it's one of these situations where it's like the fish in water. People have been pain has been such a natural part of people's existence that they assume that pain is just something unassailable, like it's something that has to be part of reality. But that's not true. Pain is an evolved concept. Animals don't have to feel pain. Animals evolved to feel pain because it was beneficial to them.
Do you know about those weird people that are born who've like their brain is messed up and they feel no pain whatsoever? Pain, yes. Yeah. Right. And they're always a big problem. Like, they've got like scars all over.
Yeah, because they keep hurting themselves because they don't realize that they're actually hurting themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. No, but that's exactly it.
They're like carrying a hot plate. Their whole hand is burning.
Right. They can like put their hand on a hot stove and not realize they're burning their flesh. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So to me, if every animal, basically from billions of years ago when we were single cells, created this thing of this concept, this biological process, this chemical reaction of pain to basically avoid certain behaviors. I mean, obviously that's going to play effects in like a society, if you scale that up from the organism to, humans, billions of years later.
Conservatives are basically saying you can't construct a society where you're the guy who can't experience pain because there's no feedback mechanism to even tell if your behavior is acceptable or not. Yeah. Right.
Well, unfortunately, unless we evolve to higher dimensional, big brain, 10-dimensional creatures that float around and exist in the ether space, you can't really have a currently or a current human plane of existence. You couldn't have a society devoid of pain because a society devoid of pain would be impossible and meaningless.
Yeah.
And then part of the issue too, well, it'd be impossible because even if you could there would always be pain because the way that we kind of perceive information is pain is you have to view something as pleasurable. Okay, let me back up.
In opposition, yeah. I know where you're going.
The only reason pleasure exists is because pain exists. You couldn't have one without the other. And that's the only thing that motivates human behavior.
Well, there is stasis.
As she even brought out in the regulatory focus theory.
Oh, yeah.
You have to be motivated. Humans are motivated by pleasure and pain. And so obviously you can't have a society where pain doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But we all know this, even if we eliminated all sickness and eliminated all war, we lived in the perfect Star Trek utopia future. What humans conceptualize as pain would just be far lesser than what we conceptualize pain now, but it would still exist. And to them, they would still feel it to that extent because the mind needs something to latch onto to create sort of a dichotomy in order to motivate, humans to function.
Yeah. Yeah, to function and to thrive, to produce. I mean, there's so many other things that go into human motivation as well.
Right.
I feel like all of these conversations revolve around the health of society. People come out and they say, listen, there's this thing that we're doing, this moral prescription that we have that I think is going to bring down the downfall of society, or I think is going to be excellent for society. This is going to make everything much better than it is now. And really, until you implement those policies, you really don't know. But some policies, I think, are just like obviously ridiculous. I mean, this is why there's so much conflict over welfare. And it is kind of a miscommunication because, you know, she's seeing welfare as eliminating pain. And conservatives are saying, listen, you're also eliminating people's motivation to join society and thrive. So there's a double-edged sword there.
Do you have the super chats open? I BRB real quick.
Yeah. You want to read a super chat or something?
Read some super chat.
Guys, please do not laugh at me. I'm about to read a super chat, and it's going to be, you know, it might have a lot of small words in it. I might be able to get through it. Might have some big words. I might stumble. But that's okay. That's what we do around here. So okay, I do remember where we left off. I think we left off at Misarathum 6. Misram 6 for 500 Kazar says, Chad Adam undoing the buttons while Virgin Sitch fumbles with a zipper is the ultimate reason why A-Team is better than S-Class. Yes, Sitch read that super chat before, but I thought since it was generally an A-Team super chat that I would read it again because that's how I roll. Mr. Self-Destruction is a member for 2 months, and he says, I don't think the French say that. Well, I don't remember what we were talking about, but I'm sure the French probably don't say that. So I'm going to go with you. Just on my gut intuition that you are correct. The French don't say that. Vile Van Gogh, thank you for having an easily pronounceable screen name. I like that. For $20 says, the logical commitments of communist metaphysics terminates at single human ontology endpoint. One giant human skin blob in perpetual orgasm grafted onto a Dyson sphere. Now that, I mean, is that the communist utopia? That's a pretty interesting picture you spell out there. Because I could see that happening. I could definitely see communists, that being like the dream of the communists. You know, they're all linked in one giant human centipede grafted onto a Dyson sphere. Although, if it was a human centipede, would it be orgasmic joy? I don't know. Selic S for 20 Aussie dollars says, in TRM, what is TRM? I don't know what TRM is. In TRM, oh, the righteous mind. Okay. In the righteous mind, Height talks about how the writer is more like a lawyer because reputation is too important to humans, and therefore a system in which reputation were in line would be preferable, or a system in which reputation were on the line, I believe you mean to say, would be preferable. How is this not an endorsement of SJWs? Well, the problem... Well, I'm glad you got back. Here, I'm going to include you on this one because this is an interesting super chat. Let's see if Sitch can get to the correct answer. Maybe I'll let Sitch go first and see if I will correct him if he's wrong. I will tell him
okay, I'm ready.
I will tell him how his position implicates the blacks more than...
Tell me how I'm racist.
Select S for 20 Aussie dollars says, in the righteous mind, Height talks about how the writer is more like a lawyer because reputation is too important to humans, and therefore a system in which reputation were on the line would be preferable. How is this not an endorsement of social justice warriors? Respond, dear sir.
Height talks about how the writer is more like a lawyer because reputation is too important to humans, and therefore a system in which... I don't understand the question. Therefore, a system in which reputations were in the line
We're
be
on
preferable.
on the line, yeah.
Or
So
they're on the line.
he's basically saying social justice warriors with cancel culture have set up a system where your reputation is on the line, and therefore, why is that system not preferable? Because the argument in the righteous mind Haidt makes is that setting up a system where people's I'm going to give it away because I'm going to tell how it's set up in the righteous mind. Right? Haidt wants to link your reputation to determining truth. So if your reputation is on the line and you're going to get a higher reputation for being able to determine truthful things and a lower reputation for not being able to determine truthful things, you will determine truthful things because your reputation is on the line. And that is the problem with the social justice system, because they're just after destroying your reputation based on, and this is one of the reasons why I always say cancel culture is based on lies, because your reputation is not linked to you determining truth. Your reputation is linked to you virtue signaling the party line.
Right.
And is that a good thing? I don't think it's a good thing, right?
I have a slightly different answer.
Okay, let's hear your answer.
We actually want a society where people's reputations are on the line. And the reason you want that is because the alternative is that their life is on the line. Okay. People have to kill something, or they will have to attack something. So they're either going to attack you as a person, or they're going to attack your reputation. Attacking someone's reputation has sort of become like the sublimated version of attacking someone with physical violence. And that's always been a part of society. It's always been a part of culture. There's two problems with sort of wokeness. The first is what exactly constitutes how far someone has to go to have their reputation attacked or destroyed. And with wokeness, the bar for attacking someone's reputation is so far lower than it's like ever been.
Right.
In the 90s and the early 2000s and the 80s, you had so much more freedom to do and say a lot more things, without even offensive things, without setting off the bar for society coming at you and attacking your reputation. But, if you were still, a bad person by those standards, if you were, attacking people violently, killing people, committing crimes, cheating on your spouse, you could still have your reputation attacked. It was just, it seemed like it was by a criteria which we all felt we agreed with far more stringently. And that's really what's going on here with wokeness. We don't agree with the criteria, the moral criteria that they're laying out, basically, because it's an anti-liberal criteria. And we live in a liberal society. So attacking someone through their reputation is fine. It's the question of what merits the attack, and also how strong should the attack be. And so wokeness has a different criteria that we don't agree with. And also they have a much, there's always an over, the punishment never fits the perceived crime anyway. You make some minor joke about something and you get fired from your job and your life destroyed.
Right.
So that's the problem with woke. And also the second problem with wokeness is that there's no forgiveness ever anyway. So
right.
So that's my answer to the question.
Right. Okay. Beautiful.
Am I racist?
No, you did great.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
You kept it away from the...
I avoided being racist.
Right. Kept it away from the race issue.
Ocracy for $20 says, Sitch, that person on abortion was me. Oh, on abortion. Oh, thank you, Ocracy. And you are wrong. You didn't read the last two words of point 2 in the bill. It ends with or health. Health is left completely undefined. Okay, so wait, Ocracy. You need to be more clear then when you're sending... I mean, I know you have limited space, but... So it's true. The bill says... It wants to bring things back to Roe v. Wade in terms of the 24 weeks, except in the cases of health. But that's the way it's always been.
That
was the way it was
exception.
under Roe v. Wade.
Right. Yeah.
Now, if you're going to say that health is too broad, if they didn't define it, because I think it said something like, I'd have to bring up the bill. I don't have it open anymore. It was something like, you know, I don't know if it said significant health. I'll have to look at it again. But if your only contention is that the health part of it needs to be more clearly defined, then okay. I mean, you can make that argument. I think that that's more likely an oversight. I don't think that the Democrats snuck that in there because they want to get rid of, you know, they want you to have abortions with no restriction up to the day that you give birth, which is sort of what you kind of either said or implied in your super chat, Ostracy. And you understand that's very different than saying, well, there's an oversight here. They didn't clearly spell out what, you know, significant health risk means. There's just an article I read the other day. This was a crazy article. This woman, she had some like rare bacteria or something that was like infected her. And normally you could just take an antibiotic and you would be fine. And if you don't take the antibiotic, it eats your optic nerves and makes you go blind. Okay, so it's really nasty bacteria. But she was in a state where they had just outlawed abortion like completely after the Roe v. Wade thing happened. And she was pregnant, and you can't take this antibiotics when you're pregnant because it will like fuck up the baby. But there's no other way to treat this. And she wasn't like she wasn't like long, like she was only like, I don't know, I think like a month or 2 months pregnant or something. And so she's like, okay, well, if I have to choose between going blind
just
and
go
getting
blind.
an abortion,
Why be a bitch?
I'm going to get an abortion and then I'm going to take the antibiotics. And she couldn't do it because all these doctors that she went to were too afraid that even though the state had a medical necessity clause for abortions, they were all just so terrified, and this was in a red state, that going blind didn't constitute, you know, a severe enough medical necessity for an abortion.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
And so this really happened. You can look it up. The woman actually, because it took her so long to finally get through the process, she ended up going blind in one eye.
No way. Oh my God.
She went completely blind in one eye because of this fucking thing. And now she never wants to get pregnant again because she's so terrified. And so, yeah, if you want to say that that the law needs to be far more clear with what it means for these medical, you know, exceptions, then okay, I don't disagree with that. I don't think now when the Republican state, whatever state this was, passed that bill, I don't think that they didn't include this in the law because they wanted women to go blind. I just think it's an oversight. It's because it's very difficult to spell out, you know, the exact guidelines. And that's why a lot of them just say like, oh, they just leave it up to your doctor to kind of figure it out. So, which is a very libertarian answer.
No, they want to control women's bodies, Sitch.
Right.
Okay, they want women to go blind.
I see.
That's a terrible story.
It is a terrible story.
Wow.
It's a horrible story. But so, yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately that's what happens with a lot of vague laws sometimes. So,
yeah.
But I don't think, and if I'm mischaracterizing what you said, obviously I apologize. But I could have swore in your previous super chat you were implying that the Democrats were intentionally trying to make it so that anyone can get an abortion up to the, you know, with no restrictions, which that is not the case, and that's not what that's not at all what that law put forward. But a guy for $20 says a cursory glance at a non-paywalled article on RFT describes prevention-oriented individuals as complacent and conservative, maybe in a modern context that could apply to the left, but not when the theory was created in 1997. Well, interesting. There you go. Oh, look at Guy doing the research. Potato, thank you so much, Potato, for another 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Potato. Look at this. Potato, the membership master. Thank you so much.
Very cool.
Lost in Hell, thank you so much for joining. The Free Will Seeker. And thanks so much, Casper Sobansky, for joining the Free Will Seekers. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
Why do we have to... Why do people make videos and mischaracterize their political opposition? Why does this happen? Why does someone make a video?
That's the basis of
explaining the world here.
That is the basis of political punditry. I don't know why you're asking this question.
Well, I mean, but it's mischaracterizing their political opposition.
That's the point of political punditry. To mischaracterize your opposition as evil or stupid.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's evil.
One of the great untruths.
That's totally evil. Why would they do such a thing?
They don't realize they're doing it.
Oh my! Read Jar Jar's super chat. It's super nice to me.
I can't. It's not $20.
Really?
And it's nice to you, so I definitely can't read it.
Let's make I think we should start making an exception. Any super chats that are nice to Adam, that are under $20, I feel obligated.
If you want to read it, you can read it.
Jar Jar for $10. Adam has a good grasp on psychology, on the psychology of ideology, like Peterson used to. I like that part. But he can't improve in debates. I think he has a hard time grasping his opponent's point or takes it personally. A team with love. Why I'm trying to do better. This is my take is really, I don't think I have a hard time grasping my opponent's point. I think a lot of it is a rhetoric game. And I think sometimes people have better rhetoric than me. So do you have a take on debates? I think debates are like 99% rhetoric. I really do.
Debates are very difficult because you have to balance two completely contradictory ideas.
Yes, yeah.
Which is that you need to hold on to your point and also understand what the person you're arguing with is saying too.
Yes.
And it's very difficult because what happens if you hold on to your own point too strongly, then you just kind of hit a wall where you don't understand what the fuck the other person is saying and the conversation can't progress. But if you don't hold on to your point at all and you just focus on what your opponent's saying, then it's super easy for them to either intentionally or unintentionally draw you down the path of being strawmanned or arguing against something that you don't even care about or believe in. And people don't even realize they're doing this. This literally happened to me this morning on Twitter. There are people that are arguing with me about shit that's not my position. And I'll say, this isn't my position. And then at the end of it, they get triggered and they think like I'm using a debate tactic.
Right.
Because I'm like, what are you talking? I don't know. I very clearly made my position on this topic and people, this happens so much.
They accuse you of changing your position because they got you.
Right. It's like someone throws out something, we'll make a very specific position about free speech or transgender issues or January 6th is another popular one or abortion. And then people construct a straw man position of it and they throw it at us. And this is what always happens. And maybe I'm making a mistake here. Because I'll kind of answer what they're saying, but then I also say, this isn't my position, but I'll still answer your question.
Right.
And so they'll take you down a path and they'll ignore the fact that I said from the beginning that this isn't my position.
Right, yeah. They're like, well, you debated me on the position.
Right. And so we get to the end of it. I'm like, oh, well, that's all great, what you said. I mean, okay, that's not my position. I don't understand why you brought it to me in the first place, but okay. And then they get all triggered. And they're like, oh, you're just saying that because you lost. And I'm like, I said it from the beginning. You claim, and it's weird because people claim that they're like fans and they listen to us.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, where are you getting, what are you listening to? Were you drawing these conclusions to? I don't know.
We've only talked about morality for a million hours.
I know.
It's Jari for $10. I don't know. I think I said Jar. So
I think you did. How dare you besmirch Jari.
Yeah.
So
All right, let's.
But
get
also,
back to...
I think what happened, like when we were having our conversation where we were stuck,
just now.
I think, yeah,
because you tried to call
like
me racist
20 minutes ago. I think what was going on was that you weren't arguing your first order thing. I feel, and I could be wrong, I feel like you didn't want to give an answer on whether you thought the majority of people were psychopaths or not, just because you didn't know, but you didn't want to just say that. And so you're sort of arguing other things around that. And I don't think you were realizing that that's what was happening, but I think that's what
I
was
said.
actually
I
happening.
immediately said that's a different question.
I understand that.
And I don't know.
You didn't say. I don't think you said I don't know.
Well, I mean,
maybe I missed that, but
someone will timestamp it in the. We'll figure it out.
It's not that important.
It's not a big deal. Well, it's great when people do timestamp it because you can think, oh, maybe I was wrong about that.
Right.
The mind is an imperfect thing.
That's true.
Caffeinated Tweaker for 2 Canadians says, Adam is great. We love Adam.
That's true. Adam is great.
How can avoiding pain be a bad thing? On its surface, avoiding pain sounds like a really logical, natural thing, right?
This is so painful.
Yes. We're okay. Avoiding pain is natural. That's true.
Right.
But a lot of our policies, especially economic policies, are built on the idea that pain isn't just unavoidable, but necessary for a functional society. In a nutshell, conservative politics often revolve around tightening the national budget, cutting public spending, lowering taxes, deregulation, and generally just decreasing the reach and size of government. This is what's called...
I mean, lowering taxes does seem like decreasing pain to me, but I mean, that would completely go against her argument. Anyway, let us continue.
Austerity, and it's the basis of Reaganomics. We have this idea that for the economy to work, we must go through a tough tightening of our belts. We have to suck it up and deal with not getting everything we want. And this is the line of thinking that a lot of people use when arguing against welfare programs. We can't just have whatever we want for free. That's not how it works. So a lot of our economic policies are built on the idea that pain is necessary for society to function. And you can also connect this to the Protestant work ethic and our obsession with self-made success stories and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. If things are hard, don't complain. It won't get you anywhere. Just suck it up and deal with the pain and move forward.
She's sort of like not really even addressing what she's saying herself.
Yeah, I know.
She's
Is that good or bad? I mean, Protestant work ethic now, she's coming out and saying that's bad?
Well,
I'm confused. What's
she's
happening here?
She's saying that the right believes that pain is necessary for society.
Right, to thrive. Yes.
To thrive. People need to avoid pain to, create pro-social societies, pro-social
Well, not avoid pain, but she's talking about taking on painful tasks to achieve some goal. I mean, that's the context of everything she's saying.
That's not really what she's saying. She's saying like, oh, the conservatives want to cut welfare spending because they believe that pain, such as like being poor, is what motivates people to succeed, essentially.
But she also connected it to she literally said the Protestant work ethic, so.
Right. Wait, hold on one second.
And pulling yourself up by your necessary for society to function. And you can also connect this to the Protestant work ethic and our obsession with self-made success stories and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. If things are hard, don't complain. It won't get you anywhere. Just suck it up and deal with the pain and move forward.
So she's conflating whether pain is necessary and whether it's inevitable. These are two different things.
Well, and she's also conflating pain working towards a goal, self-sacrifice for future gain.
Yes.
I mean, that's the whole idea behind the Protestant work ethic. That's the whole idea behind the plaque in the gym that says no pain, no gain. It's like...
Yes. Right.
This is basic humaning.
Right.
But she's not throwing down a position on how she feels about the Protestant work ethic.
Through this lens, pain is not just a good thing, but a necessary thing. Any economy not built on pain is just a fantasy for babies.
Well, I mean, that's true. I
Yeah.
think. I'm curious to see. I don't think she lays out how the alternative. I think she just says that's capitalism, essentially. I don't think she lays out an alternative to this.
Automation, baby. Come on.
But it doesn't matter. Even if everything is automated, and we had free energy and free replicators, our society would still be based around pain. Because there would still be a status hierarchy that is created, and people that are not succeeding in the status hierarchy
would be in pain.
Would be in pain.
Yeah.
Right.
Why can't I be as popular as Zoe Bee?
Right. Why can't I be as popular as Zoe Bee, the #1, StarCraft 10 player, right? Or whatever the fuck's going on 1,000 years from now. So.
Oh. Do you know the name of the woman we're watching her video right now?
Zoe Bee, yeah. So
okay.
Space B, yes.
Is she the #1 StarCraft player? I wonder.
I'm assuming not.
Okay. She looks like she would be awesome at StarCraft, but.
But this is just the capitalist realism talking.
Oh, no. See, I knew you'd love this video. It's just a capitalist realism talking. Don't you see, Sitch? We can all sit around in our hammocks all day long. We don't need to work. Society doesn't function on people working, Sitch. God.
But this is so weird because
you pain lover.
Like people that advocate for communism, I've never heard them say, like, it's the opposite. They're like, oh, yeah, we all have to work as a community and sacrifice, together to build a better world. They're not, the communists are not even making an argument that there's going to be a pain-free future or anything. Like, I don't know what she's even talking about.
Right. Yeah. They not only that, they argue. I mean, it seems more like a pain-filled future. They argue that we don't need all this choice in the marketplace. One car will do. This is how we flatten hierarchies.
Well, most of them don't argue that directly. Okay, like that might be a consequence of what their policies are, but that's not general.
I have heard many people argue this directly.
Okay,
that we don't need all of this choice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that choice. Come on, it's just wasted energy.
Right. I mean, I heard Loki give that speech in the first Avengers movie to Captain America.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's who you're talking about.
No. I've literally argued with socialists that make this argument that when I bring up the argument about innovation, they're like, yeah, we don't need innovation. You don't understand. Innovation is a waste. We don't need 10 different types of iPhone. We just need one iPhone forever.
That the government says is good.
Yeah.
Or good enough. Yeah.
This was the Soviet model. Do you know that? They were going to, instead of beating them on diversity of products, they were just going to do one product forever.
Right.
Very sad.
Well, I mean, listen, we just got 5G, Adam. Why do we need 6G? Isn't 5G good enough?
No. I want instantaneous. We can always wait. I thought she was all about we can always do better and change the system and all. What happened to that?
Yeah.
Zoe Bee, you're letting me down here.
Well, to be clear, she didn't make that argument.
Right.
But
yes, she did. She said the left is predisposed towards changing the system.
No. I'm saying she didn't make the communist, we only need one of everything argument.
Right. This is directly against capitalism, though.
But her saying that only capitalism creates a system where pain is required, to me, this is a total fantasy. We've entered the realm of childhood fantasy here. I don't know what communist system she thinks exists that's pain-free.
Which system has more dynamism and change, capitalism or communism?
Capitalism, honestly.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah. I thought we were on board with. I thought it was the conservatives that were like against change and
right?
Yeah, and it was those radical leftists that were like, "Oh, change is good. We can change the system. We need a dynamically changing system."
Right.
Except if it's capitalistic, then that's a little. I don't like that kind of change. No, put that away. Get that away. This is just a capitalist mindset talking.
Right.
That's the bad kind of change. Oh God, so many contradictions.
I don't know how you could make this bold of a claim without giving. You need to give an example. If you're going to make a bold claim, like an economy or society could exist without a pain threat element to it, you need to give an example of how that's going to function, because I don't see it.
Look, you just get rid of all criminal law.
I think it's going to cause a lot of pain, actually.
It is, but it's a different kind of pain.
Right. That's true. That is true. It is a different kind of pain.
It's more like all against all. It's more like the might kind of makes right pain.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like that.
We're so ingrained in this system that necessitates an underclass that we can't see any alternative. And
then you like how she just slides that in there? Here, let me slide this idea of the underclass in here.
Well, she's kind of conflated necessity. I mean, she's kind of conflated underclass with pain, which isn't exactly what we're talking about, or I think anyone's really talking about specifically. And I don't think capitalism requires an underclass either at all. I don't see why that's required.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either.
To PragerU, a group founded on the principles of capitalism and the free marketplace of ideas, pain and competition and ruthlessness are the only viable options. But
now I know where Christian got. We're both struggling to pause because we're so triggered right now. Now I know where Christian got his stereotype of conservatives from. It was from Zoe Bee's channel.
I'm disappointed because the beginning part, the first half of her video, even if I disagree with it, I felt like she was being,
good faith.
Not good faith, but
charitable.
Not even charitable, just more nuanced, more intelligent,
reasonable,
more exploratory in the idea that is being profited. But now she's just conflating like all sorts of things that don't even make sense. So like ruthlessness and pain, like that, these are completely like you need. And I don't even know how you could say this. I think there are some people that are highly independently motivated. And this is why this is weird. She literally brought this up in the beginning of the conversation. She brought up regulatory focus theory. Okay. Remember, she brought up regulatory focus theory that says that there's two types of people. There are people that are motivated by success, and there are people that are motivated by avoiding pain.
Right.
And she even labeled people on the left as people motivated by avoiding pain.
Right.
So if you have a society, so if she accepts that and she agrees with that, how can you construct a society that doesn't have pain? Because even if you could construct that, that would mean that everyone on the left
is not motivated by anything.
Would have no motivation to do anything.
Which is kind of the world that they want.
Yeah, but this was her argument. This is why I'm saying it sounds like she's contradicting her own argument. She literally laid this out in the beginning of the video, that people on the left are motivated by avoiding pain. Well, then if there's no pain, Zoe, then there's no motivation.
Yeah, but that is the communist utopia right there. You just hang out in the hammock all day.
I guess. But that's a straw man, to be fair. That's not what
they a straw man of communism?
For. Yes, they don't advocate for that. That's not what they say communism's going to be. But they're like, well, no, it's just joint ownership of businesses,
Yeah, so you can go hang out in the hammock.
So to me, this is such a massive flaw in the thinking of this video. I don't know how this snuck by her without her realizing it. She's contradicting herself.
Real quick, shirkers and workers. Who's the shirkers and who's the workers?
Are you talking about who are they politically?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
You just don't want to say it?
No, obviously shirkers are going to fall on the left because it's going to not for an ideological reason, for purely cynical reasons. They're like, oh yeah, of course I need more, assistance from, the system and the government. Sure, yeah. Obviously, that's going to be their position.
Is this a left-right divide, the shirker-worker divide? Can I put this as one of my spectrums? The shirker versus worker spectrum?
Well, I don't think shirker and worker is a political ideological divide. It's more of like a selfish, how is a person, internally motivated divide. And then where do they fall cynically in order to
right. If you're a shirker, you're going to be
them.
on the left, obviously, because you want people. They're like, oh, look, this lady's advocating for me to be shirk. Of course,
right,
I'm going
but
to be
they're not
fans
like
of her.
the shirker.
Subscribe.
Is not the shirker is not motivated by care harm. Okay?
Right. They're motivated by selfishness.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
So
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, right.
Right, but the care harm, the people motivated by care harm, who aren't shirking. I mean, they're the kind of the useful idiots of the shirker.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yes.
That's true.
So I looked up ruthlessness because she's like threw it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Cruelty, mercilessness, pitilessness. Ruthlessness means mercilessly characterized by a lack of pity, feeling an extreme heartlessness. Oh! She just said conservatives are ruthless.
Right.
Heartless.
The problem is that a lot of it is just, it's not motivated. Like a lot of this is secondary motivation, not only just because people want to follow their moral intuitions, but also because, no one wants to do things correctly is difficult and expensive, and no one wants to pay for that or even figure out how to do that. And so you have to find the balance with like welfare, like with all welfare programs, how do you find the balance between, there being some kind of safety ladder, right? Or a safety net with a ladder as opposed to the safety hammock. You have to find the balance between these two positions that no one really wants to find that balance.
Yes. And you have to be able to means test shirkers and workers. I think there are a lot of people who are stuck in welfare that are workers, not shirkers. Yeah.
There are. Well, there's both. There's both. And part of the problem is that the way welfare is set up, it doesn't, a lot of the specifics, a lot of the specifics of welfare penalize people for getting jobs and working.
Yeah.
Because of just how it works. It just doesn't work effectively. And the whole thing needs to be overhauled. But the problem is that there's no, because a lot of people on the right don't want to fix that. They just want to get rid of it because they just don't want to pay for it. And then people on the left were just so protective of it that they just refuse to change anything because they think it's a ploy to get rid of it or something. So
yeah. Rich Jammer's the best.
What did Rich Jammer say?
Shall we continue?
Rich Jammer for 5 months says S-class is the shirker class. Where's the new video, Sitch? A-team is worker team. Keep up the good work on that comic. Listen, I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny that at all.
Okay.
Another angle of this that I want to look at. Let me read you Hebrews chapter 12, verses 7 through 11.
Oh my God.
And
I know. And then she's like pulling out Bible verses. I'm like,
I know.
As if this isn't the textbook case of cherry picking. You got the whole Bible. Now you're going to cherry pick the Bible to make your point?
Right.
endure hardship as discipline. God is treating you as his children, for what children are not disciplined by their father? If you are not disciplined and everyone undergoes discipline, then you're not legitimate, not true sons and daughters at all. Moreover, we have all had human fathers who disciplined us, and we respected them for it. How much more should we submit to the Father of spirits and live? They disciplined us for a little while as they thought best, but God disciplines us for our good, in order that we may share in his holiness. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it.
Sitch, moment of silence for discipline. Discipline equals freedom. Look at all
That's
this.
true.
Look at her fucking shitting all over discipline right now.
That's why, yeah, that's literally one of our membership tiers.
Yeah.
Discipline equals freedom.
Now she's
Which
going to
is
say
true.
how discipline is not good.
Well, and she's kind of mixing up the order of operations here. So she seems to be implying by reading that passage that, you know, the reason conservatives like pain or view pain as necessary is because it says so in the Bible.
Right.
But I would say it's the opposite. People realize that you require pain and discipline for people to be civilized or socialized. And so they kind of write that into their religious mythos, especially if they view God as like a father figure. It would only make sense for them to kind of view the hardships in their life through that lens.
Yeah. It's a truth of reality. That's how it made it into the Bible. Yeah. It takes discipline
it's a
to
metaphorical truth, yes.
Yeah. Well, it does take discipline to make society possible in all kinds of different ways. Like you said, just to be able to coexist with other people that are always getting on your nerves requires discipline.
No, but what that passage is saying is the passage essentially saying is there are the hardships in your life that you face are God like testing you or disciplining you in order for you to reach a good outcome.
Right.
When you
bountiful harvest.
Right. In the future, the same way that you would discipline a child in order to try to make them better.
Right. Just to civilize them.
Right. And now, so her point by using this quote is to then say, this is why conservatives don't want to change any aspect of reality, because they view all aspects of reality stemming from God, and therefore all bad things would be God's, disciplining you for a valid and just reason. Now, I'm sure there are some people that believe this. Yeah, I'm sure there are some people that believe that. I don't think the majority of religious conservatives would say that whenever a bad thing happens to someone, that it's God testing them or disciplining them or punishing them or something. I don't think that's the common. I could be wrong. I don't think that's the commonplace. There's some people that believe that, but I don't think that's the majority religious conservative thought process. If their loved one is hit by a car or gets cancer or something, I don't think they just say like, oh, this is God disciplining you or whatever. They might say that this is God's plan for a better outcome, sure, but it's a different concept.
Yeah.
Here again, pain is framed as a good thing. It means we're being tested, being disciplined, being trained. You have to go through hardships now in order to get reward later. No pain, no gain. PragerU preaches Judeo-Christian values, so it would be naive to think that they aren't aware of this biblical maxim of going through pain now so you can reach heaven later. To PragerU,
I mean, that's literally like every religious maxim. Is there a religion? Is there a successful religion that doesn't like posit that idea?
I like, where is this going? I don't understand this. Maybe this is why communists are so dumb when it comes to business. Like it requires an immense amount of work to start a business. Like it requires an immense amount of pain for a reward that may or may not even come.
Right.
It's like, geez, this is so. What's going on here, Sitch? Why? Where's this going?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The first half of the video was so much better. The second half is like kind of falling off the horse here.
Is she making? I don't remember how this turns out. Is she making the argument that that's all just bullshit? It's like that would make sense on the socialist front if she is making that argument.
That seems to be what she's making.
Right.
But I was going to say, like, is there a successful society in human history that hasn't been built off the idea that, you sacrifice things now for a better future? Like, that's kind of a fundamental aspect of building a society.
Right.
And being a better person.
One of the measures of society is that you're doing better than your parents.
Right. But I was going to say and Jordan Peterson talks about this. One of the measures of how successful a person will be is how strong their ability is to put off instantaneous current pleasure and reward for perceived greater reward down the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like one of the most common metrics. Yeah. For success.
The marshmallow test.
It's really weird that this is sort of being conceptualized this way.
I think Zoe ate the marshmallow.
You think Zoe ate the marshmallow?
As soon as the researcher left the room, Zoe's like, she had the marshmallow in her mouth. This is as the researcher's leaving.
But see, this is like I talked about this on stream. I think it was on the last stream. I said, this is the danger of the attacking the mont. So,
this is exactly what's going on here.
Right. Because the mont would be the conservative saying there needs to be pain or discipline in order to motivate people to create positive pro-social, outcomes in society. And then the Bailey, or at least what she would conceptualize as the Bailey, is I don't want to help poor people. Fuck them because I'm selfish.
Right.
And so instead of attacking the Bailey and saying, that's the problem, she's attacking the mot itself, that's dangerous because the mot is true. That's why it's the mot.
Yeah, the moral mot.
Moral mot is true. You do need pain. You do need to be able to put off pleasure now for pleasure in the future, for gain in the future. It's so basic. That's why it's very strange. This is a very strange argument to make.
Going through pain isn't just vital to a healthy economy, but also to the health of your eternal soul. And this isn't to say that there are no Christian leftists. There are. I know some. This is just to say that...
Mm-hmm. Why are you laughing?
I like she says some. Like it's... there's like a couple.
Right.
A lot of the most like fucking lefty people start, not anymore, but they start as very religious.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Jesus is the whole, give up all your possessions, do good deeds among the poor, expect no reward. A lot of Jesus was pretty lefty for his time.
Oh, of course.
Even for our time.
He was anti-capitalist.
He was pretty anti-capitalist.
To PragerU, avoiding pain is a bad thing. If something is hurting you, it is up to you to deal with that and move past it. And to leftists, it's not a good thing. Especially when it comes to things like austerity, people on the left are generally not a fan of the whole bootstraps, survival of the fittest thing. And instead, if systems are hurting people, it's up to us to change those systems so they stop hurting people in the first place.
See, she conceptualized the system as zero sum when she puts it in the context of the bootstraps. She said bootstraps and then survival of the fittest, which is like zero sum.
Right. Well, and I'm glad you said that because part of the problem with this argument, if there's a system hurting people, just change it. It's like, in the chart that you brought, the second quadrant, the bad for me, bad for everyone. No one has a problem with changing that system.
Yeah, of course. It's easy.
Right. The question is that most systems that quote unquote create harm or pain don't function that way. They create benefit for some people, and maybe they create harm or pain for other people.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
So how do you change that in a way that makes sense in our democracy? That's fair and just. Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. You have to deal, that's why you can't just lay out these very broad kind of moral prescripts that she's doing right now.
Taking the easy way out.
And let's not forget that the whole thing comes down to whether people are fundamentally good or bad. Dennis Prager says that the left has posited that human nature is good. So when people do bad things to other people, some outside forces are responsible, not human nature. If people are good, then then it must be systems to blame for bad things. And if systems are to blame, then we can change those systems to prevent them from hurting people.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. You got it. You guessed it.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you say? What's your response? That's true, right? You agree, Sitch. I agree. That's totally true. Yeah.
But if people aren't good, then people are to blame, and it's up to individuals to get through the pain, because getting through the pain is the only way to get what you want.
See,
wait a minute. That's not even what that means. Wait.
Good. So when people do bad things to other people, some outside forces are responsible, not human nature. If people are good, then it must be systems to blame for bad things, and if systems are to blame, then we can change those systems to prevent them from hurting people. But if people aren't good, then people are to blame, and it's up to individuals to get through the pain, because getting through...
So, okay.
Yeah, she's got it completely wrong.
She had half of it right, but she just tried to do a mirror reverse, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because if the conservative or the right-wing argument, well, if we're generalizing here, is that, people are born not good.
Not all people, but some people. I mean, that's the thing.
Well, human nature in general.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If we're going to, for the sake of argument, if we're going to create a very easy binary distinction between people who are born good or not, which is obviously very complicated. And if the right is saying people are born not good, then it's the systems, it's society that has to impart in the culture, that has to impart in them goodness.
Right, makes them better. Exactly.
Right. So I don't understand how she can go down. She completely missed that aspect of it.
Right. Let's lay out our position clearly, because I feel like my position is pretty clear on this. Like, people are born flawed, and we're born as animals.
Right.
I've said it many times, thieving, lying, cheating, that's human nature at its core. Selfish, yes, exactly. People are socialized to be selfless. That's part of becoming a part of a society. That's the socialization process. There are a small number of people that just this doesn't work on. Like, they're innately selfish. We talked about psychopaths being the perfect example of that. So for me, human nature has a wide range of, good to bad. So to categorically say, and this is one of the problems I see with the left, is like they're categorically saying all people are good, which I don't think you can make that case. And I see on the right why I think the right has a bit of a better argument on this is because they're saying, listen, we have a pretty good system, but the thing that ruins the system is the bad people. So we need to take the bad people out of the system and preserve the system, when people on the left just fundamentally see the system as being flawed.
Right. Well, I think the problem with this video is in the beginning of the video, she comes up with the regulatory...
right, which is a complete misdirection.
Regulatory focus theory, which she makes the mistake of basically using that framework to create a left-right dichotomy when that's not true.
Of course, yeah.
At all. They're both left and right on both sides of the regulatory focus theorem. But this has sort of pigeonholed her into framing her arguments in ways that no longer make sense, which is how you get this bizarre argument where she says the right believes people are born bad, and thus it's up to the individual to be good, which is the completely contradictory position that makes no sense. It's completely logical, makes no sense. If the right-wing position is people are born selfish, and so therefore you need to have cultures and systems and institutions to create pro-social, selfless behaviors in people, which is the right-wing position.
Right.
And so what the right-wing's argument is what you said. It's not that they're saying that you don't need systems. It's that they're saying that our traditional systems were means-tested and function properly and accordingly, and thus should not be changed, or there should be caution when changing them. That's the argument. It's not that they don't believe that systems have an effect on people or that systems are ever at fault.
Well, and like part of that system is the, discipline, pain, punishment thing that she's completely ignoring here and kind of denigrating at the same time.
Right.
It's like that's part of the system. But the reason why she's able to denigrate that system is because she has this concept of humans as being, perfect little angels, and the thing that really turns them into devils is being told, you have to go to bed on time, or, you have to wait for the marshmallow. The discipline. She sees the discipline as the problem. I mean, she's basically making that argument.
Well,
it's kind of interesting that she's doing it.
She should be... I wish she would give something more tangible and specific, for example, of what she's actually trying to lay out. Because I don't know what she's trying to lay out exactly. Except that beyond the fact that conservatives don't want to change things because they're masochists, essentially.
I feel like we're just witnessing someone making an argument why they should be able to stay up later and not go to bed on time. I really do.
You're saying that this is like an 18-minute video that a 10-year-old plays to their parents to explain to them why they should be able to stay up playing video games all night.
Why are you so... Listen, why do you want me to have so much pain in my life that I have to go to bed and get up and go to school tomorrow?
You guys said you're liberals or leftists. Why are you acting like such conservatives, okay? Right now. Look, you're acting like conservatives.
Just let me stay up and play video games.
Right. I want to avoid pain.
Yeah. Discipline's bad, Sitch.
Okay.
Don't have the discipline to make a video, for heaven's sakes.
Wow. Wow. That hurts.
That was a little too deep. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself.
Oh my God. It hurts.
Through the pain is the only way to get what you want. The tough thing about these questions is that there isn't a real solid answer to any of this.
I just gave you a fucking solid answer. My answer was the Rock of Gibraltar. What are you talking about? How is my answer not completely clear?
This isn't one of those things like climate change where there's literally decades of research to back it up.
Oh my God. And then she wants to shove it in my face to say how clear climate change is.
Yeah, I know.
This thing that we're talking about, this human nature thing, we've had no time at all to figure this out. But climate change,
I know.
Human nature we've been working on for thousands of years.
I know.
Climate change we've been working on for tens of years. But yet climate change we have all the answers for. And human nature, it's too fuzzy for us to figure out. It's just too confusing.
Yep.
Ugh, she's spitting in our faces, Sitch.
This is a question that comes down to values. If you believe that God wants you to go through hardships to come out better on the other side, then you might see pain as a good thing. But if you believe that the goal of political action is to come together and work side by side to ease each other's pain for the betterment of everyone, then pain...
Shirkers rise up. Sure. Let's all shirk together. How do you think that's going to work out?
Pain is something you may want to minimize. So why does this whole exploratory journey even matter? Well, the teacher part of me wants to say that exploration matters because it's good practice to think critically about why you believe things and what the implications of those beliefs are. It is all...
This is critical thinking, Sitch, just in case. In case you missed that.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't think there's any critical thinking happening at this point in the video. But...
I don't know what kind of critical thinking she's talking about. Whether it's like critical theory, critical thinking, or...
I'm just still curious on how the left, which is motivated by avoiding pain, is going to function in a society devoid of pain. But,
yeah,
who knows?
That's a non-functional society. But this is why the conservatives are always raging about this kind of stuff. Like, you want to create a society that's non-functional. That's the ultimate goal.
Always good to interrogate our beliefs and biases, and I think that it's even better to model what that process looks like. But more concretely, I think that we have learned a little bit about the ideology of PragerU and... Why does this whole exploratory journey even matter? Well, the teacher part of me wants to say that exploration matters because it's good practice to think critically about why you believe things and what the implications of those beliefs are. It is always good to interrogate our beliefs and biases, and I think that it's even better to model what that process looks like. But
what does it mean, Adam, to interrogate your own biases and to delve deep into your way of thinking? What is that? In the context of this conversation, is it a pleasant experience for most people?
Oh no, it's very painful. Yeah, you're very
to delve deep and to analyze their biases and worldview.
You've hit upon something. It requires a lot of discipline to be able to do something like that.
Or is it a horribly painful experience for most people to delve deep and to think critically about why they think things that they do? And it's an incredibly scary process to potentially destroy their own worldview. The stability of their
it's
worldview.
very painful. It's very, yeah.
Oh,
I don't think any of that pain has been experienced in this video, though. I think all of this is completely superficial. She also said to examine the implications of your personal beliefs. She didn't ever examine the implications of her beliefs. That didn't happen in this video.
No, she examined one thing, which is that she had a gut reaction to disagree instantaneously with PragerU.
Oh, you're right. You're right. In the beginning, she did. Yes. Right. And that's the depth of...
That was as far as it went, though. Right.
Yeah.
No, but I bring this up because she is casting herself as the leftist, and that leftists are motivated by avoiding pain.
Right. Yes.
And yet she is ending this by telling people that they should do a painful process because it would make them a better person.
Yes.
Which was the entire thing she was criticizing the right for doing 10 seconds earlier.
That's so ironic.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No.
That's so funny. As soon as you seized it on it, you're like, wait.
I was like, wait a second. Zoe,
you're right.
Come on.
You're right.
Zoe, you stepped right on the rake.
Yeah.
Smacked you in the face.
It is
now you're
painful.
feeling some pain.
Nobody wants to interrogate their own beliefs. Obviously, it's much more comfortable to just sit in your progressive echo chamber and just postulate how benevolent your tribe is and how evil the other tribe is. That's the non-painful way to proceed.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of people take that non-painful route.
Listen, I'm a good leftist, so okay. I'm going to avoid pain like a good leftist. So I'm not going to think about any of the things you talked about because it makes me feel painful. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Right. You know what's uncomfortable? You know what makes me feel painful? Discussing and thinking about my white privilege, Adam. Okay.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That makes
yes.
Yeah. I don't like talking about racism.
You know, I had a conversation with Robin DiAngelo yesterday.
Right.
Robin DiAngelo came to my house yesterday. And she was like, Sitch, I want you to be a good white person and to acknowledge your white privilege and to confront your whiteness. And I said, listen, Robin,
right.
I would do that if I was a conservative, because conservatives are all about, believing that you should confront pain.
Right. Discipline. Yeah.
And discipline. But I'm a leftist now, Robin, and I believe in avoiding pain.
Right.
And so what you're suggesting sounds painful and uncomfortable. So I'm going to avoid it the best I can.
Discipline is bad. You're right. Pain avoidance is good. Yeah.
Right. What you're saying makes me feel bad and emotionally painful. So go fuck off, Robin DiAngelo. I'm going to be happy in my whiteness. Okay?
No emotional labor here. Yep.
Right.
Yeah. She just completely single-handedly avoided the entire social justice movement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is for white people to confront their own selves, basically.
Painfully confront their own privilege. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and they have this way of saying that they're bad for not doing that. But
Isn't
I thought,
it-
wait a second, I thought you were good if you were avoiding pain. And I
Isn't-
thought you wanted people to avoid pain. That's what made you
Right.
good.
Isn't it leftists and people on the left who generally care, who criticize the right, and I would say wrongly in most respects, saying, "Oh, the right doesn't want to teach the history of slavery and
Because it's
segregation
too painful.
in our country because it's just too painful."
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. Why are they avoiding that pain? They
Why?
should just headlong right into that pain so that they can
Right.
become better people.
You're right.
Yeah. Why are they
It's-
so eagerly trying to change the system
I know.
so it's less painful for them?
That's what I'm saying. Like this whole the thesis of this pain versus pain avoidance thing is it's not accurate
It's like all over
on
the
a
map.
left-right divide anyway. It's not
Yeah.
accurate at all. So
But it's fun to react to.
it is. It is.
Yeah.
More
She's-
concretely,
Just think, she's teaching children. This is like little
She a
tots.
teacher?
Yeah, she just said me as a teacher.
Oh. Well, I don't know if she
this
meant like
woman-
through her YouTube channel or
This
something.
woman screams teacher. I'm sure she's
Yeah.
like I'm sure 20 little kids show up and in her classroom and tell us how the world works.
Right.
I mean, she's probably like Nurse Ratchet in the classroom. She's probably just like busting the whip. Get your asses in your seats.
I think that we have learned a little bit about the ideology of PragerU and, by extension, the ideology of the sections of the right that they represent. Ultimately, we understand what they meant by the statement, most of leftism is an avoidance of pain, and we know why they think that's true, and why the avoidance of pain to them is a bad thing. We know that it comes down to whether people are good or bad. If people are good, then we can work together and overcome the painful things. But if people are bad, then pain is inevitable, and it's naive to try to avoid it.
See, she's totally casting down on the whole socialization process. Like, it's like she doesn't even really understand it, which is
No.
sad. Very sad.
No. Right.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
So you better just suck it up and go through it. But it's up to us to decide whether we agree with that. And this isn't one of those videos where I'm going to tell you this is right and this other thing is wrong and you have to agree with me. Because I think that this question is a lot more personal than that. It's not a policy question, and it's not even really a political question. It's a philosophical question that comes down to your values. So feel free to share in the comments whether you agree with this or not. Personally, I am a very optimistic person who believes in the goodness of humanity or whatever, and
Look, she's spilling it right here. She's giving the whole game away here.
Well, I mean,
I'm a very
what does that
optimistic person.
yeah, but what does that even? I mean, I'm optimistic. I believe in the goodness of humanity. That doesn't mean I believe like.
The
doesn't mean I
fundamental
believe people
problem
are
is
born,
go ahead.
you know, innocent angels. I believe in the goodness of humanity. That is, I believe in the goodness of humans, you know, being able to come. I mean, what does humanity mean? It means humans as a collective. I believe humans can come together and create something good. I don't think that means humans are born intrinsically, you know, good or perfect.
Yeah, and there's a spectrum. Like the whole idea that all humans are innately good or bad just doesn't seem correct to me. It seems like there is a spectrum of goodness and badness to human beings.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
A lot of that has to do with, I mean, I do think all humans start off selfish. And during the socialization process, there's, you know, people achieve certain levels of selflessness and certain levels of, you know, ingenuity, motivation, all kinds of different things.
Of
But
course.
they don't want to accept any of that. They want to think, you know, no matter how hard you try, you're a beautiful angel who deserves a trophy.
Right. And
Go ahead.
that just promotes people to not
Try.
themselves.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that was always Jordan Peterson's, used to be his big thing. Is there's nothing worse than telling someone that they're perfect the way they are.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's not true.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to be true.
There's a Sitch out there that makes a video once a week.
There is an alternate universe. This is part of why I used to love One Punch Man before it became ruined and the schlock that it is now. Is that was the whole concept of Saitama's character. Is that he is the person that has achieved, so many animes are built around, the characters are on this quest for strength. They're always on this perpetual quest to become stronger.
Right.
That's like, the Dragon Ball Z stereotype. Goku must always, go past his limits. He keeps fighting new foes to continually becomes the stronger character.
Right.
And
Saitama started at the top.
Right, and that's the joke with Saitama. Well, he didn't start at the top. He started like everyone else, but he just became the top.
Right.
He just became the top, and there's literally nowhere else for him to go.
Yeah.
And what happened? He lost all motivation.
He achieved
completely
his
lost
goal.
all motivation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's death for human beings.
Right. And that's why he just kind of languishes around. He doesn't know what to do with his life.
Yeah.
He's the most powerful person in the entire series, and he gains like no joy or happiness from it whatsoever.
Very sad.
Well, that's why, yeah.
He is the clown.
That's what was interesting. I love so much about One Punch Man. Unfortunately, it's been sort of recently been kind of turned into just action schlock, but whatever.
Well, what's wrong with that, my friend Sitch? What's wrong with action?
Nothing's wrong with action. There's problems wrong with action schlock. It's a different thing.
You want something that explores the characters in a meaningful way. So do I. I mean, obviously,
yes.
It should do that and provide stimulating eye candy at the same time.
Yep.
That's the best case scenario. Zoe Bee has a bunch of videos. We should watch another one. Not right now, but we should watch.
Yeah, maybe in the future we'll see some other content.
I feel like this is deep in the progressive bubble and just
it is
completely mischaracterizing conservative. But I mean, at least she's got a good target, because I think PragerU makes a living totally mischaracterizing liberals.
Of course.
So, they hate on each other.
I sent Adam. I looked at the PragerU catalog.
Right.
And one of the recent videos was a video about inflation.
Oh, I know.
And it's so funny. Before I clicked on it, I said, I can almost predict where this is going. And I was right.
Austerity,
I was so right. The inflation video argues that America needs to go back to the gold standard.
So ridiculous.
And I was like, Adam, look at your favorite.
So ridiculous. Such a ridiculous understanding. And that's ignoring the facts. In the same way that Zoe Bee is ignoring all we know about human nature and socializing people and, the dynamics of society.
Right.
PragerU just ignores everything we know about economics and finance and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's really weird, too, that someone on the right would basically want to give up control of their currency and their economy to foreign countries.
They don't know that, though. The gold standard is an article of faith for them.
I guess.
They see it as the state is the one ruining things, manipulating things.
No, but you could believe that the state, that the government is ruining things and manipulating things, and that's fine.
Right.
But if you change it back to the gold standard, all you're doing is you're giving foreign countries far greater control over your economy.
Yeah.
Because all they have to do is start hoarding up gold, and then you're fucked.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
I mean, I don't know why you'd want to give such direct control. I mean, they're always complaining about, China buying up our debt. It's like, well, you want it to be worse?
Right.
You want it to be even worse than that? You want China to just hoard gold? Just to start cratering other people's economies?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. We want a certain amount of control. This is why I always use the air conditioning analogy. It's like saying, ugh, heating and air conditioning, why are you trying to control the natural state of things?
Right.
It's like, because I mean, I like it comfortable. You know, I don't like giant price shocks. I like a business industry that can be built on, you know, reliability.
Right.
Yeah. Uncertainty kills businesses. Yeah.
Well, and also America would completely lose its global dominance if we went to the gold standard anyway.
Yeah. We have a video. I have a video to watch on Sri Lanka on Tuesday to talk about, because a lot of people are, it touches on the ESG topic and it touches on the MMT topic, because a lot of people are saying like, Sri Lanka is the smoking gun that ESG is terrible. It's the New World Order exerting themselves on society. Oh, it touches on Dictator's Handbook as well, too, because Sri Lanka fell into... Sri Lanka's like... They chased off their leadership.
There's
You know nothing about Sri Lanka, huh?
I know nothing about Sri Lanka. Yeah.
It's a
there
fun
was
video.
an interesting video that Bleb recommended, which was a Wisecrack video, where they basically talk about how Disney is a religion, and it's like the religion of capitalism.
Really?
And it's a pretty interesting video. So I don't know if we should watch it on Tuesday or Sunday, but I feel like you have a lot to say about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out. Send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Let's finish Zoe off.
I think that there are ways to learn and grow that aren't painful. I am hopeful, and I believe...
What? Has she never been to college? What are you talking about? Ways to learn and grow that are not painful?
I mean, I guess, I'm sure.
Learning and growing is painful by definition.
You kind of need, well, not always. I mean, you need both.
Okay.
Or you at least need the threat of, I mean, like
homelessness.
Well, no, but like, okay, let's just think about something very simple, like a video game. Okay.
Right.
If there was no threat of failure, then
you
the
wouldn't
game
even
becomes
play.
boring.
Yeah, of course.
Wouldn't even play.
believe that there is a future that is better, where there is less pain and where things can be good for everyone. I just think that it's going to be a whole journey to get there. But I believe that unless we strive for better things and have hope that there are better things, things won't get better. But that's just me. So let me know in the comments what you think, and I'm really looking forward to reading all of your responses. But until next time, be safe out there, folks.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
The rest is not necessary, but
well, I mean, we could see what she says to her members. I wonder if she's like...
No, I don't think it's anything exciting or interesting.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, you can play it if you want.
Thanks for sticking around to the end of the video. This one was a little different from my usual stuff, but I've been trying some new things recently just to like experiment and see what I like and see what you like. So let me know down in the comments if you want more of these like short, more like exploratory kinds of videos. And also, I apologize for sounding like this. I am recovering from a...
All right.
Okay.
Interesting. She's testing her audience. Look at this wall of patrons here.
Yeah, I know. Impressive.
Yeah. Now what?
Now we get on to the real
moment
video.
You've all been waiting for.
Okay.
You're such a drama whore. I can't believe...
Me?
Yeah. Why would you want to make fun of... Well, you started this drama, Sitch. You did.
Am I not allowed? Are we not allowed to respond to people?
Once they respond to us, it's fair game. Yeah.
Okay. What world do we live in where we're not allowed to respond the videos people put up publicly on the YouTubes. That's the point. You want people to watch it. Okay.
Right. We invited TJ on. We could have a...
Did we? I think we should.
I did.
I'm down.
Okay. I retweeted TJ's video and said, you know, we welcome spirited dialogue and debate on the show. Just, you know, hit us up.
Okay.
I mean, he pretends to DM you in this video, right?
You said that, yes.
Well, he does notice that he's like, oh, look, his DMs are open. Here, let me DM him.
Mm-hmm.
He
says that.
Sitch, did you get a DM?
I received no DM. From,
no, really?
One amazing
There's like a little
atheist,
spam folder there. Maybe it's in the spam folder.
Message requests.
Did you check the spam?
Nothing.
No, really?
No.
Oh, well, I guess he's just a phony baloney then.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we can judge that performance then.
Yes.
Now,
So
we can't watch all of this video, right? It's like 45 minutes.
Well, okay, we'll see. So I've been told, I haven't watched this video yet. So if you guys are coming in late, on Tuesday, we responded to a video that TJ, the amazing atheist, put out that was basically the same as Vosh's "the left needs to arm themselves because the right's going to become fascist takeover," blah, 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 blah argument. Right. It was a very bad video. You know, we watched the whole thing. We talked about it on Tuesday. The VOD's up of it on the channel now. And TJ supposedly watched that response and made his own response. So now we have third response to response to response.
Right. It's great.
However, I've been told that he literally only watches like 3 minutes of our video.
His simping for Vosh in the beginning, though, is really funny. So
I don't know if he only watched 3 minutes of our video. I don't even know. I mean, listen, we're the pause masters here, but I don't know how he took 40 minutes to get through 3 minutes of our video.
Most of it is him complaining about the titling of the video.
Okay.
Which, I mean, not gonna lie, that's my responsibility.
What was the title of the video? Actually, I didn't even see it.
Something like, you know, grift or no grift. Vosh, amazing atheist goes full Vosh clone.
Grift or no grift, the amazing atheist rebrands as the amazing Vosh clone. Okay, listen, Adam. That's a solid title.
That's a solid title, is it?
That is that's an amazing title. Okay.
Right.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. You know, I was being creative.
That was pretty good. Sometimes
I like to be creative, you know, that's one of my things.
Yeah. Because the original stream was just amazing atheist crazy rant ? Adam's like, no. It's gotta be like way better. And I think Adam succeeded.
Well, I mean, we did have, I think, a 45-minute debate over whether or not he was just a Vosh clone. So I didn't feel like it was clickbait. I felt like that's what we talked about. Yeah,
it is what we talked about.
He didn't get to any of that part.
That video has a bunch of dislikes on it. So I guess a lot of TJ fans came and
our video has a lot of dislikes?
Yeah, that video only has an 87% like ratio.
Really?
So I bet
one of our videos only has a look. I think our video,
that's actually one of the lowest.
I think our January 6th video has like a 60% like the dislike ratio. So
you're right.
We're doing good on Amazing Atheist.
The January 6th wow. Well, no, it was very low though.
Right.
I don't know if that counts. So I think our most disliked video before then was the Jordan Peterson Twitter ban video.
Oh, yeah. That one's bad.
Well,
before we start the fun, read a super chat. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec.
Let's see. Where did we leave off? Assuming Adam read Aaron's already. Where was the... Oh, I guess we didn't read Aaron's already. Okay. Aaron Ferris for $20 says, communism is slavery to the state. Under it, you have a responsibility to work to provide for society. You do not belong to yourself, but the society. Very true. Very true. One horse-sized duck. Thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months, despite being my nemesis. A horse-sized duck says, "Can we give a round of applause for Adam? He carries the show." Of course, the horse-sized duck. Okay, of course, the horse-sized duck would have. So it's a terrible, disgusting pro A-team take. I'm glad that I'm reading this and that Adam's not here. Can we give a round of applause for Adam? He carries this show 2 times a week. Without Adam, the Adam and Sitch show would never have survived. That is true. Without Adam, the Sitch and Adam show would not exist. That is true. Nobody tell Adam that he should go back and look at that. Weekend Jail, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, thank you guys for making my work hours much more pleasant. Also, thank you, Adam, for recommending many great books. A-Team reigns supreme sometimes.
What?
Love you. So.
Well, you're welcome. The gunfight book that I'm reading now was actually a Stephen Michael Davis recommendation.
Doomer is yelling at me impotently in the chat. Doomer, why are you yelling at me impotently in the chat? What's going on here? Doomer earlier sent the super chat, which I guess I'll read now because it's relevant.
You're my nemesis, PSA bitch.
He said
what?
Bitch, yeah.
Why?
Doomer says for $2, he says, Adam is greater than TJ Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Kirk is greater than Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Hitler is greater than Sitch. So there you go. Nobody tell Vosh that Doomer is pro-Hitler now. We just heard this. Doomer is pro-Hitler over a Jewish individual.
I know.
Person,
this is, I can't, why?
We got him.
This is probably the most anti-Semitic super chat of
Ladies and
all
gentlemen,
time.
We got him.
Does Doomer know Vosh is going to make like a video on this immediately if someone screenshots that and sends it to him?
Doomer is a fan of Hitler over the Jews. So there you go. Doomer's a Nazi, confirmed. Confirmed.
Doomer,
why do you think Doomer hated Django so much?
Oh, no.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
This is like self-own of the century.
You got a white German guy who's helping a black guy kill whites, I assume Anglo descent American.
Right, yeah. He's against black empowerment.
Yeah. And the fact that the white guy is German just rubs salt in the wound. So.
It does, yeah.
Very mask off. Yes. Doomer mask off take. True. The previous person was sucking your dick. So you can go back and read that if you want.
What? Who? Don't say that.
A horse-sized duck who's obviously, you can see it. You can understand why he would be in your side.
Come on. Don't say that about. I mean, A-Team is cool. Don't say. Can we give a round of applause for Adam? He carries this show 2 times a week. Without Adam, the Adam and Sitch show never would have survived.
Uh-huh.
Well, first of all, I see why you're belittling a A-Team member here.
Well, you know why? No, wait a minute.
Why would you
look
say
at the
that?
Person's name? Look at what that person is.
A horse-sized duck.
They're just happy that you are a simp, Adam. That you have simped yourself out to the horse-sized duck, saying, I can't beat the horse-sized duck. They're scary. When the horse-sized duck comes for Adam, Adam's gonna roll over on his belly, and he's gonna be like, "Don't hurt me, please. I'm your friend. I feed bread to the ducks at the park."
Sitch, what makes you think when the horse-sized duck comes that I'm not going to be riding that duck?
You could be in it for a surprise, and the reverse that could be happening, but that's a story for another time.
Sitch, you dirty little mind.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Jeez. That's something we haven't talked about here. The horse-sized duck. I've heard ducks have very strange penises.
They have penises, yeah.
What if the horse-sized duck comes after you fully erect? What do you do then?
Well, that's kind of presenting itself a big target to, damage.
Can you how do you...
You don't have to kick its leg anymore. You can just kick it in the dick.
How do you dodge the javelin? aimed at your head. Huh?
You kick in the dick. What do you mean? Kick it right in the dick. That duck's gonna go. If you kick a duck in the dick, it's gonna go down hard. Okay.
It's gonna go down hard.
Yeah. See, all the hardness is gonna be transferred from one place to the other, and it's gonna go down.
I don't know. Do ducks have the same kind of dick response as humans? I don't know.
I assume. Well, the entire point of sex feeling good kind of necessitates that. So I would assume.
I'm not sure.
Completely believable video says, Sitch, I apologize for bringing up perenniums at all. TJ seems to think you're obsessed with them after you mentioned it and then proceeds to mention it 30 times.
He mentions it through the whole video.
That's hilarious. That's very funny.
You want to know something funny?
What?
I don't even know what a perennium is. I was just like playing along. What is it?
A perennium is the space in between. It's the taint, basically.
Okay, I figured
it's the space in between the anus and your balls.
Right.
Or your vagina if you're a woman.
That's kind of what I imagined it.
I assume that's what you
Yeah.
could figure out. So.
Something down there in the zone.
Right. Huck Finn, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 5 months. Says I was binging Stephen Michael Davis's videos on TJ. TJ has done a full 180 on everything. Surely it is a grift. He used to be a free speech absolutist. Really interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
I tried to watch TJ's response to one of Steve's videos, and it was just 20 minutes of yelling. Like it had nothing to do. He wasn't even watching the video.
Yeah, I had that same experience.
Yeah.
You're gonna experience that now again.
Okay.
It's very much the same style.
Stug, thanks so much for being free will seeker for 4 months. Says TJ was writing an audiobook called The Order. Is this real? TJ was writing an audiobook called The Order of Chaos, an antidote to meaning, as a rebuttal to 12 Rules for Life. Anyone know how far he got? That is
true.
That's insane.
That is true.
That's insane.
I do remember that and thinking, wow, this guy's totally lost it.
Right. Okay.
I remember TJ for a while had some kind of reputable author on where they would have conversations that were kind of interesting conversations. So that's why I thought TJ had some intelligence to him.
Potato. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Potato for $20. Thank you, Potato. Says, is the stream VODs playlist taken down or am I just blind? Can see the Supercuts playlist and the other playlist, but not the one with the full streams. Also, can you check how many members I gifted the stream? Because I only saw 70 show up, but my wallet says 120. I actually can't.
Yeah, I don't think it gives us that kind of analytics.
YouTube is really stupid in that I can't look at past. It doesn't make, unless it's in some other place that I don't know. Like I can go on in the YouTube studio and I can look up past super chats and bring up a list. I cannot see past gifted subs or past membership messages. You know, everyone gets the free gifted membership message once a month, which is why I was pissed at the beginning of the stream. When I started, there were some messages that were just lost, and I have no clue how to even access them ever again. So
we do this.
Whatever your wallet says is what happens. So
we have almost 1,500 people watching right now. This is a good time to say, the Tuesday streams we take down, and we run those streams a lot more informally. So basically, we fuck around a lot more, and we clip out the good stuff and post it for content, and we move the full streams over to Adam Friended's secret channel where we just re-upload them. So you can find them there if you want to watch the full streams. Sometimes people watch them unlisted, but they don't like to do that because they can't comment on them. But we also have, while I'm kind of doing announcements, we're almost out of plushies. We're super low on plushies. I think we might have maybe 4 sets left or 5 sets left, something like that. I've been giving them to people for $100, including shipping. And if you want to DM me on Twitter, we might have some left, depending upon if people got the last ones or not. But I think we're going to auction off the final set, like the last 2 plushies. So I think we're going to do that on the show sometime.
Maybe we can finally make Sammy whole.
Well, no, I think Sammy is going to be whole after, because like the last ones we've been selling for $100 for the
oh,
pair.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's good. That's good.
So I think she is going to be whole in the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So you're paying a bit more because you slacked or whatever, but
yeah,
that window is closing quickly here. So
but regarding the playlist,
yeah.
I mean, oh wait a minute, why is it private? What the fuck? How did that happen?
Well, I set it to private because that just does all the live streams. Yeah.
Why are we setting that to private?
Because we'd rather watch them in one place on the Adam Friended secret channel.
Well, we should make it public.
We can. I mean, you can make it public now. I'm like not married to it being private.
Right.
But.
It doesn't. I mean, because if someone. Well.
Let's argue about this later because it's really like inside baseball stuff. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. You're right. Okay, we'll make it later. But I didn't know that this was a thing that happened. So
yes.
Thank you for drawing to my attention, Tato. See, let's see what Adam does when I'm not paying attention.
I do all kinds of shit on the channel. It's like,
it's crazy shit. Okay.
I gotta keep things going, man. Look at AT makes executive decisions. All right. That's just the way. I don't need to check in with the work wife. When I need to do something, I do it. Okay. I'm the man of the household. Listen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. See? Like that?
Yeah.
Let's get into this TJ video. Why are we messing around?
Let's get into the video, yes.
He's so demoralized.
Oh no, I'm not demoralized, but I'm demoralized by something else that's unrelated that I have to address while we're watching this video.
Is it in the chat or something? Is it on Twitter? What happened?
It's something on Twitter, yeah.
Oh no. Oh, I'm scared. Sitch, I'm nervous. Look, it's a skull. This
Yeah. What's up? What's up, motherfuckers? What's up, motherfucking
Jesus
pieces
Christ.
of goddamn shit. Oh,
it's always
Sitch, we need more singing on our live stream, I think. How come we don't do singing?
More. First of all, I sing occasionally, okay, and everyone hates it. I think we need more calling our audiences pieces of shit. I think that's what we need more of. Okay.
Every once in a while, at the end of the show,
yes,
I will say bye-bye, bitches.
Bitches, yeah.
and sometimes in the chat, people are like, why you gotta end it that way? Why'd you call us bitches?
You put a bad taste in my mouth, Adam.
Why can't you just give us a happy bye-bye?
Right.
With like a heart.
Yes.
Why
can't listen, Adam? When you give us a bye-bye, I want you to slowly make it quieter and quieter, and I want you to tuck me into my bed, okay? And pat me on the head and kiss me on the forehead and leave a warm glass of milk next to me.
None of this bitches.
And turn the lights off. I don't want you to go, bitches!
None of this bitches. What's up with that?
Right.
You know, I try to be accommodating. I see those comments. I'm like, okay, I can chill on the bitches. It's all right.
I think TJ's right here. I think we need to start the stream by calling our audience pieces of shit.
Right. Hey now, bitches!
Hey now, fuckwads, you fucking idiots, you pieces of shit, you human trash. Hey now! Thank you for supporting us and by watching our content. I hate you all.
That is sort of his brand, though. His brand is you're here. He's attracted the entire market of the sadomasochists who want to just be shit on by a content creator.
That's true. That's true.
People were telling me he makes $10,000 a month on Patreon. So obviously,
Holy shit! Wow.
people like this stuff.
Well, then yeah, but he gets so little views though.
I know that's what we were expounding on in the
Maybe it's like
commentary.
I typed in his Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
It says T.J. Kirk is creating literary masterpieces of the highest caliber.
Is that? Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, wait. So his lowest tier is $3. His second tier is giant jump up to $20.
Really? Look at that.
Why does he have like butts in his tier? What? $20 tier is potentially not safe for work? What the fuck? What kind of content are people getting from TJ Kirk that is not safe for work?
Really? There's not safe for work content?
I'm worried now.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
So
we're not.
He only has 54 patrons. So unless, or wait, no, I'm sorry.
You're on the wrong page.
I'm on the wrong one. Wait,
Jeez.
Oh no, he has a TJ Kirk. Wait, he has two different patrons.
So he has a not safe for work Patreon and a safe for work Patreon.
Oh, I think, does he like write books or something? Support
Sitch.
the Plague of Meaning. Oh, this must be for the anti-Jordan Peterson book.
Okay.
Okay. Why typed in Patreon Amazing Atheist is the first one that comes up.
So he set up a different Patreon for denigrating Jordan Peterson.
Wait, this is the only one I see. I don't see any other patron.
I go to his YouTube page and click on his Patreon.
Okay, let me do that.
Seems like that might be. Look,
you're right.
I gotta explain all this stuff.
Well, listen, what kind of bad
there's
branding
this
is you can't even
thing.
Google search?
Sitch, sit down for a second. Here.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
It's
There's
called-
this
okay,
thing
okay,
called
okay.
the internet. Okay. Now there are different websites on the internet. Okay. There's different places you can go. There's this place called YouTube. There's this place called Patreon. How am I doing?
Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's not called, I mean, he has his own, I guess, private patron that has like no one. He has one for his production channel.
Right. Yeah.
That has 4,653 patrons. So there you go.
I mean,
the minimum tier
we're
is
pretty
$7.
close to that already. I mean, let's see here. We're kicking ass. Everyone's gifting all these memberships. How close are we?
That's true.
I think we have I think our Patreon has like 6 Patreons, and we have our Subscribe Star. I think we have 8 people on.
There you go.
Don't laugh.
We have 735 members.
Look at that.
Thank you, guys.
We're in the game.
Most of those are from the last 30 days of
everyone
J-Mac and
gifting. I
Potato
know
gifting.
exactly.
Thank you.
Potato and J-Mac. We have another. Who else is gifting subs? Someone
There are
else
other
is
people,
gifting.
but but Potato and J-Mac done like the bulk of it.
Right.
But look, maybe it's like there's a lot of people who draw really degenerate, like weird porn. They'll draw like inflation porn.
Right.
As we tried to get you to Google the other day.
Right. I remember.
They'll draw like weird furry porn or something.
It.
You didn't know. And yet, like, they don't get a lot of views, I assume, because it's like weird. But it's like a very niche market. So a lot of people will pay like top dollar for it. So maybe that's what's going on with TJ.
This is like the banana sex type stuff, right? That you're talking about.
I'm saying that Amazing Atheist is the inflation porn of political punditry on YouTube. That's what I'm saying.
We have 11 active patrons on Patreon, and we have 13 active members on Subscribestar. So that is do a little atom math here. That's 13 plus 11. That's 25 patrons total. Amazing. All right. Let's get back to this video here.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to watch the boys. Well, fuck you then. You should be watching this. But hey, go fucking watch The Boys. I guess the production values on it are slightly higher than this stream, so I can't really blame you too much. What do? What do? What do? What do? I don't know. What do you? Huh?
So do you want to fast forward yet?
You don't want to get all this like color commentary?
I mean, I'm
Set
cool.
the scene here.
I'm cool.
How long does this
Fucking
go
audience,
on for?
they're having a fucking
About 15 minutes.
I don't believe it.
Okay, well, let's continue.
argument over which is better between Barry and what's the other one? Barry. Is it Barry and the Boys? Sounds like Benny and like a fucked up weird version of Benny and the Jets. Barry and the Boys. The Boys doesn't have you, so it's docked.
I'm gonna get a snack.
5 points. What are you fucking talking about, bro?
Working on this.
You debate that vegan weirdo? I have no intention of debating any vegans. ATJ, what do you think of The Boys season 3? Pretty good. Pretty goddamn good. Barry went to shit when they started focusing on other characters too much. Whoa.
Oh my.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know where this argument came from, guys. They're both good shows. They both start with B. I mean, like, can't we all just get the fuck along? Well, I guess The Boys technically starts with a T, but I always omit a the or an A from the beginning of a title, you know? Otherwise, everything fucking starts with a T, practically. You know? Can you summarize anything to do with Rebecca Watson from a few years ago? She's a skep chick, right?
Did you really leave, Adam? Did he really? He fucking left.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, he's stuffing his face.
I'm eating a snack. Come on.
God, this is.
I got 15 minutes of this.
Awful. Okay, but now I feel like we have to listen because he just brought up Rebecca Watson. So we have to see
people in
where
the
that
comments
goes.
got mad about this.
Oh,
That's
really?
how woke his audience is now.
Rebecca Watson, if you don't recall, is the elevator gate chick.
Yeah,
Remember that?
they're mentioning that because we talk about that in our video, but he never gets to it.
We talk about elevator gate in our video. Oh, we're
We
talking about Atheism
do.
Plus. That's right. We're talking about Atheism Plus. Yeah. Yep. So okay, let's see.
She's the elevator chick. Some guy in an elevator, like, said hi to her or something, and she fucking got all like, oh no, he's like, what was it? What was it exactly? It was like, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but like, you know, would you want to come back to my room or whatever? And she's like, it's like, I don't know how is that supposed to be done then? Like how is a dude supposed to hit on you? Like, if you
Look at this. What happened? He's
being fully sexist in this video here.
what an anti-SJW. What an
Yeah.
anti-feminist. I can't believe
It's almost
it.
like the woke stuff
Can't
is just a
believe it.
grift.
Right. Okay.
Keep in mind the
okay.
title of my video,
Mm-hmm.
which he does talk about quite a bit. We got to watch that part.
Okay. So his audience did not like the way he was phrasing this.
No, they got mad.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
How dare you? Rebecca Watson is our hero.
Okay.
Nah, I don't remember. I'm talking shit now.
Does he bring up the teleprompter thing?
Yes, and he's
Okay.
super butthurt about it. It's so obvious. It cuts to the bone. It's one of the
Okay.
reasons I'm convinced this is the reason why he quit so soon. Because he was like, oh, holy shit. My secret is out.
That's funny.
Like he tries to make excuses for it for like a few minutes and then he just realizes it's hopeless. Like he starts explaining how his content is made and stuff. It's like, it's not pretty.
So this was a good comment. Someone commented this on TJ's video. I used to watch TJ and Drunken Peasants every week around 2014 to 2018. I was the only atheist in my family and felt alienated, so I looked for atheist content on YouTube. Then you talked to Vosh and huge alarm bells went off. I knew something went wrong because I knew from the start that Vosh is a disingenuous, bad faith piece of shit. Why would someone like TJ bow down for an authoritarian like Vosh? I then discovered Sitch and Adam around 2020. I'm still atheist, but I don't hate religious people like I used to. I now listen to Sitch and Adam every Sunday like I used to listen to the Drunken
Really?
Peasants.
Holy cow. This is a great comment.
Thank you, Worth Loss. That's the name of that commenter.
Wow.
Base commenter.
Yeah.
So there you go. Thank you.
Yeah. We don't like authoritarians around here.
Yeah. Anyway, let's actually watch this video.
Just like, maybe she just doesn't want to be hit on at all. I get it. But like, people want to fuck, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are interested in fucking. Like, it shouldn't be a big deal to be like, hey, I like to fuck, and you know, you seem like maybe you'd be someone I'd want to fuck, so can we fuck? And then you say, I'm not really into that, or, you know, I like fucking, but I don't want to have sex with you, or, you know, I'm not into fucking, or whatever the fuck you want to say. But like, and then it's like, if that's the conversation and then everyone goes their separate ways, I don't see the fucking problem. I was uncomfortable. I mean, like, okay, so what? Who fucking cares? I'm uncomfortable all the fucking time. Like, I'm uncomfortable right now. Right this very second, I'm fucking uncomfortable. Like, just like, every fucking goddamn minute of my life is discomfort. So what? So what?
So listen.
This is very anti-SJW.
I'll give TJ credit for attacking Rebecca Watson.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I don't know how this conforms with the crazy woke stuff he seemed to be peddling. So
yeah. He's basically making a pitch for anti-fragility here. He's saying, listen, don't be a fragile piece of shit.
Right.
Yeah. That's our position. Yeah.
I know.
And then he's accused us of not making any arguments. Okay.
Okay.
Fucking entitled bitch. Thinks she's entitled to comfort all the time. Dude can't even fucking ask if she DTF in an elevator without it being like, whoa. He's like, we're coming to my room. He's like, he's holding up against the wall or something, like, bitch. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a big deal to me. I think that, you know, but whatever. That's ancient goddamn history. Who cares about that shit? 3 million years ago, some fucking bitch turned a dude down and then made a bigger deal about it than it was on the internet. And here we are, you know, in the 21st century, still talking about that shit.
Well, I mean, it didn't really have a huge impact because no one cares about atheism, but it was one of the first. I mean, it was a pre-Gamergate. It was like a proto-woke movement.
It was the
attempted to
first part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think
Atheist Plus was the first.
Yeah.
Atheist Plus was a precursor to Gamergate.
Yeah. And it was this, we need to have intersectionality be part of everything attitude. So,
yeah. Yes. We talked about this in our video. Since he doesn't play our video, I said that Atheism Plus was basically the commandeering of the atheist movement by the feminist crowd and them saying, you know, you can't be atheist without being feminist. And a lot of atheists were like, what the fuck, bitch? Right? They were like, yeah, I'm an atheist because I don't like religious people telling me what the fuck to do. And I don't like feminists telling me what the fuck to do either.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I said it was the beginning of this intersectionality. Everything must be shoved into everything else. You know, idea.
Yeah.
So.
Total complete miscalculation on the atheist feminist part that they could just commandeer the movement. They were like, okay, we're moving on. Guess what? We're taking over video games. We didn't even want atheism. Take that, bitch.
In a confined space. So what? It's an elevator. It's like, did he fucking stop the, like, you're literally.
Look at this. His woke audience.
Yes.
Is trying to woke explain him right now. They're like, TJ, you're one of us now, okay? You're woke. You can't talk like this. A woman in a confined space, she is afraid for her life. She could be raped in there. And TJ's like, duh. What? He's like in total Beavis and Butthead mode. Duh, what? I don't know anything about biological sex differences.
Like, what? Everywhere's a confined space. Like, you know?
I mean,
brilliant, isn't it? Yeah.
That's a terrible argument.
Yeah. Yes. Football stadium and an elevator. Both are confined spaces.
TJ, I'm trying to be on your side for this part of the conversation, and that's a terrible argument.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could say, listen, it's a elevator in the middle of a hotel that's having an atheist
that's worse. None of them believe in God.
no, but I mean, it's I believe it was, if I recall correctly, even though it was late at night, I believe it was like right after some conference, some atheism conference. So it's like it's assumingly going to be a busy elevator in a hotel. It's not like a, trapped in a dark alleyway with no one around for a mile or anything.
You know, Richard Dawkins weighed in on this and basically came to the same conclusion as TJ.
Well, not the confined space?
No,
thing,
not
or...
the confined space thing, but how's a guy supposed to get a date if he can't ask you up?
Oh yeah, of course, well, of course, because that's the rational thing to do.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I recall correctly, the guy he didn't even say like,
he asked
hey,
her
do you want
for
to fuck?
coffee.
Yeah, he said, do you want to have coffee in my room or something to that effect? Yeah.
I
Which,
mean,
yeah,
that
sure.
basically
That's a polite. Listen.
Yeah.
Right, but but
that's a polite way to say.
Asking someone to come up to your room, okay, is a polite way of saying, hey, do you want to like make out / have sex? Okay?
Right.
Obviously. But the reason that we don't say that is because it's more comfortable if there's sort of this like, oh, no, thank you. Like it's sort of, you don't want to just come out right and say that because it kind of makes the situation far more like damaging to both sides. There's a refusal, and so we kind of construct this like social premise of, oh, I'm just asking you to have coffee with me. Or whatever.
Right, yeah.
Right.
There's an out. You can say, listen, I don't like coffee.
Right.
And then you say,
or I'm tired.
Well, I wasn't really inviting you for coffee anyway. I wanted to have sex.
Yeah, but that's when that person is a weirdo who doesn't understand social cues. Okay. At
right.
That point.
Yeah.
So,
that's when you're you hit the stop on the elevator.
That's when you hit the door open button on the elevator and you go, oh, well, this is my floor. Bye.
You try to get out as quick as possible.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah, so, a guy just asking a girl, in that way. And if she says no, and he's like, okay, well, then that's it. Like, fuck off. If you have a problem with that, then you have a problem with, like, then you don't want to have people be able to have dates ever. Okay.
Right.
Or you want to live in a society where only women ask men out, which women don't want to live in that society. They desperately don't want to live in that society. So I don't know what you're talking about.
There is the society that women want to live in, though. Sitch, you're ignoring.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. The society women want to live in is a society where only perfect, attractive men that they're attracted to ask them out on dates.
Exactly. It's a utopian society.
Don't ask them. I forgot. Yeah,
it's a utopian society that doesn't exist, but you got to understand, we can strive for that society, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Who's to say I'm not an optimism? In our earlier conversation, right? We're supposed to be striving for the perfect society.
Right.
That's right. You know what? This is what we should do. I figured it out. We should have a government agency that basically scores people on their attractiveness.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and it gives them an attractive score, and it says, okay, you can only ask out people within one degree off of your attraction score on a scale of 1 to 10.
I mean, that might give people...
So no one feels uncomfortable.
That might give people too much freedom for the feminists. We really should have them get permits to be able to ask, to be able to talk to women. They have to actually get a permit, and a government agency steps in and, evaluates whether or not they can approach and speak to the woman.
Okay, no, wait, I got it. Okay. If you see a woman that you want to ask out on a date, okay, you first have to submit an application.
There you go. Yes.
To the the federal dating agency.
Right. Yes.
Now, the federal dating agency has an algorithm based on the criteria that each woman has sent in to automatically try to figure out if the person will fit that algorithm. And then if you pass that algorithmic stage, then they'll send to the woman's phone. This is obviously weeks have gone by at this point. They'll send to the woman's phone, say, hey, here's a picture of a guy who wants to ask you on a date. Swipe, left or right, whether you want to go out with them or not. Whether you want them to even be able to ask you. Right. It's not even saying whether you'll go out with them, just to be able to ask you whether they can go out with you.
Yeah. It's basically Tinder.
Right. So there you go. That's what we should do. Hit the button.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
I'll hit it. Jeez, I thought that was your job.
Was he supposed to ask her in an open field? I mean, like, what does that fucking matter? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But then again, I've never been a little tiny chick, so maybe it's different when you're a little tiny chick and in the world, and I just don't understand the mentality.
Oh, look, there you go. He's got it.
It's perfectly possible. I'm like a 6'6" dude. I got 6'6" dude privilege.
He's got to be like, listen, guys, I'm just a straight white male who's tall. Okay.
Almost 7 foot.
I don't well, no, not really, but I don't understand. Okay. So maybe it's my fault.
Yeah.
Why did you capitulate, TJ? You were fine. You gave in. You bowed down to the wokeness. Why?
We're so close.
I wouldn't find it awkward. Even if, like, I mean, I guess I would find it awkward. Like, if someone I didn't want to fuck was like, I'm in an elevator with them and they're like, or anywhere really, like, and they're like, we should fuck. I'd be like, nah. I'd be uncomfortable. It'd be awkward, but I wouldn't be like scared. But maybe if I'm like a little tiny wispy thing, like, maybe then I'm scared. I don't know. But still, like, if they don't act inappropriate, like, my emotions are my own fucking concern. Right? The implication. But what's the implication? An elevator is really not like a rape zone.
The chat is really fighting him on this. That's fine.
Yeah.
But maybe we should. Where does he get to, like, watching the video?
An elevator is a rape zone. What is he talking about?
Is it like when it's like the splash zone at the aquarium? You walk into the elevator, it says rape zone. You're now entering a rape zone. Here's your poncho.
Be ready.
Here's your poncho and here's your mace.
I mean, if some rapist is gonna attack you, it's gonna be in an elevator.
I don't think an elevator.
Elevator or a dark alley.
I think an elevator might be a place to attack someone and drag them somewhere else. I don't think an elevator is a prime area to attack someone because elevators are generally in use.
Right.
So it's not like you're going to be have a private area. So.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, goes where it goes, and then it opens up again. Like, you're not in it for that long. It's not like a broom closet where it's just like, there you are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, the implications. That'd be a cool name for a band. Hey, everybody, we're...
Okay, let's...
Oh, you're skipping ahead now, huh?
Okay. There we go. We were almost there.
Get it? But hey, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to fucking get it, bro. Trying to fucking be better.
That's all we can ask, TJ. Wait a minute.
It's what happened. She's like, no, I'm not interested. And then nothing else happened. So it's like, what? Why is this a story? Why is this something we need concern ourselves with? I don't get it. But hey, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to fucking get it, bro. Trying to fucking be better, I guess. Maybe. Anyway, we got some...
Is that implying that he's saying he's trying to be more woke?
Maybe.
He said, I don't get it. He said no, but then he said, I'm trying to get it more. Like, I'm trying to be more feminist. That's what it sounds like he's saying.
Maybe.
Okay.
Some critics here.
He sold his soul to the highest bidder.
Right. Critics. Who are these wonderful, intelligent, attractive, very smart critics, I wonder.
This is
look at that title.
What the fuck is their names? Sitch and Adam.
Hey, listen. At least he fixed it, right?
Yeah. Then he starts calling us bitch and madam.
That's pretty good. It's pretty
funny. I mean, yeah.
We should I should start putting CT's bingo chart in the description.
Okay.
So there's a bingo right there. I'm gonna do that right now. There's a bingo right there.
Oh, the Stitch. I know. That's
Stitch,
a highly coveted bingo right there.
Highly coveted bingo space.
Doesn't happen every show.
Let's see.
How are you putting a link to? Where's it at? The bingo.
I'm putting it in the description.
But where are you linking to?
CT's Twitter page that has the picture.
Oh, okay. It's on Twitter. Gotcha.
Sitch and Adam bingo card.
Right. Bring your bingo card up, guys. I have my bingo card right here. Boom.
There you go. Boom. In the description.
Right.
So yeah, you don't need I don't believe you need to actually have a Twitter account to click the link and download the picture. I don't believe you do, but
I think you already did. It's a comedy show.
yes, we already did a
Sitch
bunch.
or Adam gets triggered. I think that already happened.
That happened, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. At a channel, they've made a video responding to one of my recent videos. Grift or no grift? Question mark. The Amazing Atheist rebrands as the Amazing Vosh clone because, of course, anybody that's like one molecule to the left of Hitler is apparently now a Vosh clone. Yeah, like, what's up, my dude? What's up, my guy? I mean, here I am responding to a fucking video, so.
What's that mean? That he's only one molecule to the left of Hitler. That means he's pretty close to Hitler, right?
No. He said, he said that we will label anyone one molecule left of Hitler as a Vosh clone.
Right.
So,
but
I
thought
a Jewish person will say that anyone left of Hitler is a Vosh clone.
Anyone left of Hitler is a Vosh clone.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So there you go. I guess we're Vosh clones
but
too,
he's
by
left.
that definition.
He's left of Hitler, though.
Yes, he's left of Hitler.
One molecule left of Hitler?
I think he's a little bit more than one molecule left of Hitler.
He's like definitely in the ethno-nationalist range, though. I mean,
I'm guessing
it's
not.
pretty close to Hitler, right?
I'm guessing not. No, I'm guessing not.
I mean, we're like hundreds of thousands of miles from Hitler, right?
Hundreds of thousands of miles of molecules from Hitler.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we're centrist.
We're in solid form territory beyond Hitler. We're not.
Don't get me wrong.
Beyond molecules.
Don't get me wrong. We're centrist here, but we're pretty left. We're pretty liberal by comparison.
Pretty left of Hitler. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
I mean, there's authoritarian. If you keep going that way, though,
right, it kind of wraps around again.
You're gonna run into TJ as an authoritarian,
right,
leftist, but
right, who's going to be in spitting distance of Mao?
Well, he's going to be holding
Stalin.
hands. He's going to be holding hands with Vosh over there.
Right.
Hence the Vosh clone analogy.
There you go. There you go.
But I don't understand why he's saying anyone who's a molecule to the left of Hitler because.
But what don't you understand about it? It's pretty straightforward. I don't know.
Well, he's basically saying he's an ethno-nationalist because he's
That's
only
not what he's saying.
He's saying he's a molecule.
No.
TJ just said he's a molecule away from Hitler.
That's not what he said.
And that we should not describe that we are describing him as.
That's not what he said. He said, listen. He said that he's implying that we're Nazis. Okay.
Okay.
So that since we're Nazis, we view anyone who's even remotely not Hitler as a Vosh clone. He's saying that we basically view the world as Vosh or Hitler, and that there's no in between.
Right.
That's what his point is, which is, it's ridiculous, hyperbolic. It's fine. It's a joke. It's stupid, but whatever.
I still think he's in the ethno-nationalist
Okay,
camp.
there you go.
He just said he's a molecule away from Hitler.
That's not what he said. But we can move on.
Doing a stream? Oh my God. And I have a beard, but my beard's better than Vosh's beard. And in fact, I was making videos against like racists and shit. I mean, I have a trans rights video that's like 9-10 years old about Coy Mathis. Go fucking back and watch that shit. So you know what? Vosh copied me. He's a cheap fucking TJ clone. Yeah, I said it. Fucking punk ass Vosh stealing my shtick.
Watch, and then look, he comes to regret this.
Smack the fucking piss out that motherfucker. I smacked Vosh so hard the keloid flew off his ear. He said he got surgery. Bullshit. I smacked that motherfucker off. Flew through.
I will say that's pretty funny.
Oh, you like that one?
That's a good joke. That is a good joke. He smacked the keloid out of Vosh's ear.
Don't laugh too hard. This guy's only a molecule away from Hitler. Okay.
Okay. Who was the person that he referenced? I want to look at this video.
Hey, clone. Yeah, I said it. This video that's like 9-10 years old about Coy Mathis. Go fucking back.
Coy Mathis. Who's that?
I don't know.
Mathis.
Probably fully anti-trans.
Persecution of Coy Mathis. Okay. Conservatives on the internet go into conniptions over a trans girl winning the right to use the girl's bathroom from 2016. Cool.
Okay.
He also made a video shitting all over Milo. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So, interesting, but
Interesting
which was after
juxtaposition.
That, so. Yeah. I wonder if Vosh would shit on Milo. I don't know if he covered that, but
I can watch that shit. So you know what? Vosh copied me. He's a cheap fucking TJ clone. Yeah, I said it. Fucking punk ass Vosh stealing my shtick. Smack the fucking piss out that motherfucker. I smacked Vosh so hard the keloid flew off his ear. He said he got surgery. Bullshit. I smacked that motherfucker off. Flew through the fucking air. Woo! Makes that exact sound effect. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, you'd agree that the woo, that was the exact fucking sound that it made. I got a better beard than Vosh. I am taller than Vosh. I am stronger than Vosh. I am the superior Vosh. I am the alpha Vosh, okay? So I ain't no fucking Vosh clone. I'm the alpha and the omega.
How much do you love that title I came up with?
that's a great title. And it's clearly struck a nerve, I guess.
Look at this. Watch, but he backpedals on all of this though.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's funny too because, like, yeah, smacking the whatever it's called off of that Vosh here, it's funny. But I mean, if we're talking about who's the alpha, I mean, on the YouTube space, it's like, you know, views, right? That's how your quote unquote alphaness is generally calculated. So.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Okay.
The Giga Chad.
Okay. I guess.
Well, I mean, you could call it Patreon dollars, but I think Vosh probably hasn't beat on I don't know what Vosh's Patreon is, but
I don't know.
A bitch. Don't be calling me no Vosh clone. Anyway.
That's racist.
That was racist? Why?
I'm offended.
Oh, come on.
I'm offended.
It was funny.
I'm offended. I'm very offended by that.
I've seen a bunch of white girls do that too. What do you? I mean, that's not.
That's cultural appropriation.
Is it really?
Oh, of course it is.
Oh, okay. I've seen about. Yeah. Okay, maybe it is.
Listen. Amazing Atheist basically just put on a minstrel show. Okay. You're just one step away from blackface.
I feel like it's more a female thing to do than a black female thing to do.
No. Stop.
Really? Okay.
Stop.
Sorry, Vosh, whatever. Sorry, Master Vosh. I didn't mean to talk ill of you. Anyway, these guys...
See, there you go. He's joking. Okay.
No way. He backed.
I don't think that counts as a real backtrack.
That's Sitch. You're going easy on this punk. Backtrack. You're going easy on this punk, Sitch.
I am good faith Gary. We talked about
Sitch. Sitch. Look. He backpedaled. He totally backpedaled.
Oh my God, TJ totally backpedaled. Oh, what a simp. He's all like, oh, it's all kayfabe. He was like fucking people elbowing Vosh, and then at the end, he just like stubbed his toe. He's like, I'm just kidding, Vosh. I'm just kidding.
He did.
Defeat me.
Please. Look, he was terrified.
Tombstone me right here, Vosh.
He was terrified someone was going to clip that out.
Okay. Is that better, Adam?
Oh, yeah, much better. Okay. I like it.
You're welcome.
Here, let's hear that last part again.
Sorry, Vosh, whatever. Sorry, Master Vosh. I didn't mean to talk ill of you. Anyway.
That was the honest part right there. Did you catch it?
I think that was a joke, but
all the before that was the comedy show. That was
was real. Okay.
That was the real performance.
I'll take your word for it.
Vosh knows what's up.
These guys, I don't know. They got some criticisms or whatever the fuck. I haven't watched it yet. I took a peek. Someone sent it to me on Twitter, and they were like, "Hey, you should fucking respond to this." So I guess I will.
Awesome. But he hadn't watched the video live. I haven't watched this video. We're in the same boat here. Great.
Yeah.
It is about an hour and a half long. I'm gonna boost it up to 1.5 speed.
Look at that.
Now, my natural inclination would be to go to 2 speed. But I know that some of you guys have really a lot of trouble hearing things at 2 speed. So, not going to do that. But let's take a look.
Now, you're going to love this part. It's probably the best part of the video here.
Why is there what's happening? Why is there no audio? What's happening?
Why do you think? Why do you think there's no audio?
Is he not playing? Is he only playing the audio?
Because he boomered it. He boomered the audio. Come on, watch. He's gonna do commentary. See, it doesn't even matter that it's 1.5. Look at him staring off into space. TJ.
It's become a silent movie now.
TJ, what's going on?
Okay. I just did. Yeah. Cool animation. A lot of energy in the animation. Didn't sound like there was a lot of energy in that delivery, but maybe I'm, you know, sometimes I get low key too. Sometimes you want to get like down here, like, hey man.
He's looking at his chat.
That's good stuff.
Are they not?
You know. Maybe I'm just like from a bygone era where we used to like project and be like more energetic and shit, but I don't know. You know, like that was a fucking. It's just like he's just like telling us what we believe, you know. He's like when the straw man's like uncalled for, bro.
Well, yeah, we couldn't hear the intro though, because
I like how not being able to hear what he's responding to makes him sound like 100 times crazier.
I know. Yeah, it does. That's what's so good. That's what's so great about it.
He was staring directly at his chat when he was talking.
I know.
How did no one? Does his chat hate him? They didn't like listen. Like when we do this, we see like, oh, there's a million Fs in the chat. Like
they don't have the signal. They don't know the bath signal.
I guess. All right. Still, no one's saying anything.
I know, it's great. It goes on for like 10 minutes.
Does it? No.
No, it doesn't go on.
I don't get it. Can someone explain that to me? I'm already lost. Like right out of the gate, I'm just like, huh? What?
I don't get it either. I'll be honest. I don't even get it either, TJ. Okay.
Amazing Atheist. I'm reading the comment. Amazing Atheist. Imagine being an internet atheist in the year of the world 5782. They got some memes over here that my ass don't get. I don't understand what perenniums have to do with anything. I don't understand why it's the year 5782.
What? Listen. Wow. TJ.
He's back to the perenniums.
TJ. You anti-Semites. Okay. How dare you not know what year it is according to Judaism?
Right.
Is that like I wouldn't expect, and I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck the years of the Jewish calendar is either. Okay. I wouldn't expect anyone to know that. I would think it was somewhat common knowledge to have like a general sense of like, oh, if you hear a year that starts in like 5,000, 700, that it's referencing the Jewish calendar or the Jewish year. Is that not like common knowledge that Jews have a different, well, not like very conservative Jews have a different calendar? Is that not common knowledge?
I mean, I've heard that. I don't know what the year is though.
Okay, I'm just wondering. Maybe I assume that was common knowledge, not the actual date, but just the concept of it.
That there's a different calendar. I mean, don't the Chinese have a different calendar too?
Yeah, I don't know if they have a different year system though. So
well, who cares? We all. I mean, Americans won, right? We got the calendar everyone uses.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't get what the year has to do with being an atheist. I'm fucking already lost. I'm out of my depth, y'all.
Did we talk about that on our stream?
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
But what did we talk about?
He's responding to our video, right?
Well, he's responding to that super chat.
Oh, okay.
Which I guess I read that he's responding to. I can't hear that I read it because there's no audio.
Right.
Or I mean, obviously the person is saying like, imagine it in the year 2022, someone being like an internet atheist. Like it's such a quaint thing, essentially.
Oh, I do remember you reading it. Yeah. He backs it
that's
up in a second here. He's almost figured it out.
He's almost figured it out? Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Help me, God! Wow, they made me find Jesus. It's powerful stuff.
People
you know what?
are wearing headphones.
I'm glad I watched this. It was a revelation. Going in. Death camps. Why does it take you guys an hour and a half to respond to a 10-minute video?
Is that going to become very quaint when this is a 45-minute video and he makes it through like 3 minutes?
Well, the key, TJ,
Yes.
to making it so it's not 3 hours, is you have to work out your audio issues before the stream begins.
I don't understand. This was a video he uploaded. This wasn't like...
No, he streamed this.
Okay.
I think he streamed this. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is a stream? I was like, I mean, I would take it down and edit this. Like,
would you really?
of course, just edit this part out.
TJ doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, I guess he doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
I guess that's true. And it just makes you look stupid. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good talk. We fucking on the Tucker gauntlet yesterday.
Okay, fair enough. He acknowledges it.
We fucking covered like 3 or 4 Tucker videos, and it was literally 5 hours. So you know what? You guys are all right. Never mind.
Thank you, TJ. I appreciate it.
Yeah, see? There you go. He calls you names later, but at least...
That's fine.
Yeah. I can see your boner. Yeah.
Hot.
I can see his big old boner.
You have a boner,
1.5
Adam?
hour to fix audio. What? No audio. The fuck are you talking about? What do you mean there's no fucking audio, you pieces of shit? You serious?
They didn't get him on the
Fucking
thing.
did this no audio shit again? Been
There you
responding to
go.
fucking goddamn nothing? Why didn't you guys fucking say something earlier? Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are supposed to make sure my audio is fucking working. And here you are. Here I am playing this shit. No fucking audio. And none of you motherfuckers tell me shit.
Yeah, what the
Fucking
hell?
useless audience.
What the hell?
Fuck you.
Why did his audience...
Yeah, I know what the problem is. Still alive. Your overall thoughts on January 6 hearings. I have not been watching them. I don't really give a shit. Because I know nothing's actually going to happen. No sound, TJ, please, for the love of God. Yeah, see, dumb kid.
He said he doesn't give a shit about the January 6th hearings. There you go. What a good leftist, right?
Well, but he is out there saying Trump is a authoritarian dictator. and stuff.
Fascist. Yeah. Well, he just knew it, intuitively, instinctively. So.
Of course, because his audience wanted him to say it.
course.
So, yeah.
Kid is on the fucking case. The rest of you, Anyway. All right, let's fucking do this again.
Yay.
Let's fucking, from the top. Just pretend everything up till this point did not happen, okay?
Okay.
We're pretending that didn't happen.
12 minutes in.
All right. Now,
We're
this
starting
time, you
over.
guys are going to hear audio. I'm betting.
Right.
I'm betting. You literally just want it so you can talk to minorities. You hear that, right? You hear that shit, right? Yeah? Cool. That's all you care about when you say, freedom of speech, man. That's the only freedom of speech you care about. You care about the freedom to be able to. You didn't tell me shit, Jake Garner.
Strawman's
You little
crazy.
shitbag.
Let me tell you what you believe. Okay.
Yeah.
See, now
Let me
the
tell
stuff
you.
I made sense earlier makes sense to you because, see? Yes?
Listen, before we watch this
What is
video,
this?
guys, I want
Oh,
everyone to
there's
get
all
out
this
your
green
special
out here.
perineum jock straps, okay?
Yeah,
And have
so
them
he says you got to wear your special perineum jock straps. Perineum that's the taint, right? Isn't that the taint? Am I failing anatomy class too today, as well as fucking?
Do jock straps even cover the perineum?
No, that was
I don't think
that was the joke. That was the joke.
Okay, good.
Audio design. Hold up. Now that's the area between the anus and the scrotum or yeah, it's the taint. Just call it a taint. It's this perineum bullshit. And what does it have to do with anything?
Purely fascinating.
I still don't get it.
We here at the Sitch and Adam show, we are not responsible for any. Okay, CT, this is all your fault.
What did CT do this?
She cut out me reading the person's chat that I'm responding to.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why am I bringing this up, CT?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
What the hell, CT? Why
play.
did you do this? Why did you cut out? Why did you cut out that I was responding to someone's chat, CT?
Or you
dare
could have
you.
just cut out the perineum talk at all and just began.
No,
with
you
like-
should listen. You got to leave the perineum talk.
Okay.
That's an important aspect of the show. This is all about the perineums.
Right.
But now I just look like TJ talking to no one with no audio playing. I look crazy.
CT probably did it on purpose.
Okay.
She likes to get you that way.
Someone's in trouble. Someone's getting a pay cut.
I know. Someone's getting a raise. Thank you, CT.
No.
Make me look good and Sitch look bad, okay?
Listen, I can't start a clip with a random super chat. If you're not going to start the context, then you have to cut the whole thing out. Come on.
Yes.
This is basic.
Yes.
Perineum damage that is incurred by watching this video.
Why would... Okay, can someone please explain to me the meme behind this video damaging your taint?
CT, please explain to TJ the meme that you so carelessly cut out for this clip.
Yeah.
I'm really confused.
Do we need an introduction or anything so CT can put it
The
in
amazing taint.
No,
That was the
start the
introduction.
video?
Look,
Love
Josh, I want
it.
to protect your perineum. That was
Right.
the introduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jock straps on, guys.
Can I'm gonna need to fucking have you explain that to me sometime, Sitch. PSA_Sitch.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah, I'm
here
gonna
it
have
is.
to. I want
Here's
the,
the
I want
good
this meme
part.
explained. I'm too much of a boomer to get your meme, bro. Hold on. I see his Twitter there.
Oh, shit.
Let's see what's going on. Twitter.com.
Look, he's going to Twitter
it's
here.
PSA_Sitch, right? Yeah,
Look
there
at
we
this. Look at this. He's looking you up right
go.
here.
PSA_Sitch.
Dialing right
Ah,
in.
there he is. Let's see. I make funny videos about stuff on YouTube. It's cool.
Okay, so we know that he's looking at your page because that's what it says on
That's
your
what
page,
it says.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah, I want to tweet at you. I don't usually just randomly tweet at somebody. Wait, is his DMs open?
Oh, look.
Oh, yeah, okay.
His
They are.
luckily his DMs are
Hey.
open, so I don't have to publicly tweet to him, right?
Mhm.
I'll just send him a little nice private message here.
Can I ask you about the perineum intro to the video you
Why didn't
guys
he tweet this? This would have been funny. You should have DM'd this.
made about me? I don't really get the meme because I am a boomer.
I mean, that's true.
Please explain. Thanks. No, and I misspelled perineum too. See? Perineum?
Why didn't he didn't say
Is it perineum? Or let me just do
Okay.
Perineum.
Yeah,
It's just a bit?
Okay. Yeah, I misspelled it. I'm gonna just do the correction here. There we go. Yeah. Just want him to know that I know that's not the proper spelling, you know? So that proper pronunciation, asterisk, there you go. Thanks, buddy. See if he gets back to me on that.
Yeah, I don't what.
Fake news. Fake news.
It's just
I
a-
received no DM from TJ.
It's just a bit. That's
Just a bit.
That's a long thing for a bit. That's so weird. That's why I was like, oh, he DM'd you. Just respond to him. Tell him to come on the show. And Sitch is like, I don't see a DM from him.
Yeah, I don't see anything, no. I mean, unless Twitter like auto filters anyone that DMs you the word perineum. No,
I mean,
there's
they
nothing-
put
there's
it
nothing
in the
there.
thing and they say like, you might not want to. Well, maybe. I mean, maybe it's under the. Do they have a section that's like too hot to handle?
No,
I don't think
so.
they do. Yeah.
I
We're going in.
I do have a filter
Amazing.
low quality
Going in.
message thing, so maybe it judged TJ's account as low quality.
Did it?
It filtered it out. That's possible. I know people have said they've DM'd me and I don't see it, so maybe Twitter flags certain accounts for being low quality or something. Or
Yeah.
maybe it
well,
was just
maybe.
a bit. Who knows?
If you go all the way to the bottom, it says show additional messages, including those that may contain offensive content. And if you click on show, then all of a sudden you're like at a whole new level here. You're like,
Oh, on your DMs it says that?
yeah. You gotta
That'd be
go-
impossible for me to find because when I don't respond to DMs, I don't like X them out. So I'd have to scroll for like 10 years to get to
Well,
that.
I did that. I'm in the same situation. I scrolled for like, I mean, it wasn't
see.
10 years, but
Okay.
it is quite a ways. But you could just grab the sidebar thing and pull it down.
Okay. I don't care enough to do that. Let's actually let's see if we can actually get to some meat of the video here.
If we're accusing him of fake news, then definitely you should find out if that DM was.
I'm not. I'm saying maybe it got filtered out by maybe my joke was correct. Maybe him putting Perennium caused Twitter to filter it out. Who knows?
I think I have additional messages. So, yes. I think I got one from Potato. Potato's the one that's been doing all the subs.
How dare you filter Potato out?
Well, maybe it was it's plushie related.
Okay.
I'll take a set of plushies if there are any available. Yeah.
Awesome.
Maybe it filtered plushies because it's too offensive.
The term plushie is very scandalous.
Okay. Free
Going
speech
in
and
deep.
death camps. Wow. This sounds fascinating.
Consistent content. Thanks, TJ. You're welcome.
You can just hear the excitement. Oh, the
I got to
anticipation
admit,
in
I am
Adam's voice.
excited.
Boomer
I
is
gotta
so
admit.
2020. Yeah, well,
We're
I'm
like-
a boomer.
we're like-
So
I'm hell.
us boomers, we talk about stuff that's a long time ago. TJ, rattle them cages. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go rattle my cage apparently for Kayla.
What?
Excited right
We're
now.
at Disney World, and Adam's looking over at Space Mountain and Jordan Peterson in the distance, and we're about to ride It's a Small World.
Oh,
and he's
yeah.
very excited.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, I'm excited. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited.
Man, right wingers in my comments tell me I'm pro censorship, right? Which I'm like, yeah, and then I censor them, right? Oh, I'm so tired, honestly.
Well, listen, at least he's upfront about it in the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
He's pro censorship. He's changed.
Yeah, at least he's upfront about it. That's right. At least he's upfront about it. Amen.
Censorship's good now, actually.
Yeah, it always was. It actually always was. And I mean, like, it's funny because I know for a fact, because when I fucking jumped in this video and I clicked on a random portion of it, I heard you guys defending censorship in libraries. So I know that you also believe that censorship is good in some instances. So, fuck you, hypocrite piece of shit, bitch! Sit on this and spin, motherfucker!
Sitch.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but this is a problem with jumping ahead. Instead of actually watching the video where I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure in this video I explain how no one is a free speech absolutist, because that's a ridiculous position.
Yes. Including
that's
ourselves. Yeah.
Right. And that calling someone a free speech absolutist is often a bullshit rhetorical device, because since it's not a real position that anyone ever holds, that when we say things like being for or against censorship, it's pretty obvious what we're talking about. We believe that the line is being drawn too far, too narrow away from free speech, and that too many things are being censored. And that I guess I assume that TJ, who I never thought was a free speech absolutist, because that's not a real position that
He was,
really
though,
holds.
according to people in his audience.
He really?
They
He
said,
was a
yeah.
complete free speech absolutist.
They said yes.
He
Yeah.
was in favor of abolishing libel, slander laws, intellectual property laws. Okay.
I mean, look at this guy. That doesn't seem like a stretch.
Well, even if that's not the case, even if he's a normal person with a normal view on free speech.
This does not look like a normal person. Okay, he's rattled his cage already. Oh.
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. Good faith Gary over here. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
Wait, maybe that's where the perineum damage comes in. When you sit on my middle finger and spin like the little top that you are. I don't mean sexual top. I mean like dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay.
First of all, as a Jew, I'm very offended
why
that
does he keeps
he's gone here.
Yeah.
I know. Wow. Very anti-Semitic, TJ. I'm grossly offended by this comment.
First he points out how he's one molecule away from Hitler, and now he's talking about dreidels. I don't feel this is not a good place to be.
Right. I do like that he went from 0 to 100 with the oh, you're a hypocrite. Fuck you. I'm gonna start screeching at the camera here. I guess it's my low energy talk.
Hypocrite is let's be real here. People like it when you're calm, cool, and collected. This is a different time. I mean, they don't like it when we get triggered and shit.
People love it when we get triggered. What are you talking about? It has to be earned, though.
Right.
That's the real thing. It has to be earned. You can't just, I mean, you can't be triggered 24/7 because then it just comes off as fake. Then you get the sort of like Tim Pool-esque, I'm angry about everything, you know,
I know.
in every video ever. So
Chitachi says anti-Sitch-matism.
there you go.
Perfect. Pretty good.
Perfect.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
A dreidel, I smash the dreidel with my hands all day. See?
Censorship. Yeah. I mean, some people do need to be censored, right? We're in a...
censorship. Yeah. Oh, jeepers. Jeepers creepers, censorship, you guys. Oh, you hear that?
This is the guy that was giving us a hard time for not making any arguments. Do you remember that? He's like, damn it, they haven't made any arguments. Why won't they make any arguments?
I mean, I guess
he's chortling at one word that we said.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you stop the video after 20 seconds and just go, I mean, I guess, yeah, there wasn't an argument made. That was just a word that was said. Sure. We've resorted back to kindergarten level analysis here. Okay. Fair enough.
This is what I'm talking about. Censorship. You hear that? Censorship. You know what I mean?
Okay. I have a question.
This is stimulating commentary.
Very stimulating. I have a question for our chat. So I don't know if anyone's familiar with TJ's content here.
Right.
Is this his natural? Oh, hey, counterpoints. Is this his natural reaction? Like, is this just like how he reacts to things normally, or did he actually watch the video and get very triggered by it, and we're seeing sort of like a very strong, angry, emotional reaction?
Well, I've watched the video, so I mean, I have a take on that. But
what do you think? Do you think he was not being honest when he said he hadn't seen the video yet?
Yes, I don't think he'd watched the video.
So you think he hadn't watched the video,
right? And I mean, he might have watched a few minutes of it. Whatever, you know, he might have scanned through it and kind of watched a few.
It seems weird to me to be this angry when nothing has even really been said yet.
I mean,
unless it's all just the title. Maybe it's all just reacting to that amazing title.
Well, I think that's part of it. And also, I mean, you can tell, like I said, when we start critiquing his performance,
right? You
can tell it really, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. You know, you guys weigh in too, and you tell me, Sitch. But
people are saying this is how he always is. So, okay. So there you go.
No, I feel like this is TJ having fun. This is a fun reaction. You know, he's hamming it up for the camera.
Oh, I see.
But as soon as I mention that, oh, look, he's reading off a teleprompter, like automatically he goes to full serious mode. Like, how dare you go there?
Okay.
You don't understand how content creation works.
I see.
It's like, I mean, we kind of do understand how. I mean, listen. I'm sure your audience isn't in your comments going, why are you reading off the teleprompter? We brought that to their attention. But now, I mean, they're going to be looking for it. They really are. They're going to be aware of it.
Adam, you're just jealous.
Right.
You're just jealous that you can't read off a teleprompter.
I mean, a part of me is. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it would make my life easier if I could. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, not for streaming. It wouldn't really make a difference, but... You don't do videos. You always give me a hassle around doing videos. You don't do any videos anymore.
In Social Justice Detective, you can look in because I'm wearing those mirrored sunglasses. You can look in the mirrored sunglasses and you can see the script.
Like, oh no,
hanging on things.
Oh, Adam, rookie mistake.
No one can see my eyes because I have mirrored sunglasses.
Yeah, but it's worse. What do you mean it's even worse? They can literally see the script hanging. Like, why is there a script on a pole hanging in the reflection of your fucking sunglasses?
Only because I'm pointing it out now. Like, nobody's...
Okay.
Nobody's caught me. I'm
right.
like, I am outing myself here.
And you weren't even. I'm assuming you weren't reading your lines off the script while you were delivering them because you couldn't.
No, I would read them. If I wrote them.
You would read it like before the take and then put it down.
Just a little cheat sheet.
Okay. Okay. Adam's been lying about his dyslexia this whole time, guys. He actually can read perfectly fine.
Well, I mean, I do read. I'm not terrible.
Okay.
You've seen. I read super chats while you were gone.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys gonna argue with me, or that's all you got? You're just gonna repeat my words. You know. See, if you're gonna do it, you might as well do a funny voice like me. You might as well go,
I'm the amazing atheist, and I believe in censorship because I'm a dumbass.
you know, like at least have fun with it. Like, are we gonna have like? I want some substantive, delicious, thick, creamy fucking dissent. You know what I mean?
See, he wouldn't be
This is
saying this.
good content.
He wouldn't be saying this if he knew that we do make fun of him making the crazy voices. We make fun of that in the video. Remember?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. He's like, you should do that. Well, we're making fun of you for doing that. Like, why would we do the thing we're making fun of you for doing?
I warned myself because I've made crazy voices in the past, and I'm like, guys, does it come off so incredibly cringy when I do a voice like this?
Yeah.
It made me nervous.
Yeah, no, I
I
don't
was
want
like, oh no.
I'm gonna be cool from here on out. Look, I'm
There
not
you
even.
go.
I'm off the triggering train, guys.
Listen,
This
we're
is like,
because of TJ, we're going
Right.
to remove the comedy label from our show. We'll no longer
right.
everything.
We're
will be
changing
low
it to
energy.
serious show in quotes.
It'd actually be much funnier.
Serious
If you put
show.
if you put serious show in quotes.
No, it's
You
not
should
gonna
do that.
happen. No,
That would you should
no.
chat.
It's one
chat,
joke. It's just a joke for the
Chat
show.
bully
Come on.
Adam. Chat bully Adam into putting serious show in quotes.
Putting
okay,
serious show
on the
in quotes
thumbnail.
is taking it too far. It really is.
Thank you. Chat says
mean,
they love my voices.
we
I
got an hour
appreciate
and
it, chat.
Yes.
Except for Vinny. Fucking Vinny says you're cringe.
Vinny, you're not gonna make Vinny happy. Okay,
Okay.
that's just
That's
a bridge too far.
That's true. That's Vinny's brand.
Have video here. Come on, you got to more than just repeating the words I say in a fucking mockish tone. Let's get to the meat.
Agreement here.
Yeah. Like you. Trying to put boobs emojis on our
I self-censored. I did the right thing.
TJ, I love you, but this video is hard to follow and you keep pausing. Oh no, is it?
I mean, it's nothing to follow yet. It's literally like 20 seconds of the video.
They
But
give
okay.
him the fucking. They get on him for pausing. How hilarious!
Yeah.
Hard to follow. Oh no, no. I don't care.
Okay.
Of the empty admonitions of the pseudo principle. You know what I mean?
I mean, I was talking about tomboy abs. I don't know what you were talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Dorks without See, there's lives.
Oh,
I don't get that one either. Tomboy, what's going on? Are we referencing the Sargon thing from 12 years ago? Like, what is, huh? What the fuck does Tomboy Abs have to do with
12 years ago. The
12 years
tomboy
ago.
abs saga was.
That was 12 years ago? Wow.
It feels more like it was 6 months. Tops.
Maybe a year? I don't remember.
He's just being hyperbolic.
It's okay. Yeah.
this? What are we doing? Where are we going? I'm lost. I'm just instantly lost. Can we fucking, like, where's the substance? Just give me the fucking, like, give me the fucking argument. I don't
You know
get your
what?
memes.
TJ is following
TJ
our
could be
tomboy
right.
abs saga.
TJ could
though.
be right here. Maybe CT. I want you to edit this better in the future. Okay. Get right into it. I want right into it. No references for the newbies who don't understand. Just jump right into the content. Right into the critique. Okay.
I've been saying that for months. I mean, I tell her all the time. I'm like, why you got like 5 minutes of us dilly dallying?
Thank you, TJ. This is good criticism. I
Like do the
appreciate this. Yes.
preview and then just get straight to the argument.
Right. Right.
What's all
Thank you,
this-
TJ.
What's all this dilly dallying?
CT. Why? What's with the dilly dallying? Okay,
Yeah.
I know that we dilly dally on stream because it's a stream and we get to dilly dally, but you, no dilly dallying allowed.
Listen,
Okay.
Hassan's editor edits out the ums. Why can't we have our ums edited out?
Hassan's editor is a saint who edits.
We occasionally do an
Hassan has a 10 edit per sentence. Okay. mandatory minimum.
Yes. And he pays his editor in clout. We give you money. We give you. You can't buy groceries with clout. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
We give you groceries.
No, listen. Hassan paid the editor in the means of production. Okay.
Look, I'm just saying, you could edit out a couple ums and ahs. Just clean that right up. Oh, no.
I don't get your humor. I'm too much of a boomer, or something is going on, or I don't get it. I'm gonna damage your taint. I'm gonna fucking something about tomboy abs. I don't what? Come on. Come on.
Oh my God.
Lecturing me about how
That's all aimed at you, CT. Just take it in. Take it in, CT.
Jeez.
This is good. This is a critique. This is on the job training. Oh, this is good.
how I like used to be pro freedom of speech, man. You used to be pro freedom. What happened to you?
Is he whining?
No, I'm making fun of them for whining. That was pretty clear.
What are you laughing about?
He's
Why are you
laughing.
laughing?
He's laughing because I'm fucking funny, stupid. That's why he's laughing. He's laughing because I'm fucking hilarious, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry that you. I mean, I like Sitch better than Adam so far. Of the two pieces of shit that would never say any of this to my face because I would smack the fucking piss out of them, Sitch is my favorite.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that I'm the favorite here. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that we have to say, listen, you would not talk to me in real life because I'm a psychopath who will assault you physically if you dare criticize me in public. So there you go.
Right.
Nobody ever criticize TJ in public or he will physically assault you.
Is that the authoritarian personality? I feel like it is.
Well, it's weird because the normal line is you wouldn't say this to me in person because you'd be too afraid. Not
right.
You won't say this to me in person because I will inflict physical harm upon your body.
Right. Because you should be afraid.
Right. I mean, I think was it Infrared, I think, made that comment, the Destiny or something. But generally that's not the route people want to go on internet.com. But okay, listen. This is a comedy show. Maybe it's just a bit, just a joke. I have no clue.
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on either. So that makes fucking three of us, guys. I don't know either. I don't know what the fuck's going on either. Right wingers, you know, your guys' declarations of what like is.
Do you see he's like reading off a teleprompter? Is that what you're laughing at?
I was laughing at his impression of
look,
his audience.
Look.
Yeah. No, that wasn't my impression of my audience. It's my impression of the right wingers who have like pretty much left my audience. You can have them, by the way. I see a lot of them have migrated to you. Cool.
Thank
Take
you, TJ. I appreciate it.
I don't want them. They're useless.
Oh.
You know, we have to be careful because I've done that voice sometimes. The obnoxious person voice where you're trying to mock someone.
Right.
You have to be very careful because like 9 times out of 10 when I've seen something.
Yeah, shut up. Speaking of being a Vosh clone, if you considered getting a TAA.GG or TJ.GG site, it would function as your own live chat as a donation system that doesn't split revenue with anyone else. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know how to do that, though.
CT, we have another assignment for you.
Crack the whip.
Just so you know, we need one of these SNA.GG sites.
That's right.
Someone who knows how to do that is going to have to like help me with that or whatever the fuck.
Someone do that voice, it just comes off horribly fucking cringy. Like it never.
It's horribly cringy, you guys. It never works. It's just terrible. I mean, even though I was just laughing at it a moment ago, it doesn't work.
I mean, I was laughing at how horribly cringy it was, but okay.
Look at you, Sitch.
Well, I mean, I'm also laughing at like the permanent ear damage that is going to be incurred from screeching into your mic every 10 seconds. But
right, yeah.
You know
Maybe
what?
half of his
I'm not afraid
audience
of being...
is deaf, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, there you go. You know what?
Yeah.
You're right. If your audience is deaf, they can't actually hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
and can't hear how nonsensical it is.
Right.
True. That's a good point.
That's probably why they didn't tell him when the audio wasn't on. None of them could hear it anyway. They're like, "What? The audio's off? I'm
They're
deaf."
like, what do you mean the audio's not on? I thought that was just me.
Yeah, I'm deaf. I love your content, TJ.
Cringy, because a lot of times cringy and funny, they have like a gigantic interlap between them. That's why so much fucking comedic material ages so poorly, because you look back at it years later and it's like, ugh, that's cringe. But you know what? It was always cringe, but it used to be funny cringe. Now it's not funny cringe. But the fact that you laughed at it, even if you thought you were laughing with me, laughing at me, not with me, still proves that it's fucking funny. So fuck you.
I mean, it's
We
true
talk
that humor,
about this in the video.
I know. It's true that humor obviously goes in changes and fads over time. My point was that it's not funny now.
Right.
I'm not saying this was funny a week ago or whenever you made your video, and then within a week, the entire society has changed the definition of what is funny, and now it's not funny anymore. I'm saying it's not funny now.
Yeah.
And listen, you can play a character where you want people to laugh at you. That's definitely a character people play in movies and on the internet. That's not really a character people play when they're trying to impart serious political takes.
Or when they're reading off a teleprompter.
Well,
They do on Saturday Night Live, but Saturday Night Live hasn't been good forever.
Unless, of course, they're doing a Colbert-like character where you're supposed to just think everything they're saying is stupid and wrong, which maybe TJ is a genius. Maybe he's engaged in this Andy Kaufman-esque role where he's just doing a social experiment to see what happens. But I'm skeptical.
Bitch. I'm sorry, your name is pronounced Sitch. My bad.
Thank you. It never reads well, ever. Like when we hear Anna Kasparian do that voice, we're like, oh my god. You have to hold your perineum jock straps. Okay, it makes you want to shove your own head.
What is the perineum focus?
See, this is why CT had to put all the perineum stuff in, just because we keep going back.
Because we keep referencing it, or I keep referencing.
She needed the super chat in there.
Yeah, the context. You have to put the context in.
Where it comes from, the origin of it. Yeah.
You're killing me, CT.
Editing's hard. It really is. Yeah. Especially when we're going to start saying a lot of ums and ahs.
I'm starting to think this guy just likes perineums, bro. Sitch, I'll tell you what. Bro.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you some perineum porn, all right?
Thank you.
Let's just take a look. Do people make perineum porn? There's gotta
this
be
is
like
probably why
actually
Twitter
fixate on the perineum. I mean, I feel like
filtered his messages to me.
Did he send you some perineum porn too?
I don't know. If he did, I would explain why I didn't get to see.
You got to scroll down to the show me all.
No, don't.
Now I definitely don't want to.
I need explicit results. Oh, here we go. But I don't know if he likes male or female perineums. So I don't want to fucking send him porn.
Thank you.
I'll have to ask him which sexy like.
I appreciate that, TJ. Okay. I thank you for the consideration here.
Likes better.
Head up your anus out of cringe. So be careful not to do those voices anymore.
This is premium cringe lord content.
This is grade A cringe.
I maybe I
agree. This is premium cringe lord content, but like I'm glad you guys are self-aware enough to realize that.
Sometimes you
they're talking about me. Okay.
To switch the cringe around the glass a little bit.
You need another cringe.
Sometimes the bouquet of the cringe is.
I'm waiting for the substance. I'm waiting for the substance to come. I'm waiting for the substance. Yeah, just waiting for the substance to come. Will they ever?
Sitch. I got this thing about musicals here. We're gonna fast forward a little bit past this. Let's see if the same. Oh no, he's still going.
Fucking laps.
Okay, I think we're past it now.
Okay.
Wow. You destroyed me. You identified the things that I do as cringe. Congratulations. Your astonishing talents. Oh.
That's a pretty good clip right there. Someone want to clip that? It's a good clip.
Oh, make another perineum joke. Please, God, make one more perineum joke. They're so clever. So beautiful. So non-cringe. I gotta start taking my cues from these two chuckle fucks. Oh, yes, indeed. Ask Vosh for White Nervosa. She's his developer, and site infrastructure is just copy paste. It's a matter of just tailoring a prefab model to you. Kill. Thanks for letting me know. TJ, I hate to be the one to inform you, but I'm afraid that you cringe, TJ. We gonna have to put you down, old.
25 minutes into this video.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever done anything this. Listen, we've watched. I think our record was it took us 4 hours to get through a PragerU video once.
Oh, really?
I think that's our record. 5 minutes to 4 hours. We never. This is blown away any record we have of just talking about fucking nothing.
Yeah.
We're 20. This video was more than halfway over, and we have not made it at all into the content whatsoever.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sitch, please do not start singing to me. Okay, this is.
You don't want me to sing to you?
This is so, and he's by himself too. He's not even talking to anyone. He's just.
I know.
I mean, this is.
Well, he's singing to the chat. He's serenading the chat.
Levels of screwing around in this video are off the charts. Okay. He's no room to talk.
Well, I guess here's the thing: if you just spend, 40 minutes doing cringy voices and things of that nature instead of actually watching the video, you don't really have to respond to anything, right? Which is fine. I mean, no one has to respond to. No one has to respond to anything that we put out. It just seems pointless. I don't know. Maybe his audience enjoys this.
TJ, you just got too cringe. I'm sad to see him go.
So perennium jokes are not cringe, but doing silly voices is cringe. Got it. Hard to keep up with these newfangled standards. I know, it's like crazy, man. Things move so fast now.
Whelming.
Okay.
And you don't get to savor it.
Yes. You gotta let it breathe and then sip.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, it's too strong.
Let's try this again.
All right, try again. Oh, I'm so tired, honestly, of the empty admonitions of these pseudo. Oh, by the way, let's see. Actual refutations of anything I've said so far. 0. 0.0. But we're only 4 minutes in, so principled. You know what I mean? Dorks.
Do you notice how he's reading off a teleprompter? I mean, it is.
Which is weird because it really comes off like a rant that doesn't seem structured very well or thought out very well. So it's weird. And I just listened to this.
Wow. Yeah. So here's the thing. So my videos are an amalgam of script and freeform improvisation. And actually, it's structured very well. You just don't agree with it. The video was pretty well received. Most people liked it. The people who didn't like it didn't really criticize the structure. They just criticized the ideas within it. And most of them, even though they were only doing it in the comment section, did it better than you guys so far.
Doesn't it seem like he really breaks character here?
He did really break character, yeah.
Yeah.
You triggered something. You hit a sensitive spot.
Yeah.
Maybe, perhaps.
We cut through. We were like, We evaluated it. We hit a substance point. He's been waiting and waiting for the substance point. And
well,
he's like,
this isn't even
God.
this isn't even a substance point. It's a style point, I guess, or a process point.
Well, there is some substance in style. I mean, you can have shit style or great style.
I mean, we could sing. We could sing to you guys. Would that help?
I thought the singing delivery, as horrible as it was, the delivery in this video is like amazing compared to the video we critiqued. But, he's just could have been off in that video.
Okay.
I mean, I'm willing to forgive.
A-Team is about forgiveness.
The energy in this video is pretty good. And I thought the Vosh jokes were kind of funny. So
There was a good Vosh joke, in the
Yeah.
beginning. That's true.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Yeah.
See, it feels like it's really, like we've really injured him here.
Mm.
Do you disagree?
I mean, you're right. I don't know why. I mean, who cares if you read off a teleprompter?
Everything else was just, right back at us. But this is like really, I mean,
You've knocked the wind from his sails.
Right. He's struggling to.
Right.
He's struggling to come up with a counter to this. I think deep down he knows that it was a terrible performance. He's like,
I see.
I don't know if I should upload this. I feel like I could do a better performance here, but I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm feeling lazy,
Right.
Some days I'm a worker, some days I'm a shirker. Today I'm a shirker. I'm going to let this one pass. And it's so obvious that I'm reading off the teleprompter. So obvious that I don't believe anything that I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But, it'll be well received. People love me.
Okay.
That's what he did.
Maybe.
I'm really getting pretty annoyed with the lack of any sort of substance here. So
Wait a second here. We got this is substance.
Listen, we're in a cycle of complaining about lack of substance.
Right. Oh, okay. But this is substance.
He's complaining about lack of substance. We're complaining about his lack of substance. It's just, and then maybe he'll make a response video complaining about the lack of substance. It'll just continue on forever.
Well, I completely disagree. Listen, look, TJ is trying his hardest to be an effective Vosh clone here.
Right.
Now, Vosh, of all people,
Vosh would be 20 minutes into the video already.
Well, look. We're talking about the critique on the original video. So the critique on the original video, I said, listen, your rhetoric is shit. It looks like you're fucking reading off a teleprompter and you don't believe anything that you're saying. It looks like you might as well tape a sign to your T-shirt that says grifter. Okay?
That's true. I mean,
that is my critique.
We had a long side quest in that conversation.
Yes,
about whether TJ is a grifter and what does it actually mean to be a grifter.
Right.
And a lot of your intuition about him being a grifter is because of
his rhetoric.
Well, it's because of him reading off the teleprompter.
Right.
Sort of
but is that not rhetoric?
Mind. Yeah.
Look, is it not rhetoric when you're I was under the impression.
Doesn't rhetoric specifically mean like what? Like
delivery.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought rhetoric means really more like the type of language you use, not like the performance you put on, but I could be incorrect.
Look it up. I'm pretty sure that it means it's all of that.
It could be.
It's delivery, all of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, regardless.
Rhetoric is the style.
Okay.
Right. And I mean, this is a conclusion that I've come to, that, I mean, in these internet debates, rhetoric is almost more important than substance. I mean, you can have all the substance in the world and have great arguments. And
unfortunately, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Be completely truthful. But if your rhetoric sucks, your argument is going to suck.
I see.
And so I do think this is a substantive critique, even though he's trying to say that it's not. And I mean, geez, like Vosh would. This is like, sit down on my lap, TJ. Let me teach you about rhetoric, okay? Listen, you do not want to look like, you were reading off a teleprompter, okay?
Right.
Yeah. You don't want to dial it in here. Vosh would say, listen, your reputation is everything, TJ, okay? You're slipping.
I mean,
I think that's already, boy.
I think TJ sacrificed that at the altar long ago. So I'm not sure that's at the front of his mind.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm going to speed it up a little more. We're going to go to 2 times speed. And hopefully we're going to have some actual
content. Yes.
Like arguments that I can sink my fucking teeth into and not just like cringe, perennium joke, poorly structured, reading off a teleprompter like Obama did.
Look at that. Look at that.
I like that we've become Donald Trump for some reason.
Yeah, what's up? I've never made a big deal about Obama reading off a teleprompter.
Right.
I know that's like a common right-wing thing, but look at this.
The fact that politicians read off teleprompters is part of what puts in your mind the idea that when you see someone else reading off teleprompter that they're grifting.
Oh, really? Is that what destroys the rhetoric?
I think that is, yeah. Because you're so used to seeing like politicians do that.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, I just think the performance was weak, but I said that.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's like so poorly like structured and stuff. But, you know, yeah, I guess he wrote some of that out. Pretty embarrassing, honestly, because it's so bad, you know, but like, whoa.
That's great. So do you have literally anything other than ad hominem? Like, I don't care. Like, if you call if
How is that ad hominem? Is that ad hominem?
Well, I guess calling someone cringe is an ad hom. But
no, it's ad hominem if we're saying you're wrong because you're cringe. Like,
well, that would be the implication. I guess you're right. That would be the implication. True.
I mean, I am saying your argument is.
I mean, you could be right and cringe. I guess technically.
Sure. Yeah. Of course.
If you fucking make an argument and then say a bunch of insults, I don't consider that ad hominem. But if you only have the insults and that's your entire argument, then like, what am I supposed to do with this? If that's the case, then this is actual cringe. Because, and I'll tell you,
look, how nervous he is. He's like tapping like crazy.
The layers of, we've added so many layers of cringe here. It's like, how many layers of hypocrisy on? How many layers or irony are you on? How many layers of cringe are you on?
I'm feeling a little bit bad. I must admit. I mean, the levels of nervousness over the teleprompter reading. So I feel like he was way more comfortable before he actually got that critique.
Maybe.
Do you see him like tapping like crazy? I didn't notice him tapping.
He's been
like
doing that
crazy
from the
before.
beginning, though.
I don't think so.
He said, because remember, he said, "I'm uncomfortable right now."
Oh, okay.
I think that was sincere.
Oh, I don't think so. I think that was joking. Okay. He seemed completely comfortable.
Unlike you, I'll actually explain why it's cringe, because I'm making actual positions noted. I'm putting them out there into the world, and you have an opportunity here to counter them, but instead you're just not doing that because you think you can just rely on this like lazy, not like unclever, just like bottom of the barrel fucking mockery where you're just like,
oh, wow, censorship. Oh, well, that's cringe. Our voice is cringe. Oh, well, perineum. Wash your perineums, y'all. Because your butts, you're going to suck your butts. Tomboy abs, bro. Tomboy abs in your butts with the perineum jokes.
This is so bizarre because it's like, if your complaint is that there's not enough content, why are you doing everything you can to prevent yourself from getting to further into the content to see if that's actually true or not? It's like he's so desperate to not watch the video, but still create the illusion that he watched the video. Like, that's what this reads to me. It's like, oh, I don't want to actually watch the video, so I'm just going to like create this illusion where I watch the first, minute or two of it, and then I'll just do a bunch of like bits and cringy jokes, and then that's it. That's the content. See, I watched it. There was nothing there, and you're like, oh, okay.
It's reputation destruction. It's a signature move of the toxic femininity.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. He's creating a narrative that doesn't even exist. We talked for 45 minutes about, whether or not he was grifting. We talked about his rhetoric. We talked about
if it's an hour and
40
minute, if it's an hour and 30, 40-minute long video, and you're complaining that there's not content to respond to, like, you can make that complaint. I made a complaint about videos that we watched, but I say, oh, there's nothing here to respond to, and then I press play to try to get to something to respond to. I don't just talk about how there's nothing to respond to for 20 minutes about how there's nothing to respond to, thus adding longer lengths of nothing to respond to.
His original video is like 8 minutes. Our video's an hour and 40 minutes. I mean, that means an hour. I think
it was like 20 minutes. It was like 20 minutes, I think, wasn't it? Or like 19.
His original video? I don't know. It still means there's like an hour of content there that's our content.
I know.
And he's only listened to like 4 minutes of it. That's like 56 minutes of content.
Right.
Guys, cringe. Don't do that voice because cringe, bro. Anyway, yeah, so there we go. That's the defeat of this loser. And yeah, bro. Cool.
It's like, give me a break.
Where's
the fucking meat?
Yeah. Here's the Sitch and Adam
Where's
show.
the
You have the
fucking-
safety of knowing that Adam cannot read. So you know that I will never read off a teleprompter for you.
Without lives lecturing me about how I like used to be pro freedom of speech, man.
You used to be.
Okay, you're right. This is hilarious.
Uh-huh.
Look, he's even making the face. I wonder if he had the quotes in the script that he's reading off of right now. When he gets
think
air
it
quotes.
Oh, parentheses, air quotes.
Used
Yeah, I
to.
wrote out. I even have. Right, the stage direction, everything. You know,
We wondered about that.
parentheses like use air quotes here. Yeah.
Be.
Yeah, maybe.
And you used to be. What happened to you?
Oh, you're right. You're right. This just needed to breathe for a few minutes. Now you can really
You can really savor it.
you can really drink it in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So weird.
Right wingers, you know, your guys' declarations of what like freedom lovers you are would be way more convincing to me if you didn't support fascist candidates and policies at every friggin' turn. I mean, like you hate freedom in the abstract. That's my problem with you.
Okay.
Anyone on like the left know what a fascist is?
I don't think so. No. Yeah.
This term. Who is the fascist candidate that they're talking about? What are the fascist policies?
Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis. Let me go through the. You want to go through the Umberto Eco fascism definition? We can do that.
Oh no.
Ron DeSantis,
He's
and
gonna bring up
Roberto
the.
Eco.
Didn't we literally talk about that? Was that this stream? Was that in that clip? We
I
talked
don't
about
think
how
so.
kind of stupid the Roberto fascism 14 points is. It doesn't really make any sense.
I don't think we do.
Okay.
I don't
That was. I guess that
remember.
was in a different stream.
We have talked about it. I think we've talked about it with Devon.
We talked about it a lot. We talked about that a lot. Yeah.
Here's the characteristics of fascism, and we'll just see which ones apply to Donald Trump. Okay.
Let's see how many
Look
of
at
these
this.
apply to wokeness. Okay.
Right, but he's completely changed the framing though. Like he's calling the people in his chat fascist. The people leaving comments on his videos fascist, and now he switched over to Donald Trump and
Well, no, so
Ron
I said-
DeSantis.
So no, because I said, who I don't think anyone on the left. He said people are voting for fascist or whatever, and I said I don't think anyone on the left knows what fascism means because generally people on the left use fascism to mean either they use it as a simile for or synonym, I guess, not simile, a synonym for authoritarian, or they generally just mean for a person you don't like, essentially.
Right.
Which, I mean, fascism means something far more specific than that, but
So Umberto Eco,
What definition are you using?
14 characteristics of fascism.
I mean, I generally think of fascism as a belief that everything is of the state, nothing is outside the state.
Right. Collectivism with an ethnocentric component.
Yeah, collectivism with an ethnocentric, with a ethnocentric, hard social conservative leaning towards.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the problem is that there are elements you can say, okay, there's elements of that on the right, just as there are elements of communism in the Democratic Party. Doesn't mean that they're a communist party. Just as it doesn't mean that just because there's elements of things doesn't mean that the Republican Party is a fascist party.
Right. Yeah. If they started making that the Republican platform, then we're having a conversation. But
Right.
if those people are forced into the Republican Party because they don't want to vote for the Democrats,
it's really a conversation of degrees, because it's like, and we talked about this earlier when we were watching the Zoe Bee video. If the left is primarily concerned with care harm and reducing inequality, like on its own, that can exist in a liberal democratic framework. But if you extend that idea, you extremify that idea, it will lead you to communism if you keep going, as further as possible. It's the same thing with if the right is in favor of maintaining traditions or having strong borders, those ideas can completely exist in a liberal democratic framework. But if you extremify them, if you go to the edges, then yeah, then it will become fascism. Sure.
Yeah. That's too substantive. I didn't like it.
Okay.
Can't you just make a funny voice and say cringe?
I'm sorry. I'll make a funny voice next time. I'll go. I'll make a voice.
I like
Is
it.
that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Cult of tradition. Make America great again. I mean, like, come on. That's just outright. It's right there in the fucking title. It's right there in the motto. The rejection of modernism. Like,
So, okay. I feel like this is too complicated to have. I feel like this is too complicated of a topic to even get into with this video. So let me bring up
Look at this.
Umberto Eco's paper.
Look at this.
Okay.
Look. He accused Sitch of avoiding substantive
I know,
debate.
What
Now
a
look
joke,
at this.
I know.
Immediately, the first substantive point he's made, Sitch is like, okay, let me bring up this paper
Yeah, I
I
know.
read.
The first feature of Eurofascism is the cult of tradition. Traditionalism is, of course, much older than fascism. This is from Umberto's paper. Not only was it typical of counter-revolutionary Catholics thought after the French Revolution, but it was born in the late Hellenistic era as a reaction to classical Greek rationalism.
Hellenistic Greece?
Yes.
That's some long time shit ago.
Right.
That's like
Right.
thousands of years.
Let's see. Let's skip ahead here. The new culture had to be I don't even know this word. Jesus. Synchronistic? Syncretism. Okay. Each of the original messages contain a sliver of wisdom, and whenever they seem to say different or incompatible things, it's only because all are alluding allegorically to some primeval truth. As a consequence, there can be no advancement of learning. Truth has already been spelled out once and for all, and we can only keep interpreting its obscure message. One has only to look at the syllabus of every fascist movement to find the major traditionalist thinkers. Nazi gnosis was nourished by traditionalism, occult elements, blah, blah, blah. The most influential is Julius Evola. Hey, it's our good friend Julius Evola. Merged the Holy Grail with the protocols of Zion, alchemy with Holy Rome and the Germanic Empire. The very fact that the Italian right, in order to show its open-mindedness, recently broadened its syllabus to include works of a bunch of other people. Blah, blah, blah.
You can't say our good friend Julius Evola in a video without saying, by the way, we hate Julius Evola because amazing atheists will,
I say.
yeah, assume that you're serious.
That would kind of be funny, though. That'd be kind of funny. I think.
I mean, I'm sure
As
he's
a Jew, our
as-
good friend Julius Evola. But,
He's since he's only one molecule away from Hitler, I'm sure he's read plenty of Evola. So
right. Evola, the avowed super fascist.
Right.
So actually, this paper, when he says traditional, or when he says, the cult of tradition, he doesn't really explain in any meaningful or intelligent way what the fuck that even means.
no.
What it means to be a cult of tradition. That's really shocking. Like, it's just garbage.
Well, he thinks "Make America Great Again" is the cult of tradition.
Well, here's the weird thing, too, with Trump. So he uses the message, right? He stole Ronald Reagan's message of "Make America Great Again." But in a lot of ways, Donald Trump is the antithesis of everything Reagan stood for. I mean, Reagan is the guy who ushered in those dreaded neoliberal economics and neoconservative foreign policy that Trump basically was running against. I mean, right-wing populism was basically everything against what Reagan stood for. Now, you could argue that Trump didn't actually implement a lot of those things, which would be true, but that's not what Trump ran on at all. So is Trump a cult of tradition? I would say it's actually the opposite. People voted for Trump because they wanted someone to flip the table over. Right?
Sure. Yeah. Drain the
You
swamp.
had Trump versus Hitler. This is the problem. You had after the housing crash, people had lost faith in the American system. And so they voted for Obama, this guy, new, fresh face. He's not going to be, a part of your system, man. He's going to come in, shake things up. People did not perceive him as shaking things up or shaking things up enough. And then you have Trump come in and he says, listen, I'm going to flip the table over because everything sucks now. I'm going to drain the swamp. Okay.
Are you saying that Trump is not a fascist? I'm getting mixed
I'm just
messages
saying,
here.
I don't think it's so clear cut. And first of all, I mean, and to even think, how does Trump himself, is there anything about Trump that screams tradition? I mean, this is a guy who banged a porn actress.
Right.
Like, was it when his wife was giving birth or something? And everyone knew about it, and I guess they were fine with it.
How about the tradition of the peaceful transfer of power?
Well, that's true too. But if you remember, so much of Trump's campaign was so like outside the norms of everything that was expected. Remember when the grab him by the pussy comment went public and everyone thought Trump's campaign is over?
Right.
And then it did nothing because no one cared.
No,
so
that's not true. Trump came out and he made a big apology and said, he's a different person now, and he did make concessions to the Republican Party. Yeah.
He just he's like it's locker room talk.
Right, but he acknowledged it and said it was unbecoming of a president.
It seems there you could make an argument that Trump by using the "Make America Great Again" slogan is appealing to some aspect of returning to an era where things were better, which is the general conservative thought, which we've talked about. If conservatives are defense, then they're always thinking of returning to a defensive time where things were better. Okay,
right.
but but on the same token, that's far too complicated because Trump won, and his entire presidency is characterized by the fact that he was overturning all acceptable norms for the president.
Yeah,
and people on the right were applauding this.
Well, I think the weakness of TJ's argument is really that he's comparing Trump and DeSantis both and saying that they're both fascist. I think that's the bigger weakness in his argument. Because I don't think you can define DeSantis as a fascist in any way, shape, or form. That's ridiculous. Trump, him shitting on our norms to maintain power. Well, yeah, but that's just authoritarianism.
That's authoritarian, right? The question is that fascist?
Yeah, I don't know that it is.
Because when you talk about number two, which I guess TJ will get into, traditionalism implies a rejection of modernism. Mm-hmm. Did Trump embody the rejection of modernism?
No, of course
I don't see that at all. Yeah. I see it's the opposite. But
neither does DeSantis.
How many fucking right-wingers do you see posting fucking anti-modernity memes on Twitter and other places? The cult of action.
Okay, so wait a minute.
But he's switching. Yeah, he totally switched.
Right. Yeah, there's lots of neo-reactionaries who are anti-modernity because
we know a bunch of them. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we know some.
TJ, we argue against them.
Right.
Yeah, don't lump us in with the neo-reactionaries.
Well, but even those people, they have kind of a lukewarm attitude towards Trump anyway, or they see him as more of a useful idiot. I mean, Trump didn't embody the rejection of modernity whatsoever.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't see how Trump fits that criteria.
For action's sake, that's one's completely fucking obvious. I don't think I need to explain that.
Okay, it was action for action's sake. This is what Echo describes irrationalism. Also depends on the cult of action for action's sake. Action being beautiful in itself, it must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation. Therefore,
for real, this is hilarious.
Therefore, culture is suspect insofar as it is identified with critical attitudes. Distrust of the intellectual world has always been a symptom of fascism.
If we're talking about acting without thinking, I think we could label our friend TJ here as a fascist pretty easily.
Right. Well, excuse me. It's funny because Well, let's go back. Let's go look at the first three. So we have tradition, reject modernity, and we have action for action's sake. So far, can that be applied to wokeness? Well, number one, tradition for tradition's sake. If the far left's argument, what do they always talk about? They always say pre-capitalism, land ownership. Back when we were hunter-gatherers. Well, no, they go all the way. They say when we were hunter-gatherers, we were all living in peaceful, lovey-dovey, happy, leftist societies where the hierarchies were flat. So it's hilarious because the leftists are making the ultimate return to monkey traditionalist argument.
Yeah. So
there's that. Reject to modernity, I guess that one probably wouldn't apply to wokeism unless you're going to go back to the return of the monkey, I guess. But traditionalism and rejected modernity seems sort of redundant, I guess, to some extent. Action for action's sake. This is why I think Echo's laying things out is kind of silly here. That's basically the description of everyone politically. He's just doing the left-wing thing where he labels that on his political opponents. I mean, this is what we talk about all the time. This is thinking fast, thinking slow. This is the elephant in the rider. People have some gut intuition about something. They react to it. And then they afterwards create the intellectual thought to sort of justify it. And yeah, there are people on the right that will even try to skip the last step where they say, I don't even have to justify it because I just, I'm either going to just say that my intuition is correct or it says so in a holy book somewhere. But that exact thing exists on the left too. And people hold up like the woke doctrine. Someone holds up a CRT thing, says liberalism failed us. Liberalism will never bring about racial equality. Is that based on How is the CRT answer to racism, which to me is so obviously going to create more racism? I mean, how is that based in, deep thinking? Or is that just based on an emotion of anger and of anti-capitalism?
It's all based in emotion. Emotion, intuition. Now I'm singing. Let's get this video on the road.
Disagreement is fear of difference. I mean, holy shit.
Right,
that's one's completely fucking obvious. I don't think I need to explain that. Any disagreement is treason.
I mean, that's TJ all the way. What? I mean, any disagreement is treason.
I mean, well, the idea that disagreement is treason only applies to the right or fascism is obviously
that
ludicrous,
applies to the woke on steroids. I mean, they're just all
Right. That's in the beginning of the video when you mocked me calling you out for being pro censorship. Now that's what we're talking about. Is that any little thing, any little disagreement is treason? Even, your disagreement, TJ, where you were attacking Rebecca Watson, in most woke circles, that would be treasonous.
Yes. Yeah. That's why we were laughing about it.
Right.
Because you know not what you do.
You know not what you do. That's true.
Fear of difference. I mean, holy shit. Appeal to social frustration.
Right. Okay. Fear of difference. Does the left fear difference?
Of course.
Yep. If you don't fear difference, then you're not trying to stifle people from being able to put forward their opinion. This is why I read this. And all the times I read this, I think it's stupid because it's basically just what Echo is talking about is he's complaining about authoritarian ideologues and then just labeling it fascism.
Right.
And he's sort of ignoring the left. This is the problem with a lot of this literature. It's because of World War II was so clean cut for America anyway, with the Nazis being so evil.
Clear cut.
Like, yeah, Nazis bad. Right?
Yeah.
It was very clear cut. It was like so much of the academic literature of authoritarianism is just hyper fixated on right-wing authoritarianism, which is important to understand. But there's like a total blind spot for left-wing authoritarianism because a lot of the people were either sympathetic, to the communists in the Cold War, or they just didn't want to give ammunition to right-wingers in America. So they didn't even want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we laid out, I mean, pretty simply, our definition is nationalism, collectivism, you know, the individual is subjugated to the state with an ethnocentric component.
right.
Yeah.
Well, that was what was funny about Zoe's video, is that she was basically, she's complaining about, she's labeling liberalism and liberals as right wing.
Fascism, yeah.
Right. As right wing,
What?
you know, as right wingers, and she's labeling, you know, the correct side as the socialist. And then when we were watching the conversation, or when I saw the clip of Carl and Distributus, they just do the exact or Distributus does the exact opposite.
Yeah.
He labels, you know, the evil liberal individualist as the left, and the good guy collectivist as the right.
Well, they go even further, because liberalism is the maximizing of individual freedom. And most people on the dissident right think, oh, that much freedom leads to wokeness. They think that's the whole problem, is that we've given people too much freedom. They want to dial back on the amount of freedom people get, so they can't get to the wokeness stage.
Right.
Yeah. They're like, being able to select your own biological sex is, I mean, they're like, that's a bit too much freedom for me.
That's like the entirety of the Trumpian narrative. Obsession with a plot. I mean, yeah. Like, what do you, I mean, even before the election happened.
Obsession with the plot.
I mean, I don't know that TJ knows we covered January 6th. Yeah. Our audience, I mean, like we said earlier, like that's probably one of our most hated videos, but.
Well, no, it's funny that obsession with the plot is supposed to be a fascist thing. Right. How is it
in fiction, or, I mean, what kind of plot are we talking about here?
Obsession with like that, the entire basis of leftism, going all the way back to Marx, is obsession with a plot. That history and society is just a struggle between classes.
Right.
So that's what conflict theory is. And then modern wokeness is to just replace classes with race or gender or sexual orientation.
Yeah.
And then everything stems from the obsession of that plot.
Yeah, it's a single lens analysis.
Right.
Which is horrible.
Trump was setting the stage for the narrative that the election was stolen from him, because he saw the polls and he realized he was going to need some sort of mechanism in place to...
Oh, I don't know if he skipped one or I missed one. Obsession with the plot is 7. 6 is appeal to social frustration.
Well, Trump definitely played into that, obviously.
Sure he did, but are you going to tell me that look at the Black Lives Matter? Are you going to tell me that, like, you're going to tell me that the left is not, or that left is
playing into social frustration?
Yeah, like the whole thing is an appeal to social frustration. It's listen, you are being held back because racist people are holding you back.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what when I looked at this list, I thought it's stupid, because I'm like, this applies to just authoritarians or just ideologues, you know, on extreme ends. It's not unique to fascism.
Well, I mean, you could even shoehorn normal rank and file democratic processes into that. I mean, obviously, candidates are pitching. I mean, they're appealing to your social frustration that you don't have health care, or people are not forgiving your student loans. So,
listen, I can be as charitable as possible with the list, with Umberto's list here. If I'm as charitable as possible, points 2 through 14 are all just elements of extreme ideology. And the only ones that you can say are really more unique to fascism, if I'm being as charitable as possible, is the cult of tradition / rejective modernism. That's the only thing that really makes it fascist. Everything else is just authoritarian ideologues.
Right.
He needed to prime his supporters to, try to change the results after the fact. The enemy is both strong and weak. In other words, there are these like, you see these little spaghetti noodle arm Antifa losers, bunch of little weaklings with their purple hair, but they're gonna destroy our country. They're burning down our cities. Okay.
So, well, what he should have said was actually not bring up Antifa, but just to say that the right conceptualizes the left as having all the power of society, because all the institutions are controlled by the left. But at the same token, they say this when Donald Trump was the president and the Republicans had control of the House and the Senate for at least 2 years.
Yeah. Everyone does this. This is like a thing.
Yeah, sure. That would have been a better thing than Antifa. But again, the both strong and weak thing, that the strong weak characterization is literally the basis of the left's weapon. It's to shame. That's how you use shame and guilt on, white liberals to get them to kowtow to you.
Right.
Because you put forward, white people are so incredibly strong and powerful that they dominate all of society, and they use racism to basically systemic racism to basically subjugate all of society to, white needs and white whims. However, at the same token, it seems like all these white liberals are bending over backwards, to capitulate wokeness. Like, if the woke narrative was true, that all of white people and all of society were based around racism, then how do they have any power? How does cancel culture even function? Cancel culture literally only functions if they have the power of the majority, or at least the cultural institutions, to get people fired, which they wouldn't have if their perception of reality was even true.
Right.
So there's your strong, weak dichotomy for leftists.
Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. I don't really know that one's really been too present, but I don't really think it's had much of an opportunity to.
And it's funny because that was the Vosh video we covered. That was literally the Vosh video we covered.
What was it?
Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. Vosh saying electoral processes will not stop the Republicans.
Oh, you're right. Totally right.
He kept saying it's not a question of when, it's a question of if. And you need to get a gun because there's going to be, a revolution that's going to occur, and we need to defend ourselves.
That's literally in the video that we're critiquing here. That he's critiquing, and that was critiquing.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was in TJ's video too, because TJ was echoing that idea.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
He says, buy a gun. Get, strengthen up. We're too weak. TJ says that. TJ, you're a fascist. You're a fascist.
I know.
Contempt for the weak. Everybody is educated to become a hero in
contempt for the weak, huh?
Yep.
Like people who can't even take a date invitation to coffee in an elevator. You wouldn't have contempt for those weak people, would you?
Right. Or, well, really, yeah, that's funny. But more like contempt for these dirty, fence-sitting liberals. They're so concerned with civility politics. Oh, the civil liberals. They'll never get anything done. So contemptible.
Okay. I like mine better, but...
Okay, fair enough.
You are fascist ideology. Heroism is the norm. This cult of heroism is strictly linked with the cult of death. And this is something that's...
I mean, TJ's whole brand is a kind of a cult of heroism. He's like the hero.
Well, it's funny because every leftist YouTuber is basically trying to be the hero, right? That's how they make money.
Yeah.
Right? You raise me up as the cult leader, as the hero who will lead the revolution.
Yes. Yeah. I'm the one fighting for you.
Yep.
It's been an integral part of American society for a long time. This is like the whole the troops died for our freedom.
Well, and also,
Okay.
I get.
Okay.
Adam is listen.
I'm getting
this
my.
Is the
I got
first
my
time.
Sitch. I got my Sitch down.
Adam, listen.
Listen.
This is the first thing that we can respond to substantively that he said. Okay, so we got to milk it. I'm assuming that there's not going to be more substance for the next 20 minutes.
Right. Gotcha. No, there's not. There's not a lot of substance, but
no. Well, and also, you know, is the Umberto Eco list. We should do like a whole.
It's
thing
trash.
On that
It's
point,
a trash.
it is trash.
You've convinced me. It's a trash fire.
Well,
what's so difficult about our definition? I mean,
everybody
it sums it up.
Everybody is educated to be a hero. Like that's just him pissed off. Like that's such a classic leftist critique of liberalism. It's like, oh, right. Your Disney movies with your Marvel superheroes, and there's always Iron Man has to buck the system to be the hero. Captain America has to tell the system to fuck up. Even the Avengers have to tell the system. When the system is like, hey, Iron Man and Captain America, you have to play by the rules. And they say, no, because the rules suck. And we care about saving people and not your bureaucracy. Like, this is such a classic leftist cry about liberalism. Is this, the individual hero myth. So, it's weird that gets, put on the shoulders of fascism. And actually, I don't know. I would assume that since fascism's ideology is everything for the state, nothing outside the state, that any individual hero that is propped up by fascism is always going to be the hero is sacrificing themselves for the state.
Of course, yeah.
Which is not really. None of that's in. Like none of that at all. And this is, I guess, the big difference here. We don't see any of that with Trump or the current Republican populist movement. The current Republican populist movement has for the
state. They hate the state.
Yeah, I was going to say the current Republican movement has a strong distrust of the state completely.
Right. The deep state. They want nothing to do with the deep state. They're so far away from fascism. It's crazy.
Well, that's why it was so ridiculous. And this is why it was even more ridiculous when someone brought up abortion, the abortion Supreme Court ruling as fascism, when the current Republican thought is to decentralize power as much as possible.
Right, yeah.
Because they don't trust the federal authority.
Hey, that's a liberal idea. What? Decentralize power down to the individual? Wait a second here.
It just seems weird to me to call this fascist. I don't know. It just seems super weird. But what do I know?
Kind of bullshit. I really enjoyed your last video, but how come you didn't include Pageboy TJ? Disappointed in you. Yeah, I don't know. I was going through my stuff. I didn't even see it in there, but I guess I probably should have because it was a pretty hilariously bad haircut. Machismo and weaponry. I mean, remember Trump fucking talking about, we have weapons you wouldn't believe. We have things that'll blow up the entire world 50 times over. Just like constantly fucking bragging about his big weapon dick. Selective pop.
It's funny because the leftists are all making this big point now. They're like, we're not liberals. I'll do a voice. We're not liberals. Liberals, they don't like guns, but leftists, we love the guns. We want everyone armed for the revolution.
Okay. Liberals don't like guns. Am I not allowed to like? I like guns.
No, that's their straw man.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad.
You can be liberal and like guns. It's allowed.
Guns are cool.
Populism and newspeak.
Yeah, so the last two, selective populism and newspeak. How do these are 100%? I've said a million times, wokeness is just left-wing populism, 100%. It's a complete distrust for current institutions, 100%. But then in newspeak, do I even have to explain it? That's so horribly obvious. Newspeak. Oh, let's redefine terms like racism so that, only white people can be racist. Let's redefine. This is a conversation we got on Sunday. Let's redefine the term whiteness to be all these horrible things. Oh, it's not racist, by the way. No, I don't know why you're offended by this. Like the entire process, the entire process of wokeness is just newspeak and redefining words in specific ways in order to get certain people in trouble and to make it easier to attack other people through these language games.
True.
Like, no, that's fake news. Listen, anything against me, fake news.
So yeah, I mean, like almost like I would say with the exception of pacifism is trafficking with the enemy, he fucking meets 13 of the 14 fucking criteria for fascist. Now, in fairness, the Democrats also meet a whole shit ton of these, but I'm not a fucking Democrat. But I know.
See, I don't even think that's true. I think leftists and woke people hit a bunch of these points. I don't think the Democrats really do. Let me see.
Do they? I thought we were kind of ignoring these points because we had our own definition. If you want to say nationalist with an ethnic component, I don't think the Democrats. I think the Democrats are anti-nationalist. Like they hate fucking nationalism.
Well, they're anti-ethnic nationalists, I guess.
Well, I mean,
I don't think
they are against one ethnicity.
Well, I don't think they're anti-nationalism, but
the Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean,
you think the Democrats are anti-nationalism?
They had a couple DNC conferences that they pushed the nationalism a bit, and I thought, oh wow, they're going in the right direction here. They realize there's a bunch of independents that don't want to hate America that might vote Democrat if you didn't hate on America 24/7. But I don't think recently they've been doing that.
No, probably not.
To clarify that, because I know that your side does not really make any differentiation between leftists and liberals. Anyway, yeah, I do know what fact.
Stop saying our side.
We here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we never make a difference between. We never talk about the difference between leftists and liberals. We've never done it at the Sitch and Adam Show.
No, yeah. I wonder if he's making the distinction, because we always, it triggers us when people call just liberals leftists, because we always think of leftists as socialists, communists, want to abolish property rights.
Right.
So there's a giant distinction between somebody who wants to protect an individual's property and someone who wants to abolish property rights for everyone. That's like a giant difference. But anyway.
Fascism is. I just defined it for you, or at least I know of someone who can define it for you.
Is it? There's no ethnic component in any of those 14 things? Look,
that's kind of bizarre.
I have two.
Oh, I guess fear of difference would be the ethnic component.
Oh, okay. All right. At least it's in there somewhere.
But to me, like, that's such a central component of fascism. It's weird that it's only one element, and there's all these other elements that I think are pretty irrelevant, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't
it's in there.
I'm trying to remember if Dev said something. Dev knows a lot more about, I think, the Umberto Eco chart. Didn't he say something like Umberto Eco didn't believe that like left-wing authoritarianism existed or something?
Personally, I think defining fascism is pointless, because what they really mean is authoritarian, just like you said. So it's
no. Well, listen. I don't think it's what they mean. Okay. So let's say we have a broad category of authoritarianism, and then authoritarianism manifests differently if you're on the left or the right. If you're on the right, it manifests through fascism, or at least it has historically. And in the left, historically, authoritarianism has manifested as communism.
Well,
so
and
I don't think it's useless to create a definition of fascism, but you have to acknowledge that there is the horseshoe that they'll hate. There's the authoritarian horseshoe that has a lot of overlap, and then there's just some. There are differences at the ends, though. You can talk about differences between authoritarian communism and authoritarian fascism.
How are you defining authoritarianism?
Is having the state basically dictate all aspects of people's lives,
right?
And not allow choice,
right?
Or voting or things of that nature.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, as an authoritarian, someone who has an authoritarian personality, I think of as someone who has their own personal morality that they want to force on other people. Like they
Right. Well,
have
yeah,
no humility
yeah.
whatsoever. They think that their way is the right way, and they're willing to give power to the state as long as they're subjugating everyone with their personal moral ethic. That's
Right.
like
Saying-
authoritarianism.
Yes.
But that authoritarianism, I mean, wokeism operates under that same authoritarianism because they would,
right.
the woke progressives would like to take the power of the state and subjugate us all. I mean, they would have half a dozen pronoun laws in the first like month, right?
Right.
Yeah, they would make misgendering a hate crime and start incarcerating conservatives for misgendering people. I don't know how you could wouldn't call that authoritarianism.
Yeah. No, you. I
Any
mean, obviously,
morality.
this is. I mean, you can go back to, and this is what's so silly about this. You can go back to TJ's own videos where he was complaining about SJWs, 2016, and he was complaining that they were authoritarian.
Right.
And it's super weird that it's like, well, what happened? Where does he think those authoritarians went? They just disappear? Like, you can call out who you think is authoritarian on the right without completely giving authoritarians on the left a free pass.
Well, this is the thing, because I almost feel like it's safer this way. Like, if you postulate that 30% of the population has this personality type where they have, a gut intuition about how the world should be ordered, and they're willing to elect some strongman dictator that's going to force that onto everybody. If you know that 30% of the population is that, wouldn't you want that 30%? Wouldn't you want 30% of the authoritarians on the left with this completely different moral system, and 30% of those authoritarians on the right with this completely different moral system, so they kind of cancel each other out? Because if you have that entire if you have all the authoritarians on one political side, that political side is really just going to dominate. That's like 30% of the population.
Right. So you're saying that we're fortunate that whatever mechanism creates authoritarians seems to be balanced.
Because it, and I don't even know if it's like random, like what makes them think this moral system is the one to follow, but they buy into it wholeheartedly and are like, yes, this is the moral system everyone must submit to, right? Do you understand the hypothetical I'm putting forward here?
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes people accuse me of not making sense, but I feel like,
understand.
yeah. So, but there is people on the left don't think there's any authoritarians on their side. They think they think authoritarianism is only on the right, even though they're there going, this is the way life should be, and we should cancel you if you don't adhere to our speech prohibitions. Even though they're like openly authoritarian, they're just completely invisible to them.
But see, I think that's what Umberto Eco's problem was. He seems to fall into that camp where he's completely doesn't understand. He's completely like left-wing authoritarianism is completely
invisible to him. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why his list comes off that way.
Right.
So.
Yeah. This is why I always think that the reasonable, centrist, independent types are the kingmakers. Because those two batshit crazy extremes cancel each other out at the voting booth.
I mean, one hopes, right?
Well, I feel like it.
The danger is when one side, it seems like historically, and this is partly true with the Nazis, the danger seems like when one side gets too crazy, and then this causes the moderates to kind of side with the opposite. The people that aren't like the moderates who are not really paying attention. We're just like, oh, I don't like this crazy left authoritarianism, so I'm going to go with like the exact opposite of that.
Well, no, I think the problem is when the moderate independents, when both extremes are pushed to the extreme, they're forced to side with one extreme over the other. I mean, that's the problem.
If people even conceptualize it that way, but often I don't think that's how it is conceptualized.
Right.
I mean, and that's part of the danger that the left, I think, always ignores, is that if if people have to choose between extreme anarchy and extreme order, most people will choose extreme order.
Yes, yeah. Hands down.
And that's what the left always kind of blunders into that trap repeatedly. So,
yeah.
Though
Yes.
even though maybe that's not true, because part of why this is silly is there's been only what 3 fascist countries in like all of human history, and there's been I don't know however many way more communist countries. So
Well, the communists always, I mean, it always devolves into authoritarianism.
sure, yeah, exactly, but not fascism, but authoritarianism. So it definitely, if we were to go strictly by the numbers, if we were to, I mean, I guess maybe it's unfair to remove monarchy, because that would be a more right-wing leaning government. But if we're just to talk about, post-monarchy governments that lead to authoritarianism, communism has a much larger track record of leading to authoritarianism than fascism does, just because there's been way more communist countries than there's been fascist countries.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Well, they would categorize taking away a woman's right to choose as fascism, controlling women's bodies. You know,
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, that is fascism. When someone with like, so you saying that you think that when the government goes to a person and says, no, you don't control your own body, we do, you don't view that as like a totalitarian ideal? Okay. Well, then you know what? I'm going to fucking shove a big fucking time bomb up your ass. Because you know what? I've decided that you don't have the right to control your body. I do. How do you feel about that? You think that's cool?
I mean, yeah.
No one believes. There's an argument here. And if I was to be more charitable, I guess we could kind of piece out. But I guess I'll be less charitable here in this response, which is that nobody except like a lot of libertarians believe in complete, bodily freedom. The government tells you what you can do with your body all the time. The most clear example of this on the left is, as I said in my tweet, vaccine mandates. It's the government dictating that you have to inject something into your body.
Yeah.
When the government, arrests someone, they're taking your body away. They're putting you in some place you want to be. When the government drafts you, they're taking you. You don't really have a choice in the matter. They're taking your body and they're putting you someplace. What about when kids have to go to school because they're forced to go to school against their will, even against their parents' wishes? Parents can't just decide their kids can't go to. They don't want their kids to go to school. They have to homeschool their kids. They have to provide some alternative. You can't just say, I don't want my kid to go to school.
You crapping on the body autonomy aside, he's mischaracterizing the dynamic of the abortion debate, because his position that bodily, and I think he even says it here, bodily autonomy is the most important thing. The argument is over, when does bodily autonomy begin? Which means if you're saying bodily autonomy is the most important thing, so are the pro-lifers.
Right. They're just saying bodily autonomy of
the baby.
Of the
exactly,
baby. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
So,
and that's the second point.
So are you saying if you're saying bodily autonomy, like if you were saying bodily autonomy matters, then being able to like abort a child, should matter. That's ignoring the bodily autonomy of the child.
Right. But that's why I hate that argument when people just give this very stupid, like, oh, there's only one variable. I can't say that word right now.
Yeah.
There's only one variable in the abortion debate, and it's, a woman's right over her body. Because that's not true. There's a second variable there.
Yeah.
And that's, when do personhood rights extend to the fetus? At what point does that occur? And that's what people can't agree upon. And so it's like this willful ignorance to pretend like that part of the conversation doesn't exist.
Yes.
And how is that how is it fascism? How the fuck is that fascism? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, what a weird argument. Who wants to shove things in my ass? Oh, he's threatening me. He's threatening me.
Shut up. I'm not threatening you. I'm making a fucking example of how you fucking value your own bodily autonomy, but you just think that because someone has a different set of fucking genitalia from you, that their bodily autonomy doesn't mean anything. Now, I'm sorry that you're so unfamiliar with women. You probably never even fucking sniffed, let alone seen a pussy. But that, you know, well, other than the one you look at every morning in the fucking mirror, you little fucking punk bitch motherfucker.
I mean, I've been married for 15 years, so I mean.
And Adam's my work wife, so.
Yeah. I mean.
Well,
anyway, sorry, I'm getting.
But wait, this is this a bit? Like, I don't know. It's so. Comes off as, I know schizophrenic is the wrong word, even though everyone uses it, but it comes off so multiple personalities, so schizophrenic, to vacillate from this like 0 to 100.
Now we're incels.
Well, just to get like, oh, you know, you guys are boring, too. Like, oh, I'm so angry that I'm now calling you guys incels. Like, seething, totally seething here. And assuming all sorts of positions that we don't even have. Apparently, you and I don't believe in bodily autonomy for women because they have a different set of genitals. So, okay.
Really?
Okay.
I mean, I do believe in bodily autonomy.
No, you don't. You're a liar.
Even for the 50% of unborn children that are women.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
I sent Mauler the link, by the way.
To this?
He wants to come in. Why not?
Oh, okay, sure.
Mauler's great because if we can throw Mauler out if we want to wrap up. So it's not.
I usually Mauler strays away from.
I know, it's crazy.
These types of conversations, but yeah, if he wants to come in, then
I know.
That'd be great.
Maybe he can critique the singing. How's this measure up compared to Disney? Can we get TJ a job? Can he be in the next Little Mermaid? He can play the crabs. Come on, I'm on a roll here. You're supposed to join in.
I was distracted by Twitter. I apologize.
No. I need to take it down a notch.
Look, okay, good.
Okay.
Look at that. He realized, he's like, well, this guy looks pretty Chad. He might have himself a wife somewhere. I got to chill out a bit here. I can't go this.
That's it. He just saw your face at him. He's like, this Chatham character. Oh my God.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, fair enough.
Got to me a little.
Literally not.
Okay.
Abortion and fascism has nothing to do with each other. Like,
Oh my God, he actually passionately cares about his fucking points of view. Cringe! More cringe from the cringe lord! Did you guys know that this...
What happened? Did I even say anything about cringe? What's going on?
Out his...
Okay.
He said he's going to try to calm down.
I
It
know.
didn't work. Okay, it didn't work. I think TJ needs to take some yoga classes, some meditation.
Got to me a little.
literally not.
Okay.
Abortion and fascism has nothing to do with each other. Like,
Oh my God, he actually passionately...
All I said was abortion and fascism. All I said was abortion and fascism has nothing to do with each other.
What is that?
That's all I said.
Silky smooth voice I hear.
Hello.
Oh my God, who is this? Who is this prequels defender? Who is this prequels defender that is?
I love, dude. That's kind of funny, actually, that he would pull the card of, you're making me defend the sequels. Like, you're making me defend the prequels.
Oh, now we know why Mauler wants to come on. He's like,
Let's talk about Star Wars.
Hey, Sitch brought it up, okay?
That's true. I did. That's true. What's up? What's up, sir?
Oh, you know, working, just editing constantly, and I was like, it's 4:30 a.m. in my part of the world, and I'm like, nobody's around, nobody's awake, and then it's like, you guys are streaming.
of course we
Yeah.
are. Yeah, it's our
And I was
Sunday
like,
night.
huh. See, this is what I do. I'm like, oh, I'll go hang out, and it's like, this is your job that you're doing, and I'm disrupting it, right?
No way. Are you? Come on. I mean, we're Team Shirker over here sometimes.
I'm Team
I've
Shirker.
seen-
Adam's Team Hard Worker.
I know.
I've seen pieces of this where the clips I saw of him, he was just like furious at you guys being of a chill energy, which I thought was hilarious.
Yes.
TJ, because I watched shit tons of his content back in the day. He does this thing where he like rocks back and forth, and he like is agitated constantly. And if a video isn't like entertaining him, he like fucking loses his mind. Meanwhile, you guys are like me, where if a video is not very good, you're like, well, this isn't very good.
Right. Right. Well, it
So,
depends
yeah.
how it's not good. If it's boring, then yeah, I'm not gonna get like enraged over it. If it's pissing me off,
Yeah.
then I'll get enraged over it.
But yeah, I saw him getting so mad at you guys for just, you know, having him say something and being like, no, I don't think so. Because when you think, you know, like a sentence that takes just a little longer than maybe usual, it was blowing his mind. He also seemed to hate you guys. Have you managed to apologize to him yet for your cruel?
I'm not apologizing. We didn't do it. We haven't done anything wrong. What?
Wow.
Yeah, what will you apologize for?
We're giving him
based
tips
in
on his terrible
objectively
rhetoric.
correct.
Yeah.
Listen, we're trying to help TJ. TJ helped us out with our editing, okay? And we're trying to help TJ out
Yeah.
with not reading off a prompter so obvious, or at least hide it. You know, don't make it so obvious.
Yeah, you got to be smooth.
You gotta wear shades.
You got to like sneak a
aviators
peek. Yeah, there
specifically.
you go. Look,
There you
Mauler
go.
coming in with the perfect idea.
Or you could just have an avatar, and so people will never know.
That's what we need. We need a TJ VTuber avatar that just looks like a crazed homeless man, like a crazed homeless Muppet that just rants so no one has to see his eyes.
The way I saw it, though, I was like, this is perfect if it was just a call. You can solve any of the differences easily and quickly, but it's like, it's probably not going to happen, is it?
I doubt it. I mean, if he wants to come on after we watch this video, I'm down for that at some point in the future. I don't know if he would be willing to, but sure.
Well, come on. Mauler's a big time YouTuber. He's got to come on and
I mean,
have you
listen,
met
look,
TJ Mauler?
We're
Do I
10
what,
minutes. Oh, wait, hold on. We're 10 minutes away from ending this video. Okay. Look at how far he's gotten to
sorry.
our video.
Do
he's
you,
like-
do you know what my fucking code name is, right?
Long man. Okay. That's what I'm saying. But look, TJ's 10 minutes. He's got 10 minutes left, and he's only made it through like 1/10 of our video. What's even the conversation going to be about? He doesn't even know what we think.
Well, you took too long to be entertaining, so it's kind of your fault, isn't it?
That's the problem. I guess that's the problem. So
We don't
I didn't realize
understand fascism.
You know, the
Mauler's
interesting thing, by the way, because I did catch that, I was listening to you guys, so the whole, so, you know, when the government tells you what you can and can't do to your body, you're not going to call that fascism. And it's like, aren't we, would you guys not consider it like, if I wanted to, I don't know, bleed just at my own whims in places, would that count as my body? Because like, obviously there's going to be some laws that you might be able to argue some things. Like if I want to be naked, for example, is that my body, my choice?
That's a good point. Yeah. You can't just walk around naked.
Little indecent
you know,
exposure.
And I like, do you think it's a form of fascism that the government says you must be wearing clothes in certain areas? And maybe someone will bite that bullet and say yes, but it's a very, very low consequence form of fascism or something like that.
I mean, when I walk to the store, the corner store, and it says no shirt, no shoes, no service, I think there
That's
must be a fascist running this store.
Total
Okay,
fascist.
The nudists have it hard, man. You know,
That's this store is. I'm going to open that door, and Hitler and Mussolini are going to be standing right there behind that counter, staring down at me, making sure I'm
Hey.
wearing a shirt.
Rags would have given me
How
a
dare you?
big laugh if I had said the nudists have it hard in front of him.
It's a pun.
But you go. Well, how much?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
anyone gets?
wait. Say it again.
Wait. Say what again?
Say your joke again.
No, it's too late now.
Oh, I was going to give you a laugh. I was going to give you
the
a very
internet
fake
gas.
laugh. Okay.
The gas is gone.
Oh, sorry. Okay, it's gone.
And for chat, if they didn't realize what we just demonstrated was fascism.
Yes. Well, and also,
intimidation.
why can't you just cut yourself and bleed over like the table? Like if you go to a restaurant, I just want to bleed all over this table, like to market.
Maybe there's a property protection argument on that.
Oh,
rather
I
than-
see. It's someone else's property. Okay. Okay.
That's why I was trying to aim for the newsy one, I think, because
That's a good point.
there are some levels of control we allow the government to have over our bodies, right? I think so.
Well, can I just smear shit all over my face and just walk around in public?
You might be able to get away with that.
I don't know. It's a good
As long as
question.
they
I'm not
don't
sure.
know. It's as soon as someone complains, really. That's when you can't get away with it.
I feel like if you did that, you would get taken away pretty quickly by the police.
Well, the thing is, people have to know that that's what's happening, right? Because if you smeared like chocolate all over your foot, well, then you're in danger for other reasons.
I think when you approach someone and the rancid smell of shit like fills the air, I think it'll become pretty apparent.
Yeah, what if, because you know what there is, this is a rule, but it's never needed to really enact. There probably is a smell limit you could have as a person.
A smell limit?
Yeah, before people will be like, okay, you fucking honk, dude, you gotta get out.
You're probably, no, here's a question. What is this? Can you smell so bad that it justifies the police being called on you?
Probably, right? Because there are foul,
I'm sure
foul
there
smelling
is.
things in the world that can like actually hurt you. Like it gets to a point where it can hurt you.
Sure, but
if
I
you're
don't
in
think
a restaurant and you stink, they're calling the cops.
I don't think a human can get to that level of stench. Okay, like natural through a natural process.
Of course there can. I'm sure
So
there's
that
like
they
homeless
actually
people.
cause physical harm to like the sensors in your sense
They'll
cells
claim
in your
it,
nose?
Sitch. They'll claim it. I have been harmed by your stench.
I could never smell again. It's stuck with me forever. My brain, the smell has been seared onto my frontal cortex.
Oh man, bad human smell is the worst too.
Well,
I mean, there are worse smells.
yeah, there are worse smells. Roadkill's pretty bad. Shit's pretty bad.
Oh really?
Yeah, rotten. Like
what
rotten.
do they call
meat.
it? I haven't smelt one of these, but when I found out about them, I was like, that's got to be the worst smelling thing ever. They're called like something bergs. They're in sewers. I think shitberg could literally be what it is, where there's like masses of things that accumulate in sewers sometimes, and they just float down pipes, and they're just made of the worst of refuse and waste. And yeah,
that's gross.
Shitbergs.
The worst part is when you smell something, you're literally getting that thing inside your body.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, people don't conceptualize it that way, but like when you smell like a bad smell, a shit smell, that means particles of shit are entering your body.
Yeah.
Oh, fatbergs. Is that what they're called?
Oh,
people are saying fatbergs.
Stop talking about this. Is so disgusting. I could go my whole life without knowing this word existed.
Well, you may continue if you wish.
I am interested. I didn't realize that Mauler was a cringe atheist growing up.
I'm still
sorry.
a cringe atheist. You kidding me?
A cringe adjacent. Are you a cringe atheist or a cringe adjacent atheist?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Adam is the cringe adjacent atheist.
Am I?
That's what
Cringe
PF calls you.
atheist?
Yeah. PF Chang.
PF Chang calls you. Yeah.
PF.
What are you in this section of things, Sitch?
I mean, I'm a theist, so I'm in a super 10-dimensional big brain God believer.
No, I'm one of them ones that's like, nah, not even the spaghetti monster. I don't believe in him either.
You're a nah.
Wow.
You're a nah on the God
Look at
question.
this cringe atheist over here.
Do people know this, Mauler, or are we making news here?
Oh, dude, if there's plenty of EFAP episodes where we get into fights with our chat about religion.
Oh, really?
Really?
Are you an
do you
anti-theist?
have like a religious audience?
Yeah, there's a decent chunk of them that are like Christianity.
Well,
sure, but not like disproportionately or anything.
I wouldn't know. I haven't polled them, but
okay. I wouldn't think that your audience would be like a religious audience.
The thing is, myself, Wolf, Rags, and Fringy, I think to an extent, we're all pretty strongly atheist. So it's yeah.
Jeez.
What does
It'll
that mean?
Bunch of godless heathens.
It means we find the concept of it all like insane. So
well,
yeah. What do you mean? What does it mean? Everyone knows what it means.
Well, no. The difference is okay. How much you don't believe in God, and then there is the atheists that believe like religion is dangerous for society. Like,
oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not. No, I don't know how far I'd go in that department. I don't think religion is a strict good, but at the same time, there are plenty of benefits society's gotten from different religious institutions.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get too out of control. Like, as long as they're not like subjugating people and shit.
I have plenty of very close friends who are hyper religious. I don't consider it like some kind of element that makes you a bad person. I just believe in the all of the spiritual crazy stuff as much as I do like Harry Potter was real sort of thing.
Right.
So you're an atheist.
I'm sure that won't upset anybody.
Has Harry Potter had a positive impact on the world?
Probably.
Yeah,
probably.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, not anymore because J.K.
Not
Rowling's a horrible
anymore.
transphobe,
Yeah, people
but-
people will say now that it actually turned. Do you remember that, guys? When everyone was like, you know what? I was holding on to this take, but Harry Potter's actually cringe, and I hate it. I thought this forever. I just never said it.
How brave and bold of you to not say that, when you actually when it was against, the norm, but now, it's acceptable.
Yeah, people saying Harry Potter's cringe, and I was just like, oh, whatever.
I mean, Harry Potter. Listen, I have a Harry Potter's always been a little cringe. Okay.
I never cared about it. So when
It
people said
was always
great
like
or
it was
cringe,
okay. It was
just
always
been
a
okay.
little cringe.
Maybe it was a lot of cringe.
I mean,
Listen,
I
I always
feel
put
like-
it in the okay to meh category. That should have been way better, but it wasn't because it was very stupid and childish.
Yeah.
I guess it's for kids, but I was an edgy kid, so I'm like, nah, fuck this.
Never really liked Harry Potter. No.
I just
Well, you
always
were-
British
thought it was
actors
meh.
turning up in the movies. That was it.
Oh, there you go.
I was like, oh,
Yeah, but
look,
you know what?
Alan
That's the
Rickman.
real problem with Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling said no Americans are allowed in her fucking movie, and that's garbage. That's bullshit. I'm
Yeah.
disgusted
I
by
mean, there are a lot of merits to a decision like that.
that. No. You
I've considered running
proto-Americans.
EFAP that way, you know.
Well, then you have to get rid of Rags, though.
He can be an honorary British for a
Maybe
Oh,
one
okay.
of the
Is that how that
characters
works?
is secretly American and faking a British accent.
Though,
Yeah, I'll
I
just
guess
have Rags talking his British accent for the whole stream.
I don't know if have I heard Rags' British accent. I don't think so.
It's
I assume
probably
it's terrible.
it's probably not great, but that's okay.
Oi,
because-
mate, it's me.
That's like Australian.
You're right. I can't. It's all the
Hello.
Do
same.
Hello.
British people say oi?
Of course they do.
No.
They say oi and they say mate and they say
That's-
cunt.
Mate and
Cunt.
cunt is totally Australian.
No, it Mauler,
Oh my
please.
god, I don't like either of you talking about this. Okay,
Please
This is-
explain
this
to
is
Adam that
cultural
oi,
something.
mate, and cunt are from British
Who
vernacular.
says oi? Who in England
Oi,
says
governor,
oi?
you got a license for that
Oi.
television?
Oi, governor?
Man, I will say Sitch is correct.
Thank you.
Really? On the oi? Oi is like
Oh,
a
yeah.
thing?
Yes.
Oi?
Yes.
Oi,
Did you
matey.
not know this?
Jump on
Okay,
my
now you're a
pirate.
pirate.
Jump on me pirate ship.
I don't know what the fuck the pirate accent
What is
came
happening
from,
now?
but yes. No, Adam, Australians just stole all their things from the Brits and then changed and just tweaked it a little bit.
Well, that's another thing I love about internet culture. Coming from certain parts of Britain, or fucking all of Britain really, and Australia, cunt is such a normal word.
Oh,
not
yeah,
even remotely offensive.
I know,
You
but
just go,
here
"Oh,
it's
shut up,
like,
Here
oh
it's
my
like
God.
the
yeah,
nuclear
but that's
option.
what I found out quickly online. People were like, "Whoa, why'd you throw that out?" It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
Like, why?
Yeah, I know.
What's wrong? Why upset?
that's like
That's
the
like a
World
couple
War
steps
III.
below the N word.
The thing is, it's such a good word. It has such a bite that,
It does.
makes
It
a sentence sound so much better. I use it
Yep.
several times in my new script.
Oh, nice.
I use it
What
in
is
all my
what's your
scripts.
new
though.
script on?
Mhm.
Oh, it's still a secret.
Oh, okay.
They'll
It's
get it
not on
eventually.
how the
Uh-oh,
the
what
Harry
are you about
Potter
to say?
movies. The what's it called? The Fantastic Beast movies have ruined Harry Potter retroactively.
Oh yeah, that's,
Mauler, we
obviously
don't
that's the
have
big screwing.
secrets on the show, okay? Just so you know.
That is true.
Oh,
We
well,
tell-
good.
We tell
I
everyone
didn't give you a secret.
No
I kept it
secrets.
Okay.
It's still mine.
Okay. Let's get back to. We're trying to avoid this video. 'Cause it's boring, but
That's fair.
we'll try to finish it out.
He's giving you the crazy eyes.
He is.
Notch. Okay.
Here's,
Okay.
here's where
To
we
be
lost our
clear-
place.
To be clear,
He just called us both incels, and then he's like, "I gotta chill.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I gotta wait, Mauler."
listen. It's not involuntary. Okay, I choose to be a virgin. I'm saving myself for Christ. I don't
Oh,
know.
Well,
fair,
that's
okay.
good. Yeah, that's
Then
a
that
good.
is
That's a
slander,
good
and you
theist
should-
boy
You should
thing
go
to do.
to heaven or hell. Whichever
I'm a
one.
I'm a Volcel, a Christ cell.
Mhm.
Okay, but to be clear, he's saying he's gonna calm down.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna
This is the part where
calm
he's like, "I'm gonna chill. I don't know these guys very well. They could be knee deep in the harem. Okay, we gotta chill here."
Literally not.
That's okay.
Abortion and fascism has nothing to do with each other. Like,
Oh my god, he actually passionately cares about his fucking points of view. Cringe! More cringe from the cringe lord! Did you guys know that this cringe
See, so what's happening here is he's bored of you guys, so like it's literally something he has to express. You know, the best way to explain this to you in quicker words.
I spoke. Wait, it's sped up at 2 times
I know,
speed. I spoke for like literally 2 seconds. Got out.
I can explain this because I'm a trained psychologist.
Mhm.
Okay, I know.
You're a
all
trained
of the things.
TJologist.
Keep in mind, this is the calm down section.
Well, to be fair,
okay.
I know what I'm talking about is also applicable to like everyone knows. So you know when you have your earbuds in, and you're listening to something, and you're just happily doing that. You guys ever had it so that you accidentally caught the wire on something and it just yanks it out of your head?
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
One of the most fucking infuriating things that go from 0 to 1,000, and I'm like, I want to kill something.
You're like,
and
what
it goes
the
away.
fuck?
And like you know, you can try and keep yourself calm, and it'll go away in like 10 seconds. Or you can like you can do what's his name, the Mike from PA, punch a couch, and that'll probably make it go away quicker.
Sure.
And then you'll realize, why the hell am I so angry? What the fuck?
It took me literally 2 seconds to fix this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. That's happening to him right now. He's so fucking annoyed that you guys have bored him in any way. It's like he has to express it. So he's just like fucking blowing up at you, and you're. It's just amazing because you guys to me are just this dude sitting on a sofa, maybe with some like Cheetos, just like, I don't know, man, I disagree, and he's like,
yeah.
I do like the imagery of me sitting on a couch with Cheeto dust like all over like my suit jacket.
Yeah.
And I got Cheeto crumbs all around my mouth. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I think he's wrong, and then just screeching outside
like,
my window.
Because if you were in a cold doing this,
Sitch just made me go through the 14 points of fascism. It's like,
I know, it's true.
I feel like he does.
I fucking hate the Umberto Eco bullshit. It applies to everything.
Yes.
Everyone
Thank
broadens it
you.
out.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Yes.
Find a more interesting way to define it.
Right.
Why do we need 4? I'm comfortable with 2 points. Okay, we don't need 14.
Yeah,
Let's move on.
Thing that is bad and evil. Those two.
There you go.
Nail
I like it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I thought that was amusing though, because everyone started to call TJ a Vorsch clone, and because I saw that part of the video when it came up, and he was like, "Let's bring up Alberto Echoes," and I was like, "Wait a minute,
Is this what
feels
Vosh
familiar."
does?
Yeah, he
brings
brings
it up
to
all
at
the
least.
time,
I
yeah.
think
Holy
ever
cow.
since Doomer applied the fucking 14 points to Vorsch, I think he's going to want to avoid them these days.
Oh man.
This is the problem. Like, I think everybody in their more angrier moments probably does do parts of the 14 or whatever.
Doomer Media for $2 says kick Mauler. There you go.
Why?
I mean, if you want to, just go back and edit more.
Doomer is just jealous. That's really what's going on here.
Why isn't Doomer here? Do you hate him?
I do actually, yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's funny that all I said was it doesn't make sense to classify abortion as fascism or anti-abortion as fascism, and this is what caused him to have a total meltdown.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, the funny thing is, if you ask me, is abortion fascism? I'd be like, I guess it depends on your definition of fascism. I don't know.
Okay,
well,
Jordan
if you're the
Peterson.
baby and you're getting
the problem,
aborted,
though.
I mean,
This is why I said, like, I don't even know if I'm anti-SJW. It depends on who is giving the definition.
Jeez, look at this guy. You're just mad that Destiny correctly called you out as only hating the Star Wars sequels because you're a horrible right-wing anti-SJW.
Well, it doesn't help that there's that clip that goes around every once in a while of someone analyzing TLJ, and they're like, "Look how many women are on the screen." And it's like, why are you? That's what I tried to say a couple times in that debate. I was like, "Stop! You're ruining my argument by making weird arguments."
I mean, that lady did have pink hair.
She did. That's all I said in my video, by the way. My fucking 5-hour breakdown. I said it's kind of weird, but whatever. And people were like, "Wow, you think it's okay to have a fish man, but a pink hair is too much?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think the fish man makes more sense than the pink hair."
It does, actually, according to Star Wars lore. There was a lot of fishmen in the original Star Wars. I don't remember that many pink-haired ladies running around, but
Yeah, of all the humans, they just didn't really do extravagant hair. Maybe they should have, but now it's too late. Okay,
Well, no,
more
first of
pink
all,
hair.
they did have extravagant hair. Princess Leia had very
Oh,
extravagant hair.
sorry, I meant in colors.
and
like
she was
Thank you.
incarcerated.
Thank you.
How did she get? What happened there?
Yeah, how was she maintaining those buns? That's a good point.
the Force, idiots.
Oh,
okay,
you're right.
I
Yeah,
forgot.
that makes sense. Yeah.
No,
Thank
obviously, what was holding those buns up was all like the computer chips that she was like smuggling away with R2D2.
Oh,
They just never
yeah.
checked her hair to see like that's what the plans for the Death Star were.
Yeah. She had them in the buns.
Yep.
Lord, addressing today, once shoved a banana into his arsehole. Yes, it's true, my friends. Quite.
I think we did mention that, but how dare you pause? Who paused that?
I did. That's a perfect pause.
Your pause
I was going to
game.
say, that's a pretty good face.
Yes.
Your pause.
He
game
does
is
feel the
epic.
need to mention his most famous moment in life a lot.
Did we
Yes.
bring it up? I mean, my chat might have brought it up.
I assume we did. It's kind of hard not to talk about it without bringing it up at some point.
Right,
but-
somebody they did, yeah.
Well, this reeks of like, oh, he's afraid that we're gonna bring it up, so he's gonna bring it up first.
Mhm.
You know, sort of
Oh, okay.
situation.
I
That's my
genuinely
read on
don't
this.
give a fuck if someone shoves a banana up their ass. They can do that if they want. It's kind of
Neither do I.
whatever.
Yeah. I mean, if they're doing it in front of me, I'm going to ask them, please stop. But
Yeah, and then you'd be considered a fascist because you're controlling what they can do with their body.
So I watched pre-Mauler's video, or Mauler #1's video on Amazing Atheist,
What?
and by
Mauler did a
pre-Mauler,
video?
I mean Colossus is crazy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, I love Colossus. Crazy. Colossal, not Colossus.
Colossal, sorry, whatever.
Fucking loser.
You're all a bunch of weirdo Brits. I don't know. You all sound.
You
the
ever
same
watch
to me.
him play Cuphead? It's fucking hilarious.
No,
Losing
I
his shit.
have not. No.
You should.
But I didn't realize this after the banana incident. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I guess since he brought it up, I should talk about it.
Oh my God, you're totally blaming it on TJ.
It
Since
is his fault. I
TJ
wasn't gonna
brought
bring
it up.
Wait, what am I
Uh,
finding out here? What's happening?
After the banana incident, which apparently was leaked, he didn't put that out publicly.
Right, yeah.
Someone stole it or blackmailed him with it or something. He didn't learn his lesson because then he filmed himself pouring hot wax on his genitals.
I remember.
And then that also
actually,
was
yeah.
leaked or blackmailed.
That, well, you know, what a.
Wow.
Hey, man, you know what? He's having some fun, and he
I'm
doesn't
just
hit
saying, why
nobody
would you keep
except
like
maybe
after the
himself.
first time? Why would you film it again? Just I don't know. Just why do you, who are you sending this to? Just
what
do
is-
it for your own pleasure. Right now. I don't know what's happening there.
Look, he trusted the person. I guess
Isn't
that he.
sending it
Wait,
to
did he
someone-
record that himself and then leak it?
I don't know. I'm assuming he didn't leak it himself. I
I
don't know.
just mean-
He must have sent it to somebody. I
Isn't
guess.
sending it to someone part of the pleasure though? And for these people,
I don't
feel
know,
like
was
it
it a-
is.
Isn't he married? Who's he sending this to?
Well, I don't know if. How long ago was this though? Like 10 years? Or?
Yeah. I
The
don't know.
wax thing was after the banana thing.
I don't know the banana
Yeah.
and wax
don't know the
law
timeline
well
here.
enough. Yeah, because what if it could turn out the wax was before the banana? How do you know?
Well, he looked older in the picture. So
You studied them, yeah.
listen, he put
Zoomed
crazy colossal put it up on the screen. Okay, he blurred it out, but I was like, you know when you go ahead and
He
like
blurred
look
it
at
out, but you
something.
could. Oh,
But-
okay.
well, he blurred out like the sensitive
The parts,
okay?
right?
But he has the part of him going as he's dumping it on his lap. So
Well,
That's pretty
that's. It was good that DJ brought up the bananas.
I'm just saying he brought it up. I wasn't even going to bring it. I was intentionally not going to bring it up. I don't want to be accused of ad homing DJ, but you brought it up, so I think you'd learn after the first leak.
Dude,
That's all I'm saying.
he could pour a whole bucket's worth. He would. It doesn't change the quality of his arguments unless
That's
it went into his brain, I guess.
That's true. He could be making these arguments with the banana currently in his ass, and it wouldn't really
Yeah.
matter. I mean, I think it'd be very uncomfortable, but
Oh, for some.
Mauler
Yeah.
isn't judge.
I don't want. I don't want to show.
We know
people,
we know that mask doubles for. Okay, that's a kink mask.
People shove the things up their butt because it is comfortable, right? Obviously. They have the opposite sensation. Yeah. I know, it's hard to imagine, but
Doom said he likes him more knowing this. It's like, well, that's fair enough.
Of course, Doomer's a pervert. Though.
See, that's kind of funny.
That the slow move away from the mic is funny. I'll do that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know. You can make if there's some candidate out there that's like, listen, we need to. I don't know. There was what's her face? Was it Lauren Boebert? I don't know. One of them was kind of attacking separation of church and state, and like we need to bring this back into the religion, back into the
whoa,
state.
whoa. Really?
Like okay, that's sort of you're bordering on fascism, right? Everything for the state, nothing outside the state. That's what fascism is. Everything for the state, nothing outside the state. So yeah, there are some people that want to dictate morality strictly through the state, but they just call everything and everyone fascism. I don't think they have any clue what it means.
No, they don't.
Yeah, your definition is actually totally gibberish. The one that I gave
My definition is literally the definition Mussolini gives.
Yeah, well, fuck Mussolini. What does he know?
What is
More
he
like
know? What does
idiot
Benito
Bellini.
Mussolini fucking know? I don't know.
Wasn't he
Excuse
a
me.
fascist? I feel like he
No,
was.
was he? No.
Mussolini, yeah. He was a big
I
time
don't think so.
fascist.
No, Mussolini was he was a famous. He was in that cartoon show with you know, what was that? The Rocky.
Rocky
Right?
and Bullwinkle? He was
Rocky and Mussolini,
The
right?
Mussolini.
Yeah,
Dude,
Rocky
the
and
guy-
Mussolini.
The guy named himself after a moose. What's he gonna know?
No shit. Exactly. Exactly. What do mooses know? Nothing. Okay.
Natasha.
So now it's a fight over the definition of fascism, which is like what the first thing I said about this question.
Well, I mean,
Sitch's law, yeah.
Is he even going to? I'm guessing there's going to be no further extrapolation. He's going to say no, you're wrong, and then just move
Well,
on.
he said his definition's better than yours.
Right. I don't even know how he listen. I don't even know how he understands what. I can barely keep up with myself at 2 times speed. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying at 2
Yeah.
times speed, and I said it. So I don't know how he's doing this.
When you're listening back, it's going to be at what, 4 times speed?
Yeah, if you're listening to
Yeah.
this stream sped up, it's just going to be completely.
You're not going to be
different.
able to understand.
Right.
How dare you, TJ? You're ruining our stream.
I think it's kind of funnier that way.
Okay.
It's pretty coherent. You know, it was written by a dude who actually experienced fascism. So
Whoa. You've already pretty much argued you are experiencing fascism in the form of your government making laws that control people's bodies. So
Yeah.
I guess all of us
Right.
have experienced it in some way, maybe.
I don't know. Did Mussolini experience fascism? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not.
How does that work, though? Like,
Not familiar.
you're the arbiter of the definition because you experienced the thing. It's like, well, yeah,
Right.
but that thing isn't the thing until it's defined that way. So,
Well, I
that
think
seems
Sitch is asking if the perpetrator of the fascism is actually experiencing it. Which
Right.
I don't necessarily know if you can make that.
Of
argument.
course.
If we looked
Well,
in the
but-
mirror.
There you go. Well, but you know, if we live in America, we say,
Right.
well, America's not a racist country, and I know this because I experienced America. I mean, does that just trump all arguments after that?
No, obviously not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but like, if there wasn't a name for punching, I
Mhm.
punch you, or rather, I hit you with my closed fist in your
Right.
face, and then you're like, I know what it feels to be punched, so I can define it. Then someone else is like, wait, what's punch? What is that? It's like, well, it's when someone does a closed fist. You know, do you see what I mean? It's all circular. It's like, oh, you experienced it. You've chosen this word to define it. You're defining it as your experience. Therefore, yeah, of course, you can't
yeah,
lose
you're right.
then.
It is totally circular.
Mhm. Well, and also, I never brought up the Umberto Eco thing at all. He's like, no, Sitch is wrong. What does he know? You know, so he made it out like I'm in the past criticizing something that I didn't talk about until now in the future.
Right.
So I don't, maybe he has the ability to see into the future or something. I don't know.
under Mussolini. So, you know, I think he kind of maybe knows a little better than your half baked.
Like, it's like when everything's inside the state and nothing's outside the state, bro. Fascism.
My,
I mean, that's pretty funny.
I think the guy who let me do the voice. I think the guy who lived under Mussolini knows what fascism is, even though Sitch just literally quoted Mussolini explaining what fascism is in one of his very famous public statements about the topic. But whatever, idiot.
Don't do that
It's fine,
voice
George.
again. It's
You
not-
do the voice. It's
When
fine.
you do the stupid voice, it means your opponent must have been stupid, because why else would you use it? It's pretty
Okay.
airtight.
That's true. That's a good point.
But when two people use it in the
I like
argument,
the
I get really
normal
confused.
voice.
I'm like, who's the stupid
Who's
one
the
now?
stupid one in that argument?
It's all relative. I need one of you to be the smart one.
Have you've seen Community, right, Mauler?
Mm-hmm.
There's an episode where Jeff is arguing with like the young kids, and they're just doing the stupid voice like back to each other. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, yeah. They fight with the kids throughout the whole episode. Then what do they do at the end, like to make them cry? I can't remember.
What do they do?
kids
He tries
do
to bang
cry.
his mom. At
Oh
first.
yeah, I think he
The
does.
kid's
bang his
mom?
doesn't
No,
he?
he doesn't, because the kid calls him out on it, and then the mom starts doing the stupid voice too.
Oh right, yeah.
But I just remember it ends with them all doing the stupid voice and people walking by seeing like what looks like a bunch of
Yeah.
retards making retard noises at each other.
Anybody who thinks they can define fascism in a sentence cannot define fascism.
Ugh.
I did.
Authoritarian is what they mean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I
Well,
mean, it's funny coming from the left who's like, use their pronouns or fuck off.
No, I don't mean authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is a component of fascism. But no, when I'm talking about the Republican Party in America, I am talking about fascism. I'm not talking about authoritarianism. That is an element of it. But no, I'm talking about fascism as laid out by Umberto Eco.
Right, and it's also funny because he just said he's pro-censorship, and fascists are pro-censorship.
Oh yeah, that is.
Oh my God! Whoa, you're so. Oh my God! Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! Holy shit! Got him! Got him, boys! Fascism. Fascists believe in oxygen. Fascists breathe oxygen. Fascists believe in drinking water.
He's literally giving me the Nazis drank water argument with an ideological principle. Okay. I don't even know how to respond to that, but.
So does he, fascist. Who's fascist now, motherfucker? Yeah, guess what? You're right. There are components of fascism that I agree with. There's components of anarchism that I agree with. There's components of any fucking... If you can find a political ideology...
You know, when you get to the point of saying, like, the thing is bad because fascism, however, there are parts of fascism I like. It's like, so then what you've said is useless until you tell me more.
Yeah, so
right?
you got to separate it out. What are the parts?
I would actually, like, with this conversation, I might just get to the point of saying I ban the word fascism and fascist. You can't use either. Now argue.
Right, so you had to actually say what is the principle here that you're trying to put
what's the
forward.
problem you're taking with the thing? Because it seems it's just, fuck that word. It's so useless at this point.
Well, so far, all he's put forward is control over your body is fascism. And as we laid out, that doesn't track, really, at all. So...
Shut
I don't
up,
know.
Fascist.
That's true.
Under the sun, that there are not elements of it that I can at least like kind of relate to or understand.
So I am curious, what elements of fascism is TJ? TJ, what elements of fascism are you in favor of exactly?
It is kind of funny, isn't it?
You said you agree with some elements of fascism. I mean, is it just that you're anti-free speech? Is that the only element of fascism you agree with? I don't know. Let me know. How about you let me know that in the DMs instead of trying to send me perennium pictures or whatever.
You aren't even smart enough to check your DMs correctly, Sitch.
Listen, I can't help it.
You could have the DM.
I can't help it if his DM was so gross that Twitter like censored it.
Sitch won't even, for the sake of the show, go to see if the DM is actually there. Which would be...
No, what do you mean? I did check my DMs. What are you talking about?
But you didn't go all the way to the bottom where you see
I didn't go to the bottom where Twitter censors the DMs. And I have to go find it, yeah.
All right, I sent the link to Sean now, so he might come in too.
Oh, Sean wants to come in. Okay.
He's going to...
Yeah, sorry, I've been ignoring the chat.
Supposedly he knows the banana story, so...
Oh, okay.
I think
Sean wants to give us the deep lore here.
I think he might have been...
I did this like, quickly, get the banana story in here. Come on.
I think Sean might have been the person he sent the video to.
Oh, no. Was Sean the leaker?
Sean,
I don't want
how
this.
dare you?
God.
Sean, how dare you?
Jeez.
That was a private exchange between you and TJ. Why would you do such a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know if that's true, but
Dr. Diddler sent me a article on the worst smelling substance in the world.
Oh, great.
Apparently. It's called, I don't know how to say this, theocytin.
Mm-hmm.
Theocytin.
Where's it from?
It's an organosulfur compound. So I guess that's the sulfur smell.
I see.
Apparently the smell got out in 1889 and it produced a panic of the town fainting and vomiting and panic evacuating.
This was a sulfur
area.
Smell?
Yes.
This is why we're supposed to wear
from
gas masks, everybody.
I think I remember this.
You remember this from the 1800s?
Well, I remember reading
Did you
it,
experience this
obviously.
yourself, Adam?
Obviously, I remember reading about it.
Back when Adam was working the silk
crazy.
mill in 1889,
Yeah,
he was like,
exactly.
whoa, what's that smell?
That sulfur smells. That's going to kill some people.
It doesn't say anyone actually occurred physical damage from the smell, though.
Oh, well, that's good.
So,
am I in the Tea Party now?
oh my God, it's a fascist has joined the stream.
I
Now-
don't have
we're
the
in big
Watch
trouble.
Together link, by the way.
Turn yourself up, Sean. You're quiet.
Oh, I think he's in the watch together. God damn it.
Oh, are you talking through the watch? No, he's
Oh
not.
no, he's not in
No,
the watch together.
I
so
don't
he's
have the
cool.
watch together.
I sent it to you, but I don't know.
Oh, that was the other thing.
Yeah.
Turn your volume up. You're so quiet.
Oh, my mic is quiet?
You're a professional. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, my mic is quiet?
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hold on.
How are we supposed to hear the banana
Is this
story?
betterer?
I don't. There's no difference.
You sound a little drunk,
Betterer?
but not
No,
very loud.
There's zero difference. What's going on over there?
I
What are you
don't
doing?
know. I didn't do anything.
I thought fascists were good at constructing propaganda. Okay.
Sean is.
Technology.
Wait, how do I adjust my microphone volume? What do I hit audio settings?
Yeah,
How about that?
probably.
Is that better?
There.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. Woo!
Much louder.
Okay. All
What'd you
right.
do?
Hot
You just put
dog.
your mouth on the microphone.
No,
Yeah,
I adjusted the volume in Zoom.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
it
it's a little
works
too
great.
loud. Turn it back.
No,
a
it's
little.
great. Leave it
No,
alone.
turn it
It's
down a
perfect,
little.
Sean. Don't mess with
Now
it.
listen to that.
Tell us the
Anyways,
story.
tell us
Who ate the
Oh.
banana?
So, first of all, I just want to say that TJ Kirk actually handled at the time the whole banana situation pretty well, as well as he
Really?
could.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, like people were making fun of him, and he did a video where he just acknowledged it and was like, "Whatever. Now, what do you got on me?"
Mhm.
So that's good. Yeah, totally.
I mean, to be
But-
fair, it's not anything anyway. You can shove it out, right? Whatever.
But he was sending these videos to like an internet dominatrix,
Oh,
and then
no.
he started making
Oh.
like anti-feminism content, I believe, and she leaked the videos out. And then apparently the
Oh.
wax video was already sent or something, and then that was also leaked out because once it rains it pours kind of thing.
Right, right. Did he send it to the same person?
I'm not sure if it was the same person, and also I've searched desperately for the wax video. Like I've
What?
scoured the internet, like I've searched all the adult sites, and if anybody has
Why
it,
would you
link
do
it.
this? It's
Well, it's that one thing. It's like you're disgusted by it. It's weird or whatever. But at the other thing, sometimes you need a little bit of comfort
Mhm.
material.
I see. I know
Mhm.
Colossal is crazy. It's in his video. He found it somehow.
The banana video? I thought you were trying not to see that.
He couldn't find the banana video, but he could find the wax video. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
I
assume it's
so
on
you've
Kiwi
seen the
Farm or
wax
something.
video and not
I
the-
saw a clip of the wax video.
okay.
Yeah, he put it in his video. It's horrible.
Was it at least blurred out?
It was blurred out. Yes.
Okay, good.
Unfortunately. So
So I would have to contact him for the original.
if you really want to see it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure you could look on Kiwi Farms somewhere like that.
Does he have like a high quality, like HD quality?
You'll have to check the details of it. If you
I
want the HD actually, why don't you just ask TJ? I'm sure he has an HD quality.
Oh, and the other thing about TJ
Yeah.
is I called this transition from him being into being pro censorship.
Mm-hmm.
When I first popped up on Vosh's stream before we debated, I saw his previous stream where he convinced TJ in that premise of like, oh, if you have a big platform, shouldn't you be more responsible about what you say? Shouldn't somebody be monitoring this? And then he agreed with that. So I was laughing when I showed up because I was like, I'm like, were you laughing to yourself when you convinced TJ to abandon free speech values? And TJ was so mad that this guy I've never had contact with DM'd me to correct the record.
Yeah. What do you say?
But to say that he was pro free speech, blah blah blah. But now he's making videos where he's arguing for censorship.
Are you saying that Vosh was instrumental in this transformation?
Yes, and the same exact argument that you get like over and over again of what you call it, where it's like, oh well, if you have a big platform, then your speech could have consequences. It's not even a new argument. It's the same thing that he would go after from feminists or whatever. And like that's
I think free speech specifically causes loads of splinters in lots of what would have been groupings of different like political bents, because I think the skeptics, when they would have imploded, they would have been a whole group that would have been more so in favor and less so in favor, that are moving in different directions.
Well, I think the skeptics got blown up over Trump. It seemed like.
Reckon?
Yeah, I mean that was my.
I thought it was
anticipation of it.
a lot of skeptics went to religion eventually as well, right?
Who?
Well, wasn't Dave Cullen a skeptic?
Oh, you're right.
Um,
And now he's like a Catholic or something.
was Dave
right?
Cohen? Wait, was he ever? He was.
He made a
atheist?
video called "Taking the God Pill."
Oh wow.
Oh.
It
Wow.
seemed like a lot of skeptics kind of all went to being anti-SJWs, and then when the election happened, it was kind of like you have to pick a side. Are you going to be on the Trump side or the fucking Hillary side or the Bernie Sanders side? And that seemed to be kind of like the beginning of the split, in my estimation.
Maybe, well, to be fair, then there's probably a couple of elements to it, but I always thought as well that because to be like, like some of the worst things you could say in terms of words without any context or intent. That to me defines a very big line between two kinds of people. Whereas, so if someone says like Mauler said the N-word, I would expect you guys to be like, well, where, why, what happened? While a lot of other people would just be like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Down he goes.
Of course.
I mean,
yeah.
I would say that doesn't surprise me. Mauler says the N-word to me all the time.
Right. But just
Every
that's
day,
privately
Mauler
though.
DMs
So.
me the N-word with a picture and a middle finger. So.
Yeah, in summary, it's like I care a huge amount about context and intent, whereas it's a sort of, it feels like a more modern line of thinking for internet groupings where it's like context and intent don't matter with a lot of words.
Privately is an okay
I think
context.
a lot of the people that were doing anti-SJW stuff were people who didn't actually agree on all that much to begin with. They just hated like BuzzFeed feminists. It was a target to make videos against. And then all of a sudden, when people started developing political beliefs and they kept getting lumped in together because they became friendly and all that, you had these weird situations where a guy like Chris Raygun, who was clearly on the left, was being grouped in with, like Lauren Southern, who's clearly on the right, or Shoe on Head, again, clearly on the left, grouped in with Blair White, even though they were like friends. I don't know what their status is now. I don't care. But like they clearly had differing positions. Like, and that the left was actually really smart in that they said if you were like co-mingling with these people or talking to them or even making fun of the same things, then no, you're all right wing, and then that eventually was going to lead to a split.
I think that's happened on the other side as well. BreadTube practically followed Skeptic's timeline to a T, and they've already imploded. Like the whole they've all joined to destroy the like, arguably. Because I was watching it, assuming you guys were, right? Like when Destiny first started getting into debates with a lot of skeptic types, and then like there was this rise of like skeptics are cringe and so are the right, and then like a load of people were like happily with each other. But now all that's splintered apart. We're already post that era too. We're like, isn't the BreadTube subreddit like dead?
Yes.
It's like that era, people are already talking about. It's just like, oh, BreadTube this, BreadTube is like that moniker's already gone. Nobody likes to use it.
I mean, I think I agree with Sean. I think that with the skeptics, it was a combination of things. I think there was a lot of different people with a lot of different political views that were sort of uniting under the guise of being anti-SJW and pro-free speech. And I think there's a lot of skeptics who, and a lot of people in their audience who didn't really even have strong political positions outside of being anti-BuzzFeed feminist in the first place. And it seems like once the split occurred, it was weird. It seemed like a lot of those people ended up becoming, BreadTube fans or BreadTubers or leftist fans. Like you look at a lot of the comments and they're like, oh, I used to totally follow, the anti-SJWs, back in 2016. And now I'm like a socialist. And it's just so bizarre because it seems so contra what was happening in that time period.
Does it not come across to you guys at all, though, that this is all very, I try and widen it up and I'm just like, is this natural? Is that where it was always going to go? Groups form and then break apart, new groups form, some die, some get more powerful, then they have to splinter. It's like I'm trying to think of what analogy works for this, but like no matter when a group gets too big, it eventually has to like have enough infighting that it splits into two.
Is it? I mean, I guess it's. I mean, it happened. I assume it's natural. I don't think this was something unique to internet in 2016.
Well, the tie that bonded them was not, strong. Like you guys have read Coming Apart, right?
I have, yeah.
I can't read.
Putting them right.
Well, Coming Apart is like, like essentially like to skip all that nonsense. Their mission, the thing that brought them together was like 2015 BuzzFeed Francesca Ramsey stuff, whatever. Like that wasn't going to last forever. And eventually, like when you pushed it to other forms of content, these people were going to find differences that would have led to them being split. And there's also, bad people in the group that were easily, as soon as their channel was going to go down, going to start attacking people, then they pick sides. And there's also the fact that a lot of these people are not smart. Like, Sitch apparently read a definition from Mussolini, and this guy, and he's like, well, I found a definition from a guy who lived under Mussolini. Like, what got you? It's like, this is the kind of stuff that I noticed before I was making content, that like a lot of these people with giant followings aren't smart. They just have like decent editing and good audio.
Well, and also I don't want to sound too like almost prudish, but a lot of them, to me, sometimes Hassan would be like the main example for this. They're like bully archetypes, and a lot of people like to watch bullies work, especially if it's against people they consider evil.
That's
so
hilarious.
If you did you see that clip that went around recently where
watch this bully work it?
A chatter called him little bro or whatever, and Hassan like lost his mind and was desperately trying to rip into this person in any way he could think of. Like,
yes,
bullies are notoriously thin-skinned. Like, they can't handle it when any power is taken away from them as the sort of a Chad insulter.
Well, it was Fringy that brought that quote up, right? The Huxley quote.
You always attribute it to Fringy.
Who said it?
Was Fringy?
Wait, what was the quote?
Did not bring the quote.
Who brought up the Huxley quote?
Chud Logic did.
Oh, you're right.
You always do every time.
I literally forgot.
Who
that
is
Chud
it?
Logic, listen,
what's the?
I
quote?
forgot that Chud Logic was in that stream. I'll be honest. So whenever I hear like another like voice, I assume it's just
Fringy.
Right.
No.
So you're right. It was Chud Logic that brought up the Huxley quote.
But it is an amazing quote. And listen, Sitch, I am tired of crediting Chud Logic. Why don't we just make it our quote?
Okay.
I mean, it's Huxley quote, right?
That's true.
Now it is officially our quote.
The quote was the surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have a chance of maltreating someone.
Yes.
To destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats.
That plays right into your bully hypothesis, Mauler, right there.
Well, yeah, when you find out there's a group of people that everyone's okay with you shitting on, as a bully, it's like, oh,
yes,
and I'll have no moral repercussions, because obviously Hassan would bully literally anybody. He doesn't care. Remember that thing?
Yes.
He, there was that clip where he, like, a trans person says, "I don't think you represented our viewpoints very well," and he was just like, "Shut the fuck up!
Right?
Kill yourself! I hate you!" It's like, oh my god.
My job is talking. Your job is zipping it. I totally remember that. Yeah, he went crazy on him.
Yeah, because he's like a frat boy or whatever, right? That's
right.
Like, if you were in like a movie, I'd just be like, "God, he's such a boring character."
Well, you would say, "Oh, this is such an unrealistic portrayal. Like, it's such a stereotype."
No, that's the point we make him with archetypes, right? Is that they do exist. You just kind of hope they don't. Like, Hassan is such a like, oh man,
right?
Damn it, humans! Like, couldn't we do better?
Mm-hmm.
But you picture the social justice warriors like looking over the crest of the mountain and seeing like Republicans. Now we can bully. Let's go bully them all.
I missed the whole stream up until the banana part. I came in at that moment. Could you guys like recap, or could we like start over and watch this whole video from the beginning?
We could start over.
Yeah, let's start over because I wasn't here for the beginning.
Well, he only covers like 10 seconds of the video, so I guess we could.
It's a quick recap. I mean,
right?
Yeah, we came in. I think the broad points are, I said something about TJ reading off a teleprompter and seeming inauthentic, and it really cut to the bone, and TJ was not happy about that at all. And then it became him trying to make it seem like we weren't making any substantive critiques from there on out. And that's pretty much, you're up to speed now. That's where we're at now.
Yep.
I'm being told to tell you guys to check your Twitter.
I was going to say.
For what? What's going on?
Check the DMs, Adam.
Why do I have to check DMs?
Because
why can't you check it?
The show is called Adam and Sitch. You're the main dude.
I know.
I'm impressed that TJ's around. Like, still, like, honestly, he showed up on. He was like the first like one guy in a camera doing internet politics. I think he deserves some credit for that. You guys are throwing shade on him because he's wrong about everything.
Literally
and he's
defended him, putting the banana right up there. I said that was total chill. I used to watch him all the time. He's he might even be one of the earliest YouTubers I subscribed to. Actually, thinking about it.
I mean,
well, there you go.
He's the guy who showed up to the factory the day that it opened, and he's still there. He still keeps on chugging.
Yeah, but once upon a time, he used to come up with ideas much earlier and more interesting ones, but these days, like, there's a reason a lot of people have fallen off listening to him. He's got more energy here than I've seen in him in a while.
Well, there's a whole thing I remember because I'm associated with the king of the fascists, Devin Tracy.
Oh no!
And where Devin went on when he had like 4,000 subscribers, and he basically went after every single one of them until they acknowledged the reality of black crime. And I think TJ made a video saying that he has white guilt. Like after this whole thing happened, yeah.
Okay, I think we're bringing TJ on, so you gotta,
in case, just so you guys know,
you guys got to know.
TJ might join this call,
right?
So
if he starts,
you saying we've got to be nice and
if he
friendly.
starts,
you can be whatever the fuck you want to be. I'm just like,
you guys should be friendly. He's been around forever.
But if he starts,
what does that have to do with being
such
nice?
a good faith Gary. Okay, you can just stop it. We're supposed to be.
How
fascist,
I don't even know how to.
Are you saying we should be mean to people who haven't been around forever?
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Should we be mean to fetuses?
I think he's changed positions a lot over time, but then again, if you start when you're 21 and you're now whatever age he is, like that's a little bit more natural than people tend to give you credit for. And even though I don't like, for what I heard so far about this like censorship whatever nonsense and the argument of conflating that with like Nazis drink water or whatever is stupid, like, you got to be a little kinder. You guys are so mean with your comedy show, attacking him based on his personal preferences.
I
think
said
the fact that you've come on here and said that is very
know.
mean.
Like,
I
don't know what you're talking
being
about.
very mean to Il Adam.
Yeah, I think honestly, you guys like are looking for people who are socially acceptable to bully.
Whoa!
What?
True. I've tried to direct them away from it. I did everything I could.
I feel like Mauler came in and tried to stir up more bullying.
No, I'm just messing with you guys.
I know you are.
I did want to explain the whole banana thing, and like I do have to go to bed because it's 12:30.
Oh, look at you running away!
Do
I have to stay now?
Hey,
you do.
I sent the link, but I'll be right back.
You have to confront TJ. So.
Oh my god! For what? I don't know. I haven't even seen this video.
That's why you have to confront him.
I said, like, from the get-go, though, like, an actual direct conversation, the only thing productive that can come out of it, because otherwise it's just going to be like, your definition wrong. No, your definition
Who wants,
wrong.
wait, Mauler, this is the internet. Who wants to have a productive conversation about anything?
Me.
Jank Uger, he wants to have a reasonable discussion.
That's not true.
Whenever, like, we have someone who we're covering on EFAB, and they come on and they're like, hey, guys, I'm like, oh, what a fucking relief. It's not another person who just goes, you just like, oh god.
Well, how often does it degrade into that though?
That's kind of hard to say. Like, percentage wise, of the people who agree to come on, it's like 80-20 good bad.
Okay.
Though you know how it goes. Even with like the worst encounters, they'll often start pretty civil. I'm like, hello.
Yeah, usually people don't come in hot. They come in at somewhat
come in
cool,
ugly.
Have you ever had Sean on, EFAB?
I don't even know if I've met him before.
Oh my!
Hey,
God.
Mauler, I'm Sean. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Mr. Fitzgerald. How are you?
Oh my God! Did you just fucking dox?
I am good, sir.
Oh, I don't know. Is that secret? I didn't know.
No, I'm joking.
No, I think it's on the screen of the live stream.
It is.
Yeah, but then I realized like maybe that's. I don't know how this thing works. I don't know if it's telling me things I shouldn't know.
Unlike me and Mauler, Sean is. Everyone knows who he is. He's got his face out there.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
He ain't
In fact, if I would have started my channel a year later, I would have just, done it under my name and not a username.
So are you like a hyper-fascist or?
I don't like, it depends on who you talk to. I guess based on these internet people, I would be, but I'm pretty chill.
That's what all the fascists say. Honestly.
I think I've actual Justice Warrior. I've seen you before somewhere in places. Maybe
He does good videos. You should watch his videos.
This is legit weird on the internet. The spheres, the connections, the networks. There's people everywhere, all over the place, talking to everybody. It's just like you never know what's gonna happen next.
That's true.
I remember the comments on one of the re-uploads of the sort of the stream you guys did with on Destiny's channel. One of them was like, "Why the fuck is Mauler even there?" And it's like that's a question, I guess. It's like it's a really weird connection.
Well, that's a question I'm sure a lot of people are asking now. Why the fuck is Mauler even here right now?
Because I'm on really good terms with you guys. I just don't talk about what you guys talk about a lot.
Mauler has an open invitation. You can come on whenever you want, Mauler.
That's true.
Wow, I don't even get that.
Sean, you have to ask, okay? Ask. You have to beg from the chat ahead of time.
Well, see, what Adam and Sitch look for.
No, Sean, you have an open invitation too. Fucking just DM me. It's no big deal.
Somebody said, why don't you just like reach out to them instead of trying to rally the chat? I'm
like,
it's more fun to aggravate your chat.
That's true. That's a good point.
I like it when you start in the chat because we always end up with more likes on the video because you're like, why are you guys like the video?
Yeah, you got to hit like. It's not even at 650 yet. They've been going for 10 hours. What's wrong with you?
This.
Yeah, what the hell, guys?
We got Mauler. We got Actual Justice Warrior. TJ is coming in. Hypothetically.
Did you send him? He hasn't come in yet. Did you send him?
I did. I sent him the link. Okay. But
to be fair, it is.
Oh, look, here he comes.
Zoom. So,
what does that mean?
Zoom is really lame. You guys need to use StreamYards or Discord. Nobody uses Zoom.
How dare you?
Zoom is the
fucking
best.
Spaghetti, man.
Hey now.
What's up?
Spaghetti.
Fucking spaghetti, bitch.
Yeah. I don't know that meme.
I don't disagree.
I think
he's making spaghetti.
Oh, you're eating spaghetti. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
right now, right this very second.
Well, thanks for joining the stream, even though you're in the middle of your meal. Are you gonna? Yeah. I mean, I can bring your camera up if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna try to go on here.
I know. I see you're trying to do like the OBS thing.
Fucking bullshit. There we go.
I have my camera here.
Yeah.
These guys are all a bunch of.
Eye over here.
These guys are a bunch of unseen anons.
Wow. What are you talking about? Not Sean.
Right.
I normally come on. It's just
virtual.
Oh my god.
Okay, there we go.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
You had the face paint on.
Is this how you normally eat dinner, TJ?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta
sit down for a nice spaghetti dinner, full face paint and shit. You know,
I gotta bring.
You have to blend into the background.
I gotta bring this up. Oh, it's
by the predator.
Bad that I don't.
So what started your shift, TJ, to being
first of all
based
TJ.
anti-SJW to a woke feminist?
Oh no.
Well, I had some other things I wanted to say first.
Oh, okay. You can say other things.
I was gonna say.
Well, the first thing is it was not a hot wax video. I don't know why people keep saying that. It was hot oil.
Oh, okay.
It was oil. Yeah.
That's why I wanted the HD copy, honestly.
Yeah, that was the main reason I wanted to come on and just be like, hey, you know, like,
listen,
don't besmirch me as some fucking wax peasant, all right?
I actually think wax is fine too. I'm fine with people doing
it was
that.
high quality oil.
You know,
TJ, is that
who are you sending this video to? TJ?
I want to know, is that some kind of app, or do you really have? Because I play with the apps too. I don't know if like I can't tell if that's an app or
it's called face paint.
But so like you're just sitting down to dinner. You're like, I would like some spaghetti, and here, let me get ready for dinner.
Yeah, you know, why not?
Yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
I
like it.
Not.
I should do that.
So
more
yeah, I was
often.
watching the fucking stream for a while, and then just like I don't know, I'm getting bored being on the sidelines. Just wanted to jump in and see what the fuck's going on.
Cool,
all
cool.
Right. Fight.
What do you mean?
Who'd you send that video to, and why?
Why are we on that topic?
I don't know.
I
You brought it up.
remember who I sent it to. It was it was like he said, a dominatrix. I mean, as far as I could tell, was it Actual Justice Warrior that said that? His version of events is accurate.
Okay.
As for why I sent out multiple ones, well, for one, I didn't, because both of them were kind of sent around. Like that video was already sent by the time the banana one came out.
Right.
But also, I don't really care. I have sent other people videos since then. I really don't give a shit if they leak or not. If you want to go watch me stuff things up my ass or whatever.
TJ, in our
that should be a Patreon tier, shouldn't it?
Do you have the links?
TJ, in our defense, we didn't bring up the banana. Our chat did. So, like, we would never.
Actually, TJ brought it up. In
I was gonna say.
I brought it up because I saw it in your chat, but whatever. It's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we would not. We would not. Yeah, we would not. I mean,
you guys are
I feel like we would.
No, this is a highbrow show. This is high class.
Yeah, of course.
This is a
try,
highbrow
I
comedy
mean,
show.
Yeah.
I mean, we do
Show.
some lowbrow stuff too. I mean, it's not all highbrow.
Adam, no.
I refuse to believe it.
Don't say
Right.
that.
What are you talking about? Half that stream, I had some dumb anime head on.
That is true. You had the autism head on.
Well, that's
I
what your
did.
brain goes for, like, lowbrow anime.
Anime hat. Yeah, that's the lowest of the lowbrows. Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about fascism?
Well, what about the? I'm
I
more
actually
interested
kind
in
of
the,
agree with actual Justice Warrior Sean on that. This kind of like, I don't know. I guess at a certain point, I get so bored of the semantics arguments where it's just like, let's quibble over a definition for,
Well, that's
3
what I
hours or
said.
whatever. Oh, okay. Well, then you said it. Someone said it.
I have been on that train since
you
I
guys sound
joined
very
this
similar.
thing.
Sorry about that. I'll try to
It's
sound
alright.
different. I'll talk in one of my cringy accents.
No, I meant Mauler and Sean sound very similar.
He does sound just like
I
me.
just wanted the free credit, honestly.
There you go.
Racism against the Welsh.
No, so okay, well, wait a minute. So, do you feel like your position has changed from 2016 at all, or no?
I mean, it'd be pretty fucking pathetic if my position hadn't changed since 2016, I feel like.
Surely not on
Okay.
everything.
But
though.
I mean, it could change for the better or for the worse, though, right?
right.
Well, that's subjective as
I
fuck,
mean,
right?
Well, I know, but you could be like a
That's what
full
we're
Nazi. I would argue that if you
Well, I
your
mean,
position
I said I was
changed-
a molecule to the left of Hitler, so I mean, like,
That's still pretty far if you zoom in.
It's all relative.
Yeah.
So what? But so you think you have changed? Do you become more leftist? You become more woke? What's going on here?
I don't really. I wanted to ask you guys about that woke word.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, woke is generally, I characterize it as people who have woken up to the fact that liberalism will not solve society's problems and want to
Okay.
move to a more leftist way of dealing with these issues.
All right. Okay. I don't really feel like that's how it's usually used. I feel like it's just kind of like used as a weird way to dismiss like creative decisions in television shows that people don't like.
Dude,
It's
this
like,
is
oh man,
you're
Oh
describing,
no!
woke.
You're
Everything-
describing
Woke
the
is-
nightmare of my existence. Darting between streams, the words will change definition on who I'm talking to at the time. It's like, so I don't
So-
like using words anymore.
Yeah, words are bullshit. From now on, we just
Generally-
communicate in clicks.
People use woke to
Yeah.
mean politically correct a lot, if that's what you're
Okay.
referring to. Like, oh, this TV show feels too politically correct. But
Sure.
I'm saying that the ideology of political correctness comes
But then you have a
from
show like The
illiberal-
Boys that's like very not politically correct, but I've still heard people describe as woke because it leans kind of left in its messaging.
I've only seen the
It's
first
definitely not
season,
politically
so
correct.
I
I mean,
can't
like-
comment on that, but
There's fucking there's a lot of stuff in there that doesn't really seem very politically correct, but
sure. Well,
talking
people
about,
can use the term incorrectly.
Wait, I don't want to tangent off. You go ahead, actually.
I mean, people are calling Witcher woke, which I mean, Witcher seems pretty incredibly anti-woke. At least the first
Yeah, I
season
mean,
is
like,
all about a woman sacrificing her
the more
baby
you-
for her
'cause
job.
if you
and
try
regretting it.
to watch it, you will fall asleep. So
Well,
it's
that is a
definitely
good point
anti-woke.
too. But I feel like I'm not getting an answer though. Like,
An answer to what?
well, have your position changed at all on
Yeah,
on
it
these
has,
issues?
of course. I mean, obviously, yeah.
But what? How did this happen? How did the change occur?
Probably mostly Donald Trump.
Okay, so I was right. A lot
Yeah.
of this is a reaction to Trump.
Yeah, to be fair, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Fine, you
I mean,
win.
I think
you
it
win
kind
the
of
money share.
like at a certain point, there's like a certain pressures build up, and you have like your do or die moments, and
Mhm.
If it's like you're marching with a group of people, and then this issue comes up. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with the whole like atheism plus thing that was referenced earlier in the stream. It's like
man, I remember
you're marching down the. It's like, hey, we're doing this group's going here and this group's going here. Who you with? It's like, oh shit. I guess I'm going that way.
Are you still?
Right.
I know it sounds like a weird question, but are you still fully like atheist? Would you say?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any reason to start believing in God yet. I mean, I don't know.
No, I know. It's just a lot of different YouTubers end up having different thoughts about different things, and I was just because I haven't
I don't
seen
know.
this
I
stuff in
mean-
a while. That's all.
Usually, it's people that turn to be more right wing find God, not people that turn to be more left wing who find
I mean,
God.
Yeah, you know what, that's fair.
I've found a different sort of context through which to view religion. I don't know. I guess I have a greater admiration for Cypher than I did when I was in my atheist heydays. But
what'd you say?
I don't.
A greater admiration for what?
For Lucifer.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Lucifer too, but I said Christ. But
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I misheard you.
So are you?
I thought you said Lucifer as well.
Yeah.
Are you? So I'm glad we clarified. Are you? So have you? I classify like an anti-theist as someone who believes the world would be a better place without religion. Like they see religion.
yeah, I would say I'm an anti-theist.
Okay, so you are still an anti-theist, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
I still
why do
consider
you?
myself that.
So you have respect for Christ as like a character from a movie, or
Yeah, or I mean, if he was a real person, then I guess I respect some of the things he said.
right?
I respect the paradigm shift that he represented.
Yeah,
Do
he
you
was
think
a
it's a
revolutionary.
guarantee that without religion the world would be better off?
What's that?
Or do you think it's a guarantee the world will be better without religion, or do you think there's just a strong
No,
chance?
I don't think it's a guarantee. I don't think anything's guaranteed.
Because yeah, that's the part where it would probably the doubt for me would probably stop me from saying anti-theist.
I used to
I'm
when
not
I
sure.
would say that I'm less dogmatic in that thinking than I used to be, because there was a time when I definitely thought like that if you just got rid of religion, all the world's problems would dissolve away, and I certainly don't think that way anymore.
If you could kill off 2 religions, like just write them out of the script, like which ones would they be?
Christianity and Islam.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
chosen people. Still
The Jews inherit the earth.
There you go.
I guess so. They got to share it with the Jainists or whoever else is left. Rastafarians. I don't know.
All right, what's your
crazy.
third one? Since you gave that answer too fast.
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
Wait, what was it?
Jews.
That's terrible.
Who went full Nazi? Went
Do you
full
see
one
no-
molecule left of Hitler.
Do you see no?
Man, I can't believe you didn't pick one of the ones with like an 8-armed like elephant man or something like that.
Those ones
I
are
don't
cool, dude.
Scientology was on the table. You let it go.
But
Yeah,
Scientology's hilarious.
I wanted a clean sweep of the Abrahamic religions. You know?
Hmm.
Do you see no value
Well, then
in
again,
religion?
I guess Mormonism is still around at this point. So
Well,
fuck.
that's part of Christianity, isn't it?
They got their own book. I don't know about that.
Okay. I guess the Mormons are all we have left, unfortunately. But
Yeah, maybe I should have said Mormons and not Jews.
Yeah.
But oh well.
you can take it back.
No, you
Hey.
can't. They're gone actually.
Okay.
As long as I can still have the bagels and locks and stuff, it's fine.
Nice.
How do you feel about like the eras of the internet? Do you look back on the skeptic days, era, whatever, and think like, man, if only I had done X? Or do you just feel like whatever, that was a time, and now this is?
I don't
the
really
time?
spend too much time worrying about the past because it's like unchangeable. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, learn a thing or two maybe, but that's about it.
Why did you guys all break up? What happened?
Like,
No,
oh,
I-
man.
Who cares about that? I want to know why you watch so little of our video. That's what I care about. Come on.
Hey, we're getting to know him a bit better before you start.
Yeah,
you
you
know,
know, like don't I mean like Jesus Christ,
I
buy me
wanna
dinner
know-
first for
listen.
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Adam,
ahead.
you got to kiss their neck before you reach
Go
the
ahead
hand
with
in
your-
their
Yeah,
hands.
like
Smaller-
I need to be fucking wined and dined a little bit.
Yes.
Go ahead
Look,
with your dumb
look,
question.
TJ put on his best
Wow.
makeup for you.
I have a feeling he just had
putting
that
this
on.
makeup this whole time. No, I was
He's
doing
old.
a video earlier. I was wearing it for.
I figured, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. So why didn't I watch more? I don't know, because I got fucking bored. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They told you. You guys
I was
are
doing
boring.
it for like 10 minutes. I mean, well, I watched 10 minutes of it. It really pissed me off when you guys fucking said it was straw manning, because that literally doesn't make fucking sense.
Well,
How
no,
can you
okay,
straw
so
man a
let's
hypothetical
finally-
fucking person.
Finally, let's get some substance going here, okay?
All right, yeah.
You understand there's the two sides of the abortion debate are both
Sure.
interested in bodily autonomy. They're just focusing on the bodily autonomy of the fetus, or the, I don't know, what do you call an unborn baby? I guess it is a fetus.
Yeah, fetus. Or
Yeah.
you can call it an unborn baby.
So
if
when
you
does
want to.
I mean, I don't agree. Like the Christian conservatives will say life begins at conception. I don't like that. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like right at conception, come on. But at some point you got to say, listen, there's some bodily autonomy going here for the fetus.
Yeah.
So
Sure, yeah, okay.
but you agree then though, so that you don't.
No, I
obviously,
mean, I don't know. I guess that there's always going to be argument about like when,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah,
but
I
do
don't
you
know.
have
I
a position
generally,
there?
as for like when life begins,
Yeah. Well, we
or when rights should be extended or whatever.
yeah,
Well,
sure.
I mean, are you in favor of abortion up till conception or what?
Up till conception?
Up
What
till
is-
conception.
that's not really
There you go.
possible.
That's
Sid.
just
You're right.
castration at that
Up
point.
until
I don't know.
birth. Okay. Up until birth.
I'm scared of your world, Sitch.
The scary place.
Up until birth. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would say tentatively yes, but
Really?
I
Okay.
would I'd be more
Really?
comfortable. I'd be more comfortable with viability, I guess. But
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty big gap, though.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not. If I had to choose, like if it was like all
You
or
have the
nothing, I would
buttons.
I'd take up till birth before I took like a middle ground. But I would say fetal viability is probably
Really?
the benchmark that makes the most sense to me.
Okay.
I could totally see
When
why
is
you would-
viability?
For
What's that?
first two, you can have abortion in the first 2 trimesters according to the viability.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
that's
mean,
according to
There's
Roe.
definitely
Like,
been some people who have been born within that time period and lived on. Actually, my one of my sisters was at the time the most premature baby ever born to survive.
Right.
Wow.
She was born in must have been the late 70s, early 80s, actually.
So
Do you know how many weeks
yeah.
it was?
when we
She was written up in a number of medical journals. I think she was born after 4 months or something like that.
Wow.
So
Wait.
when we accused you of straw manning, we were accusing you of straw manning because you were saying that conservatives only wanted to control women's bodies,
Right.
when that's not really the case. Their belief system is.
But you
that-
have to. But wait. But my point is that you can't speak for all conservatives. My point is like, if I make a criticism that's very general in nature, you can't call it a straw man unless I specifically picked a target and the argument does not apply to what they've actually said.
Well, the argument literally is a straw man, though.
But
I
wait,
mean,
so the right all the time says the left just wants to kill babies. They enjoy killing babies.
Right.
Like, is that not a straw man?
I mean, it's not a complete straw man because there could be people on the left who do just enjoy killing babies. I don't know.
Yeah, but
but
like
if
If they say the left in general, like everyone on the left is like that, then I guess that could be a straw man. But I don't
But isn't
feel
that
like I said
implied?
everyone on the right
if you
just
say
wants to take away bodily autonomy. I said that people wanted. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I did say that, but
Mhm.
well, straw man is
Wait.
is an argument that's easy to defeat, and obviously,
well, a straw man is it's when you put a position in your opponent's mouth that's not
yeah, it's easy
reflective
to
of what they
defeat.
actually believe.
Like you're,
But there
yeah,
are, but I genuinely believe that there's tons of conservatives out there who do not give a shit about fetuses or fetal viability or any of these things and just want an excuse to control women.
To be fair,
Like, I
do any
believe
of these
that.
conservatives openly claim that's what they want? They just want
I
to
mean,
control.
I've
women's
never
bodies.
heard anyone make that claim.
Because even then, even by your definition, you'd still be straw manning them. Even if that's what they truly wanted, you know what I mean?
I mean, I feel like a straw man would necessarily be a position they don't hold, not just a position they're covert about. Otherwise, the standard. I mean, if we're gonna
Well,
go
that's
to
why I said
that,
if they
if we're
ever
gonna
said
go,
it.
but if we're gonna go down that road, then like literally anybody who states their opinion cannot be. You can't argue that that's not their genuine motivation. Like
but who
you could,
who cares about motivations that much? I got a question about viability though, because that's like your standard.
Oh, never mind on that. Then.
no, come on, it's the straw
Oh.
manning's way more interesting.
No,
Who
a straw
cares?
man is where
who
you take
cares
a-
about the viability? Look,
Okay,
we're
a straw man is where
interested-
you take a weaker portion
gotta
of
sort
somebody's
this out.
argument and you construct it and take that down rather than
You,
their own
Sean,
argument.
are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm not only pro-choice. I'm pro-choice to send the children to the mines. We need
Okay.
to bring back child
Right.
labor.
I like that. So I guess everyone here is pro-choice. So, but I mean,
Yeah, but at
we
what
argue
point
with
is way more interesting.
Well,
than-
I'm assuming everyone's drawing the line at different points, and that's like the big debate. Which is why I do err on the side of, if you're going to talk about this topic, you probably should reference the fact that why not reference the best arguments from both sides instead of just saying, you fuckers, you just want to kill
Right.
babies. It's like, all right. You know.
baby killers versus women's body controllers is just, I mean, it's two straw men.
Well, but like to get to the point though, like so like a fly lands on someone's head,
Yeah.
and you take a hammer and you smash them in the head with it and you murder them. It's like, well, Your Honor, I was just trying to kill a fly. It's like, well, I don't believe you. Oh, well, you're straw manning me. It's like, I don't know. Like we just have to take everyone at their word. No one can employ deceit as a tactic. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, but so you're saying all of people arguing about abortion on the pro-life side are employing deceit? I mean, let's break it up. How
Not
many
all
are
of them.
employing?
No, I don't think all. I think there's a
So
lot of
how
people
many are employing
who are-
deceit and how many are?
How the fuck would I know? I don't know.
Well, you're making, if you're going to make an argument that
I'd say enough for it to be notable.
so if it's 5%, why would you say 5% are
I think it's
employing
more
deceit?
than 5%.
Okay, so if it's 20%, why would you tar the other 80% who are operating in good faith by saying that their argument is that they want to control women's bodies?
Because it's more fun.
Yeah,
More
but you're.
interesting.
I don't know how.
Are audiences on the internet so fucking brain dead? Have you never employed hyperbole? Have you never fucking made the case a little stronger than it needed to be made, just for comedic effect?
It's it's creating a negative stereotype of
or whatever.
I don't think it's dangerous at all to do that if you have your audience believing for even a second that their entire opposition want to kill or control women's bodies. Wouldn't that maybe encourage them to think, yeah, fuck these people?
Well, that's the point, right? I want them to say fuck those people.
Yeah, but you don't want to go too far because then they might do something.
Well,
you know what I mean. I'm going way further than just voting.
But now we're talking about the point of there was a actual justice lawyer brought up earlier. It's like, well, how accountable are we for the shit we say? Do we believe in free speech or not? So should I be censored because I said something that was
we're not
too strongly worded?
The better argument for the argument of speech here would be, shouldn't you speak accurately instead of dangerously?
I don't know if it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a common talking point.
I think there's a lot of people on the right who are fucking. I mean, look at actions speak louder than words, right? I think when you look at the totality of actions from right-wing people on this issue, it's like we're pro-life, we care so much. But then it's like every social program, this guy right here is he said he's pro-choice, but he wants the slave mines back, right?
No. You have to pay them. Don't be ridiculous, TJ.
Well, sure.
Jesus, what's wrong with you?
The minimum wage mine.
Here's your 10 cents, Billy. Whatever the fuck. Yeah. We could be paying him company script, right? There we go.
No, you got to pay them.
I sold the company store. I don't know what your beliefs are, so I don't know. I could be strawmanning you right now. I probably am. But I don't know.
So you say that the point of the video more so then was to rile people up a bit of being like, because you want people to act more and save the sort of rights in relation to this. You'd rather use argumentational.
When it comes
TJ, I got a question for you.
When it comes to these kids, though, there's so many kids out there that are hungry. It's like, let's cut the food stamps. Let's do this bullshit welfare to work shit. Let's fucking do everything in our possible. It's just like the George Carlin routine about if you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked. They don't care about anything in your life after you're fucking born. And all these fucking pet topics about Republicans center around breeding. They love breeding all of a sudden. It's like their favorite fucking thing in the world. Don't be gay because gays don't breed.
Well, breeding is a lot of people.
Wait, TJ, are you in favor of murdering homeless people?
No, not typically.
Would you support then why don't you let them live in your house?
I don't know. I guess I have enough room here. I guess I could probably let a couple live here.
Would it be fair for me if you said you shouldn't murder homeless people? Would it be fair for me to respond to you? Well, you're not taking care of them, so you have no say in it.
I mean, I would, if you were to say to me we should use tax dollars to house homeless people, I'd say, yeah.
But that's not really the question.
But that isn't a way
because the idea of the pro-life position,
right?
But the idea of the pro-life position is abortion is murder. So if you're saying, oh, well, you can't be opposed to murder because you won't fund, childhood formula program X from the federal government, that's not really an argument. That's just.
But I mean, it is.
You're talking about something completely different.
No, I'm not, because you have to actually look at the practical, real world results of the shit you say. You can make a bold moral declaration about how abortion's murder. But the result of that is a bunch of unfucking wanted kids running around, a bunch of hungry mouths to feed that people might not have the means to feed. Your policies brought those people into this world. Take some fucking responsibility for them.
So if all those programs existed to the extent that you would like, would you change your position on pro-life, pro-choice?
That's actually a good question. Maybe I'd have to reevaluate it. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair answer. Like, typically people make this argument, they wouldn't change it no matter what, but you know.
I mean, I think that it's a strong, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'd be something to consider.
I will point out that these pregnancy centers and all these like church organizations actually do provide formula and clothes and counseling and create support groups and all that.
Charities do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's better than saying that somebody should do something, in my opinion. Like, they're actually doing something.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. You don't know. I don't know what your track record of giving to charity is. You don't know mine. So we could both.
Well, I know you give to charity. I would assume. I've seen you do charity stuff.
Right. So, yeah.
But I'm saying if they're pro-life and then they're also providing support for the mothers like after out of their own pockets, rather than saying, I'm going to vote for this guy and then hopefully they'll pass a thing that raises food stamps 1%.
I would say those people have a lot more credibility in terms of me believing that they are actually concerned about the fetus.
No, but then like so if those people have the credibility and then you're arguing against them, what's your counter argument other than like?
I'm not arguing against them. I'm arguing against the people who believe the other thing.
Okay.
You know, like, because like there's the worst version of every.
Oh, you also wanted to know which fascist attributes I had. I remember. So rejection of modernism. I think that everyone should have some rejection of modernism in them. Cult of action for action's sake. There are definitely times when I'm sick of talk and I just want to see something done, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense. But I mean, obviously, fascism is appealing. That's how it's sold to people.
Do you understand?
Disagreement is treason. I'm definitely very anti-disagreement. Appeal to frustrated middle class. That's, yeah. I mean, who the fuck doesn't? Contempt for the weak. Yes. Machismo. Yes. Selective populism. I think everyone's selectively populist. So, but I don't know that everybody fits all 14 criteria.
I mean, you're hitting a lot of them.
Yeah.
That was about half. Yeah, that was about 7.
Yeah, and if we went through the rest, we might even be able to broadly argue and stuff. I don't know. I find that useless, like entirely.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do you understand our critique? Do you understand our critique on that?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do you understand our critique on the 14 points, that they seem excessive?
That was the time when you guys were talking about that. That was actually when I had to go shoot my video, so I kind of missed that.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
So I wouldn't necessarily call you a fascist just because you hit a bunch of those points on.
Yeah,
I had 7 out of 14. I think it's like a matter of like. I don't know if it's just about hitting the points. I think it's also about extremity of expression of those points as well.
Well, no, I think nationalist,
said that.
ethnocentric nationalist is kind of the real definition of fascism. So, I mean, you don't fit that criteria, right? You don't seem like an ethno-nationalist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even believe in nations. Or
okay, well, that would be it.
So. You don't believe it. So wait, you don't believe in nations? What do you mean?
I don't. Well, I obviously believe they exist.
Right.
I don't think they should. Yeah.
So just open borders for all countries? No,
not open borders. No borders.
Okay. Yeah. How is that going to function, I guess, logistically?
Oh, like as, one world government.
Oh.
So a super nation.
Right. Okay. So basically, maybe you could consider nationalism as like a Earth nation. Yeah, I don't know.
But that's like, I was about to say that's an ideal, but that's more so just a pipe dream, right? How are we ever going to get there?
I mean, I would assume that where we're at now would probably be a pipe dream to a fucking Neanderthal.
Okay, so we agree.
Well,
yeah, like thousands.
My whole point is that by the time we get to like Star Trek levels,
I mean, I don't expect to see this I'm not like expecting this to happen tomorrow or something.
How do you deal with the fact that Chinese people don't speak English?
Hang on. But my whole point there is that isn't it worthwhile advocating for like policy and change that we can actually get in our timelines instead of like appealing to, I would like utopia.
Well, I was asked if I was an ethno-nationalist. So, I mean, I just said I don't believe in nations. I wasn't like, it's not like something I go around advocating for nonstop.
I thought you did. I could have sworn I saw a video.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it. I think it's a good thing to aspire to.
Oh yeah, because I don't know. I find the discussion on borders super interesting in general. Because
I mean, I think they cause a lot more problems than they solve, but that's my opinion. Obviously, people, the more right wing you are, the less you're going to agree with me.
Well, in terms of actionable policy, I mean, should America have no? Should America just let everyone in? No criteria, no borders control.
No, I don't think that would be good for us. No.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you don't have that position.
No, I wouldn't advocate opening borders. I mean, this would have to be like an international negotiation where all countries like unanimously
did it simultaneously.
Yeah, simultaneously agree to dissolution towards something else.
Right. Okay.
Which obviously is very far fetched with our current paradigm.
Yeah.
Are you down with like mercenaries running the show and being responsible for most of the military force that's exercised?
Mercenary. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. What would you qualify as a mercenary versus just like an ordinary troop?
A private military contractor. Like,
no.
Yeah, because that's what the whole like piece of Westphalia was meant to resolve. That's the predominance of the nation state. So like in its function of, kind of containing the force at the state level, the nation state have actually worked. Now we have some private military contractors typically, but they're usually partnered with the United States of America or with an individual nation. They're not, starting off.
Yeah, I mean, like, just because I don't like a paradigm doesn't mean the paradigm that came before it isn't worse. Obviously, I mean, the nation state solved that problem. But I think that if we had a global society, you could also have whatever government that, manages all that would provide the military force to whatever extent it was needed.
Yeah. I mean, why would they need a military force except to fight its own citizens?
They hopefully wouldn't unless they were like needing to quell like a rebellion or something. Which I'm
Basically
assuming
like
would
a
still
police
probably
force.
be an issue. I mean, yeah, it would be more like a police force, I guess. It'd probably be robots at that point if we survive long enough. I mean, like I know we all saw the video of the Spot with a machine gun mounted to his back. So I mean, it seems like that's not too far off.
Was that? I don't think that was AI controlled though. I think it was just like a remote, like a guy with controlling the gun on a remote control robot.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
So
I didn't look too far into it, but I mean, you just see where it's headed.
yeah, I understand. Okay.
You got
I
all
don't know
your
where we go from here in the conversation.
What else do we?
Somebody
what else do
wrote
you hate about
global
each other?
homo cringe in the chat and just made me laugh.
Global homo. Yeah.
Well, listen, I don't.
Well, people don't like globalism in general. I think, there's a lot of. Well, actually, did I write a video? Did I make that video yet? I don't know. I have a video script floating around somewhere. Oh, the teleprompter thing. I wasn't upset about the teleprompter. I was upset at Sitch for calling my my rant poorly structured. That was what upset.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh,
the teleprompter.
Wow, Sitch folded
So
straight away.
The thing
Sitch
with
it seemed- I'll
ruins
admit it seemed
everything
a
for
little
everyone.
The thing with the
I stand by that
the
critique.
teleprompter is I don't actually have a teleprompter. I just have a Word document open on my desktop that I was like reading from.
Right.
Yeah, I assume you
and
didn't
that's
have like
just-
an actual teleprompter.
Yeah, and people know I do that. I mean, I talk about it plenty. It's not like a secret. I mean, you can see my eyes darting over there. And
A lot of people don't recognize that though.
Oh, well, I don't know. It was the poorly structured thing that pissed me off because it's like it's structured to sound like a rant. It's supposed to sound casual. I mean, and I don't understand the idea that like it's like it reeks of artifice to speak with a teleprompter because like for me it helps me stay on track. I mean, you see like how fucking long-winded shit can get when I'm just like left to my own devices. So yeah, I mean, it's helpful to have a focal document, something to help me.
Did you guys say
stay on track?
Did you guys say it was bad to have anything close to a script, or I don't remember?
No, Adam was just saying that he didn't like that it was so visually apparent that he was reading from something.
He was saying that maybe you should get a teleprompter so that way it's over the camera and then it will bother Adam less.
Well, my setup's a little weird. I have 4 monitors here, and the position of the camera means that if I had a teleprompter here, it'd be very difficult to see all 4 of my monitors. It's already kind of a struggle to juggle all this.
They got little ones that go over the lens. It's amazing what technology can do.
Really? Wow.
See, I didn't know that. All right, thanks, Sean. I'll look into that.
And we used to use one when I used to work at a real job with real people.
Cool.
But I go unscripted now, so I am saying any kind of a script is garbage.
Garbage.
Just think about the words all day and then like say it and then fix it in editing.
Oh yeah. That's the problem is I don't like having to edit. I try to avoid editing if I can. So doing it in one take. That's why I didn't cut out the part where the video. Also, I thought it was pretty funny.
And
With no
that's
audio.
a shame
The
because
video had no audio to it.
I got OG memories here. I remember the Distressed Watcher when you used to edit a lot more, make some videos on movies and stuff. What happened to that?
Oh, I don't know.
We can all have a bad
I've
performance.
always hated
so.
editing, and like the less I can do of it, the better. That's my belief.
Does it weird you out that Adam
Hey, kitty.
legitimately thought that your face paint was some kind of filter? Like he can't tell the difference between something that's real and like CGI?
Come on,
I mean,
Adam's
I
old.
just-
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like whatever. I mean, I feel like it's kind of complimentary because it means that something that my face paint was good enough to look like something that could be a filter. So I'll view that as a positive.
Mine's face paint too, so that's cool.
Wow, very well painted.
It's incredible face paint.
I like the cat.
Sorry about that. So let's continue our dialogue.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything even left to?
Well, I mean,
Well, over here.
these
Sure, I mean,
guys, these guys are like drifting off into like substanceless. I mean, your critique of us,
How dare
your critique of
Shut the
us,
fuck
I
up.
think. Well, I'm dead serious. You guys are like completely all over the place.
well,
We're
okay, bring up free speech
Adam.
then. That was the one.
Well, I mean, the
people were
whole
bringing up
point
earlier,
of
right?
like, listen, we're sitting here. Look, TJ,
Uh-huh.
anyone can have a bad performance. Like we judged you on your performance, and we said the performance was
See,
not.
I disagree.
not
I don't know.
great.
Like
Well,
this
no,
could
I-
just
the-
be like a difference in sensibilities because, like, to me, the way you guys do your show a lot of times is like way too low key, and I'm trying to match
Well,
that energy.
we have bad performances too. I mean, like anyone.
I was
can
gonna say the
have
last
an
show
off
I was
day.
on was fucking way too high strung.
Yeah, of course. So, but like the performance is one level of substance. But I mean, you actually made the video about freedom of speech, where you were saying that because the right wing is hypocritical about freedom of speech, that may put you in a position where you feel like you can be hypocritical about, or not necessarily hypocritical, but you're like, freedom of
Just
speech
do
is
away
not
with it.
important. Yeah, exactly. That's the substance of your video, and we covered all of that
I would say
later on.
I mean, well, I didn't get to that part, obviously, but
Yeah, I know.
the-
That's why my first question: why did you watch so little of our video?
Well, no, we can move on. Why watch
got a bad
those about the
impression.
free speech issue?
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Also, who goes first?
Well, okay. So in your video, it sounded like your argument was that because you think the right is hypocritical on free speech, that therefore the left should just throw the concept of free speech away.
I think people should just start to be honest about what they really believe. And as far as I can tell, most people use the term freedom of speech to bolster their position when it's convenient, and then they throw it in the waste bin when it's no longer convenient. And I think people should just admit that and stop kind of trying to lionize this concept. Stop trying to disingenuously present themselves as some sort of like free speech absolutist, and just admit that they use it when it's advantageous and then they throw it away when it's not.
So I agree with you on that point. But as a society, since we know that is the tendency of humans to do, if you believe in a society where freedom of speech is important and there's some sort of mechanistic process, it's some sort of mechanistic process for us to work out our disagreements without coming to blows, violence, then somebody has to police these hypocritical people that are all around us. And they're on both sides. I'll admit they're on both sides. Like the woke people are the first to throw free speech away when they're winning, and the Christian conservatives are the first people to throw free speech away when they're winning. But somebody has to step up and say, hey, freedom of speech is something important. Freedom of speech is something that we need, especially the people who end up in the minority, who can be subjugated by other people. They're the ones that need it most.
Sure, but then you also see, like there's video of I remember I covered it a few years back.
But I'm
Richard
saying,
Spencer, where he was he was like, obviously he was a pretty fringe figure.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking to one of his little flunkies and stuff, and they're sitting there, and they'd made this big freedom of speech argument to defend their right to go out and espouse their views. But, when they thought no one was watching or no one was listening or whatever, one of the guys was like, so do we believe in freedom of speech? Like, obviously he knows the answer, but he's like, in this context, in this moment, do we? And Richard was like, of course we don't. No. Absolutely not.
But
You know,
TJ,
like,
I've already conceded. I already agree with you. I
well, right,
agree with you that
I'm
most
not making
people
I'm not
want to
making the
get rid of
I'm not
freedom
making the
of
hypocrisy
speech.
point here.
Okay.
I'm not making the hypocrisy point with that. The point I'm making with that is that there are people out there who will use our naive love of freedom to destroy freedom.
Well, why would we give up freedom in response to that?
Yeah, that's my question. That's a point of your video that you're saying, okay,
Well, it's like,
since we've lost it, let's just
deciding
give
to get
up.
stabbed in the hand rather than get stabbed. It's like, why would you block if you're trying not to get stabbed? Why would you block the knife with your hand? It's like, so I don't get stabbed in the fucking heart. It's because this damage is not as bad as this damage.
So
if I can give up this freedom here to not be stabbed in the hand, if it prevents me being stabbed in the heart, I'm going to take the hand stab.
Right. So you're saying speech prohibitions will lead to our safety.
Freedom.
You're saying
like
the left's free speech prohibitions would.
But I mean, like, you can't. I mean, it's like you can't just fucking have a system. If you just leave everything to its own devices and just say, you know what, non-interference. This is basically like the libertarian philosophy. It's like, you know what, true freedom is if everybody just steps aside and just lets things happen. There's no regulation. Everything just goes the way it's going to go.
Does anyone in here think that, out of curiosity, that we should let it all to its own devices? No TOS or rules?
For speech?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not a
obviously,
free speech absolutist.
When you separate
in general, just
when
like
you separate out, when you separate
I was
out
just
the
curious.
When you separate out the fighting words, threats, we all understand that. Yeah, 100%, because I believe that free speech is a good in and of itself, and TJ seems to be making the case that freedom of speech is only good if it produces other secondary good outcomes.
Well, no, I would say beyond that, like sometimes you have to curtail speech to protect speech broadly.
Yeah, I assume that was your point. You're saying like the left's prohibition of speech will prevent a greater and worse right.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything for the left or whatever. I'm just talking about my own beliefs here.
Well, you're on the left, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So,
but I only speak for I can only speak for myself because, like, there's a lot of people on the left that certainly don't speak for me. So, I don't want to presume to speak for them either.
Just to clarify, would you agree with this characterization of your position being that the left's prohibition of speech is in order to prevent a greater and worse prohibition by the right of speech eventually? Trying to stop.
I don't like taking it to the group level, but sure, I guess.
Just broaden it out.
Sure.
Because you think you think it cancels out a greater evil, I guess is the point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a greater repression.
Meanwhile, I guess the response argument would just be, but it's a fundamental thing that we should believe in and fight for no matter what.
Well, there's two responses. One would be that you can't destroy the thing you want to protect in order to protect it in the future.
Well, you're not destroying. It's not destroying it is the thing.
Of course it is. Wait, as soon as you say we can curtail free speech, in order to prevent, right wingers.
Do you not believe in any curtail? I mean, you believe in curtailing freedom of speech in certain instances, right?
Of course.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
But how come your instances don't destroy it, but mine do?
Because mine are about people lying intentionally. Mine are about protecting intellectual property. Mine aren't about ideological reasons.
Okay. So that's the distinction. It's about ideology.
Well, you're essentially making the Marcusean repressive tolerance argument that we have to make some repression in order to prevent the evil right wing.
I'm not familiar with that argument. So I mean, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know.
I mean, you're familiar with it in that you used to make videos condemning this very idea for years.
I remember I condemned the Karl Popper. It was one of the worst videos and worst arguments ever made.
But I understand if you're not familiar with this by name, but essentially this is the argument that this guy made is that the right wing is
tolerance kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did make videos against that, and that would probably be one of the very few things I would definitely completely disown. So I would say I've completely flipped on that for sure. Mm-hmm. I don't think the arguments that I made then hold water. I think they were naive. I think they were idealistic. I think I used to have a sort of faith that in the open marketplace of ideas, truth would always win out over lies, but I've seen that that's not true. And so I've readjusted my worldview.
Do you think that in a more repressed society where, the dominant ideology is trying to prevent these fringe ideologies, with all the best intentions from coming to the forefront, that will lead to truth winning out?
Yeah, there's a
rephrase that.
tangible.
I was saying, do you think that in the world that you're creating, where you're trying to just get rid of these bad opinions that might in the future make society worse, you know, all for good intentions, that will work out to truth coming to the forefront?
I mean, one would hope.
I mean, there's so many tangible examples right now, though, of, you know, scientific research being stifled because their research comes to conclusions that people can categorize as hate speech. So they basically have to retract. Well, all this scholarship around sex and gender. If they come to the wrong ideological conclusions, they make them. So I mean, you're saying that you've been disillusioned by the idea that freedom of speech would
I would say
lead
that I
to
don't think any
truth.
scientific paper should be censored or
But they're being
refused
censored
to be
under
peer reviewed or whatever.
They're being censored under the rubric that, you know, speech should be censored because uncomfortable truths can do tangible damage to certain communities. So
yeah, I don't really buy into that notion. So I would never buy into the notion that any sort of truth of any kind needs to be censored unless maybe it's like military secrets or something of that nature.
Right. But I'm only
you-
bringing it up because I'm saying you've made a declaration that you think truth is important, and you've been disillusioned by the idea.
I think there's not much of a difference between what I believe and what anyone else on this panel believes. I think everyone here makes exemptions and exceptions to freedom of speech.
Even
mine are being treated by a different standard because of criteria that frankly don't. I don't know. They don't really make any sense.
Well,
to
okay,
me.
this is okay. Let me wait. Well, hold on. This is what's happening. You're doing what I said. I don't know if you listened to this part. You're doing what I said is called attacking the mot, which is that you're saying that
packing the mot,
attacking them. You're familiar with Mott and Bailey, I assume, as an atheist, right?
No.
Okay, Mott and Bailey is like when you say, refers to Mott and Bailey castle. The Mott is the wall and the Bailey is the castle inside of it. And this is like, the Mott is the forward-facing argument that someone puts out that is
it Mott or is it moat?
It's Mott.
I've always said moat.
M-O-T-T.
You can conceptualize it like a moat, but it's a Mott.
All right, gotcha.
The Mott is the forward-facing argument that someone will put out that is defendable. So like using abortion, for example, the right wing says, we care about, the life of the fetus. That's the Mott. Because it's it's socially acceptable to say you care about babies.
Right.
But the Bailey is the quote unquote real secret argument. And you're saying with abortion, like that's, they want to control women's bodies.
Right? Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what the Mott and Bailey is. The problem, and you're saying that that's the thing that's happening with free speech. You're saying, the people on the right are using this Mott of we care about free speech, but that's not really what they care about. What they really care about is the Bailey argument that they just
I would not exclusively leverage that criticism at the right, by the way. But yeah.
I'm just referencing in your video.
Sure.
Because I think you said like, they just want to call people the N-word. They just want to be bigoted, racist, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason the Mott and Bailey argument, which, I mean, this happens in every argument you probably ever had in your entire life, where you at least sense that maybe someone is kind of giving you like a better argument than what the true intention is.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that plays out is because they're giving you the socially acceptable argument that everyone agrees upon. And the problem is sometimes people get so fed up with it. They're so focused on trying to get to, quote unquote, their secret argument that they end up sacrificing the socially acceptable argument. And that's kind of what you're doing, where you're saying, because they're using free speech to defend their true nefarious intentions.
I think you have this backwards.
Free speech. We have to do away with free speech.
The Mott and Bailey thing, I think you got it backwards.
It's the moral Mott and the badass Bailey.
No, I just mean that the Bailey is the harder to defeat
Bailey.
argument.
Never
the
mind.
Mott is the easier to defeat argument.
Regardless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that's
well, I mean, like whatever. The concept I think is sounding.
Yeah. Just okay. No
yeah,
I was getting confused.
I don't know. I don't really. So wait. So let me just try to like.
No, you're actually you're wrong, Mauler. I don't even know why you said that. I'm correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you are.
Okay, I'll send you a picture.
I'll let you guys work this out while I just.
I was gonna say I've used this several times. I don't think you've used
let's
it right.
Let's not get caught up on Mott and Bailey. It's not important.
Go right ahead.
Let's get back to the freedom
Okay,
of
so
speech
let me see
stuff.
if I understand what you're saying here. So regardless of what's the Bailey, all this shit. Regardless of that, what you're saying is there's a socially acceptable forward-facing position, and there's a secret, more nefarious position, right?
Right.
That's easier to defeat, or at least more unpopular.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that I am looking at the Republican version of that, where it concerns something like abortion, say, and I am.
Well, let's use free speech, because that's a little
okay.
more.
Well, free speech then. So I'm looking at their use of like, hey, we believe in free speech, but really their actual intentions are they're using it, on issues where they think it can advance them, but then other times they're actually against it.
Right.
And I'm saying, you think that I'm using that basically as like a justification to say, well, maybe the whole shebang is a fraud or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, let's just tear down let's tear down the wall of the free speech argument completely.
So let's just get rid of the socially acceptable thing because they're using it as so basically like they're using it as cover. So let's just fucking erode that. Let's just get rid of that.
Exactly.
So that we can cut to the meat of where they're at, basically.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I get you. So why I don't think I'm doing that is because I would liken it more to let me see if I can come up with a fucking metaphor or analogy or something off of the top of my head here. Let's just fucking not even fuck with metaphors. Basically what it is like, okay, so you have a right wing that's trying to come to power, but like what ideas need to be censored? I think it might make more sense. I think it might make more sense to focus on like what sort of things I would advocate, what sort of instances I'd be like, hey, here's where like some censorship would be useful. And to me, it would be deceit on a mass level, because I find it very strange that it's okay for one person, like if one person goes and deceives another and says, hey, I got this like magical flimity flam device that's gonna, cure your cancer and do all these crazy things for you, and it's just, $1,000 or whatever, and any disease you have, that person is guilty of any number of crimes, right? That's a con man. But if you tell an equally deleterious lie en masse, it's like, oh well, now all of a sudden it's like, well, that's their freedom of speech, right? So I feel like maybe that kind of thing should be a little bit more examined, truncated, dealt with. And I think that's I don't know, it's a controversial opinion in a lot of circles, but I really don't understand why.
Do you have a specific example for the mass one? Because if you try to sell a cancer cure to the public and you call it a cancer cure, you'll face the same consequences, like whether you're doing it around the block or nationally.
See, like a lot of the stuff, because of YouTube's policies, is actually kind of hard to discuss without putting this channel at sort of like monetization risks or graver ones. But, there was a lot of things that happened around, COVID and the election and things of that nature, where there was some deceits that were engaged in that, I think probably should have been treated a little bit more seriously.
We covered the January 6th hearings, and I mean, they didn't nuke our channel.
I don't know anything about the January 6th hearings.
He's talking about COVID, like you're talking about potential COVID misinformation about like different medicines or whatever.
Yeah.
Horse paste and things of that nature.
That's right.
Right.
Or just the idea that it's like not a real thing, like, oh, it doesn't exist, or, Jesus will protect us or whatever.
Are you going to step in and say like, Sitch, come on, this is easy. Well, we know the trick with truth is it's really hard to figure out like who has the truth, and curtailing freedom of speech, I would argue, is hindering your ability to come to truth.
I would say the maxim, if it's a maxim that I'd use, would be you're entitled to your own opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts.
Yeah, but
finding arguments
the facts
now are kind of, we're not really in a world where people argue their opinions. We're kind of in a world where people argue what the facts are.
Right. And well, that's exactly what I'm trying to remedy, because that's not really up for debate.
The problem is
facts
that
don't tend to be super debatable things, but it seems like they are in this current social context, this paradigm, and that's why I think we need to break it.
The problem is
otherwise there is no truth. If you want to just live in a totally postmodernist fuck the truth world, then I mean, like,
I don't. The problem is that so many people have lost such faith with our institutions And that's the only way to like an institution to make a fact claim. And if we don't have faith in our medical institutions, like if we look at our medical institutions right now in America, which are like the BLM protests are a good example. So before George Floyd died and all the BLM protests took off, you had people on the right who were coming out and they were protesting against mask mandates and lockdowns, things of that nature. And we had all these, institutions and experts and doctors, and the news would all come out and say, look at these assholes. They're getting in large protest groups and they're spreading, more COVID.
They're killing us.
Right. And then as soon as the BLM protests come out, you had this bizarre like reversal where you had the news reporting that 100 or 1,000 doctors signed off saying that, well, actually, because the protests are outside, it's totally fine for thousands and thousands of people across the country to get in mass and protest these protest against systemic violence. Right. So it's when things like that happen that people just basically don't trust anything the institutions say.
Right.
Don't
but this is
like
because
a fact-finding institute to make that decision.
But this is exactly because people have gotten to this point in their egos or whatever, where they legitimately think that reality bends to their whims, that facts just bend around what their will, and that whatever they want to be true just is. And like, yeah, the whole shebang, like the COVID didn't become less contagious just because you now agree with the protest. That's silly.
Right.
Obviously, that's silly. Doctors signing notes that say that like, oh, well, magically now the entire nature of the disease has changed is obviously stupid. The fact of the matter is you didn't like that protest, so it must be bad and spreading disease, and you did like this one, so oh no, never mind, that doesn't spread disease anymore. Right. Well, so I mean, like, but that's exactly like the sort of like just like casual dismissal of truth that I'm talking about here. Like you can't just decide the truth based on your ideology. It has to be the other way around.
No, I mean, I agree 100%, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to have some arbiter kind of lay out, especially like in terms of misinformation, in politics, if we have an arbiter lay out and say, this is misinformation, this is against fact, the only thing that could do that is an institution that people have trust in to act non-politically. Right. And no one has faith in that. And I don't have faith in any institution. And that was just the example I was bringing it with the COVID protest.
I mean, well, if we get to the point of having no faith in any institution, which I think we're kind of already there,
right?
Then like you don't have a society at that point. But a society without institutions is not. It can't function.
Yeah, but you're talking about giving those institutions the ability to censor people's speech, though. We're saying that's bad.
But specifically with the virus, like the signing the letter saying racism is a real pandemic, ridiculous. But the most ridiculous thing is that what we found out now is that outdoor transmission wasn't really that big of a thing. So anybody could have protested. That was actually one of the safer things that you could have done. But all of our medical institutions were like doing lockdowns and preventing people from going outside and exercising. And this was done by, the US government, the European governments. So if you were going to censor speech in the name of fighting against COVID misinformation, all of the authorities agreed that telling you that actually outside's not as dangerous as inside, they would have called that the misinformation. So you're not even preventing the harms that you would try to do.
Well, that's why there has to be, that's why there has to be an actual standard that's just beyond, like it has to be as removed as possible from human beings and our biases, because that's the problem. That's exactly what I'm trying to remove from the equation to the greatest extent possible. Like it should be based on raw science.
But if your example is something that is novel and we're not sure how it's going to mutate, we're not sure how it's going to affect a broad population and all these other things, then like your example of the thing you're trying to prevent is a chaotic evolving situation where this board would not be able to exist.
And if that's what the reality reflects, then that's what the policy should reflect. If it's like, hey, we just like this thing is evolving rapidly and we don't know what it's going to fucking do, then the policy needs to reflect that.
But that's that's your example though for why you would censor speech. But obviously things changed, and and then there was ridiculous things like people.
Are you saying the rules shouldn't adapt to the change in the situation? Because
it it adapts fast. So essentially, if a group of your scientists, whatever,
we have a society that, and it's not. I mean, well, COVID's not part of society, but you know what I mean. We have a society where, you know, social change happens way faster than institutional change. And that's another issue. Like our institutions are slow. They're lumbering. Mm-hmm. They react to what was the conditions yesterday rather than conditions today. Nothing is effective. Everything seems gridlocked. You know, so it's no wonder people have lost faith in institutions. But yeah, I think these are exactly the sort of things that need to be repaired. Like we can't, like, it seems to me like the argument being made here is like, well, people don't trust institutions, so don't even try to solve anything.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is that your example was COVID. Things changed positions changed from all the experts on this specific issue so many times. But if you had a system where you were like, listen, everybody who's going against the stated current idea of the truth is a danger to society and needs to be censored, then we'd still be doing ridiculous things that we were doing in the beginning, like sanitizing surfaces, by the way, also a waste of time. And that doesn't help anything. It makes the situation worse.
How would we still be doing that?
Because
what's your logic behind that?
There would be no challenge to the institutional logic that is put forward.
What you're essentially
like
making the argument.
Things didn't change because of challenges to the institution. They changed because of new research.
Which challenged the previous research. What you're essentially...
But there's a difference in being like, hey, guys, we don't know. More research and study is needed into this versus like, COVID's a hoax. Nothing. The vaccine's full of nanobots. You know, like like there's things that are like, hey, I mean, like no one should say. You shouldn't take like an edge case of like, hey, the science isn't settled yet. We don't know about this. More research is needed versus like stuff that's just like demonstrably false. Like, but those aren't the same.
I don't know
like
why are you
trying
guys
to act like every gray area would be like a case for like censorship.
Why are you guys arguing in the context of COVID when you have
I'll move it off of that.
Look, Sean, you have such a better argument in the sex and gender stuff because literally research is being, denied because it affects, marginalized communities. They're literally censoring people's speech over this because they've come to the wrong conclusions. It's Galileo. It's Galileo all over again. But you're sitting here arguing about COVID, which is
it was the example that he brought up.
Yeah, but
what
examples do we have where freedom of speech is actually tangibly hurting scientific inquiry? It's the sex and gender stuff, is it not?
Where freedom of speech is hurting that, or
lack of freedom of speech.
The lack of freedom of speech, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a domineering ideology, but the issue I'm having is that obviously, TJ, you agree that if you're going to have a standard like this, then you're going to have some institutions to enforce this standard, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
whether
truth,
they be national or
scientific truth only, correct.
Yeah.
But you also acknowledge that science is an evolving process.
Sure.
And that people do experiments, and sometimes they're not even like your official designated scientists. Like they're actually like randos that are out there.
Sure.
So if you create a standard where like it's not acceptable to propose alternatives to what the current established.
Wait, but that's not what I said. I didn't say it's not acceptable to propose alternatives. I said it's not acceptable to lie.
Yeah, but those alternatives will be perceived of as a lie.
Then fuck perception. Don't worry about perception. Just worry about what actually is or isn't true.
But wait, the part of the problem, like this came up with you're talking about fraud, is that when Joe Rogan is talking about whatever the horse thing's called, I can't think of the name. Ivermectin, yeah. Or even people before that were talking about hydrochloroquine or whatever.
Hydroxyquin.
I don't think any of these people were like, I know this isn't actually doing anything. I'm lying about it. These people really believe this stuff.
Right.
Right. So or they thought it was worth experimenting with, like, testing or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, if they want to say, like, hey, I think that this has potential as a drug and maybe there's some efficacy here, then I'm fine with that.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah, well, no, but I think some people were fucking going a little further than that. when some people started hailing it as like this cures COVID, like that's to me a lie. Versus like there might be some efficacy in this of treating COVID. Like it's a subtle but important distinction.
What about when the mainstream
mainstream
media calls it horse paste or horse tranquilizers when it's actually used as a drug for human beings? I mean, then they're the ones lying.
Sure. Well, I mean, like if it comes down to that, I mean, I don't think I think you could possibly censor every single lie that happens, but like if there's a lie that is deleterious to society demonstrably, and it can be 100% verifiably proven as a lie, then yeah, there should be some kind of crackdown on that.
Yeah. The trouble is where
if someone goes out there and says that this is like horse pace, I think you have to ask, like, is this a hyperbolic statement? Is this a humorous statement? Is this meant to be like a derisive, mocking statement? Or are they genuinely saying like, this is not a drug for human beings and this is only a horse drug? Because there's always going to be, gray areas of speech. I think that it's like, if anytime there's a gray area, you should definitely side on the side of freedom. Anytime someone wants to question something, side with freedom. They should obviously have but like if someone, what I'm talking about is the edge cases where people demonstrably put forth ideas that are like proven false or that there is no evidence to support whatsoever.
What about people who suppress ideas that are actually true?
COVID is a hoax would be an example.
Sure. Or,
gotta be careful though, because what
I mean, that's such a broad statement.
Or there is a God for that matter,
But to be fair, on the COVID is a hoax one, for example, what if just someone said like, nah, I think the numbers are exaggerated? If they said that, I'm assuming your line is like, okay, they can say that.
I think so. Their exact statement is, nah, I think the numbers are exaggerated.
Yeah.
I mean, if they prefaced it with, I think, they're not claiming any sort of like actual knowledge or authority there. So, I mean, it sounds like something that someone would be casually saying at like a family dinner or something. I mean, I don't think you could crack down on that.
So like if they just went a little bit further and said, you know what, those numbers are just exaggerated.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they were like in a mass media, like if they were just like
if Alex Jones,
if someone made the declaration, the COVID numbers are exaggerated, then yeah, I think that you could do something.
Yeah, because my worry with stuff like that is that it's going to become a cancer of like once that's a trigger for getting banned, it's like all kinds of different statements that are really quick or just casual can then end up getting you banned as well. And then it starts being like, well, how come COVID's the only one? We should start doing that for all subjects, right? I don't know that banning from the internet, like net or whatever, is like the solution to that. But what do you think it is?
I don't know. I think it depends on the forum and who's saying it, and what their explanation was, and whether they're willing to rescind it. A number of things.
I gun for the classic, like, somebody get that man a debate with someone else who thinks the opposite, and let's see see what's going on. Let's get some ideas clashing. That's my favorite.
Well, the problem is that maybe the person who has the falsehood is like a charismatic,
I agree with you. I hate
talking, good-looking, ultimate, rhetorician with big vocabulary and very persuasive.
Not reading off a teleprompter.
Yeah, that's that kind of stuff. And then the person who's arguing the other side is like a weak-willed sort of like.
What if you had somebody who thought like something that's like damaging to our institutions and could go into problems, like that let's say a candidate, we'll call him Bernie Sanders, had the Democratic primary stolen from him? Like would that qualify as something that needs to be censored?
I think that if you made it as an outright statement, maybe. But I think if you said like, hey, I think there's some reasons, I think the election needs to be looked into. I think there's some discrepancies here that don't make sense. And I think that the DNC might have engaged in some tactics that are against the principles for which they claim to stand.
What if those tactics were having more black people vote for Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton?
I mean, I don't think they had anyone do anything. I think those black people chose to do that.
But that's why he lost the primaries, though.
Sure. I mean, I think that obviously, you get less votes, you lose the fucking election. There's no arguing that. But, that doesn't mean that there wasn't some chicanery.
Tell that to Trump, buddy.
Some different what about Trump?
Tell that to Trump, buddy. 2016, less votes won the election.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Electoral college.
Out of curiosity, because you said like one of the extreme problems we'll end up with is a big charismatic leader in a bubble sort of arguing with an idiot, all clips of idiots, and then they'll only galvanize their audience further and further and further. It's like
Well, not necessarily idiots, just people who aren't charismatic, people who don't really, like,
well,
which by the way, a lot of scientists don't tend to be very charismatic people.
That's fair, but I was also just going to say, like, to be fair, you should worry that they would argue with stupid people too, because stupid people can fuck up a whole argument if they don't understand it, right? Like if they... Sure. I believe in the good argument,
or if they
but I can't
pretend to understand things
that too.
they don't. Like,
but obviously the reverse extreme.
If he was bringing up the Mott and Bailey shit, and I was just like, oh yeah, I follow. I know exactly what you're talking about.
In that universe, right? In that universe.
Oh yeah, I know all about that.
If, say, for example, we had someone on YouTube who was doing that, we'd still have all of those people being able to take that video and then respond to it themselves, probably efficiently. And so there's still that fight going on. Meanwhile, I think the extreme of the other side would be oh yes, we've curtailed, this, and now it's like, wait, did we just step on something that's actually true? And then it's just like, yeah, but it didn't. We didn't know it for sure at the time, and so it just felt a bit off.
Well, I mean, that's why, like, you have to. If there's any uncertainty, there has to just be a default towards, free speech.
Well, you know what the next question is, right? Like, who decides that?
I mean, hopefully it should be decided by more than one person. I don't think you want to put that. I don't think you want to put that in the hands of a person. And honestly, I feel like as much as possible, you should take human beings out of the process.
But what happens? The problem it faces every time, though, right? That's like the end of the dialogue tree is the Ministry of Truth, basically. Which is like,
right. Well, no, the Ministry of Truth was an institution that was designed to propagate misinformation. This is an institution designed to curtail it completely.
I'm also,
but that's not how power works.
Referencing it mockingly, like that's what we can.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I've heard this argument before. I mean, this is like the common argument that comes up when I put this position out there. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's the reason.
But I mean,
why
it's just like, anything's going to be corrupted and blah 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 blah. I mean, like it's tedious and tiresome to me because it just comes back around to this idea, like, why even have any institutions then? If everything is just going to be, if any power we give anyone with the best of intentions is going to ultimately be corrupted, then just give up on fucking life.
Well, this is why.
Give up on improving anything.
That's my whole point.
No. Checks and balances whatsoever.
Hold on.
So you're just like, just yield.
No, you're making.
I give up.
We're not going
whatever. It's all just doomed to failure anyway.
You're making
inevitably collapse into the entropy of corruption.
I think that's more your side than ours, though.
But you're making.
You're practically saying, let's give it to the Ministry of Truth. Fuck it. What else? We can't do any better. And we're saying, no, fight for the ideas. Fight for them. Say, no, you're fucking wrong. This is the right idea.
And look, I'm in favor of a government with some democratic elements in it, but due to the fact that the history of the world is authoritarian government after authoritarian government, I want built into the Constitution or the document that founds that government blocks on the power that they can use. And that's not because I'm against any institutions or any progress going forward. It's just that I know that if you don't explicitly limit the government from doing this thing, then they will do it historically.
Right. Well, that's why checks and balances have to be a part of any system that's proposed.
Well, I think the broader systemic flaw, I guess, or problem I have with the argument you're laying out is that I think ultimately free speech is the process or is the tool that can keep is the only thing maybe that can keep institutions from keep institutions on the path of being truth-seeking organizations.
Yeah,
because if you remove free speech from that, then they have it doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want.
I mean, we don't remove freedom of speech. You have like certain curtailings of fucking aspects of speech, just like we already do.
Yeah, but you're conflating.
Possible, right? As few as possible. That's what anyone should be asking.
Well, but
you want as few as possible, and you obviously don't want anything that, like, you don't want to censor anybody's opinion. You don't want to censor questions. You don't want to censor, like, this is a gray area of unsettled science or unsettled fucking fact. Like,
that is being censored right now.
That's kind of what the examples we were trying to go through were.
Yeah, but you're also like you're pushing like a Marcusean tolerance thing, which, your fellow travelers don't even respect the scientific method or reason anyway. So like the idea that you would use this as a standard when
I don't really care about fellow travelers.
Sean, are you trying deliberately to change the subject as much as possible?
No, I'm not trying to change the subject.
It feels like you are really bit. Like you're totally doing. This is technically a whataboutism. What about you?
No, it's not a whataboutism. I'm not saying what about this. I'm just saying that.
Well, you're saying like they don't even follow science.
We're missing precious seconds. Hey, TJ, genuine question. What's the significant difference between hyperbole and misinformation?
Hyperbole tends to have an element of facetiousness to it, I guess.
Is that not very interpretable?
Yeah.
And therefore, in a world where misinformation is getting curtailed, a lot
once
of
again, you know, like always err on the side of freedom, right?
Well, so
okay, but wait,
you're not though. That's the thing.
Wait, no, hold on. So I like that. Always err on the side of freedom. That's great. This is not the position that you put forward in your video.
No.
Like if this position you put forward now with us was your video, we wouldn't have never even covered
I'm just
agree with
explaining it a little deeper. I mean, I don't know. It's like you.
Well, but this is where
there's the problem of like the superficiality of like hearing one statement that a person makes, and then like, oh, I understand.
Sure, yeah. Response.
It wasn't
you
one
start to describe a lot of like tribal attributes to people, like, oh, well, they're part of this tribe, so they probably believe this and this and this and this, and then you have like this whole litany of
and thanks for coming
of attributes that you've decided the person exemplifies or something, even though it's not necessarily the case.
TJ, and thanks for coming on.
I think
to
you're
try.
doing a mop
Sean,
and bucket
shut
right now.
the fuck up.
I think he's doing a mop and bucket. Like honestly, if I'm being honest, the mop is out, and he's trying to make sure you don't attack his bucket.
He's the
mop and bucket, man.
The mop and Bailey, I like that. The mop and bucket.
See, there you go.
I like it too.
No, but I think
let's wrap this up, okay? I'm getting tired of this.
Oh.
No.
Are we gonna have like a real conversation here? Are we all gonna talk?
Where the fuck have you been?
I don't know what Adam. I don't know what you're upset about, honestly. But what I was gonna say,
I'm trying to drill on an actual argument here.
Okay,
so.
Stop. We're drilling on something very important.
Yes,
which is that this is what Mauler brought up, something about hyperbole versus like misinformation or disinformation, and it feels like, and this happens with a lot of content creators on YouTube, is that in order to create like an artistic piece or order to sort of create something engaging, the message becomes so hyperbolic that it's basically it doesn't even match whatever the original intention was. And when I listen and I look, because I have like the transcript of the video open, when I look at the transcript of that and I look at what you're saying now, you're so hyperbolic in your video that I don't even see, like, there seems so worlds difference of opinion that you're giving.
All right, well, maybe you can give me an example.
Well, okay, so first of all, you lead the whole thing about saying that, you know, Republicans don't care, or people on the right don't care about freedom of speech. They just want to say the N-word. And you kind of go into this, I was naive to believe in free speech, but now you're going to be, where is it? You're saying you're going to be, you know, ending up on the train to Auschwitz, essentially.
Yeah.
Because of... So,
okay,
but do you see where...
I don't really see where's the discrepancy?
So if you're laying out an argument that says, you know, right-wingers don't believe in free speech, they just want to be racist, and I was naive to believe in the importance of free speech, and you said I was naive to believe that, you know, in a debate of ideas, the truth would prevail, and then you say, you know, you're going to end up on this train to Auschwitz, essentially. I mean, these are much stronger claims for we need to restrict speech, other than this. Well, we need to err on the side of caution in gray areas.
Okay, so but when I said that a lot of people on the right just want to use the N-word and this and that, I wasn't using that as an example of the kind of speech that should be censored. I was using that as an example of the kind of free speech they actually prize, the kind of free speech that they actually want or care about. And I actually would not censor that, because to me, that's an opinion. And, you know, I don't want to censor opinion. So, you know, I think they should still have the right to talk whatever hateful shit they want to. But I was just pointing out that seems to be the only instance in which they actually care about free speech.
Yeah, but but you're laying on an argument that you think, and you're like, oh, I want to be Tim Poolish, but I think we're leading to the path of civil war and to Auschwitz. And if you're
I do believe that.
Right. So, but you're creating you're crafting an argument where you're saying free speech is leading us down the path of the Civil War and Auschwitz, so that we need to curtail this.
Well, I don't know if it came across like that, then I guess that maybe I should have worded it better, because I don't think that's what I intended to say.
Okay.
I think what I was just saying is, I think I was just like maybe just generally pissed at right-wing ideology and was just talking about the ultimate expression of it and what it seems like people on the right actually want. I don't think that freedom of speech is what leads you there. I think that, you know, belief in right-wing ideology is what leads you there.
Okay.
So I guess I maybe conflated a couple of different issues there. And maybe I should have worded it better. But I don't think I was trying to make the case that freedom of speech directly causally leads to that outcome.
Well, okay. Well, I guess I'll ask you, what were you trying? I mean, the video is labeled free speech and death camps. So well, like, what is the point, I guess, of the video then?
It's not like free speech leads to death camps. I don't know.
That's how it comes across.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe, like I said, maybe it was clumsily done. I mean, like, I've been doing this thing in July where I've been trying to do a video every day. And like sometimes, you know, there might be a little rush job here and there.
Right.
So maybe like some ideas were casually thrown together that were maybe a causal link was implied more strongly than I intended it to be because of the nature of that challenge that I gave to myself. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch and see like what I was saying there.
So what was your point in the video then?
I mean, my point was I was just trying to wake people up to the fact that they have an enemy that wants to do them harm. I mean, I think
man, how can that possibly not backfire at all, though? And that's got to be the justification for so many people you would say need to be curtailed. I don't know. I hate hearing it.
You can wake people up to a perceived enemy.
I don't know. I mean, like, should I tell? I mean, I don't want to tell them that, like, hey, these right wingers are all a bunch of, cuddly, fluffy teddy bears who don't wish you ill will, because I don't believe that.
Right.
Like, I live in the South. I live in one of those conservative areas in the country. I hear what these people fucking say. I hear them fucking talk about shooting faggots and we gotta fucking get the, N-words back under slavery and all this shit. I've heard these motherfuckers say this shit. So like, don't tell me what's what, motherfucker. I know how these motherfuckers think.
But that's not all conservatives, though.
What are you talking about? That didn't refute shit.
That didn't refute shit? I literally have been around these people my entire fucking life, dude. Like, what personal experience doesn't count for anything?
Do you think my argument is there's nobody who's just an asshole or evil in the world? Do you really think I was arguing there's no racist?
I'm talking about, like, the majority of the fucking right-wingers that live down here, at least down south, at least this particular variant. Like, if I was to go into a room full of, like, a bunch of Republicans around here, and I would just say, like, man, things were better back in slavery days, you would not hear a peep against what I fucking said. I'm telling you that, fucking straight up.
Yeah, and that exists on every literal argument. I'm not even talking about left and right. They're just everywhere, all over the spectrum. You got the crazies. We all know this.
Well,
I'm telling you I mean, it's not the crazy. See, you keep trying to reduce it down to this crazy fringe. It's not. It's the mainstream. It's what they all really fucking believe behind the mask. It's the fucking Bailey or the Mott or whatever the fuck is what.
See, he's using this all Republicans, all conservatives are racist argument. That's the stereotype.
By the way, mask on, mask off is the correct thing, not Mott and Bailey for this situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, do I think every single Republican is racist? No. But do I think a lot of them are? Yes.
Well, you're acting in the world.
Of them are, of
you're
course.
acting in the world as if they all are, and that's the stereotype.
That's because
you're spreading.
But if there is a fucking party if there's a party that gives shelter and fucking
the hyperbole's gone.
That's racism. Then you have to treat them all the same.
But here's the issue. Wait.
It's like the scene in the Matrix where you have the thing about, like, hey, these are the people we're trying to free, but until they are, they're your fucking enemy.
Well, yeah. So are you being hyperbolic or not then?
I mean, I think that there's an element of hyperbole, but I also think there's eternal.
No. What does it do with that? Like, how do I argue with a position that's simultaneously not and hyperbolic?
I mean, well, can't something be slightly hyperbolic?
Slightly hyperbolic, I guess.
Well, would it help you, Mauler, if you got like a specific percentage?
I mean, like, wait a minute. Are you saying there's not a gradient of exaggeration?
Of course there is, but what am I supposed to do with this?
What's the fucking problem?
The fact that you said Republicans are like, they're all going to want to do X, that I'm like, that's not true. And you're like, plenty of them around me do. It's like, being hyperbolic.
Well, how is plenty of them around me do not a fucking argument to you? Because it's
you're
anecdotal.
talking about the whole world.
Well, okay. Let me
I'm talking
address
about
it.
the United
This is why this isn't an argument. Okay, this was Tim Pool's argument for Trump was going to win a landslide in the elections because he drove around and he saw lots of Trump signs where he lived. Okay,
Well, the
And it's like,
5 people he talked to,
exactly.
Pennsylvania, said that they were all shifting Republican. But also, like, I mean, how are you going to say that it's not even a personal experience? Like you're depicting a caricature. The idea that all these people are like, whoa, we got to bring back slavery. Like, no, come on.
I'm so
like,
proud of you, Sean. You didn't change the topic. That's very good. I like that.
Dude, I mean, like, come on. Like, quit bullshitting.
Who
bro.
wants to own a slave?
Lots of people down south, I'll tell you that.
I've talked to a man.
If you had to ask somebody on 100-degree day, what would make your day better? Air conditioner, which wasn't around in slavery times, or owning a slave? Like, you really
With
think
a
that they would
fan.
pick a slave?
it can follow you the fan.
I mean, it depends on like, obviously now they would choose the air conditioner because slavery is not socially acceptable. But like, if it was, I don't know.
But you just said that you heard all these people talking
Yeah,
about how
evidently it
things
is
were way
socially
better.
acceptable.
Like, so it is
down
socially
south.
acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't say it was socially acceptable. Obviously, we don't have slavery down here anymore. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people who feel that,
Wait, so
it was
I'm
a
actually.
it was a mistake. I mean, like, you see, like, this, you've heard, like, the South will rise. Like, what do you think that means? The South will rise again. What do you think all the Confederate flags flying around and all the defense of the statues and all this shit? What do you think that's about? You think it's just like, oh man, that's just our heritage. We just really like that statue because it's heritage.
Okay, so out of curiosity, right?
You think they would be just as defensive if it was a statue of Karl Marx? Like, well, that's history. Don't tear the Karl Marx statue down. That's history, y'all.
Well,
Like,
it's not our history.
You know, we talked about how you said it would be fine to have the opinion that, for example, COVID numbers are exaggerated. Would be fine if you think that as an opinion. If I was to have stated it as fact, and I said my citation is that I have a family member in the hospitals that is in on it, and is
obviously
is like
anecdote only goes so far. That's true.
Well, I was just going to say, like, would you want me to be silenced if I actually start arguing I have a COVID family member who's in on it and knows about it, but they're trying to stop it from the inside, sort of thing?
I mean, I think I'd want to investigate.
But if I said, like, there's no way to investigate because I don't want to get them in trouble.
I don't know. Then I guess whatever. It's a zero sum thing at that point. Like, whatever.
Because the point I'm trying to get at, of course, is that there's a lot of ways we can argue really broad and spicy positions right back down to something that's a bit more like, hey, you know, I'm speaking hyperbolically about my experiences in my life, okay? And it's like, right. But you can blow that right back up to something that's much more, let's say.
I mean, that didn't sound like hyperbole. So you said you have direct knowledge of the COVID being a fraud.
Well,
because
hyperbole
some family member said this or that or the other thing, or directly is involved in a conspiracy. That's not
hyperbole. Hyperbole is one of several ways you can reduce it down. I wasn't using it in that example. I was just saying.
Okay, gotcha.
Because you said, like, opinions should be okay, but stating things as fact shouldn't. But then if I said I'm stating it as a fact because of something that you can't disprove, what then?
Well, then, I mean, like I said, you got to err on the side of freedom.
Couldn't I justify everything that way, though? I'd be able to say anything at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're clever enough to phrase it a certain way, you could pretty much still get away with everything. Yes.
No, not. But in terms of what you want to be laid out, you could still get away with everything.
In terms of what you want to be laid out?
In terms of what you wanted to lay out, in terms of like the Ministry of Truth, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can still get away with a lot of stuff. You couldn't get away with everything. You couldn't get away with, unambiguous direct statements that such and such is factual when it's not. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be like, oh, I was just, joking around or this or that, or you find some kind of cover for it. Yeah, there's always loopholes.
Well, could you get away with your statement about all these Republicans want to bring back slavery?
Yeah. I'm telling an anecdotal I'm giving an anecdotal example.
Yeah, but you're extrapolating it out to a broader group.
Yeah, totally.
Sure. So wait,
would that wouldn't work with the races or LGBT community?
So wait,
if
I had scientifically documented it, like if I went around and like recorded, like how many people do I have to hear it from before like it's a sample size? Like,
well, that's exactly it. If you take like a poll and you got a poll of Republicans saying that they want to bring back slavery,
poll, like it'd have to be something that was like more revelatory. Because of course anyone's asked like, "Are you racist?"
Neuralink.
Like, no, of course not.
If it's assuming you could hypothetically, okay, then yes, you could say, okay, you conducted a poll. you know.
But I'm asking, like, what kind of random sampling size would
stratified
demonstrate
poll,
that
and
there
you
is a
can
predilection
extrapolate
towards
this outward.
racism in at least Southern Republicans?
No, but you understand that whatever your personal experience is, that's not indicative of the whole, really.
Why not? Why
because
not?
that's not how polling works. That's not how statistics or populations function.
Oh, wait, but like,
Well,
if
it's
I
big
take a
as
This is the
too.
Tim Pool driving around and seeing Trump signs, so Trump's going to win argument.
But he drove around and saw Trump signs, and that was indicative of the fact that Trump has a wide base of support, which he did. Now saying that because of that he was going to win was a bridge too far. But saying I see a lot of Trump signs, therefore Trump has a lot of support, that's not a fucking ridiculous statement at all. It's just truth.
Okay. So you're saying you're going around and you're hearing all these Republicans saying that they.
I mean, I don't know. I don't
want to bring
know
back
that they're
slavery.
Republicans. I know that they're
or right wing.
people.
I don't know,
I know
racists.
there are people who live in one of the reddest districts in America.
Yes.
And I know that this area is predominantly Republican, but I guess I don't know that every example I hear of a racist is a Republican.
I'll grant you that every
I don't know
racist you hear is Republican for the sake of the conversation. Okay.
Well, I'm saying I don't know that.
What are they saying though? Like, did they come up to you and they say, "Oh, hey, TJ,
Well, they don't
I
come
think
up
we
to
should
me.
bring slavery
Of course,
back."
they're not coming up to me and saying shit.
When you're at the Klan meeting and they're talking about bringing back slavery,
Yeah,
like how many people are there?
Yeah.
Lots of them, tons. That's how I know.
Right.
Of course.
No, but like, how did these conversations?
This just seems like such disingenuous bullshit right now.
Well,
Like,
you're the
because
you're
if I was giving an anecdote
Yes.
that you guys about something you guys agreed with, like this, like, oh man, I was hanging around all these trannies and they were talking about how like they fucking
We would
totally
not.
deceive the
That's-
scientific
no.
institutions and stuff. You'd be like, oh yeah, brother, yeah,
Dude,
yeah, of
anecdotal
course.
evidence is like a meme thing people bring up all the time. Like, don't give me an anecdote. Like, we've all been there. We try to avoid using
Sure, and
anecdotes.
I mean, like I prefaced it as by saying it's anecdotal. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt if you
Okay.
want. But
Do
I'm just
all-
explaining
do-
to you what I have seen.
I'm curious.
but
There's a
through
bunch of
anecdote-
Republicans in California. Do they all want to bring back slavery? Does it differ
I don't
from
know. I don't
state
have
to
enough
state?
experience with Republican fucking in California, so I don't know.
Right, but you're willing to paint all those Republicans in California as wanting to bring back slavery just
I don't
based on
fucking
your
think I
own.
painted them with shit.
Well, you kind of are. I mean, that's what you're saying.
How?
Well, you're saying most of them want to do this thing, therefore I can extrapolate that I can make
You're
a
saying the
judgment against
Louisiana
most of them.
I don't feel like I said anything like that, so I think that's a straw man.
Well, you in your video, you said that the only reason Republicans or conservatives care about freedom of speech is because they want to say the N-word. How is that not all of them?
That's hyperbole.
Oh, that's the
I mean, isn't it?
hyperbole
like,
part?
wait, see, I'm sorry. Do you guys not have any broad brushes in your painting in
Yeah,
your little
well,
paint box?
but
Because I feel like you
listen-
probably do.
Listen, this is the origin, though, of things like racism and bigotry and all kinds of nasty things that we try to avoid. We don't want to say that all, gay people are this particular
I don't
way
remember ever
because
saying the
it's
word
not-
all. Okay, so
Well, you kind of did. I mean, your video was basically saying the only reason Republicans care about freedom of speech is because they want to use the N-word, which implies that they're racist. It does.
Sure.
I mean, how's that? So is it?
I would assume that there's probably. I mean, look, there's always exceptions to every fucking sort of generality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that every Republican is that way.
So
I think a lot of them
even
are.
hold on, even now, you're characterizing the non-racist Republican as an exception. That's so bad.
Well, it's fucking
That
true.
is
I mean, I'm
so
sorry. Do you want me to
bad.
fucking sit here and lie to you?
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
I would also say that why wouldn't it activate an audience well enough to say there are people who think this way rather than painting the whole the team that way? Why wouldn't you be able to worry your people enough to be
Right.
like, we should act to prevent the bad ones from winning rather than just being like, I'll let them think it's all of them. Fuck it. Hyperbole.
I don't know. What's the question?
Basically, one of the bigger arguments is like, I can go broader, I can brush that way because it's almost true in lots of different aspects, plus hyperbole, blah, blah, blah. When I'm saying like the overall goal to activate your audience, you could do that anyway with the examples of the awful individuals. You wouldn't need to paint the whole.
I don't think there's
team.
any reason to be disingenuous with the audience, and to.
That's what we're arguing
deceive-
you
Well,
are doing.
this is the point,
No,
though.
I don't see. This thing is like I feel like there is a mental block happening where you guys just refuse to accept that like this shit is way worse on one side than it is the other. I don't know if it's like a both sidesism thing.
No, it's not that. I'm just curious, what's the percentage, since you're like not saying all, but you're saying in general,
of
like
us.
white people in the South that you've come across that are like possibly Republican?
Because I don't, I mean, obviously I don't fucking have a,
well, it's probably
I haven't done
what would be
a
your
study.
percentage for the bring back slavery crowd?
Yeah, give us an idea. Bull talk.
All right. So prefacing
no
this
hyperbole.
Well, okay, no hyperbole. Prefacing this by saying that like this is my rough guess.
Your gut intuition check, yes.
My intuition, so take it as just that.
Mm-hmm.
In the particular area that I'm in, the candid conversations that I've been subjected to, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because, you know, I don't know what the areas that I go might be predominantly reflective of different demographics than like the overall demographics of the area. But I don't know. I'd say at least 10, 15%.
Oh my God. That's so horrible. Okay. At least, you know.
I mean, I'm sorry that the reality that I've experienced is like so troublesome, but
right.
it is. I don't know.
It's just funny, honestly.
But you're saying 85% of you're saying 85%.
You're just in fucking denial, bro. Like,
well, you're saying you're in denial. You're literally saying 85% of the Republicans in the South are not racist.
If you said like, listen, like 10, 15% based on my experience. What percent would be comfortable
with slavery, not what aren't racist. If you want to ask me how many are racist, I'd say like 90.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck. All right.
If you give me like that solid 10 to 15%
that wasn't the question you asked me. You asked me what percentage would support slavery coming back. So you're talking about like extreme racism, but there's different levels of racism, obviously.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm laughing. If you give me the 10 to 15 for like the definite like hardcore racist, I'd be like, all right, you know what? That's your experience. But like, come on, like, why are we even talking about slavery right now? Like, it's so absurd. Like,
why?
It's over.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it is over. That's true. Very good, Sean. True fact. I mean, he's when he's right, he's right. Slavery is over.
Well, no, it's not. Haven't you seen what's going on in these prisons?
The 13th Amendment didn't abolish slavery; it legalized it.
That's right.
So you guys want to wrap up? I mean, we've been going almost 10 hours here. So TJ, you've been super generous with your time. Will you come back and talk to us again, or is it like over? Are we no longer friends?
We were never friends. I mean, this is our first meeting.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, I guess the question is, are we mortal enemies?
I popped in at the very end of your stream and shit. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like fair that I would come back if you guys want.
Well, you seem you seem like a good sport about this stuff, and I mean, part of I think the intrigue of our show is we're trying. So many of these conversations are really just people making shit up about the other side. So
I'll say that one of the reasons that I came on is because when I was watching you guys in the background, as I was like kind of working on some other shit, and you were talking about the video I made to you more recently, I was like, well, you know, these I probably should have been a little bit more charitable to these guys. So I felt a little bad. So
yeah.
You know, I decided to pop in here and shit. And,
well, your performance in the follow-up video, I think, was just like. I think I said it before you even came on. It was like worlds apart, like high energy, very funny. I thought the Vosh bit was very funny. You know, I mean, we argued a bit. Did you hear us when we were talking about the Vosh thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. So you were asking, I think you were speculating about,
yes.
Whether I was like, genuinely like,
capitulating to Vosh. Yes, exactly. Come on, you can tell us. We will. It's just between us. We won't let Vosh know.
No one else needs to know. No, I mean, I have respect for Vosh, and but you know, I'm not gonna fucking hold back joking about it, and I especially like I resent being compared to other people in general. So yeah, I don't know.
Right.
It annoys me. So I don't know. I was not super keen on the comparison. Not because I feel like being compared to Vosh is necessarily a negative or unflattering thing, but just because I don't like to be compared to others in general.
Well, I
it's
can
like a
relate.
pet peeve.
Yeah.
So,
sure. You're an artist. You're an independent person. You don't want to be.
I guess if you want to call me that. And
Listen,
I don't know.
You're sitting here with your, like, how can we not call you an artist? You don't. TJ, I gotta know. Do you think of yourself as an artist?
I don't know if I'm my pretension has quite reached that level yet, but we'll see.
Good answer.
Hey, TJ, I was there for the release of Brick and Brick 2. Okay.
Yeah, amen.
You are.
So thank you guys for the spirited discussion and shit. And I wish we could have fucking come to more of a consensus or something. But I don't know. At least it was more fruitful than most discussions that get bogged down in fucking semantics for 20 hours. So.
Yeah. Somebody wants me to ask you the 3 questions, so I guess I'm gonna go for it. How many walkers have you killed?
Okay, that's not the 3 questions.
How many people have you killed?
Stop.
33.
Let me get my Rick voice.
We can ask the 3 questions.
Why?
The 3 questions. TJR, do you think you could defeat a horse-sized duck in a fight?
A horse-sized duck.
Yeah.
No.
Come on, you're 6'6", TJ.
No.
I know, but dude, you fucking ducks breed through rape, okay? Like ducks.
This was
are
the
used
argument
to the
I
struggle,
made.
okay? Right? Ducks are used to the fucking struggle.
Right.
They know how to fucking scrap. So I don't think so.
You got you got a fully erect horse-sized duck coming at you. You run.
Yeah, like that's not a battle. Like this foe is beyond any of you. You got to go.
Okay. So there's very few people that are on the yes team.
Yeah.
So that's
and they're all it's the delusional
proves
team.
that I'm honest. That's
no, they're just based and awesome. But that's fine. It's okay.
Sure.
The second question is: are owls birds?
Yeah.
Okay, good answer.
Good answer. I like that.
No, they just are. What the fuck even kind of question is that?
Don't worry about it. The third final question, which you do not have to answer, is a porn question.
Okay.
I feel like you might be fine with it. Is when you if you watch porn, do you
give me a break?
When you watch porn, do you view yourself as like a participant in it, like the actor is you, or do you view it like you're kind of watching 2 people like do this thing in front of you?
I always try to put myself into it in my mind, I guess.
Okay. All right.
That's how most people
yes.
generally seem to answer the question.
Now you guys have to tell him what job he's going to do after these 3 questions when he grows up.
No.
He's going to be a YouTube commentary. What do you mean?
Oh, look, the horoscope thing works.
Mopper in a porn store.
Right.
Yeah.
In that regard, though, have you considered getting more involved in like panels and political discussions?
I thought you were going to say porn.
Well,
why
have you considered getting more involved in porn? Oh yeah, I'm working on Pineapple Gate right now. Working my way up the fruit spectrum, trying to get to pineapples.
Look at that.
No, I don't really do this panel shit too much, but whatever. I mean, it was fine.
Panels are cancer. You don't want to do panels.
Yeah, I think I'd like to keep it minimal, especially these fucking ones where it's like a hostile fucking panel and everyone fucking disagrees. I want to be on one of these panels talking against one motherfucker that we all hate or something. Be like, fuck you, you're wrong, bitch. But whatever.
You want to be on the mob side.
I want to be on the fucking side of the mob next time. What's all this fucking shit where I get ganged up on?
Right.
Wait,
yeah. Well, I was trying to avoid that a bit. So
we don't hate you, and I just want to say that I defended you, and like I even called out Adam for his mop and bucket tactics.
Yeah, that fucking son of a bitch.
Mop and bucket. I don't even know what that means.
Yes.
Ask him which trilogy is the best.
No, come on, Mauler. That's for next time. We're gonna be here for like 2 hours.
No, not to talk about it, just to get the answer.
OG trilogy is the best.
Oh,
no. Okay, you
of
can't
course, that's the easy answer.
The obvious one.
It's unthinkable options. It's the prequels or the sequels.
Let me just say, like, this fucking newfound, like, I respect the prequels ever since this, like, just because a worse piece of shit comes along does not make the previous piece of shit forgivable.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess that's the
best.
Based
anyway,
take.
I'll take the prequels because at least they were coherent.
Yay, Team TJ.
There you go.
I'm
Look,
with
listen,
you.
Mauler, you've built a bridge now.
Look at this.
Hell yeah, I
Yeah.
have.
Amazing
There you go.
atheist
Next
community.
time, it can be me and TJ versus Sitch and Destiny, I guess.
I'm not on Destiny's position.
Yeah, you are. You said the prequels were worse.
He's changed.
I've
how
changed my
dare
mind on
you?
that one.
Oh my god.
How dare you,
I said the
Mauler.
You
prequels
mop
are
and
better
bucket.
because of the meme potential now.
You mop
Yeah.
and bucket. it
Actually,
up.
I never said the prequels were worse. I said they were both bad in different ways.
Yeah,
No, you did.
On
On
them
the
bucket.
Dude,
As far
the
as I'm
ESAP fandom
concerned, the
still
main
hate
thing
you
that
for
makes the
saying it.
prequels, like the prequels are better because it has a coherent beginning, middle, and end that was all like at least somewhat pre-planned and a narrative
fair.
structure.
I'm not sure I would agree with that, but okay.
I mean, like,
Actually, I
but I
think
mean,
you could
compared to
defend
the
that.
fucking sequels, at least. I mean, 'cause,
I
like,
guess that's true. That's
it's
true.
like a
Okay.
schizophrenic trilogy that doesn't like. It just seems like someone made it up as they went along because it pretty much was. So
Yes.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. That's
like, I don't
fair.
know. That's very
True.
goofy to me.
Every
Anyway.
movie is a reaction to the previous movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
what
not-
everyone said about the
with
previous
like
movie.
dueling banjos with fucking billions of dollars. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I want you to know, Mauler, I sent you the picture. If you Google Ma and Bailey, okay, that shows that
Oh,
I'm
I
right.
didn't
Yeah.
know what
And you are wrong.
perineum.
No, we can
porn
talk
you
about
like.
that if you want. You're wrong.
So
PSA.
to answer you on the perineum
Sitch.
thing, that was actually a super chat that somebody, and our editor edited out the super chat so you wouldn't have known the context because
Sounds like I'm just talking about perineums for no reason.
yes.
All right. Well,
Wait, did you
thanks for
actually
having
send me a
on, you
DM?
guys.
Because I didn't get it. Or was that just a
Yeah, that
yeah,
was
I did-
another
I-
thing.
no, I did send you that.
Okay.
I can even, I'm looking at it right here in my.
I don't
phone.
have-
even
I don't
sent
have
you
it,
some
so-
other stuff as well. Like just like when I was watching you guys, I sent you the. You asked like if I would send you the fascist
Yeah.
tendencies that I saw
Yes.
in myself, and I did. But
Okay, so for
But I already
you
went over
must
that
be
with you
flagged
on
by
the
Twitter
stream,
because
so.
it's not showing up in my DMs at all.
sometimes like shit can go in like other little stupid inboxes and shit. So it's
Okay.
probably just some-
Sitch doesn't
something like
want to scroll down all the way to the bottom because
It's like,
he's
oh, I
being,
don't feel like
he's
I can
being
be
a
asked.
little
Oh, here we go. I
fucking-
got to the bottom. Show
he's being a
additional
little
messages,
fucking
including
bitch.
those that may
Yeah.
contain.
You
Oh,
can
you're
just
right.
click the gear on the fucking.
There it
thing
is. Twitter
All
labels
right.
you as offensive content.
Oh no.
So there you go. Oh wow, there's a bunch of
Could be
DMs here I
worse.
wish I probably had never seen before.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah, I'll come back on if you guys want. But
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna go for now.
Take care,
Awesome.
man.
Thanks
Thanks for
Enjoy
coming
your
on.
spaghetti that we
Good stuff,
never
man.
saw.
I actually usually just have a random word or phrase that I just like say compulsively for no reason. Spaghetti just happens to be it for the moment.
Okay, that's good.
So there was no spaghetti?
There was
Sorry.
that
There
was
was no
hyperbolic.
spaghetti.
There never was. I should become the victim of my own ministry of truth.
Mop
Yes.
and
My
bucket
deceit.
once again.
He used the meatball spaghetti defense.
I think the
Mhm.
15% in favor of slavery kind of makes you a victim of your own ministry of truth. But I mean, we'll talk about that next time you come
well,
on.
we can extrapolate that next time you bring me on.
Yeah. Take care, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Dude, that Adam, what you just said was like the Marvel clip at the end of the film after the credits. It's just like,
I was thinking it the whole time. I'm like, where'd the ministry of truth go? Jeez. Like,
No, I agree with that. The bring back slavery thing. Talking about slavery is just absurd. This constant obsession that we have with it. But
well, I think
yeah,
his whole point is that that's the thing that's going on in the back of their minds. It's not something that they're talking about like as legit policy. He's trying to say that there's people that believe in it, but I don't know about 15%.
no, he said people talked about it. First
Yeah,
of all,
but, like-
15% of white people in the South didn't never even own slaves. It was a lower percentage than that.
That doesn't
So-
mean they don't want it back. okay?
More people want to bring it
I-
back than actually own. Fuck.
Yeah, listen. They think the blacks are uppity now, Sean. You don't understand.
yeah, that's their whole argument.
Well, whatever. I don't want to rehash the argument now that
I would
let's
think
move on
that
to
the racists wouldn't even want to deal with the minorities, much less have to feed them and house them. Isn't that the whole problem?
You think they would want to be the Richard Spencer, get them out of the country, sort of?
Isn't Richard Spencer like more on the left now?
Is he? I don't know. I doubt
He's
it.
a regular Biden voter. Come on.
He's-
Yeah, that's what
gonna
he
vote Biden.
says. I think it's like performance art at this point, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
I assume so.
Who
Did
knows?
Richard Spencer renounce his?
I mean, I
nationalism?
think you can make that argument with Milo. I'm not sure you can make it with Richard Spencer, but we had
What,
Stardust.
Milo
on.
totally came out as gay. I'm sorry, as straight. That's reasonable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
exactly.
he seems straight. Stardust. We had Stardust on our show, and she has interviewed Richard Spencer like multiple times. So, and her audience always gives her a hard time, but she's trying to do a full like Daryl Davis. She's like, "Look, I'm a woman of color, and I'm cool."
Oh, you want to know something wild? I talked to him in a Twitter space. Like
You
he was
did?
on there.
Really?
Yeah. And
Fascinating.
like people were talking about like Ukraine and and all that stuff and like getting rid of NATO and Richard Spencer, who you would expect to be,
Oh, I thought you meant Daryl Davis.
Oh no, I meant Richard Spencer.
Oh, okay.
I talked to Daryl Davis at that Minds event that thing that they did in New York.
Right.
But they were talking about all that, and Richard was actually on the correct side of those issues. Like he was like, no, he's like, this is nonsense that you're trying to destroy NATO and all that. Like, so I'm just curious if he's had like a more public evolution than just that.
Interesting. I don't know. Maybe.
So can I talk about how you're wrong now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Adam, I sent you the picture.
The Mott and Bailey. I brought the Mott and Bailey up during the conversation, and I just like you're kind of playing it out wrong. But the Mott is like the castle, and the Bailey is the place where all the animals are.
No. Okay, wait. Let me start really early on. Okay, so it got brought up because TJ was basically saying like they hold the position of we're just trying to save lives when in reality they just want to control women, right? That's what he was saying. So I think the most applicable, easy way to consume that is mask on, mask off, like the reality behind what they're actually saying. Well, you said it was like a Mott and Bailey, which to me, I've always known Mott and Bailey to mean you project a particular position real loud to everyone, looking for people to come and get you. And then as soon as they come in, you retreat back to your Bailey and be like, no, this is actually my argument. And it's like a much more chill and harder to beat argument, which I don't think is what TJ was describing.
The Bailey is a bold, controversial claim.
Yes.
And the Mott
for
is
example,
the obvious,
if I said,
uncontroversial statement.
If I said, the prequels are fucking incredible, and then Sitch bursts into my castle,
what?
my Bailey,
How
and then
dare
I run back,
you?
You run to your
back to my Mott, and I go, whoa. All I'm saying is the prequels are better than the sequels, dude.
That's what he did, though. He was like, he's in favor of speech controls, and then he was like, oh, no, I'm just like you guys with the speech controls.
Yeah, I just want the truth.
I'm not saying that's not what he did. I'm saying that he was talking about Republicans that say...
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, you could be... Well, first of all, you were wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Originally you were wrong. Okay, but...
What do you mean originally?
Well, you were saying that I was getting Mott and Bailey reversed, which is not true. I had them correct. Okay, but this second argument that you're making, hold on, this argument you're making now, I will agree with you that yes, it would probably be more specifically, precisely accurate to say it's more of a mask on, mask off argument. Yeah.
No, it is mask on, mask off. That's the reason why I said you could have reversed it is because the controversial, bold claim isn't it's not like the Republicans are saying, we want to control women. And then TJ bursts into their room and then they go, whoa. We're looking after children, okay?
No, but I understand what you're saying. What you're laying out is you're saying that Mott and Bailey is when someone starts by making the bold claim, and then once you attack them, they retreat to the more safe claim.
Yeah, the reason why I said reverse is because it sounded to me like your understanding was that we're gunning for their defend children claim.
But I understand what you're saying. I understand where your confusion. Yeah, right. It works in practice in both ways. The way that you're talking about, this happens, but it also happens in the reverse.
Wait, I got a question that's really important. So when you say mask on, mask off, is this like a KN95 or an N95 or is this outside, inside?
Yeah, how good is this mask, Mauler?
If you've seen any of my pictures, it's one of those ones. I don't know what they're called.
Right.
But,
gas
mask. They're real fucking good. These ones are high tech. Right. They can they do the thing that Iron Man's helmet does.
Do you have to change the filters or what?
No, it's self-cleaning, all of it.
Wow, okay.
What if you sneeze in there?
Put in like a laser room to clean.
Are all the things made in America?
Oh,
they're made of nanobots that consume each other and repeat existence. It's a crazy technology.
Oh, so you never have to take it off.
No, you don't have to do anything. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah, but is it made in America or China?
I just want to say, before anyone says anything like, oh, you're lying, I'm being hyperbolic. So
well,
I wouldn't want you to.
That makes everything okay.
Right.
Oh, Adam, I wasn't trying to change the subject. I was trying to get him. I was trying to pin him down on a specific thing.
Yeah, I felt like you were changing the subject a little bit, but
I was using examples.
I feel like the fire from his video was completely gone in the conversation.
Yes.
It felt like he felt like he was a lot more correct in the video than he felt like he was willing to put forth here.
I mean,
I don't mean that to be too critical.
It's like a 4-on-1. I don't. It's like I commend him for even coming in here.
Destiny, when he gets like he thinks he's right and he's against more and more and more people, he'll just get even louder and quicker.
Yeah, but that's rare.
Yes, and not helpful.
I was gonna bring up the example. I was gonna bring up the example of Lysenkoism eventually, if you let me walk him there, because that is where like the authority is declaring.
Right.
Yeah, but
well, it's just it was obviously I was trying to also avoid like the 4-on-1 type situation. So
well, no, I guess what I'm trying to imply is the guy in the video. I wonder if he wasn't actually that angry at the positions. It was just more so the vibe. Like when he was saying he was upset when he got compared to Vorsh as a clone or whatever, or when he felt like this, that, and the other. Like it seemed to me that the anger was coming more so from different like detections of vibes as opposed to specific disagreements with arguments that were fully understood. You know.
Well, I think there's an issue with how like people will like behave differently on Twitter than they will when you talk to them. They'll generally be more angry or more dismissive or whatever. Like people cultivate an attitude around the platform. And I think that happens very often with YouTubers, especially, YouTubers that are just talking to a camera. They kind of cultivate an attitude or a persona. And I think there's a danger with a lot of YouTubers where that persona and attitude actually overshadows whatever the message that they're trying to get across is. And that's why I said to him, the message in his video and the message that he said here are just so wildly different. They don't even seem to come from the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch his video, so I couldn't really like help you guys out with that.
That's fine.
And also, like, Adam was like mopping bucketing me the whole time.
That's true.
He was trying to. What does that even
throw
mean?
out the mop while I was trying to go for the bucket.
You know what it means, Adam.
Mop and bucket?
Yeah, you kept mop and bucketing him.
No, you guys are making this shit up.
Listen, Sean is a friend of the show with an open invitation. You're not allowed to mop at him, okay?
Well, I've made this mistake before, and I kind of felt like Sean was doing the same thing. Like Sitch will be going down a train of argument that's like leading to something, and I'll just jump in to make casual jokes and stuff like that. And the next thing you know, like we're never to the place Sitch is trying to take them. So I felt a little bit like Sean was doing that same exact thing, and I'm like, "You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing."
I see.
Yeah.
No, you were mop and bucketing me the whole time, Adam. I felt like you were
stop
doing
with the mop and bucket thing. Okay.
So
this is
Mauler
meaningless.
Mauler felt that we were mop and bucketing Destiny in the conversation about the Star Wars sequels prequels. So are you guys gonna have a rematch on this channel?
Maybe we can
what?
Maybe we can have it happen on Tuesday. I'm not sure because
you said that in the conversation you felt that we kept giving Destiny outs in the Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah, all of you let him escape. Dude, look at the comment section.
I know.
Right. So what I was saying,
every time I came close to locking him down, you guys gave him an out.
Yes.
I
agree.
So frustrated.
So you guys should have a rematch here.
Well, I mean, if you guys want to set that up, I would happily do that.
Okay.
Well, it might happen it could potentially happen.
Someone
on
said
Tuesday.
he's not going to be around on Tuesday, so I don't think.
Who said that?
Someone said he's traveling Tuesday.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I'm actually fine. Like Adam, it's your show, right, and all that. I'm fine with that.
Sean,
I was gonna say that
if I'm not gonna apologize to you, okay?
No.
Like trying to suck up to me, okay?
No. It's your show. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm
but
not.
Like,
I
will. I
did nothing wrong, Sean. Okay.
No, it's fine. But what I was gonna say is that what I was doing wouldn't have worked anyway.
Right.
Because when I asked him the homeless question, like he didn't give a direct answer. And then I asked him another question, like with the same basic premise. It was about if we had the social programs that he's advocating for, would he change his position on pro-life, pro-choice? Like he said he'd have to think about it, which is fine. I'm not going to yell at him for that, but it was like not a direct answer. So I wasn't going to be able to pin him down anyway. He was actively avoiding that, which, good
most
for him.
people do, obviously. Like they don't want to get pinned down because they sense dangers coming. Yeah.
Yeah, but usually you either get the you get the weird Vosh situation a lot of times where Vosh will either bite the bullet and take crazy positions. You're like, I don't know if you actually believe that, just to fit the analogy, or they'll just try to say that the analogy doesn't work.
I was actually,
Some guys saying I was horrible versus Destiny on the Lord of the Rings debate. Listen,
You were doing the
Lauren.
same thing on the Lord of the Rings.
Wait, you had a Lord of the Rings debate?
Yeah. First of all, I got messaged by her to come on her stream and talk about the Lord of the Rings trailer as a topic with this story out of Minneapolis with the woman and a bunch of other things. I got told same day that we had to argue about Lord of the Rings. I say in every one of my videos, I don't read these books or anything like that, but I stand by my position that white elves or all black elves. You can't have a mixed elves.
You racist.
Why?
Wait, so what were the two main positions in whatever was being discussed?
We were just talking about like wokeness in media, and honestly, it wasn't like a real debate because it wasn't like a real definitions or anything like that. If you enjoyed the stream, then you enjoyed it. If not, who cares?
Well, also, I mean, it's not even out yet. So how can anyone judge whether it's woke or not?
But Sitch, you serious?
I am serious. You could look at the trailer. Trailers can be crafted to put a message out, and then you see it and you're like, oh, it's not really what it is.
Sure.
Okay.
Like, when you combo up.
Listen, okay, Mauler's over here. He's in the room. He's listening to the woke elves, and he's like, I'm going to make broad statements about wokeness.
I didn't say anything.
And bringing back slavery for elves because I heard 10%.
I didn't say nothing was woke yet.
And I'm like, I just want to. I'll watch the show first and then make a judgment.
The problem with the debate Gary over here. The problem with the debate is that like wokeness is a very nebulous term. So we are essentially arguing about bad writing, and if bad writing is intentional because they're trying to presuppose politics over the actual, over actually making it good, or if these are just hack writers using this as like, a crutch.
Right. If they could make it good and woke, they would. But woke is constraining the goodness of it.
Well, there's plenty of art with left-wing messages that is actually really good.
Yes, I agree. Sitch has a great video on Into the Spider-Verse versus...
But Into the Spider-Verse doesn't have a left-wing message, really. It has an apolitical message.
Right. Well, it does. I mean, it's got a lot of diversity on the screen and stuff. I mean,
yeah, but the diversity in and of itself isn't like necessarily a political message.
Yeah, and sometimes diversity can make a story better. Like you guys have seen.
I was about to say, it's like the implication then that like something like, I don't know, Predator 2 is a diverse left-wing film because of the fact of the main character.
Because Glover's in it instead of Arnold.
Yeah, it would just be like, nah, fuck that. Diversity isn't an indicator of a left-wing story. That doesn't really.
But you guys have seen that Spider-Man Homecoming movie, right?
Yeah.
So like obviously New York is more diverse, so making a more diverse cast makes sense. But tell me that twist isn't aided by the fact that the cast is diverse. The Michael Keaton reveal.
I mean, yeah, it is. Well, yeah, it does make it more surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. Like sometimes you could work it in well.
That's true. And with Into the Spider-Verse, Miles, I mean, it was based off of a comic character who was black. It's not like they didn't feel like they were shoehorning him in, just to meet a quota or something. I mean, I guess you can maybe argue that the original character was to some extent, but that was it's decided 10, 15 years ago.
Well, the original character is based on a Donald Glover campaign to play Spider-Man in the Andrew Garfield movies before that movie was cast.
Is that true?
So yeah, so he started a whole like meme culture of like him as Spider-Man because Donald Glover loves Spider-Man,
right?
And he didn't get the role, but they decided, there's all this demand online for this guy to play Spider-Man. Why don't we make a Spider-Man that kind of he actually looks like Donald Glover, especially when he's that young, and see what happens.
I didn't know. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, that's
funny because the Donald Glover. The Donald Glover thing really, to me, shows how much wokeness makes everything worse. Because when people were pushing for him to be Spider-Man, it was like kind of pre-woke culture war shit, and no one really cared that he was not white. That wasn't even white.
Stan Lee cared. It's actually in the contract that Peter Parker Spider-Man is a straight white male.
Oh, well,
no, he didn't.
I'm not joking about that. That's real.
That's interesting, but I mean, the population didn't care. Like, there wasn't a bunch of nerds like,
Spider-Man.
You can't have a black Spider-Man.
There's a talk of Stan Lee talking about how he made Spider-Man so none of his skin showed. So you could imagine it was any race under there. Like
Right, but we're talking Peter Parker, and there's actually a great comic book Spider-Man where like Spider-Man's costume gets torn, and like a little
Right.
black kid always imagined him as a black guy, and then he saw his skin and was like surprised by it.
Right.
And like, yeah, that is the point. One of the reasons why Spider-Man is so popular is because he had the what you call it, the costume that covered everything.
But
And
I
his
guess you're
costume
right.
is
You know his
timeless.
secret identity, so you're like, you know, it's a white dude in there. Interesting.
And his
Well, maybe
costume is
he's like,
timeless.
maybe he's transracial, and when
Well-
he puts a costume on, he becomes like a different race.
Some aspects of the costume are timeless. I don't know, those web armpit things are.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. That's an but I'm just saying, if you look at the costume, like,
Sure.
it's nice. Like, you go look at the Batman original costume with the purple gloves and all that. If you put a lot of that on the screen today, people would be like, "Gay."
Yeah,
Right.
of course.
That's a good point. Though, I mean, the Batman costume was way earlier, wasn't it? Like the 30s or 40s. But
I'm wondering if I'm going to get to eat today.
look at this guy.
Someday, I don't know.
Oh, I don't want to talk about interesting things on stream. I want to.
Yeah, you almost cut the conversation with TJ short just because you couldn't tell interesting things were happening.
Oh.
What? It was on for like a good 2 hours.
I don't want to talk about Spider-Man's costume.
It was great.
Me.
Look at
You guys
you.
are
I mean, I
nerds.
can go get something to eat. You guys can go. I mean, we have another hour and a half on the clock. You guys want to just?
Well, I was actually interested to talk to you guys
No
about
shit.
the part of the conversation where he was talking about how.
Wait, hold on. Some asshole in the chat said Miles Morales was created 20 years ago. You're wrong. It's 2011. It was the Glover campaign. Eat it.
Oh my god. So that Wikipedia check would just make it easy for that guy, I guess.
Wait, so that's unfortunate because I really liked Ultimate Spider-Man, and the way they killed him off kind of sucked. And if they just killed him off because some producer somewhere was like, "Hey, let's do this Donald Glover thing," like that's pretty shitty. That's actually terrible.
No. Well, they existed. They coexisted, and then they got rid of Ultimate Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and then he took over, and then they kind of folded the universes in together. I think.
No, but I mean, like, if they like them killing off Ultimate Peter was such a horrible mistake because I love that character, and Ultimate Spider-Man, in my opinion, was better than modern Spider-Man. If they killed him off just because they wanted, some producer was like, "Hey, let's try to do like a Donald Glover thing," that's pretty. In my opinion, that's pretty terrible.
2011 is not 20 years ago. Check your math.
No, it's no.
Yeah,
That's 11 years ago.
So,
Somebody just said black people were created in 2012.
There you go.
So what I was going to say was when we were talking about how the system for deciding what should be curtailed and not could easily go down many bad roads, like the standard argument in response to that. It was like super frustrating when he just said like, "Oh yeah, okay, so because that system could be bad, I guess we'll just give up. We can't do any system because it could all be corrupted. Oh
Right.
well, nothing means anything." When I thought that was a really weird thing to almost pivot to when like our whole I assume even the four of us would be like we would consider our position to be the opposite, where it's like no. It would be giving up to just silence anything and everything you're worried about. It's not giving up when you're like, that thing is untrue. I'm going to tell people why.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be giving up to go in one extreme or the other, to just say we can't figure anything out, or we have to have a complete lockdown. And
well, yeah,
I would say that this is why I said that I think free speech is the police tool that kind of keeps the institutions in line. And I think he would have a far better argument if his position was we need to fix the institutions and the trust in them first, and then maybe you implement whatever speech lockdowns he wants to implement. He's kind of doing it backwards.
You have like all of us in a room and we put on the floor like freedom of speech full, and everyone's like thumbs up, yeah, we got that, but and then we all agree we need a bit more though, and then we put down, let's just call it TOS for now, and just like, yeah, we all agree with that, okay, cool. And then someone puts down calls to violence, you're like, yeah, okay, cool, we're all on agreement on that as well. And then someone in the room puts down misinformation, and it's like, well, I mean, what does that mean? Like, I think this legit, that's the huge issue. And you can't be avoided to the point where I think we all have to just like, it has to be rolled back again, being like, no, we can't. Like, but because it's getting a little bit more and more disturbing over time on the internet, the amount of things that can be banned and what it can mean in terms of knock-on effects. And I just opt for safety and security of like, the less banning we do, the better. Because it can get real bad at some point.
No, I mean, I agree completely. And that's why I was surprised to hear him say that he wants to err on the side of caution, because that's not, in my opinion, that's not what comes across in his video at all. And if he had said that, we wouldn't have even covered his video.
Look, I mean, we also have to factor in that, you know, like these guys are obsessed. I'm talking about these like lefties. I know he doesn't like being compared to Vosh, but you know, fellow traveler and all that. Like, so they'll be more outrageous in their own content, and then they'll like tone it down for like a, you know, like a more like a better presentation to a newer audience.
That legit is the Martin Bailey thing.
So, you know, like that could be what we were experiencing. Maybe, you know, his just, and you know, he also does like very hyped up content. That's his shtick, and you can't keep that same energy in a video on stream. Like for a long time.
Right. And that could be the case, but then I think he's in a danger zone, if you will, where the hype is basically consumed whatever his original message is. His original message doesn't exist anymore. It's just the hype. And with Vosh will definitely, like, if he's on Tim Pool, you know, he'll downplay his rhetoric or he'll try to act more, you know, tame or meek, but his position doesn't change. He's just trying to put like a bow tie on it.
Well, didn't he at one point describe Republicans as all demons or whatever?
Yes, he did.
And so, like, if you said, like, yeah, that's hyperbole, I'd be like, it's too late, though. That's, yeah, hyperbole pushed you across a particular line. And obviously, when I say he, I mean Vosh, not TJ.
Right. Well, and it's kind of, and there's always...
I don't even know if Vosh would say that's hyperbole. He might just say that's true.
Well, I mean, he doesn't literally believe that they're like demonic entities, obviously.
No, true in the sense of a demon, in this case, being a person that is very evil.
Right. Well, I mean, this is, you know, we talked to this guy named Christian who runs an MNT podcast, and he's another proto-American, and he kind of gave us the same argument where he was like, well, America's a far right country because you took away a woman's right to choose. And this is the kind of the problem with saying like, oh, it's hyperbolic. It's like, well, people consume the hyperbolic argument and they think it's true. I hear from so many people on the left, they think, oh, people on the right just want to control women's bodies. Or at least they say that's what they believe. I don't know, maybe in their heart of hearts they understand it's a more nuanced thing, but that's not what they publicly say.
You know, I wish Adam would have let me go after the viability question, because the point I was trying to drive at is that the standard that's becoming closer and closer to conception due to technology, and it varies throughout the country. So the idea that you'd like bequeath rights onto something, you know, in New York because we got better maternity care than, let's say, in Virginia, like that makes no sense. But that was when Adam cut me off. That's when he mopped and bucketed me to the point where like I couldn't get that point out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good point. I've never thought viability made conceptual sense ever. Unless you were going to like take the babies out of the womb or something.
Well, it's also viability from, you know, 1970, like viability from 1973. Like, and that's why we have that 20 to 24 weeks, like one of the most extreme standards in the world. Like if you compared it to Europe, where, you know, you get like 10 to 12 weeks.
I think it's the same in UK, 24 weeks.
There's like, it depends on the country, like, but it, you know, it depends on this, that, and the other. But, you know, in Europe, the general thing is like 10 to 12. It seems to be where they settled on it.
Really?
That's the thing about abortion. It's had it not been for Roe versus Wade, we likely as a country would have ended up somewhere around Europe, and this wouldn't be like top 5 most divisive wedge issues in the country.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, we didn't end up with Europe in healthcare. I don't know why it would be for abortion.
Well, we would have 50 states coming to these conclusions, and it would have been settled at that level. First of all, even the fact that we use trimesters is kind of ridiculous, because that's a term invented by lawyers for arguing abortion at the Supreme Court.
Oh, really? That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean,
I didn't know that.
It means nothing medical.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Something else I wanted to mention, I was thinking about, was the whole point I was trying to, because like at one point he said like his goal is to get his audience aware and activated on this cause with a bit of hyperbole, meaning of course the bunch of bad people over there, I'm just going to say they're all bad, and what they're doing in a hyperbolic sense, i.e. they want to control women, so that my audience get into the idea that, yeah, they're in trouble. And it's like, there's some logic there. But the thing is, when you, let's just say, have a little house and there are 4 literal demons running around going, blah, blah, and Sitch, you're also in there in the basement. You're like, ah. And then I say that house is just filled with fucking demons. It's like, oh, but that's not really true. And I'm like, no, I know, but I need the people over here to be ready to burn that whole place down. It's like, yeah, but you don't want to burn the whole place down. There's a guy in there.
Right,
like,
right.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. And then the fundamental of like, it's implying that the audience can't get activated enough if I just said it's mostly demons in there.
So, like, what you're saying is that, like, if I say hyperbolically, every time Chinese people build a wall, Mongolians knock it down, but like, there's like walls built by Chinese people that don't get knocked down by Mongolians, then that's being too hyperbolic. Even though, like, the point I'm trying to make is that Chinese people always got to watch out for Mongolians.
It's less about the hyperbole and more about if your goal is to get the audience motivated to do something. I don't see why it's not enough to simply say there are Republicans who are trying to control women's bodies and that they are a part of the team over there and that we need to fight to sort of stop it in terms of voting and arguing.
But I think that TJ's point is that unless you tell them, hey, look, every time you build a wall, the Mongolians are going to knock it down, then it's not going to have the same sense of urgency where it's like, oh, you know, Mongolians may or may not knock down this wall based on their past history.
And so what happens then, if you take that argument and just believe it, but yeah, that's probably true, whatever, let's go with it, then everyone's doing it, and then everyone is looking at those people doing it and saying, look, they're lying, and so they're even worse than you thought. All of them are liars. You know, like, I think it just spirals out of control the second we go. I think a little bit of hyperbole is fine when we're talking about very important, definitive characteristics of the people that we're trying to argue against in a democratic republic. Just like, yeah, a little bit of hyperbole, call them demons, I don't know.
Right. Well, I mean, I think what you're saying is true, that it very often backfires. Unfortunately, it just seems to be the way humans are wired, to kind of create these very black and white binary
I agree with that.
You know, everyone is all my enemies are doing this thing. And if you try to like put nuance into that, people just kind of go, that's not as appealing to me.
I agree with you, and I would even do it because that's one of the things he was like, oh yeah, because you guys would never do it. It's like, no, I would, but I wish that if I were faced with it, I can just go, oh yeah, it's not all, and I probably shouldn't say that.
Right.
As simple as that. Instead of feeling the need to be like, nah, it is accurate.
But well, his audience wants to believe that, though. Obviously,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If we had that level of restraint, I think a lot of things would be better, because what happens on both sides of the bubbles? You take all of the worst and craziest statements from the other side and react to those to make your base feel more galvanized, and then it just goes on and on.
It's also that, like, a lot of these populists, and TJ, he said something about, even if he would deny the label specifically, like, he leans more into the populist direction. They have to go based on the idea that they're constantly losing and that they're the only way to not lose. So a lot of like what we're being presented is like the quickest way in these people's minds to a victory, regardless of principles, because again, you're constantly losing. We hear this on the right wing and the left wing all the time. Like, we're always losing to the other side. We're getting killed, blah, blah, blah. The only thing we can do is like focus on winning and stop trying to play by the rules, because the other side doesn't play by the rules and all that. So like, that's basically what we're getting, is the, like, I don't want to lose to these darn Republicans,
right?
Like, thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, if they're cheating, I have to cheat to, you know, get to the same level that they are getting at. Okay.
Solving the world one conversation at a time.
Okay.
Which, there you go. There you go.
On that note, though, I got to go to bed. It's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, thanks for staying.
What are you talking about, Sean? You got to close this. I'm getting my second win now. We're going to go 24 hours.
I appreciate you sticking around, Sean.
I like how I'm up to 8 a.m. now. I was like, yeah.
I'm not sleeping tonight.
I would have left, but Sitch was like, oh, you're ducking the debate. So I'm like, okay, I guess I have to stay through this whole
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you stayed though?
Yeah, no, it was actually pretty fun. I won't be glad in the morning when I have to wake up early, but
oh yeah, that sucks. Thanks for coming on, Sean.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Night.
Take care.
Night, Mauler. I'm saying good night to you too, specifically.
Oh, good night, Mr. New Person I just met.
Good night. Good night, Adam.
Nighty night.
Good night, Sitch.
Good night, my love, my dear,
You say,
All
you
right.
say my Hitler?
my Hitler, my mop.
Sweet, sweet dreams, my three princes.
Sweet dreams of mopping. Okay.
Had to make it gay.
Did we? Okay, I may always get this wrong. Didn't you talk to Sargon first on our stream?
First time I talked to Sargon was I asked Rags if there was a chance I could speak to him, and it turned out Sargon watched my videos, so we just got into a call.
Oh, okay. But
Told
publicly-
you who was correct,
publicly.
Sitch. Who was right?
What about publicly?
Publicly, I think we had it on EFAB.
No, but
Yeah,
I thought you talked to him first here, then you got him AFAB.
Sitch, just misremembering history.
No, I think you're right. I think you talked to him on our stream first before you got him on AFAB.
That's so high. Where'd you get that from?
Well, that would be able to be proved, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, someone could go back. Some diligent fan can go back there. I'm just gonna say that look at us. We're bringing Mauler together with the evil right wingers in the political.
It is funny. I'm like your one really out of place guest a lot of the time. Like,
well, you're like our one consistent, non-politically oriented guest. So yeah,
I'm a fan of arguing. I'm less a fan of politics.
I
but you're a
remember
whole-
on that stream though, literally Mauler said something to Sargon to the effect of, "Oh yeah, you were supposed to come on EFAP later, but you've never responded." And Mauler was like, or Sargon was like, "Oh yeah, I can do it." So
there you go. That
obviously-
proves what I said.
Well, to be fair, we've had him on EFAP now like 11 times.
Yeah,
including all
he
the
was on EFAP a
movies.
bunch more times before he ever
Well,
came
wait.
on our show. So
No,
to clarify
no.
again,
You just
publicly he's been on like 2, but privately he's been on like 7 recorded EFAP movies that aren't out yet. So
Oh, interesting.
it could be referring to anything at that point.
Okay, I'm gonna still take credit. That's all that matters.
Mhm,
Okay,
mhm.
I'm gonna take credit for the for all of it. When you have Sean on EFAP, I'm gonna take credit.
Make Mauler more political. I mean, because this is the thing. You talk about like trying to get my positions. It's just, yeah, I like freedom of speech. That's a neat one. I'll take
Yeah,
that.
right.
why'd you duck out on our January 6th talk, Mauler? Jeez.
Yeah.
See, the funny thing about that is less that I'm like terrified of the topic, and it's more so just like all of the people here are so fucking activated that there's just no chance of like.
We got no one activated. We had to bring
really?
in, yeah. We had to bring in Joe.
I thought you like got rid of people like Aiden, didn't you? Because there was too much talking, sort of thing.
That did happen.
Yeah, that did happen, but it did after the January 6th stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like even in the Star Wars discussion, which, by the way, I should totally have pulled rank in that, shouldn't I? I should have been like, all right, everyone, you got politics for the rest of the stream. Today is my time to nerd
Star
out.
Wars is my domain.
It's actually probably better because ultimately it'd be fun to have like a one-on-one you versus Destiny on that topic. So
Well, so I don't know if you guys noticed, his whole plan in that wasn't really to talk about Star Wars. It was to throw out triggers for like everybody, and he was really
course.
successful.
Yeah,
he kept
no.
doing it, and they kept fucking stepping in the bear traps.
You're saying you're saying he was being intentionally nefarious and bad faith.
I think he was being a funny lad.
He
and
was
there
mopping, is what he was mopping, bucketing.
Oh, he was mopping everywhere, yeah. But like, what he, you know, like the anti-SJW stuff, or the Luke. I'm not even sure if he believed the stuff he said about Luke.
he believes none of it. Are you kidding me? Come on.
No, I don't know. I legit.
I think he believes it. I think he believes everything he said in that conversation.
Oh man, when you see
Sure.
him say stuff and then he does like the big smirk when he listens to people, he's like, I never know if he's doing it just because he wants to see people get angry, which is fun. I won't deny. But yeah, when you got like, you know, the mechanics of premonitions or whatever, and we're finally getting to really nitty gritty nerdy stuff, and then someone comes out with like the mythos is being besmirched. It's like, oh no, Destiny's just gonna say you're a nerd. Don't do that.
Right.
When
That's
was it, Adam? Was it you that said like you don't want to see your heroes not being heroic or something like that?
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, they turn
'Cause,
Luke
like,
into a loser. So who wants to watch
that's the
that?
thing.
Yeah.
You can like, I understand that vibe, but like that's such a useless argument to use on someone who's like, this art is challenging you and you can't accept it.
But I did fight
'Cause,
back about that because I was saying, listen, this
No, I know.
calling this art is just a stretch. Like,
Wait, you said calling it art is a stretch?
yeah, because I mean, I covered that. I said that, you know, if they were
See, I think
challenging all these, you know, expectations and all the, you know, the rigmarole that the social justice side tries to pull out on Star
I think
Wars.
Sargon does the same thing where I'm just like, do you know how off-putting that is as a statement to try and like gatekeep the
What is
category
art?
of art as opposed to just saying it's shitty art. It's badly executed art. Like calling something art does not give it some kind of huge prestige. Don't worry
Yes,
about
I
it.
agree completely. Yeah.
Art
is too subjective
Hold on,
to
where
make
are we?
that
What are we
statement, I
going
think.
here?
Well,
I
because it
mean,
sounds
do
like you're
you-
saying what
you
they're doing
can-
is not art as a way to like be critical of what they did. When I would just be like, no, it is. It's just shit.
Right. Okay. Sure. But I mean, I guess but their
Because
whole
like that's another escape hatch sort of thing for him. Because if
But
you
they're-
hear someone
but
say
they're-
like TLJ is not
they're-
art, you can just be like, oh god, you're insane.
but their whole argument rests on the fact that it is some sort of, you know, high art that is challenging your.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
see, that's where I would fight them. I wouldn't fight them on whether or not it is art. I would fight them on it being like well executed or high art. I'd just be like, no, fuck that. It's
Or
in the
just
bins.
is it an
So where would
was
you
it done
fight 'em then?
effectively? Which even I mean Destiny conceded to that. He said it, I thought he conceded that.
But
He
what?
said
Is it
people are contesting that it was not done effectively. And I said that's the problem. It was done not effectively and in a way that made no sense.
But
Oh,
isn't
that's
can't you have the argument on whether or not art is effective as in is it moving or
You can have ineffective, you can have non-effective art.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
it
say
still would be art.
So this is actually where I would have started if I had like an official debate with Destiny. Figure out what he believes makes a thing bad or good, because everybody's got different metrics for this. You guys know what mine is, I think. But
I don't
like
know what yours is.
story coherence?
yeah, just basically
Logical coherence.
continuity. The more
Yeah.
it's respected, the less respected, the more good it is, the more bad it is.
That's a pretty good criteria, I think.
Wait, your criteria is what is your criteria?
continuity. Storytelling, my criteria of how good stories are,
Right.
how well they respect continuity.
Like the fact that Luke became a completely different character is a break in continuity.
Okay, I feel like you could have I think we could have stories that are that have complete continuity and still just be like trash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
that's,
agree.
That's the point of my system. Is that I would say that so there are plenty of films I think are really, really, really good that I don't enjoy. I wouldn't call them bad because of that though.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying like, oh, this is a objectively well constructed story. I might not like it.
Yeah, because like a lot of it would devolve, right? Because if, say, for example, I fucking loved Rise of Skywalker, and you then argue to me all the things that don't make sense, I think that would
Yeah.
be totally fair. If Rise of Skywalker, however, was really well executed, like coherently,
Mhm.
and then you told me like, yeah, but I just don't fucking like. There's nothing to get gripped with. There's no complexity to the characters. There's no blah, blah,
Right.
blah. I would just keep trying to argue back to you how I felt there was. I felt that there's as soon as you can't point to anything definitive, right? Like
I
I'm trying
understand
to think
what
of.
you're saying, right.
'Cause, you know, a lot of people like say that Blade Runner is like, oh, I find Blade Runner boring. It's like,
Mhm.
well, I guess that's you can, you know, I don't know.
Well, this is like what I said. You know, I don't like Stanley Kubrick movies. I understand that I think he's an objectively good filmmaker. There's nothing for me there emotionally.
It's ridiculous. Can't believe.
So I'm not going to say he's
sacrilege.
bad because of that.
Is,
well, I think
is Stanley Kubrick high art?
I mean most people would probably
Well, if
consider
you-
him. Yes.
If you heard, he was like, he gave out like an idea of judging art based on what its purpose is and how well it achieved it. So the sequels being they're supposed to be superhero movies that entertain, and they did well in that regard. First of all, I would argue they don't do well in that regard, but
No.
secondly, I don't even know that. I think that's a terrible metric for judging whether or not a thing is any good. Like,
Well, the problem is, and I understand why you want to create like a more objective framework for this, but the problem is that when someone says something is good, really what they're saying is this movie made me feel things on an emotional level that I enjoyed.
I don't even disagree with that. I'm
Right.
trying to find out if ever they don't mean that.
But I mean, I don't think people ever don't mean that. I think that's what they always mean when they say a movie
I
is good. And then
often
they
don't
kind of
mean
try
that.
to, after the fact. Well, no, I think what happens is someone watches a movie, it makes them feel good emotionally, and then if you challenge them, they kind of after the fact try to construct an argument about why what they
Yeah.
liked is actually objectively good on top of it.
Well, that funny enough, that happened with a friend of mine. He came out of watching Interstellar, and he was like, I fucking loved it. And I was like, oh yeah, and that's fine with me. Love and hate, whatever you want. But then he said it was good, and I was like, okay, wait, why? And then he was like, well, and he listed off a whole bunch of things about the script, because he was specifically talking about the writing.
Right.
And I was like, you know, in my head, I'm like, so all of those I have references for that make them inaccurate. And I'm curious, if I was to provide those, does that then alter your conclusion? Because it sounds like your conclusion is based on these premises. So in the same way arguments work, right? That's what I'm trying to do with a lot of conversations about storytelling. The greatest example I think you can find is that Just Right argued TLJ is a well-executed story because of how coherent the narrative is. And he included stuff like Holdo not telling the plan because that makes sense. He's a mole from her point of view. She has no reason to trust him, blah, blah, blah. All these different reasons.
Right.
When he came on, we argued him out of those. And so what's the next step? It's like, so now has that changed your view on whether it's good? And I think, you know, the kind of what you're alluding to, and I think is true, is most people just be like, no, I'm just going to find something else I can defend about why it's good.
Did he capitulate or no?
I think I tried to give him an out in that stream, so I remember feeling really guilty. It's you know what I mean? Like when you corner someone.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You have empathy.
And they like they stop talking, and then they're just like, and you know, like, oh, they're trying to reformat everything now.
Right.
I don't want to just like beat him.
You have a soul, Mauler. We forget,
Sometimes.
but even Mauler has a soul. Okay.
But yeah, like, because I know that on the surface, like a lot of what people say about my approach is that, like, it would just sound absurd sometimes when it's summarized by other people. But like a lot of what I'm trying to do is in normal conversation, I just want to figure out what's going on. Because what do people describe talking? It's reverse mind reading. It's you're trying to get your ideas across to the other person's
I like that.
head.
Yeah.
I'm trying to mind read. I want to know what they think, and then I want to know if it matches my that's what I've always seen it as. We watched the same thing, we came to different conclusions. Maybe we wouldn't if we clarified what we both saw and heard.
Maybe maybe people would have more I don't know, benefit if, like, someone says, oh, this is a good movie. Maybe the next question should be, well, are you saying that you liked it or that you think it was a well-constructed cinematic experience? Right, because those are two different.
No, yeah, you're right. Because I fucking hate it when it's like, no, I'm saying it's well written, and you go, why? And then you go, oh, but because that plan from Holdo was blah blah blah, and then you go, well, it wasn't. And then they go, no, I felt it was.
Yeah, exactly.
When,
like,
when
well,
you have
what
that,
exactly
it's like that doesn't make any sense at all. What do you mean you felt it was well executed? That, and then they're like, it's my opinion, man. It's like, no, that's you've cheated.
Well, it's just. I mean, you know, most people do not conceive of things in this fashion. They just say, "Oh, I like that movie, so it must be good," and that's really the end of the thought process.
What I'm talking about will often happen with people who are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you getting so like into a movie discussion?" I'm just like,
yes,
I wish you were used to this. You wouldn't come across as so alien to you.
Oh, I mean, I'm used to this. I
meant you in the hypothetical, because of course,
right. But, I mean, that's why I think that's why I am. I mean, I'm a big nerd who used to read. You know, people have internet forum debates between Goku and Superman. So I'm very used to nerds arguing about like completely useless bullshit for hours.
Oh, you know what one I always reference in real, because I got into a big forum discussion about this. Master Chief versus the Big Daddy.
Oh, okay.
And it was
that's
like
it
was the Alpha Daddy from Bioshock 2, so he has all the plasmids. And a lot of people were like, "It's gotta be Master Chief." It's like, I don't know, man. The Alpha Big Daddy's got I don't know, and there was loads of really good, like, I was thinking of hosting an EFAB of that one day. Like, everyone brings or we set up a tournament, and then you'll be given you'll be assigned a person to defend in the bouts. But I was wondering if that would be too nerdy.
Wait, so people, they don't get to choose? They're just assigned like a person?
Yeah, but there's probably a couple of formats you could do to try and make it fair. But the idea being, of course, that I wouldn't want, if I threw like a bunch of Master Chief level characters and then like a god-like characters, like whoever gets the god one's just going to win then.
They'd have to be of somewhat equal power level, obviously.
Yeah, and then...
That's an interesting idea. I like that. It's super nerdy, but I think that could be fun.
The only problem is I was thinking the only way to win it would be like do a poll at the end, and then it would be like, well, then it's just going to be whichever character's popular, isn't it?
Right.
The tournament I'm talking about, by the way, the one that had Master Chief, Big Daddy, it had fucking Alex Mercer from Prototype. He's like a
How the fuck does he not just win?
Yeah, so do you know who won that tournament? And it was a fight to the death in like a neutral environment. It was fucking Ezio Auditore.
Wait, what was this on? It's like the dumbest fucking thing ever.
That was the thing. It was a site that was trying to like have some fun talking about it, but if
Right.
everyone ended up just voting for like, oh
For
no,
who they
Ezio's just
like,
an
right.
awesome character, and it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mercer just wins everything, and that's
Yeah,
the,
that's what
that's
I
the
remember
lineup.
arguing that. I was like, there's no point in this because
He
he's just gonna
eats
kill
everybody.
everything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But they were like, no, it's interesting to see the individual battles, and then Ezio wins.
Listen, Ezio's gonna listen. Alex Mercer is gonna be body slamming a grandma off the Empire State Building, and then Ezio's gonna sneak up behind him and stab him in the throat with special anti whatever he is poison and take him out.
Also, I can clarify that on that stream that we had. I was like baffled when we were bringing up the choreography comparison. What were you trying to say about the sequels versus the prequels for choreography?
I don't even remember. What was it?
Because basically, Destiny was like choreography's better in the sequels, which is blowing my fucking mind because it's like horrible. And then he was talking about how it's like the entertainment factor, and then I was just like, yeah, the prequels win for entertainment factor for fights. And then he was like, "You insane!" Like because there's a floated idea by RLM that I really just don't think is accurate. That the prequel fights are devoid of emotion to the point that you just wouldn't enjoy them. They're bland and meh and like sterilized.
I mean, that's my
dances.
experience with the prequel fights for the most part.
That would be that's I believe that's his experience of it too. But I believe a lot of people have adopted it now without like being able to argue it very well. It's like, so what are you saying, that like there's nothing because like obviously I can argue what's going on with the characters in every one of the fights in the prequels,
right?
Even if I'm not invested in it.
And I don't know, maybe you have to do a side by side. I don't know if it's perceptual or actually happens. In my memory, the prequel fights seem way longer than any fight in the sequel.
They probably are, but then I
think that's the issue,
saying, yeah, but so this is the thing. If we broke it up into components, like character motivations and what the fight's results mean, we'd also have to at least consider the component of choreography. And the prequels just dominate. They beat like they're the best in the lot, all of the saga. And that's not something, I've got plenty of criticisms of the prequels, but like if you look at the way they were constructed, a lot of the sword fights, they're impressive, while the sequels are like embarrassing.
Right. So I think I would assume with Destiny, and maybe I don't remember what I said in that conversation, but I would assume that there's some sort of Sitch's law argument about how we're defining choreography, because if you're defining it like strictly just like the way in which guys hit sticks at each other, the lightsaber fights, then I would agree with you. The prequels obviously have the best stick smacking. But in terms of how that choreography is leveraged in a fight to create an emotional experience, I would say the prequels are one of the worst, if not the worst, in doing that. Just because the fights just go on for so long, they just zone out completely.
Yeah. See, this is where I would actually argue you just went from objective to subjective, because I don't know.
Of course, but that's what we're talking. I mean, it has to be.
So
There's
all I've
some
got to do then is just
here.
be like, oh yeah, well, I felt more emotionally invested in the prequel fights than I did the sequel ones, so now what?
No, but like, and I think this actually came up, I'm trying to remember, because I think this came up too in the last sequel movie. The fight between Kylo and Rey, didn't that just go on for like ever when they're fighting on the Death Star?
To be I agree with you. It was a long one, but that's not the reason why it put me off. I fucking hated.
Well, I mean, look, there's lots of reasons why that put you off. I'm just like, I'm just saying that the red letter media argument was that they had two positions. One was that the fights go on for so long that the emotional impact that occurs originally in the fight is basically lost on most viewers, which I think is true.
Yeah, see, I already stopped you there. So like, what are we basing that on?
I don't just how people intuitively feel about it, I guess.
Okay, so what I think happened there is that it's an experience felt by people and people that they talk to friends with, but like widely, I think is also what I wanted. I don't know how I would tell you a percentage of audience members who were emotionally invested in that Darth Maul fight versus not.
I was in the South Mauler and I was talking to people about the Star
Dude, you're just being hyperbolic.
And at least 50% of them told me that they thought it was boring because it went on too long.
And that's why when I brought it out, and I was surprised I got pushback for it, the Darth Maul fight is often cited by many Star Wars fans as like one of the best fights in the saga. Now, you can tear it apart for being like, who cares? Darth Maul's just bad guy. And
well, that's part of the fight too, in people's minds.
Yeah, but all they have to argue back to you is, what do you mean? He is a Sith. His motivation is to kill the Jedi. They have to stop him. And Qui-Gon dying changes Anakin's fate forever. There are so many arguments I can make for the emotional investment, but I don't want to. I just want to talk about the things that are
but like
grounded.
but like, okay, for example, and this is sort of the red letter media argument. They're like, oh, people enjoy, the Luke in his first confrontation with Darth Vader fight. There's so much going on in that fight that resonates with the audience on an emotional level.
Of course.
Even though the fight itself, I mean, the choreography is very simplistic. I mean, they barely even hit sticks at each other.
I like the choreography in the Bespin fight. I think it's okay.
No, it is good, but I'm saying like it's not like complicated. It's not like the Darth Maul fight. The choreography is super complicated. They're doing all sorts of crazy maneuvers and flipping the swords around, doing all sorts of crazy shit. In the Luke, Darth fight, it's very tame considered, comparative to that, right? Like the way that they're, Luke isn't doing backflips and smacking his lightsaber around at Darth Vader.
True,
like that.
But I would argue that is narratively suitable in both instances.
Oh no, it is. But what I mean is, so when you say like the choreography is better, I think people generally read that as like the complexity. The choreography in the prequel fights was way more complex and harder to pull off. And I think that's what people are reading when you say the choreography is better in the prequel fights.
I wouldn't actually want to claim the choreography in the prequels is just outright better than the OT. I'd want to talk for a while about how we would be doing it, but I think it's so obviously better than the sequel ones, because I don't, whatever criticism you have of the prequels being the emotional investment one, I would be like, surely that's fucking tenfold in the sequels. Like, who the fuck's invested in the Kylo Rey fight by the time you hit the third film?
I mean, I guess that's true. It's just, I think what people are reacting to, and I think this is what I said to Destiny, he agreed with, is that in the prequels, the acting is so stilted, it's very hard for people to connect to. And as bad as the sequels were, the acting was not stilted in that same respect, even if it was bad acting.
What if you were told by like a crazy wizard who always tells the truth that yes, the acting is stilted, like objectively, definitively is, but 99% of all viewers were emotionally switched on and engaged with it?
Well, I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that you keep appealing to people's emotional reactions when, for all we know, the numbers could be anywhere.
Of course, but this is why I said you could be right when you say choreography, okay, and you're just talking about the way in which people hit sticks with each other. I agree with you completely. The prequels has the most complicated and the best stick hitting. But that's why I said I then moved into, okay, but how does that stick hitting make people feel on an emotional level, which is what the point of a movie is. Well,
I actually think that if we're going to go strictly by how it made people feel, the Rey Kylo fight at the end of Force Awakens might be the best in all of Star Wars then.
Well, because they felt good because the movie was finally over.
I would argue people felt really good about that because JJ did a fantastic job of tricking the fuck out of everybody at that point.
I don't think that's remotely true at all. People generally did not like the last. People generally didn't seem to like the last Star Wars movie.
No, not Rise of Skywalker. Force Awakens.
Oh.
So when that came out and when that final fight between them happened, I remember fucking people being blown away, loving that movie. That movie's reputation has sank the fuck out. So like this whole like appealing to an emotional reaction from the audience doesn't hold water for me.
Well, you could say, okay, so what I would say to that is you say, okay, in the final fight in the Force Awakens, I mean, I don't think the choreography was, I don't remember it enough to say. I don't remember the choreography being jarringly bad in my mind. I remember the fight being stupid, but not because of the choreography. It was just stupid, the fact that even with Kylo injured, I don't think that's a good enough excuse for Rey to be able to hold a candle to him.
Out of the entire saga, that's probably one of the better fights. The entire sequel trilogy.
I mean, I don't remember it being very complicatedly choreographed at all.
No, it's not. Like Finn and Rey are mostly hacking away at Kylo, but the problem with that fight is that Kylo doesn't defeat them easily. It's frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not a choreography question. It's just like a plot doesn't really make sense.
But the claim wasn't that choreography particularly. It was the sequel choreography overall, which everyone's thinking about the throne room fight and then everything in the Rise of Skywalker.
But see, and you have a good argument when you say, well, if you actually analyze the throne room fight, the choreography is actually really shitty. You just didn't realize it because you were kind of swept up in the moment.
Also,
right. It's the same thing with the choreography in the last fight with Rey and Kylo versus the Sith people. That's like horrific.
Yeah, no, it's almost as bad as the throne room fight. I remember watching your video on it, and I was like, oh yeah, I didn't realize
they reused footage of them attacking the same guys from different angles.
But so you're including like the emotional investment of the character stories in the umbrella term of choreography?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying, well, I'm not, but I'm saying I think when you say to other people, when you talk about it, they automatically do.
I think that's their mistake to make. Choreography is very specific.
It could be. I just think it's when you have these conversations, it's so difficult for people to separate the emotional feeling and like some objective metric about the film, because most people are not autistic robots like we are. So
I don't
you
know,
have to be
well,
like very specific maybe when you make these, you know.
I think because the OT beats out the other two trilogies for emotional investment as far as I'm concerned. And then
easily.
The prequels and the sequels, it's like this weird, because the sequels are often given, I think Destiny would say the sequels have more emotionally going on probably. And you would cite like the bad acting of the prequels and the bad, I don't know, dialogue, I think would probably be where someone might try and target them. But the sequels, like I would then counter, have just as bad, if not worse, dialogue at certain points. And then the emotional investment is fucking down the tubes as soon as you realize like a lot of the characters being assassinated, even the ones they've made themselves.
Right.
And then and then on top of that, at least the prequels have, you know, cues for the actors to hit and they're hitting them, and complex moves that represent the level of skill these characters are in universe. Meanwhile, none of that is in the sequels.
If I really think if the prequels had the exact same script, exact same dialogue, everything's the same, but you had a competent director who was directing the actors to at least behave in a way that's more normal for films, I think people would like the prequels a lot more, because I think so much of the average Joe's like response to a movie is just purely on, you know, they're not thinking deeply about it. It's just like, it's all just acting. It's all just what is the emotion the actor's conveying to me? And I'll just eat up whatever they're conveying to me. And the prequels just suffer because so much of it is the actors are conveying nothing to people, or nothing, you know, nothing like strongly that resonates with them in terms of most, you know, movie experiences.
This might be where we because I know that we're not at all the same exactly when you get down to very specifics. We broadly would have the same results from our systems though, but I would throw basically all of that out because I would consider it like data that's only going to make me biased in one direction or the other, instead of seeing the thing for what. So when you have like Anakin,
well, of course it is. Wait, that's the point. The point of acting is to make you biased. Like,
that wasn't actually my point. No.
Okay.
So so you have Anakin saying, you know, like liar. That alone is so like funny and distracting and memeable when it's like, well, what is it though? And it's like, well, Anakin is this angsty, really horribly brought up boy. Do you think that acting matches, or not acting, I shouldn't even call it, that motion, that action matches him? And it's like, I'm not sure. I've struggled with trying to argue ultimately about this in terms of like, do I think ignoring whether or not Hayden Christensen is doing that because that's the best he can do, like if we just throw all that out and it's just, that is, I saw a person do that in real life, let's just say, and they have the history Anakin does that follow? It might do. And then if it does, I probably would actually give the film points for that instead of taking it away, which is what I think.
But that it doesn't matter from, you know, whether his reaction to something is realistic or not. In terms of a movie, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, does the audience buy the acting?
I'm throwing that out, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you can't throw that out. That's a huge part of the movie experience.
I literally just did.
Well, I mean, you can, but I don't. Then you're going to be missing like 90% of the picture.
No, I got 100%. I'm looking at the movie.
You're looking at a movie without actors in it. That you're just reading a script essentially. Then at that
point. Wait. No, how audiences react to it isn't what it is.
Well, I don't know what we're talking about then.
This is such a narrow criteria, Mauler.
I've lost the thread of what we're talking about then.
It is an objective thread. Is that the entire point of it?
You can't say it's a narrow thread if Sitch doesn't even understand what I'm saying.
Well, okay, so let me back. My point was, and what I thought we were talking about, is sort of when we're comparing the prequels and the sequels, and we kind of were talking about fighting, we kind of moved off of that, is that I think the part of why people have such a difficulty accepting the prequels is entirely based on the acting. If you removed all of the writing elements and flaws and all that stuff, the acting is just so alien and stilted to people that they can't connect to it on an emotional level. where the
That's fine.
sequels, well, no, say the sequels, even if the sequels have worse writing, shittier writing, the acting still, like, people can still connect to the acting, because at least the acting in that movie is like the acting you expect in a normal movie.
That's
doesn't seem like
completely
alien.
outside of Mauler's criteria, though, because
I
Mauler's
understand it
criteria
is,
is
but
only logical.
That might be the
consistency.
problem with
Yeah.
with understanding where people
Oh
are
yeah,
coming from.
So the reason why it's outside of my criteria is we would then just move the conversation to that instead. I'd be like, let me now argue why my system is better than yours, because yours will create more problems down the line than mine will.
I'm not saying that means one's better than the other. I'm just explaining why people.
I don't know that you
but
can
that's-
argue that system is better, though. If you're going to take all
It is
other
well, I want reliable results, right? So this isn't supposed to be combative. The point, which is funny,
Be combative.
You're just
the point I'm trying to make is more so that I want the clarity of the conversation. If it came in that, like, well, yeah, but I think the fights are better in the sequels because when you got Adam Driver like aggressively trying to get them strikes in versus a Liam Neeson who's just going because he's all stoic and stuff. I'm way more emotionally invested. I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
that's because it's useless nonsense data to me, because you just have to grab the next person who says, well, no, because that matches Qui-Gon's character perfectly. So I was way more invested than seeing the whiny bitch that is Adam Driver go for the millionth time. These arguments are so individual that and have individual reactions that I want to remove when it creates like crazy variables and reduce it back down to what we can all agree on. Does
your logical consistency also apply to like character relationships and stuff?
Well, see, that's where I think it gets really interesting, because a lot of people would say that if the people who say like everything's subjective would still concede, like
a mother-son relationship is different than, I mean, that's not completely subjective. Yeah.
No, so that's where I'm going, right? So like when someone says everything's subjective, and then you say, okay, but they said there was 7 bullets in the gun, he fires 9. Isn't that like a literal problem, like a hole? And then they'd be like, yeah, okay, sure, that is, but you can't say it's objective that Peter Parker was in character or out of character to jump away from the glider and let it hit Norman instead of trying to stop it or something. You'd be like, well, can't we discuss that? And then if that person will draw a line somewhere, and they'll have components that drive it and all. I would want to draw it to the point where we can always talk about character motivations, relationships, and stuff, and come to conclusions. There is gray area, of course. Like,
well, the relationships are where the gray area is.
Well, but I don't think relationships are great. Not the people that say like everything's subjective when it comes to film and art is that's a bullshit, completely bullshit.
Wait, if I can just say, so what I'm talking about when I say gray area is like if someone said Peter Parker would never execute a villain, I'd be like, I think we can get him in a position where he would.
Sure, totally, yeah.
And then they go, I don't know, like if I could get them to the point of saying he maybe fires 1 bullet from that gun out of pure frustration after his whole family had fucking mutilated, and then we're trying to decide if it would be 1 or 3 or something. That's what I would call the gray area. That's how down to the details specifically, like. Broadening it out, though, I think there's lots of ways we can use references to be definitive. Like what was happening when I was talking about Luke with Destiny, sounded like Destiny was genuinely trying to invent stories that were much better and supported the journey.
That is what he was doing.
Yeah,
exactly.
I hate that.
And that's what I mean.
My wife does that all the time. It's insane.
I don't want to be like, I'm right, you're wrong, loser. I want to be like, realize what you're doing now.
Yes,
you're writing the story for them. Punish them. Don't reward them. They're making you do all the work.
Yes.
Right. But I mean, that's exactly, thinking fast, thinking slow. They have an intuition towards something and now they're trying to defend it, rationally, even if it doesn't actually hold water. It makes sense.
Destiny's firmware is so fucking out of date to the point where it's like the prequels are the worst thing that happened to Star Wars. We know that. We've always known that. We know that. Sequels happen. You remember TJ even said, like, just because the sequels are so shit doesn't mean the prequels are good or anything. And it's like,
that's
a
true statement. Right.
No, and that's the Chad take, all right? Don't let the sequels define how good the prequels are. That's a different debate. Stay away.
It does feel like that a lot of people have done that, though.
I think that's fair. I'm not going to push back against that. Plenty of people probably have done that.
And well, to go to the subjective thing really quick, it's the problem is like obviously there is, even though like the way people feel about movies is a subjective experience. There's obviously an objective quality to it, because otherwise, like if everything was just purely subjective, there wouldn't be consensus on like what's a good movie and what's a bad movie. Like there's a reason people will say like, oh, Schindler's List is a good movie, or The Shawshank Redemption is like, a movie that almost everyone likes, or something to that degree. So obviously, on an objective level, the movie is doing something. It's creating emotions or creating scenes and characters that hit people emotionally in a way that is hitting people, that if you're smart enough, you could create an algorithm that could like figure out all this information, what exactly is happening in this movie, in the script. So there is an objective quality there. It's just very difficult to suss out exactly what's going on. And I mean, I understand that you kind of want to like throw away everything that you can't measure, which you can do that. But when you're talking about like how other people experience the movie, obviously they're not doing that.
Well, if the subject we're on is literally how people are emotionally reacting to a thing, that's fair. But like, I'm trying to avoid that. That's something I'd have to get ground rules out with Destiny. I'd be like, what are your metrics? And if he actually included like how much emotion it draws out of an audience, I'd just be like, we're not doing that. I'm out. Like, if you want to have that conversation, find someone else, because I don't care. Like, if this is the problem, man. Like, there's so many movies. Like BioShock Infinite, when that came out, the whole world fucking went crazy, positively wise. I've had this conversation with so many people, and then it's like,
you've had this conversation with me, so I don't know if you remember.
Well, hey, I guess it's on stream now, so it's different. Okay. But like when I shouldn't have said BioShock Infinite. I should have just said a theoretical movie or game, whatever. It goes from being like, universally praised to universally panned.
Right.
What does that mean for the metric of like how well an audience respond to it?
Right.
And it's like,
well, that's a good question, because it means, why did people like it originally, and why did people turn on it? What is actually happening there? Was it just the hype that was like pulling the wool over people's eyes?
My point was less, because you're right, that is really interesting to go over, and we would be able to with stuff like Big Lebowski and Blade Runner and stuff. But my point was more so the film is static; it never changed, and so I would rather that we're able to point out it's good or bad, and that a time of 100 years shouldn't change that at all.
Right.
But even though we'll have references like, oh, that CGI has aged or something like that, but that's like the only thing I could think of. But even then, something like the Balrog, it's like that should have gotten universal praise back then, and same now. I think there's only like one shot that's looking a bit jank, but that's about it.
Yeah, Balrog. Well, yeah, Balrog still looks great. Jurassic Park, certain movies, Gremlins, still even, for the most part, the effects look really good.
Practical effects, man.
Well, even the Balrog wasn't practical and still looked great, which is, I mean, part of that's probably just because of, a lot of it was hidden in darkness and shadow, and it looks so unearthly in the first place that it's, it's kind of
someone said, Mauler, I don't want to talk about the things that movies are designed to do. It's like, yeah, if you watch all my work, I literally don't.
Right,
like,
but
I avoid talking about how it makes an audience feel, because I feel like that's not going to be very productive. When
that's such a giant, it's baffling to me though. That's like
it's hard to talk about movies then.
Yeah, it's emotion.
And yet
pictures.
I found a way.
You did. You found.
The whole point is to be fair,
I don't not talk about it. When all the references I would give for Luke being out of character, I can sound like a pure robot doing it all, but like, what's motivating me to say all that? It's how sad I feel seeing him that way. Like,
sure.
I'm aware of like how it all works.
Well, but part of the issue is like when you say, are the prequels better than the sequels? The way that people generally interpret that is they're not interpreting it like, if I remove the way this movie makes the audience feel emotionally, which one is better? Right? That's not. No one is hearing that when you ask that question.
To be fair, like that isn't necessarily needed to be removed, because there are plenty of fucking people who are emotionally moved by the prequels.
No, I understand that, but if I would make this argument.
I was emotionally
I think that
moved
the sequels,
by the prequels, but not in a good way.
I think the sequel movies, which are an incoherent garbage mess, I think that they do better at like convincing the masses that they've experienced something deep emotionally, and so on that level are far more successful than the prequels are.
And obviously, all I would refer to then is just like, yeah, you were tricked,
right? But so if
I could see someone being like, whoa, what I felt was genuine, and I'd be like, probably not really, actually, like, because what you're going to be invested in is all stuff that you didn't.
Well, wait a minute. What they felt was genuine, but they could still be manipulated in a way that we might consider dishonest to feel that way.
Yeah, I would assume their definition of genuine includes the emotion, that what they were reacting to is the way that it is, as in like, I really cared when Han was killed, and then I'd just I'd talk to them about why. I get all the components, and then we'd start breaking apart how all of them don't stack.
All movies are works of fiction, though. I don't like they're all deceiving.
I know,
you.
but we're not obviously sure. But
basically, like what separates a good movie from a bad to me would be the fact that if I just have his Han Solo figure and chop off his head with a knife, that shouldn't give you the reaction it does seeing him get killed by his son in Force Awakens, right? And then it's like, yeah, and then you
it's
talk
a
about why
relationship.
being.
That's why I brought up
There's all kinds of
relationships.
components that you'd reference, and that's
Right.
what I want to praise is when they get those components right.
In
no, I agree completely.
But even still,
Saving
we could talk
Private
about how
Ryan,
they've.
it's a guy
That's one of the best movies ever made.
It's a guy that they let go, the guy that they showed mercy to, that comes back and fucks him up.
That's true.
It makes it mean so much more than if it's just some random fucking bad guy.
Well, yeah. So to clarify, did either of you see Stranger Things season 4?
No, I gave up on 3.
Okay, fuck it. Better example. Boromir in Lord of the Rings, right? Like I've done this on EFAB a few times, but where I'll go over exactly why just what his story is in the Lord of the Rings. I can talk about like all the connections, how broadly he's one of many characters that are going on a journey of like redemption and man's capacity for that, and what points I think Lord of the Rings is making about how we should have a bit more faith in our fellow men for coming through and stuff versus darkness, all this kind of stuff. I can like label all of that without telling you how I feel about it. I could literally end it with saying, and I hate it. But you'd never guess that from how I'm putting it all together but nobody at the same time can say I'm making any appeals to emotion.
Right.
Is that what you're worried about, making appeals to emotion? I guess because
I would hate for my arguments to rely on me saying I really like it. It makes me feel good.
Yeah, but there are criteria where you can go, I can see why people would really like this, why this would be more meaningful to people than something else.
Yeah, which I think is a different conversation. If someone said like which movie makes you, I even said it, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think I gave a 7, but like it's an 11 out of 10 for how it makes me feel.
Right. No, and that's good. It's good that you do that. I mean, that's not how most people process these kind of things. And I know, like,
enough, in my experience, they're much more on board with the framing once they understand it. Like it,
sure,
because it starts separating out the two conversations when they're constantly mixed, without people realizing it a lot of the time.
Well, it makes it easier to talk about, and it kind of, I mean, if you can do it effectively, you can get people's defenses down about it.
Yeah, because the goal, again, because a lot of people will be like, oh, you're just trying to use it to be right or whatever, right? But like it's more so just really invested in figuring out, because like you were talking about the Batman. I find that super interesting to go through in terms of that scene with the Penguin. What is he at fault for, and why did he make all the decisions he did? I wouldn't mind having that conversation literally right now, because it's what I live and breathe for. Is media.
The stream's going to end in 30 minutes or 40 minutes, so I don't know if we can have that conversation. I mean, we can try, but
we also have super chats. Like
we're not going to get the super chats tonight. We're going to have to do them all too.
We have like $100 super chats.
We'll read the $100 ones, but we're not going to. I know time wise we're not going to be able to get to
point being, if you was like going with the whole like, why does he leave the two friends he's with to struggle to get the car going, to then, if the motivation is I'm going to spook Penguin into leaving, like if Batman genuinely thought, if I just run away now, start up my car, they'll get so spooked they'll leave and stop shooting at my friends, when it's like, yeah, but dude, all the time it takes to do that, what if they're dead by then? Like, that doesn't sound like a good plan.
Is that the argument people?
I don't know. That's kind of where I was going to go with that. I don't actually know what the argument is, and then someone might say, "Yeah, but dude, that fucking scene was awesome," which is, I think, what happened when we were streaming.
Yes.
And it's just like, fuck. And to me, in a sense, I'm like, hey, you're breaking the rules. Don't appeal to emotion. Fuck off.
Right.
Like, I can just say it's boring. Let's get to the actual meat and potatoes. And then if they actually agreed and said, fine, in the framing of just meat and potatoes, yeah, okay, it doesn't work. But movies are more than that. I'd be like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever.
For me, it's like a part of the aspect, though, is being the magician. Like, what can I get away with? What? The whole idea behind this scene is, it is amazing. And can I get away with it is part of the equation.
Okay, but
comparing it to a magician. Well, hold on a second. I think comparing it to the magician is the perfect analogy, because what makes the magic trick work is that you don't see how it's done. If you can see the wires or the mirrors or whatever, the illusion loses everything behind it. And essentially,
that's a write-in?
We sort of, well, I'm equating that to writing. Is that essentially like when you look at these plot holes or things that don't make sense? Mauler is saying, "I can see the strings on that magic trick."
And
it
everyone
does
else
nothing
is
for
caught
me.
up in the magic trick.
Yeah, I
Right.
throw that out too.
But then the person, no, but this is what's happening. But then the person who doesn't see that or not looking for that, they don't see the string, and so they go, "Oh man, that car chase was awesome, though, bro."
Right, and then Sitch comes
Well, yeah,
along
so
and
the reason
totally
I'd have
fucking
to throw
ruins
this
it. He's
out-
like, "This is how they did it. They killed thousands of people."
The reason I'd have to throw this out is because I
Yes.
thought the throne room scene was fantastic the first time I watched it.
Oh no, I'm not saying you should accept it at all. You shouldn't accept it. I'm just describing the process of what's happening.
Right.
No, I mean
yeah.
because it sounded like you were saying there's a validity in talking about.
There's
the
no
magician's
validity to it
work.
whatsoever. I'm just saying that
Oh.
that's the process of what's
Wait,
happening.
wasn't Adam? Were you saying that though? That there is a validity in talking about the magician's efforts and success in tricking the audience.
Well, I do. Yeah, I do think that there's.
Yeah.
But that's what. But
I
wait,
think that's
what
part
good
of
writing
the-
is. Good
yeah.
writing is tricking you to believe to have a feeling for a fictional character.
Yeah,
Oh, I
willing
thought-
willing
what I
suspension of
thought you were
disbelief
saying-
is a trick.
What I thought you were saying is that the magician is doing really good work when the bad writing isn't noticed.
Oh no,
No, it's good writing, but the
Right, okay.
inconsistencies that are part of your criteria are not noticed.
Because I was going to say there's like the four results of this, right? You could have something that's really well written, but nobody notices it because it's too subtle, or something that's really badly written but well hidden, and so everyone thinks it's well written because they didn't notice.
I gotta go back. Does the car stall in the Batman? You've like made me question.
It doesn't stall. I don't know what's going on
stalls.
in that scene.
It totally
I
stalls.
thought he was just charging it, well not charging
No, it's
it,
the
but you know,
funniest
revving
thing
it.
in the world. He
No.
goes to like peel out, and the car stalls, and he's like, "Shit," and he like
No. See,
starts
this
it
is why
back
I don't
up
think that
again.
happened, Adam. If that was what the film was trying to convey, there would be an insert shot of Batman's face looking confused or upset. That's not what happens. He's like revving the car. He goes forward like an inch and then immediately stops.
But doesn't he restart
And you don't see
it?
any
I
of
believe
you don't
he
see any of
restarts it.
Batman's reactions, so you don't know what if this is intentional or not.
It's not intentional. It's an accident, obviously.
No,
but,
no.
I mean,
What I'm saying is,
I
if it-
totally
it-
read it, and I could be wrong, but I totally read it as, "Oh shit, he just tried to peel out and he fucking stalled."
yeah, but
And
don't
it's
you
hilarious.
wait? But you agree that if that's what the story's trying to convey effectively, you would have to have something tell you that that's what's going on. You'd have to have a cutaway of Batman looking like, "Oh shit," or like
Maybe
Catwoman like
for the-
rolling her eyes, like, "Oh, his car stalled."
Oh,
like-
that would ruin it. That would totally ruin it.
But that
maybe
doesn't.
for
When you
maybe
with
for the
nothing-
Sitches of the world, but like
No.
the
Wait,
smart.
I think he's just trying to rev the car to get everyone in the area to know, and then realize they should start running. I think that's what he's hoping for.
But why does he want the Penguin to run? It makes no sense.
To get, I need someone else to answer that question because I don't know.
I just want. I
He
also-
should just grab him. Like he's just right there.
No,
Just grab
I know
him.
you. Yeah, especially with a bulletproof suit, he can just walk into him like he does later.
Or even
but,
just hit him with your car. I don't know.
Listen,
Yeah.
Sitch, you've already
Um,
destroyed the movie. So
I just want to say, someone in chat said Mauler writing isn't the end all and be all of filmmaking. I agree.
Mhm.
Next,
I mean, that's a tough one for me. I do feel like writing is kind of.
I would say the writing is the end be all and end all of storytelling, but storytelling isn't the end all and be all of filmmaking.
I think it is,
Well-
to be honest with you.
There's more to a film's production than just storytelling.
There is more, yeah, but storytelling is the base.
Well, and also it
Sure.
depends. Every person they kind of emphasize something different in a movie. For me, and I assume for Mo as well, I do emphasize story and writing as like the primary thing that I kind of get from the movie.
Yeah, me too. Unless there's a
Andrew-
badass car chase scene.
Andrew
and
Clark
then-
for $2 says it stalled. The audience laughed. So I assume he's saying when he saw the movie, the audience laughed.
Holy shit, really?
the audience laughed with me too. My wife and I just fucking belted out laughing. It was so funny. Yeah.
I genuinely am now starting to feel like I might be insane because I thought the whole point was just that he was like, "I'm here, buddy. I'm coming.
No.
Here I come. I'm
Listen,
coming.
and
Here I come."
This crazy car chase scene is just so impossible that if you don't have the fuck ups there, he seems like invincible.
Oh, dude, I find the whole thing kind of bizarre. When you're watching it, like, the Penguin and his goons don't do a very good job of an easy kill box, the advantage they have on all three of their enemies, if you will. And then, like, there's just this awkward moment where Batman leaves and it sort of feels like everything's on pause. And then everyone collectively agrees to like drop their guns and get into their cars and start running away from Batman when they were like winning.
Here is the setup. Sorry if Mauler, I was like half paying attention to you because I was thinking about the stalling thing. No, Sitch, here is the setup for the stalling that worked for me. That is so much better than the Catwoman rolling her eyes. They show him working on the car in his bat lair. So it's like you get the idea that, okay, this is a car he just put together.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So I have the scene open. I don't think we can watch on stream without getting copyrighted. So
you pulled it up? Holy shit.
I'm looking at it.
That's a thing that you can do? What am I thinking here?
So he's revving the car and it keeps cutting to the Penguin looking like, and then it cuts back to the car revving, and it cuts to the Catwoman and everyone looking like, oh shit, he's got this crazy car. What's gonna happen? And then the car lurches forward and then just stops.
Yeah, it stalls.
Okay? So wait, it stops and then everyone just immediately starts running away. There's no indication that we as the audience are supposed to understand that there's some fuck up with the car and that's why it stopped. There's no like shot of the Batman like fucking around with the stick or something. There's no indication of what you're saying happening.
Does it continue to run? He doesn't restart it?
We don't see that because what happens is it just shows everyone running away, and then the next time you see the car, it just takes off.
Oh, okay.
It's not like there's a scene where he's like turning the car key and it's like not working.
Do you hear the engine stop?
It's not clear.
You're not listening to it, so you don't know.
Let me see. I'll go back.
I swear I heard the engine stop. Like it was like around.
No. All you hear, well, actually. So you don't hear it. All you hear is the car screech and the light behind the car. You know how like the car has that blue light that's like the engine? It doesn't go off either.
Okay.
So you could be correct that maybe in the original version that he stalled and there was some like indication of that happening and they cut it out for the movie for timing or some reason. I don't know.
I saw it in the movie theater though. I mean,
I'm just no.
Why
I know.
would
but
they
I'm saying,
cut it out?
I don't know. Maybe they decide they didn't want it to be like the car stalled. I can't answer that question. I'm just saying it doesn't. The way it's shot and the way it's produced doesn't make.
Let's read some super chats. Just to
fuck you. I was talking about something. Like if you guys are obsessing over this fucking engine of this car.
Okay, what were you talking about with?
So the next thing I want to ask, based on what you've been saying, right? So, what's your take on Endgame these days, writing wise?
I mean, it's the same take I think I had originally.
Which
was the structure. The movie is structured like completely flawed. It's the movie should be about them trying to get the stones, and at the end of the movie, they successfully get the stones. But it's not. It's they go to get the stones, and they actually get all the stones pretty easily.
Yeah, like first.
They could have gotten it easier than that. Like to be fair, because we're running lowish on time. What I'm asking,
lowish.
Lowish.
Yeah.
Relative hyperbole.
Yes.
So with how much I'm happy to give it like a 1/2 out of 10 in terms of writing consistency. What would you? Can I get something like that from you in terms of?
Okay, well, we're judging it from different criteria too, because I'm judging it from why I think I and other people didn't have an emotional reaction to it. Something that you're not even contesting whatsoever.
This is going to be funny because the direction I was totally going to go is how can you possibly reconcile this system when the whole world fucking adored that movie?
Because I think they adored it for different reasons. I think it's just hype, really, that drew that movie.
So
there are a lot of people when I made my video and I kind of laid this out. There's a lot of people in the comments that are like, I kind of felt lukewarm about about Endgame. I didn't really know why, and thanks for saying all this stuff.
Wait. So if you don't have access to an audience's reaction to a film, it's all in like isolation. How do you judge it?
What do you mean?
How do you judge it?
Oh, I would just judge it based on my own, also, obviously. I mean, which is what I'm really doing. I'm based off of my own emotional, like, why did this movie not connect to me on this level?
So then what if instead of watching the film, I describe literally in like an isolated dialogue, piece by piece and event by event, how things are happening nice and slowly and asking you, what you think.
I
as
don't
we
think
go
I
through.
could
Basically,
interpret the information that way. So
you could totally do that.
I don't think I could, but I mean, I understand you're trying to get at something different than that. So I'll just
Yeah, what I'm
go
trying
along
to
with
get
it,
at
but-
is you should be able to judge this without the requirement of an emotional reaction to it.
Right. No. So okay, this is what how I'm doing it. I'm saying, okay, I look at this movie, and to me, I'm bored, and I'm like, why is this movie boring me? What's happening here? Something, and I start to think like, okay, I kind of try to analyze the structure of the movie. It's like, why am I bored by this movie? And when I look at the structure of the movie, I say, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is why the movie is boring. The structure makes no sense. Where all the tension should be at them trying to accomplish their goal, but it's not. It's all after they already accomplished the goal.
Have you ever like realized you're enjoying something more than something else just because of a bias? Like it's
of course
and so at that point, how do you know that that's not going to inflict some kind of confusion on your rating of how good the thing is? If it's like, to give you an example, I think Better Call Saul is written way better than Stranger Things season 4, but I really enjoyed Stranger Things season 4 more than Better Call Saul. And it's like, why? It was how can you reconcile those two positions? And I was like, oh well, it's not going to be too hard because there's a lot of things that appeal to me directly in Stranger Things season 4.
Well, you have to it depends. Like you have to say, okay, if I'm watching a movie and I'm like, it's like with Stanley Kubrick. I watch his movies and I'm bored by them, and I say, okay, why am I bored by these movies? What's happening here? And by analyzing it, at least I try to analyze it in a way that I think makes sense. I go, oh, what's boring me here is that his movies are just so like everything is based around visuals. All the information that is being told to the audience is like through the scene composition and the visuals of the scene. And since I'm not super visually oriented, I don't process this information, and thus everything seems boring to me. You know, the sort of complexities of the script and the story that I would expect from other movies, they don't exist in a lot of Kubrick films.
And so if everybody had your reaction, would it then be a bad film?
Well, I guess. I mean, that's generally how things are meant, are rated.
Yeah, see, in that universe, I would hope that I say, nah, it's a good film. It's just that it's not working for loads of people.
Oh, you could, okay, sure. I mean, I'm not going to fight that. I would agree
it's
with
literally
that, sure.
like, I think that's what happened to Blade Runner.
Which Blade Runner? The new one?
The original.
Oh, okay.
The original was like it fucking flopped.
Right, but I mean it's more common. I think it's more common that there are movies that flop when they come out, and then after the fact you're like, oh, this is good, as opposed to the opposite, where everyone likes something at first and then they're like, oh, this was terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. As someone who's familiar with examples for both, I don't even know. Like obviously, because Force Awakens is one of the best examples of the other one, where it's like when that came out, everybody was praising the fuck out of it. Right. Nowadays, it's hard to find someone who says Force Awakens is good.
But that was because I'm assuming that was, and it was funny because when Force Awakens came out, I remember I saw it opening day because I have a friend who's like really big in Star Wars, and I was like, like I felt very about it when I watched it, and they were like, he was really hype about it. I didn't want to I was like kind of criticizing it, but I didn't want to shit on it too much. See, and I think so much of it was just the people coming out of the prequels that since the Force Awakens felt like a real movie, they're like, oh, this is great.
I've had this exact conversation with Duma.
I know you have. It's a very common critique, but
no. I'm thinking about the meta right now. So like,
right.
We go like your system to me is starting to sound like it's mined with pointless extra steps. Because you've got like overall audience reaction to film. Okay, great, I understand.
I'm not. No. Wait. I'm not. Obviously, I can't necessarily judge what an overall audience reaction to film is. I'm just trying to say, like, if I have an emotional reaction to something negatively, and I see other people are, what exactly is happening there?
No, I know. This is what I'm saying. That's like a really big point, but then there's going to be loads of caveats because there's going to be all these questions. Like I said, how does one deal with Blade Runner? How do you deal with Force Awakens? How do you deal with... I'm going to give all these examples from history, and you're going to give me very good arguments for why you can get around it that will eventually eat away at the idea of even bothering to consider audience reaction. Eventually, I feel like I can chip you down to just looking at what's in the film.
Well, it's not a question of you can chip me down. I mean, you can make the decision to do that. That's not my process.
I'm saying, what's the phrase? Like, cut to the chase. The audience's emotional reaction is fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, but you can't say that about a movie. That's the point of a movie.
Not only can I totally do it, I think a lot of people are doing it and they don't even realize it. I honestly think that's what you're doing and you don't even realize it.
That's not what I'm doing. Well, okay.
Like I said, I would just have to chip away at it. I did this with Duma for like 3 hours. It was hilarious.
We can say, okay, like let's bring up, I don't know. I think it'd be better to bring up like a garbage movie, like one of the Transformers movies. Okay, say one of the Transformer movies is really popular. I'm not gonna say it's. I mean, I don't think it's an objectively good movie. I don't think it's necessarily well written, but I can say it's an effective movie. Obviously, people liked it. There's some emotional reason that people connected with it, that they like about it.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like with Endgame, I'm looking at it, I'm like, why am I not connecting with this movie? What's happening here? And I understand that you want to remove that element from the movie, but I don't think that's possible in terms of the way humans perceive information. Like when you, Mauler, are watching a movie and you're like starting to think that the movie's not good, you're having an emotional initial intuition that it's not good. And then you're kind of after the fact trying to figure out why it's not good.
So when I just have that example with the gun, right? The bullets, where I'm just like, there's 9, and then in the scene there's 7. Is there anything about that that's an emotional reaction?
It depends. Well, for you it is, because you since you notice it, you go, oh, this is bringing me out of the movie. That's why plot holes are bad. They bring you out of the story.
What if I told you I adored the movie and thought it was great and didn't get pulled
out?
Well,
then you're able to simply say, well, it's fine. I like it for these other reasons.
So my whole point is that my emotional reaction has nothing to do with things being stated as being in there.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't need to have an emotional reaction to a film to have noticed whether or not they've managed to accurately represent how many bullets are in the gun.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're watching a movie for the first time, how are you watching? I mean, you're not seeing the Matrix when you watch a movie, I assume. You're not seeing a script come before your eyes. Like, you're watching a movie and you're either engaged or not engaged in it. And if you're not engaged in it, don't you start to question, like, well, why am I not engaged in this movie? Or maybe you start to notice when you're not engaged in something, oh, I'm starting to notice all these plot holes because I'm not engaged in the film.
If this is the answer you're gunning for, if my engagement will usually give me an impression of probably how well written the thing is, because it'll like, if I'm hyper engaged, I'm like, shit, there must be lots here that's appealing to me in ways that's not taking me out of the experience. But at the same time, like,
right.
Yeah, but what is? Yeah, I don't. That's the two modes I would operate on. I think everyone operates on.
I understand. So I'm just saying I operate on that mode too. So I don't understand why you were pushing me on that.
What I was pushing you on is that it's completely unnecessary to how you would review a film. Is the emotional? You're going to see it as like intrinsic, but it's really not.
What? Well, first of all, I mean, are you talking about just the fact that just me setting it up that way? Is that the issue?
I'm trying to think of which one to go with out of all of them. Probably the prequels, I guess. But like, just if the prequels were exactly as they were, however, everyone on Earth, Sitch, except you, said it's the most emotional roller coaster they'd been on.
Right.
See, I would hope that you'd have the spine to be like, nah, the fucking film is bad at doing like portraying emotion, or it's bad at portrayal of like getting
first of all, I kind of understand what you're trying to get at, but there's a problem with it, like that. If literally every person on Earth thought something was good, and you're the one person that thinks that's bad, then you're wrong, just like objectively, because that's how we judge things, whether they're good or bad or not. It's like how everyone else perceives these things.
If everyone thought something was one way and you thought it was the other, you'd just automatically be wrong.
Generally, unless not unless you're talking about like something.
I feel like you've got to roll that back immediately.
In terms of like judging something of being good or bad is what I said. Not in terms of like what color is the sky.
But he's trying to make a right and wrong comparison, not a good.
I'm already gonna like, because what I would expect you to have gone with argument wise is like, isn't that basically how we do it with art? And I'd be like, yeah, okay. So if we went with that as a framing, what does it mean then? If they all said that to you and you said, no, I disagree. And then 1,000 years later, Sitch's great grandson is like, my dad thought, or my great whatever thought this movie sucked, but I actually think it's pretty good. And everyone on Earth at that point says, yeah, well, you're a fucking little bitch. Your great ancestor was actually right. The film sucks. Now
that'd be so bizarre. But here's the thing. You have
Don't tell me it's bizarre. Tell me how to deal with this.
I would tell you how to deal with it. Okay. If I'm the only person on Earth that says that the prequels suck, right? That it doesn't, it's stilted, there's no emotion, it's not an emotional roller coaster, and everyone on Earth says it is. I'd say, well, okay, what do you mean by that? I would lay out my arguments for why I think it's not, and they would lay out their
But
arguments
see,
for why they think it is.
Do you understand how, like, the thing you told me earlier about how when everyone says a thing and someone says, "Oh, you," that's like that's all bull. Like, I would be in both scenarios. I would have hoped I'd be the Chad saying this film was just as good now as it was then.
You said if everyone on Earth but you thinks something is an emotional roller coaster, okay, that means that the movie apparently is successful in making people feel emotions.
Wait.
Except for me, I'm the one person that doesn't work on.
Obviously, I wasn't talking about them saying they had an emotion you can't disprove. I'm talking about something that's definitively provable, like in terms of delivery of characters or whatever. You've got all your criticism of the prequels, right? And you think those criticisms explain why people weren't emotionally invested in it. That's what I'm referring to specifically. Those arguments should hold even if everybody started telling you they were emotionally reacting to it perfectly.
Right. Well, that would be the case. I mean, obviously, you'd say that people were able to overlook whatever that thing is.
When I say, like, Power Man has been established to be able to survive anything no matter what, and in the finale he was shot by his son and he died, and the writer says, yeah, but I thought it was emotionally impactful that he was killed by his son. I'd be like, everybody should be pulled out by that because it makes no fucking sense at all. But if nobody was, I'd be like, okay, well, fine, it's still bad. I don't care if nobody was pulled out by it. I'm surprised that nobody.
But what do you mean by bad? You mean inconsistent?
Well, yeah, failing a standard of storytelling.
Okay, but you have to be very specific in your language. If you're going to say it's still inconsistent, that's true.
But shouldn't that then have illustrated why I separate them out?
Yeah, but you didn't. You said bad. You fell into your own trap.
No, I didn't, because bad can mean whatever I wanted it to mean. Bad is
I understand that, but
15 definitions.
I understand, but that's the problem, is that if someone says, well, Power Man getting shot is not bad because, everyone emotionally liked it, then it's not bad to them and to everyone else on the fucking planet.
Wait, I never disagreed with that.
Okay.
What's the hierarchy, Mauler, for consistency and like emotional and acting, and what's the hierarchy?
I'm not sure what you mean. Just real quick. So the thing is with what you just said about the bad good, they're just words used. I almost feel like it got distracting by using it when I should have just used what I meant by it instead. Like that's a separate conversation. You just like I told you when we started, I would just need to ask someone what they mean when they say good or bad.
Right.
I don't mind what they mean by it because it's always going to be a scale being satisfied.
Okay, so to answer your question, let's use your Power Man example. I think it's a little bit easier. It's simpler than the prequels. If everyone on Earth liked the fact that Power Man gets shot by his son, even though he's supposed to be invulnerable, okay, and you say, "Oh, well, I think this is bad because it's inconsistent," right? And that bothers me. If someone said, "You're wrong, Mauler," it's not inconsistent, and everyone on Earth said, "You're wrong, Mauler," it's not inconsistent, then yes, every person on planet Earth would be wrong and you would be right. It is inconsistent. 100%. I agree with you there. The question is it, can people still like it beyond that? Can still have could it still be considered good or bad? And that's where we get into the more subjective terms of what it means for something to be good or bad. And I think that was what was tripping us up, sort of, in the hypothetically laid out.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at with those systems is they eventually evolve into what sounds like, to me, if you want to say, like, it's really important to consider how well the film did in terms of providing an emotional experience for an individual or for an audience or for however many people you want to consider, I would then be like, yeah, so this is just useless data to me at this point, because it can always be changed. It can mean all kinds of different things depending on the sampling. It's like, and I just don't think anybody realistically thinks that it's worth praising a movie because a certain amount of people found it to be good when you have so many examples of such terrible art that does that.
Sure.
Like stuff we'll universally all agree on, like, oh, that film was fucking bad. And then you're like, yeah, ask the average person, they'll tell you it was fucking great.
Right. Though there is a weird thing where it seems like people sort of, it's not, a lot of people, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe there are a lot more movies that people like at first and then realize aren't good. Because it seems like that's part of why people sort of hold classics in high regard, because they're like, well, not only is it a well-loved movie, it continues to be a well-loved movie. Like, I don't know if 5 years from now anyone can give a shit about Transformers 5, say it's still a good movie.
Yeah, so that's another one you could throw in, like staying power, and then I just have to find an example of one that has strong staying power that's still. I think Interstellar is terrible. That's had really good staying power.
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that. But
can't believe that.
I mean, I think Inception is really, really overrated. I don't know if it's. I don't say it's. Maybe it's not bad, but I think it's very overrated.
Well, see, at that point, yeah, I just wonder what
Tenet.
Cause it feels like the audience reaction standard or its inclusion, like to me, just seems like a different conversation. I don't even know why we'd include it. Into any
Okay,
other
listen.
thing.
Well, if you just don't like that I framed it that
No,
way,
I
it's
think
fine,
anybody
okay.
trying to engage with it would find, after a decent amount of examples, that it's pointless to add.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, putting all that aside, do you agree that the structure of Endgame doesn't make sense?
I think it's incredibly incoherent and terrible. At the same time, it does loads of things that were going to play well with an audience that we
That could be very true. That could be very true.
I don't know.
Well, okay. I guess here's the question I should really ask: do you think that movies are structured in a way to like if you look at the 3-act structure, kind of like the hero with 1,000 faces, all that kind of garbage. Like, do you think that all that stuff, like those structures of storytelling, exist because it resonates with people to have stories exist in that fashion, essentially?
Maybe this answers what Adam was gunning for a little bit earlier there. So at the baseline, I'm gunning for continuity. If I think Doomer asked me this as well. Say everything has perfect continuity from now on. It just does. That's how good writers are. What am I obsolete? I'd be like, no. I'd start talking about what I think best appeals to the most people.
What's next?
Yeah, that's
like
why I would be on that
I think
conversation
is
next.
on the bottom of my hierarchy list, to be honest with you. That's
for me, it's foundational. It's the
I know that's weird.
Bottom of the hierarchy could be foundational depending on how you're organizing your hierarchy chart.
It's not weird because it's gonna drive it's like, as far as I'm concerned, the fuel behind almost every payoff in everything is it's determined by that. And a lot of people,
continuity can destroy a movie, but there's so many other factors that could. Like, you're willing to let the continuity go because the movie's just like amazing.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. I
know
say that for everything.
That's why, but I'm asking you, so where is amazing acting at? Where is like emotionally resonant relationships? Like dynamics between characters? Where is that at?
So what of that can't be counted as part of the story and the writing?
Do you mean?
So let's say Sitch is in a movie and his parents are both gunned down in front of him in an alleyway while it's raining and he cries. I could say, man, the acting is so good. And then a friend of mine says, yeah, I can't believe that is definitive proof the character of Sitch is so very upset about this event because he's crying. And I go, no. The crying is the acting, not the writing. Like, no, the performances will enhance the story. They are part of what I would be writing as quality to the writing. Actors are really important because
right. So you're saying the chemistry between actors is irrelevant because it's not on the page.
I don't know how you got that from what I said.
Well, I'm okay.
So what the whole argument I just tried to make was that I would include the performances as part of what's bolstering or ruining the writing because it'll tell you what characters are feeling.
Right.
And that's really important for characterization, which is writing.
Okay.
So this is what I end up having to help people realize is that at first they'll be like, man, your thing is so restrictive, it barely counts anything. What you'll find eventually is it counts everything, except how a person reacts to it.
Interesting.
Well, I think consistency is very important. And I think that does affect the way people emotionally react to things is whether something is consistent.
But you could write I could write the worst movie ever.
It could be very
logically consistent.
Yeah, you can have it be that a guy goes down to the shop and buys an ice cream, comes home, has poop, and goes to sleep.
Yeah, totally.
Story.
Yeah, exactly.
Breaks every rule of screenwriting.
And if everyone in the world watched that and said that was fucking incredible, I was emotionally taken away with the guy going to the store and stuff. Like, would you guys then say?
But you would have to be the guy that says this is an amazing movie.
No,
I would. Consistent.
The hypothetical for me is the opposite, where everyone hates it, but there's no issue with it continuity-wise. I would just be like, yeah, it's not for you.
Is there Well,
but
Adam,
that movie is not for anyone. I mean, I'm talking about writing a movie that literally is like torture.
The idea that there's nobody that would enjoy the movie of a guy going down to the store, going back. Do you know what people draw out of literally? Have you seen the canvas that's just a red blotch and that's it?
Well, I've
And
seen a
people,
lot
like,
of
pay
bad
millions for it.
movies.
Listen,
I live in Los
pretentious
Angeles.
art is a whole
If you go,
other
this is the
issue.
problem with appealing to
Right.
people's reactions to things. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be able to find you crazy people that react all kinds of ways to a thing.
What is your definition of a story, Mauler?
Definition of a series of events.
Really?
Yep.
Don't you have to have?
Oh, that's
Well,
torture.
I feel, have you
That's
seen
torture.
Adaptation?
Well, there are plenty of like you could cite. Funnily enough, my favorite movie of all time is 3 different timelines told at, like, you know. I'm assuming you're picking Adaptation because it's unconventional.
No. Because there's a part in the movie where Nicolas Cage is like, I want to just write, story without conflict, with real things are happening, and then the sheriff or the head cop from